Chapter 1. The Objective Parallel Worlds. Naruto, humorously dubbed the tale of Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother, unfolds amidst the tumult of village conflicts and internal strife in the Hidden Leaf. Approximately 17 years into the era of the Leaf, the First Shinobi World War erupted. Senju Hashirama captured the tailed beasts and subsequently initiated the first 5 Kage summit, distributing the tailed beasts among the villages gradually. The First Shinobi World War began to subside. However, during the 5 Kage summit, unusual events transpired in the distant ancient kingdom of Lulon. Zizizizi, this vast underground harbored immense energy, later referred to as the Dragon Vein. And at the locus of this concentrated energy, the air crackled with a sound akin to electrical currents. A tortoise, having slumbered for countless years, poked its head out of its shell and beheld a fissure in the air ahead, from which strange energy seeped forth. Driven by curiosity, it crawled forward, only to be suddenly engulfed by a swirling vortex that drew it, along with a portion of the Dragon Vein's energy, into its depths. Moments later, the Dragon Vein began to convulse, and the spatial fissure gradually healed in the final second before closure. Muffled sounds of commotion emerged from within. "Your Majesty Tianyu, we have failed once again." It matters not the individual referred to as Tianyu, seemingly a young man from his voice, replied, "Nurture this tortoise, well, once the instruments are repaired, we can use it as a world coordinate." My dear teacher, I regret to inform you that the energy accompanying this tortoise appears to possess spatial capabilities. These instruments are rendered useless and must be remade. In that last moment, the young man's voice echoed with resignation. Then you should hasten to reconstruct them. As he watched them depart, Otsutsuki Tianyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Tianyu, do not lose heart. I believe you will surely succeed." A gentle voice reached his ears. Turning his face, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman. Her long white hair cascaded like snow, and her skin was as delicate as the finest porcelain. Her eyes were peculiar, entirely white, yet at that moment, they radiated a hint of tenderness. "Sister Yui, do you truly believe in the existence of parallel worlds, as he claims?" Following closely beside Otsutsuki Yui was a girl with similarly white eyes, though her hair was a deep shade of purple. Otsutsuki Yushi, the girl's name, was also the younger sister of the former. As he gazed at them, Tinyu's memories drifted back to a time long past. Upon awakening, he discovered he had traversed into the world of Naruto. Whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate, his arrival coincided with a very distant era. After consuming the fruit of the God Tree, Otsutsuki Kaguya intended to utilize her divine power to create children to govern this world. However, the arrival of a foreign soul led to unforeseen complications. Tianyu came into being having absorbed that power. The other two were Yui and Yushi. When a returning Otsutsuki Kaguya beheld these 3 little beings, her expression was one of astonishment. Had she not only created 2? Given the circumstances, she decided to take them back for nurturing. Yet unexpectedly, her notion of nurturing entailed merely leaving them confined within a room. Fortunately, Tianyu was a traveler, and the 3 could absorb the errant energies of the world. Otherwise, they would have perished from hunger long ago. Following that, many events transpired, such as the fact that although he was not created, he was nonetheless bestowed with the Otsutsuki surname. Yui, Tianyu, and Yushi apart from him, both sisters refer to Kaguya as their mother. Well aware of what would transpire later, he devoted himself to rigorous training, solely for the sake of survival. During this time, Tianyu also contemplated ways to dissuade Otsutsuki Kaguya from executing the infinite Tsukimi plan, but regrettably, he failed. In order to prevent Kaguya from turning all life into white Zetsu, Tianyu allied with Yui and Yushi to confront her. Ultimately, they fused their powers, attaining a 6 paths level understanding of space-time abilities, and sealed her within a unique space. The victorious trio fell into a deep slumber for several years, awakening a century later to restore order to the chaotic world. "Hey, I'm talking to you." A hand waved before Tianyu's eyes, jolting him from his reverie. Tianyu spoke with unwavering conviction. "Parallel worlds undeniably exist. This tortoise serves as proof." Setting aside the fact that he was a traveler himself, the original Naruto storyline already contained the concept of parallel worlds. Now that the narrative had encountered significant disruption, it was likely that the Otsutsuki sisters would eventually bestow their powers upon others after hearing his words. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities would spawn clans such as Uchiha and Senju, yet it was highly probable that Naruto and his companions would never come into existence. As for the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan, ample time remained. Perhaps even the Otsutsuki god could be dealt with by then. Rest assured, regardless of the cost, we shall triumph over the Otsutsuki. Having already learned of her mother's origins from him, Yushi gently reminded, "We are also Otsutsuki." The somber atmosphere was disrupted by her words, prompting Tianyu to cough heavily. Ahem, he glared at her with irritation. You do not count. Moreover, as the current strongest being, neither of them could contend with him, even when united. Yushi could discern his troubling thoughts. Rolling her eyes as she glanced at the machine in the center of the room, could this contraption truly transport individuals to other worlds? The so-called time-space machine was sputtering sparks and emitting plumes of black smoke, bound to be rendered inoperable shortly. Suddenly, a wave of spatial fluctuations emanated from within, and a figure tumbled out, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a scream. The four onlookers exchanged incredulous gazes, and Tianyu's eyes lit up with excitement as he beheld a black-haired, reedy girl. It seems this time the technology succeeded. We merely need to conduct repairs and tests before we can send someone to another time. Little sister, which village do you hail from, and what is your name? Yuhi Kurenai rubbed her head, which had taken a bit of a beating, and upon raising her head, she saw a remarkably handsome young man standing there. Not long ago, while out shopping, she had spotted Asuma biting on a toothpick with his underlings and had opted to take a detour. Yet, just as she traversed an alley, everything before her became a blur. Suddenly finding herself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by strangers, she felt lost. Yuhi Kurenai stepped back, leaning against the wall, and timidly declared, "My name is Yuhi Kurenai, a resident of the Hidden Leaf." "Where's this?" "Big sister, I wish to go home," she implored the most gentle-looking among the three present, Otsutsuki Yui. "You cannot return for the time being." "Why not?" "Because this place is very far from your home." "How far?" "Under normal circumstances, it would be a distance one could not traverse in a lifetime." Otsutsuki Yui gazed at the girl from the parallel world with a hint of sympathy gracing her features. The young Kurenai in her early years. Welcome, everyone. Chapter 2. Kazekage, we will win. Due to the differing temporal flow between the two worlds, while Tianyu was still devising methods to traverse to another realm, the shinobi world had already endured the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. The various ninja villages lay in ruins, striving to rebuild amidst the emergence of a new generation, and the Chunin exams, led by the Hidden Leaf, were swiftly approaching. In the land of wind, outside Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, accompanied by Gaara and others, prepared to head to the Hidden Leaf for the Chunin exams. Of course, his true intention was to collude with Orochimaru to execute a plan to bring down the Leaf and confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should chaos erupt in the Leaf, it would provide an opportune moment to seize benefits if the opportunity arose. Even waging war would be justifiable. After all, the Land of Fire was rich in resources, and having frequently panned for gold in the desert to support his village, he harbored considerable envy. Humph! That old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen truly raised a fine disciple. Raza scoffed, anticipating the demise of that old fool at Orochimaru's hands. Zizizi. As he spoke, a faint crackling similar to electricity resonated in the air amidst the astonished gazes of Maki and the others. The air ahead abruptly warped, and a tortoise fell forth. The tortoise, adorned with a red silk ribbon on its head, shook its head and emerged from its shell, brandishing two forks as it stood upright. It shouted towards the space behind, "All clear. It's a ninja tortoise. Everyone be on guard." Maki swiftly drew his kunai and rushed to the forefront, while the other Sand Shinobi adopted a wary stance. "Ah, this new world feels quite intriguing. I wonder if there are any strong individuals here?" A remarkably lively voice echoed from the spatial fissure, followed by a softer tone. Yushi, stop thinking about fighting, let's go out and meet the people of this world first. In the next moment, three figures materialized before everyone. Otsutsuki Yushi landed gracefully, her exquisite features contorting into a mischievous grin as she gazed at the third Kazekage and his companions. Otsutsuki Yui followed closely behind, her gentle smile illuminating her face, accompanied by now slightly older Yuhi Kurenai. Finally back here, she expressed with joy, only to be startled upon setting her eyes on the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi, Sister Yui, Sister Yushi, they are ninja from Sunagakure. Yuhi Kurenai had witnessed the initial signs of the Third Shinobi World War during her traversal and was aware of Sunagakure's impending invasion of the Land of Fire. In a reflexive motion, she reached for her pouch containing ninja tools, only to be reminded of the formidable prowess of her two beautiful sisters. Oh dear, I'd almost forgot these two are incredibly powerful. Her heart eased, yet the same could not be said for Raza and his companions. Chapter 3. This world is utterly dismal. In the desert beyond Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, Luo Sha's expression darkened. This woman from the Hyuga clan had the audacity to kill before him. It was nothing short of a death wish. Roar. A sound akin to a beast's roar erupted, a massive chakra surging forth from Gaara, who stood behind Luo Sha, compelling him to momentarily abandon his intent to attack. Such a chakra, filled with hatred. Oh? A raccoon cat that Tomoki Yushi observed with keen interest, directly spotting the Shikaku sealed within Gaara. Could it be the one-tail Shikaku spoken of by Tianyu? In her world, there were no tailed beasts, for although the Tomoki Kaguya had been defeated and sealed by Tianyu, the 10 tails within her had not been extracted. Quite adorable. A charmingly ugly creature, there's a saying. When you are weak, even your anger appears remarkably cute. The Shikaku had initially sensed a familiar aura, leading it to briefly seize control of Gaara's body. Intending to discern the origin of that familiar presence, however, upon hearing Yu Zai's evaluation of it, the beast was consumed by rage. I am not unattractive. I am undoubtedly the most handsome among the 9-tailed beasts, while the most unsightly is, without question, that wicked fox. Gaara's eyes, having transformed into those of a beast, fixated fiercely on the direction from which the sound emanated. However, upon clearly discerning the presence of Yui and Yushi, he swallowed hard. The chakra emanating from that pair of white eyes caused Shikaku to flinch, retreating instantly back into its seal. Damn it, couldn't this wretched seal be a bit more robust? Shikaku trembled slightly. That sensation had been unmistakable. Those two women were entities of the same caliber as the old man. When did such formidable beings emerge in the ninja world? Gaara's consciousness returned, and he was somewhat taken aback to find that the monster had not seized the opportunity to wreak havoc. Did One Tail fear them? Lord Raza, Maki said, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his complexion turning pale as he spoke with difficulty. The situation seems rather dire. Should we? There's no need. Do you even know who I am? Gaara interrupted, tearing off the Kazekage robe draped upon him with a swift motion. With his left fist clenched and thumb pointing at himself, he declared with unwavering confidence, before you stands the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, Lord Raza. Maki attempted to interject again. Enough. Gaara's cold gaze fixed upon his subordinates before he turned his attention back to the 3 individuals before him. Rest assured, we shall prevail. I am the Kazekage, an absolute powerhouse. Minutes later, in the desert, the previously arrogant Gaara lay on the ground. His eyes rolled back as blood seeped from his wounds, staining his attire crimson. Maki and the other sand shinobi knelt before Yushi, their foreheads pressed against the scorching sand, too terrified to rise. Please, 3 esteemed ones, it is our fault. Grant us mercy. Maki pleaded once more, while the 2 siblings, S.H. Ri and S.H. Ka, trembled in fear beside him. Hadn't Tianyu claimed that the Kaguya was a top-tier force in this world? Why were they so weak? In response to the pleas of these individuals, Otsutsuki Yushi remained silent, visibly dissatisfied with Gaara's display of strength. Otsutsuki Yu walked over, contemplating, and remarked, firstly, you are far too powerful. Secondly, perhaps the criteria for determining Kaga-level strength in this world differ from those in ours. Hinata, who had been observing the entire scene, was utterly astonished, her mouth agape. In her world, she had only heard tales of the opponent's strength, never anticipating it would be this formidable. This individual is the Wind Shadow. The unparalleled strongest in the village, yet in the presence of Sister Yushi, he appears as powerless as a child. In the other world, Tianyu and the others engaged in conversation without any thought of retreat. Thus, Shirihong clearly understands the Emperor's intentions for coming to this realm. Conquest. Otsutsuki Yui produced a tome and turned to the chapter on the Land of Wind, slowly reciting, Rosa, the fourth wind shadow, adept in magnet release, sand gold. Capable of engaging in gold prospecting within the finance department. Should he surrender, his life may be spared. Yushi, there is no need to kill him. As she closed the book, a spatial rift materialized in the air, and Yui casually discarded the tome into it. Very well. Let us first seize Sunagakure as our base in this world. Upon hearing her words, Maki promptly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly instructed others to tend to the wind shadow. Sensei, Hanamaru's legs are still trembling, she said softly, approaching Maki and gazing at her unconscious father. I heard their conversation. Maki's pupils constricted as he lowered his voice. Another world. He could not discern the truth in their words, but it was evident that anyone capable of easily defeating the wind shadow must be a powerful figure at the level of a shadow. To his knowledge, there was no such entity within the Hyuga clan. Thus, it could be deduced that their claims were likely true. Hiss. Does that mean another world is preparing to invade theirs? Maki felt parched. By common knowledge, if they could traverse worlds, their strength would likely surpass that of this realm. What should be done? Hanamaru observed her teacher's increasingly pallid complexion. At that moment, Rosa emitted a pained groan and opened his eyes. Lord Wind Shadow. Lord Rosa. As he regained consciousness, the crowd joyfully gathered around him. Maki felt a weight lift from his heart. This news was too grave for him to bear alone. So he decided to share it with Lord Wind Shadow. Minutes later, after absorbing Maki's analysis, Rosa felt as though his worldview had shattered. Parallel worlds? Are you certain you're not recounting a tale? Lord Rosa, I believe it would be prudent not to offend them given the circumstances, Maki whispered, glancing at the trio nearby. However, their hushed conversation reached the ears of Otsutsuki Yui and her companion. It appears they are rather perceptive. Thus, they need not be eliminated. Yui furrowed her brows slightly. Yushi, you are being excessively extreme. Yushi huffed lightly. This is decisiveness in action. Her fair, jade-like eyes fixated on her sister. Her gentle demeanor revealing a hint of elder, sisterly authority. In the future, refrain from indulging in those ridiculous novels. That is not my doing. It was Tianyu who compelled me to read them. That is no excuse. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the ever-watchful Shirihong finally lifted her head to inquire. Sister Yui, Sister Yushi, do you truly intend to conquer this world? Is it possible? No, Yushi interjected, bending down to meet her ruby-like gaze. Which world do you believe is superior? After contemplating, Shirihong concluded that the other world was vastly more favorable than the one in which she was born. True peace. Without the fear of war. Perhaps allowing His Majesty Tianyu to seize this world is indeed a commendable choice, she mused inwardly, having lived there for 2.5 years. On the other side, Rosa and the others, after deliberation, resolved to temporarily concede. After all, even the mightiest shadow had been defeated in an instant. According to Gaara, even the tailed beasts were too fearful to emerge. They were not afraid of death. But they were not foolish. Given the current situation, surrender was the most prudent option. Yushi cast a disdainful glance at Rosa. I thought you would engage in lengthy discussions. Do not harbor ulterior motives. I will spare you this time, but next time, you may find yourself in the Pure Land. Oh, wait. Tianyu seems to have created a technique capable of resurrecting individuals in the form of the deceased. Rosa was taken aback by her sudden smile and the peculiar words she spoke. At that time, you may very well experience the 007 blessing. 007? What does that mean? His instincts warned him that this so-called 007 blessing was certainly not a favorable matter, and from the words of this Hyuga woman from another world, it seemed that Tianyu could indeed pull the deceased from the Pure Land. Truly a being of inherent terror and malevolence. Yui said, now, tell us about your world. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rosa's heart sank. He realized they sought information to better assess their world. Initially, he intended to provide a mix of truth and fabrication. But under the weight of Yui's gaze, he felt that lying could lead to dire consequences. Our world consists primarily of 5 nations: fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water. Beyond these, there are several smaller nations, each led by a shadow like myself, the Wind Shadow. So many nations? Yushi asked curiously. What is Tianyu doing in your world? Oh. Right, he is called Otsutsuki Tianyu. I have not heard that name before. Moreover, He felt he had encountered the surname Otsutsuki in some ancient text. Upon hearing this, Yushi displayed no sign of regret. Rather, she appeared quite pleased, indicating that their world's Tianyu was truly unique. May I inquire your names, ladies? Yui grasped Sherry Hong's hand, a refreshing aura countering the desert's heat, and responded, Otsutsuki Yui. I am Sherry Hong, she stammered. I am Otsutsuki Yushi, Yushi stated softly. It is Otsutsuki, not Hyuga? Did the Hyuga clan in the other world not bear that name? No, they too possessed the Otsutsuki surname. The truth of it all would have to wait until he could consult that ancient tome upon returning. Through their conversation, Yui and the others also gleaned Rose's purpose for visiting the Chunin exams held by Konoha. Everyone was aware that this was Konoha's display of strength, aiming to prove that despite the losses of the Yellow Flash, Konoha White Fan, and the defection of Orochimaru, the remaining ninjas still made Konoha a force not to be trifled with. Rosa contemplated for a moment before revealing his objective. Upon hearing this, Yushi expressed interest. Noting the collaboration with Orochimaru to execute a plan for Konoha's downfall was quite intriguing. Rest assured, I will not impede you. It will be enlightening to witness just how formidable this so-called first hidden village truly is. However, despite these words, she was not particularly concerned. In Yushi's heart, a world devoid of Tianyu could never compare to one where he existed. After all, he was someone who had long since transcended the six paths and had traveled far along that path. As ninjas, even those of lower rank possessed extraordinary speed, allowing them to swiftly depart from the land of wind. Maki carried a turtle on his back. This self-proclaimed Raphael, the ninja turtle, had lived for nearly a century and was quite elderly, struggling to move with agility, thus requiring the assistance of this young man. Finally, they emerged from the endless desert and arrived at the border. As they needed to meet with Orochimaru, they opted for an alternate route. Before long, they passed through a village of several hundred inhabitants. The villagers, engaged in cultivating wheat that thrived in the wilderness, displayed faces pale with fear upon seeing the ninjas enter their village. What ails these people? They appeared so emaciated, their complexions so sallow. Is there truly a shortage of food in this era? Yui was taken aback by the sight of these individuals. Born in the epoch of Kaguya Otsutsuki, she had witnessed countless hardships, where scarcity of food was a common plight. Yet, such a phenomenon had gradually vanished following the unification of the world under Tianyu, where everyone had access to sufficient sustenance. According to these villagers, it had been thousands of years since her own era. It is astonishing that, even after such a lengthy period, there still exist individuals who are emaciated from hunger. Are there many such souls in this world? As Luo Sha was being called by Yushi to inquire about other matters concerning this realm, Ma Ji rose to address the question. Lady Yui, he began, expressing a greater inclination to converse with her rather than with Yushi. His observations led him to believe that this woman, Yui, was more amiable and was, after all, Yushi's elder sister, thus easier to manage. There are indeed many such individuals in this world, Ma Ji stated. Yui appeared somewhat perplexed. Has it truly remained this way for thousands of years? Why not commission Earth-style ninjas to excavate mountains or water-style ninjas to fill lakes? Surely, these tasks would be quite simple. Her words elicited strange expressions from Ma Ji and even from the hand-in-hand Yuhai, who were both taken aback. Oh, so she is a sheltered young lady, oblivious to the affairs of the world. Yet, this may not be entirely unfavorable, the sand ninjas privately mused, relieved that a benevolent stronghold was generally more agreeable. Sister Yui, if we were to have ninjas undertake such tasks, it would necessitate the issuance of missions. But to achieve what you propose would require an exorbitant sum of money, Yuhai whispered, recalling her experiences in a world where such conditions would not prevail. At this moment, a deeper understanding of Tianyu's intention to dominate this world began to take root within me. So this is it, the gentle sigh of the world's disparities. As a look of compassion graced that delicate face, ultimately transforming into resolute determination. I had initially held objections to Tianyu's invasion of this realm, yet the revelations of today appear to validate his assertions. This world yearns for salvation. Observing the crowd dispersing in fear, Yui contemplated, feeling a subtle stir of chakra within her. From the parched underground river, a torrent of water surged forth, destined to alleviate the impending drought in no time. Yushi, sensing this, turned back and could not help but tease, Sister, your benevolence is truly excessive. You are nothing short of a saint. It is merely a trivial exertion of my power to assist these individuals. I hardly deserve such a noble title, Yui replied with a gentle smile. Nonetheless, I appreciate the compliment. Chapter 5. The Astonishment of Orochimaru. The Existence of Parallel Worlds. Hearing her sister's praise filled Yui with joy, while Yushi's expression stiffened. For that was not the sentiment she wished to convey. Yet upon reflection, she realized her sister was using her abilities to aid others, rather than demanding that others expend their resources for the benefit of those in need. Thus it could not be deemed an act of saintliness. The following day, the villagers witnessed the gushing underground water, and the once vacant, lifeless eyes of the residents sparkled with hope. "Our village has been saved," they exclaimed, rushing to share the joyful news. Hidden in the shadows, Yui observed this scene, murmuring, "Tianyu. Is this what you meant by preferring to be a peaceful dog rather than a chaotic human?" Such occurrences were unseen in her own realm. In fact, many pets likely enjoyed a higher quality of life than the villagers here. "I was mistaken. I shall assist you in claiming this world." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward a certain direction, and then her avatar transformed into wisps of white smoke, vanishing into thin air. "In Maiboku Mountain, old woman, did the great toad sage summon us for a specific purpose?" Shinzaku inquired while on their journey alongside Jima. They had initially been cultivating with their offspring when they suddenly received word that the toad sage had awakened from slumber and desired their presence. "Who knows what that old man is up to?" Jima retorted. "Respect the great toad sage. Do I need to instruct you? Let us hasten our pace." After some time, Shinzaku and Jima arrived at their destination, bowing respectfully to the great toad seated before them. "Great toad sage, we have arrived." 1 second passed, then 2. The great toad sage remained unmoving, unresponsive. Realizing the sage was likely suffering from senility, Shinzaku shouted once more. At long last, the great toad sage stirred, his murky eyes shifting to behold the two figures below, Shinsaku and Shima. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Shima, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, retorted, "Great toad sage. Have you forgotten? It was you who summoned us." A silence enveloped the air for several moments before the sage finally spoke again. "Indeed. It was I who called you here." Shinsaku stepped forward, asking, "Is there a specific reason for our summons?" The sage closed his eyes momentarily, contemplating the query. After what seemed an eternity, and just when they believed he had drifted back into slumber, the sage reopened his eyes, speaking at a deliberate pace, yet with a tone that bore an air of gravity. "I had another dream," he began. "A new prophetic dream?" Shinsaku interjected. The sage did not respond directly, but continued. "I witnessed visitors from another world, formidable beings who possessed the power to annihilate the ninja world." The revelation struck Shinsaku and Shima with palpable dread, their voices tinged with urgency. "Great sage, did you not say that the ninja world would enter a new era under the leadership of the prophesied child?" Shima exclaimed. "Indeed." The sage replied, a frown etching across his face. "I wish that were the case. This is an unprecedented calamity. In my dream, when I sought to discern the identity of these harbingers of doom, I was detected, and all I could see were a pair of white eyes, reminiscent of Kaguya Otsutsuki." A long silence ensued, and the exhausted sage succumbed to slumber once more. "Shinsaku, Shima, you may leave," he murmured. "Old man, what should we do now?" Shinsaku pondered, arms crossed, before a spark of inspiration struck him. "Perhaps we should call Jiraiya for counsel. Those white eyes bear a resemblance to the Hyuga clan, and as Jiraiya is from Konoha, he might be able to investigate." "A splendid idea," Shima concurred. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya was summoned to Mount Maiboku, the sand ninja successfully rendezvoused with Orochimaru. A tall man with long hair, possessing an otherworldly beauty, stood amidst the forest path, his serpent-like slitted eyes gleaming ominously, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of reptiles. He was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the sand ninja led by Raza, he flicked his long tongue across his face. "Kazekage, you have finally arrived." However, his words faltered as he noticed an unexpected presence within the sand ninja ranks. Byakugan, the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru's expression darkened, retreating into a defensive stance, his aura shifting to a menacing one, hands poised to weave hand seals. "I never anticipated that Kazekage would ally with such a person," he declared, preparing to confront Konoha while secretly plotting betrayal. The unmistakable eyes of these 2 women are unique to the Hyuga clan of Sunagakure. Anticipating such an incident, Raza found himself in a foul mood and glanced at Maki, who understood the unspoken cue and stepped forward with his hands raised to signify a lack of hostility. "Orochimaru, Lady Yuhi, and Lady Yuki are not affiliated with Konoha." Upon hearing these words, A smirk crossed Orochimaru's face as he rasped, "Do I strike you as a fool?" The Byakugan exists solely within the Hyuga clan. Long ago, in a bid to prevent the strategically significant Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders, the Hyuga clan developed a ninjutsu known as the caged bird. By inscribing the caged bird seal, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, the Byakugan would be destroyed, thus safeguarding it from external capture. The two women, referred to as Yuhi and Yuki, not only possess the Byakugan but also bear no caged bird seal upon their foreheads, clearly indicating they are members of the Hyuga clan's main family. However, a thought struck him as peculiar. Among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru is the most astute. If Raza truly intended to betray the agreement between them and conspire with Konoha against him, it would be illogical to involve such an overt target from the Hyuga clan. Could it be that this is merely a misunderstanding? Orochimaru, inherently suspicious, remained uncertain. At this moment, Rasha stepped forward. Orochimaru instantly recognized that the individual had recently sustained injuries. With a composed tone, Rasha declared, "Maki did not speak falsely." He cast a glance at Yui and Yushi, a flicker of reverence flashing in his eyes before he continued. "These two esteemed individuals are visitors from a parallel world. If you harbor any doubts, then let us abandon the Leaf's plan. After all, the desire to confront Konoha has significantly diminished in light of the emergence of those from a parallel world seeking to invade the ninja realm." Having engaged in a brief skirmish with Otsutsuki Yushi, he was acutely aware that even the combined forces of the Sand Village's ninja would be no match for her. To contend with the two, it might be necessary to enlist the aid of other villages, such as the most formidable Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 6. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Are you interested in visiting the parallel world to meet yourself? Upon hearing Rasha's words, Orochimaru felt as though his mind had exploded. Individuals from a parallel world. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Indeed, if that were the case, everything would become clear. Gazing at the two sisters, he inquired in his distinctive raspy voice, "Are you from the Hyuga clan of another world?" At that moment, Otsutsuki Yushi was receiving the ninja world information pinned by her sister, and upon hearing his question, her expression darkened ominously. Just a single glance from her made Orochimaru feel as though he had encountered his nemesis. He instinctively halted his breath, his body quaking. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Otsutsuki," she began, her gaze shifting back to the documents above. "Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, is likely to have defected post the Third Great Ninja War. He is cunning and treacherous, exceedingly difficult to kill. Possessing exceptional prowess in biological science, he can recruit talent." As she perused the information regarding Orochimaru, Yushi was taken aback, glancing back at him. This seemingly sinister figure was, after all, quite the talent. It was only when the scrutiny directed at him shifted that Orochimaru began to gasp for breath, his already pale complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering onto the ground. Throughout his life, Orochimaru had maintained unwavering confidence in his strength. In the entire ninja realm, aside from the enigmatic pain of the Akatsuki, who possessed the Rinnegan, and the highly targeted Uchiha Itachi, there were few capable of ending his life. He was notoriously difficult to kill. In the original narrative, Orochimaru was dubbed the Cunning Serpent for deceiving the Shinigami. Yet, at this moment, after merely being regarded by the woman who claimed to be Otsutsuki Yushi, he felt an unsettling premonition that he could indeed be killed. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense, leaving no room for doubt. The parallel world's Hinata Otsutsuki was astonishingly powerful, even if one summoned the first and second Hokage through impure world reincarnation. It would likely be futile. As thoughts swirled, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him once more. His pale visage promptly contorted into a smile. "Miss Yushi, I apologize for my earlier behavior." Witnessing Orochimaru's embarrassment, Luo Sha felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, while simultaneously elevating his assessment of Yushi's prowess. It is one thing to defeat others, but to instill fear with merely a glance, especially against someone like Orochimaru, suggests an extraordinary strength. He pondered the legendary ninjas, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, while Otsutsuki Yui had not yet made her move. This individual named Yushi might have already approached that fabled realm of power. Luo Sha's expression darkened, if that were indeed the case. Even the combined might of the 5 ninja villages would struggle to contend, for such strength could quell the chaos of the world. Upon learning that the two hailed from a parallel universe, Orochimaru, who had been suppressing his curiosity for some time, finally inquired about it. After all, it was a parallel world, and his interest was piqued. What? There was no ninja village, but rather a unified nation. No wars, and everyone had enough to eat. Eager to showcase her world, Yushi was more than willing to share, considering these were not state secrets, but rather a testament to the greatness and beauty of her realm. Thus, she chose to answer all of Orochimaru's ordinary inquiries. The responses left Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi in a state of shock. Another parallel world was so splendid, free from war, hunger, and slavery. In stark contrast, their own ninja world felt like a diminished version. They had lost, utterly lost. Tamari's gaze dimmed. Despite being the daughter of the Wind Shadow, her life was far from easy due to the impoverished state of Sunagakure. Listening to Yushi describe another world ignited a deep yearning within her. How wonderful it would be to live in such a place. How she longed to go. Smack. Kankuro looked on in confusion as Temari suddenly slapped herself, softly asking, "What's wrong?" Temari, feeling a tinge of disappointment, shook her head. "It's nothing, just a mosquito." Calm down, she thought. I must remain composed. Perhaps she was deceiving us. How could such a perfect world exist? It must be a fabrication, a mere illusion. As she continued to reassure herself, just as her heart began to settle, she heard Kankuro express envy. "Lady Yushi is so formidable. It must be true. If only our Sunagakure could transform into something like that world." With a crack, the fortress she had painstakingly built within her heart crumbled, leaving Temari feeling desolate. Gaara observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment. He held no interest in the world she described. He was a monster, a creature unworthy of affection, destined to face solitude and rejection, even in a world that would undoubtedly shun a being like him. Orochimaru chuckled softly. What a beautiful world it is. That sovereign named Tianyu is truly remarkable. Having risen from humble beginnings, he understood the struggles of the common folk far better than most ninjas. If it were true that he could eliminate war and hunger, then that person named Tianyu would indeed be an extraordinary figure. Meanwhile, in another realm, Otsutsuki Tianyu arrived at a tranquil edifice. This edifice exists neither here nor there, enveloped by a peculiar force. Here remains a visage preserved from millennia ago. A woman clad in a flowing robe, her silvery hair cascading down her back, tended to the flowers. Sensing movement behind her, she turned around. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Traitor. Upon seeing the figure of Tianyu before her, Kaguya Otsutsuki's previously serene expression transformed in an instant, becoming as frigid as ice. In the past, she had taken this individual in, nurturing him, and even accepting him as her disciple, believing she had done enough. Yet, to her shock, this scoundrel had betrayed her. The memories of his past actions ignited a fury within her. Tianyu felt a twinge of awkwardness, uncertain of how to address her. Should he refer to her as master, teacher, mother-in-law, or simply Kaguya? Ultimately, he opted for the initial form of address, master. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise, depart. Kaguya's demeanor was icy. The resentment she harbored towards Tianyu had not waned even after eons of confinement. Instead, it had intensified. Betrayed by those she had once trusted most. How could she not harbor hatred, particularly for the individual standing before her? "I have found a parallel world," Tianyu stated directly upon witnessing her reaction. As soon as the words left his lips, Kaguya's countenance shifted dramatically. She was well aware of his ascension to a six-paths level being. Having comprehended the power of time and space, after unifying the world, he had visited this place before, sharing his vision of a parallel world with her, only to be met with derision. This ninja realm appears to be a minor parallel world, as it lacks the dragon veins. Otsutsuki Kaguya had always considered the notion to be mere folly, yet now she must concede that a parallel world has indeed been discovered. "I am prepared to release you." What? Chapter 7. Orochimaru, why would you harm your own teacher? Beneath the silver moon, upon hearing the words of her release, Otsutsuki Kaguya spun around in astonishment. Tianyu then noticed that aside from her flowing robe, she wore merely a delicate dress. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the white garment to cling to her skin, accentuating her graceful form. The flawless curves of her silhouette, with an exquisitely slender waist, rendered this goddess of the moon utterly enchanting. The sight was so breathtaking that he dared not gaze too long, fearing that a single glance more would ignite a conflagration within him. Tianyu averted his eyes, having risen above such base desires. This was, in part, due to the tender encounter he had shared with the Otsutsuki sisters days prior, placing him in a state of virtuous contemplation. As the sole individual capable of entering this sealed space, the attire she donned was, of course, a gift from him. Under his stewardship over the years, the ninja realm had flourished and thrived. Observing the surprise etched on Kaguya's face, Tianyu smiled, and said, having made such a declaration, "I could not possibly deceive you. We have indeed found the parallel world, and currently, Yu and Yushi, as the vanguard, have already ventured forth." Hearing that her creations had embarked upon an unknown parallel world, Kaguya's expression shifted. How could you allow them to traverse into an uncharted realm? What if that world is perilous? It was their request, and I had no grounds to refuse. However, you need not worry. That world contains only a scant few entities that could pose a threat to them. Tianyu was not surprised by her reaction. Kaguya had poured all her affection into her two creations, which is why she felt such profound sorrow upon experiencing betrayal. Thus, upon learning of their journey to the parallel world, despite still harboring resentment towards the two, she could not help but feel concern for their well-being. In due time, Yui and the others, a mark began to materialize on their wrists, interrupting his words. While the others took a moment to rest, Yui's figure flickered, leaving a shadow in her place as her true self ventured to a distance. Chakra flowed through her body in a unique manner, activating the seal etched upon her wrist. Dimensional technique, activate. A chibi representation of Tianyu materialized in midair, bursting forth into a myriad of luminescent particles, which then coalesced into a radiant veil of light. This is a ninjutsu created by Tianyu after exploring his comprehension of time and space abilities, with the simple purpose of facilitating cross-world video conversations. Upon seeing the familiar figure on the screen, Yui's face broke into a gentle smile. "Tianyu, I am here to report on the situation after arriving in this world. Currently, we are preparing to visit the Land of Fire's Konoha. Should we intervene in the plans of Orochimaru and his associates?" In another world, Tianyu, after listening to Yui's words, had already grasped the timeline she occupied, post-Third Great Ninja War, during the phase when the 12 Ninja Guardians were participating in the Chunin exams. It appeared that the flow of time differed significantly between the two centuries, with time advancing more swiftly in her world. A few years prior, when Kurenai Yuhi appeared in this world, she was merely a little girl in the Ninja Academy. Now, just a few years later, that world had progressed considerably. However, why was there a synchronization of time this time? Yui was somewhat astonished upon hearing about the discrepancies in time flow between the two worlds. Wouldn't that mean that when Kurenai returned, all her former friends would have matured into adults? On the other side, Tianyu pondered that perhaps the reason for the synchronized time was due to the two worlds having been interconnected. "Yui, do you need me to send someone over now?" Yui replied, "Not for now. After Yushi and I finish touring Konoha, we plan to take over Sunagakure and establish our headquarters there. You can send someone then. Since that is your desire, I shall leave it to you. It is a rare opportunity to visit a parallel world. You should enjoy it fully. After all, that world is practically within our grasp." In that era, aside from the lurking Otsutsuki and the singularly powerful Sage of Six Paths, the world was relatively weak compared to theirs. Kaguya Otsutsuki observed coldly from the sidelines, only approaching them after their conversation concluded. Yui, seeing her mother, was momentarily taken aback. "Mother." Unlike her excitement, Kaguya remained expressionless, coldly stating, "Do not perish out there without my permission." Yes. In her exhilaration, Yui had not anticipated the day she would see her mother again. "Mother, should I call Yushi over?" In the forest, Yui intended to ask whether she should summon Yushi. But unexpectedly, the ninjutsu was interrupted. Her previously excited expression was doused with cold water, resulting in a bitter smile. Indeed, she still had not forgiven me, and rightly so. We were not worthy of forgiveness for our actions. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki aimed to turn all humanity into white Zetsu, she truly cared for them. After giving herself a mental pep talk, Yui opened her mouth to speak, having taken the crucial first step towards mending their relationship. She hurried to share this good news with Yushi. In the other world, Tianyu, having followed Yui's instructions, departed under the watchful gaze of Kaguya Otsutsuki. As he vanished from sight, Kaguya turned to return. If Tianyu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the place was filled with overturned books. These were brought over due to his concern that the other party might develop psychological issues, encompassing a diverse array of books. Upon returning to the palace, Tianyu promptly issued orders to be prepared for the occupation of the parallel world. "Ah, my esteemed mother is also coming to this realm." The astonished voice of Yushi resonated in everyone's ears, prompting Rasha and Orochimaru to perk up their attention. Another world is about to send individuals over. With a raspy voice, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, eager to witness how the other side would transport their people. This was an undeniable temptation for him, who had always yearned to explore the truths of the world. Knowing that Kaguya Otsutsuki was coming to this realm, Yui felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. She needed to quickly secure a territory to welcome her. Let us go. Aren't we heading to Konoha? Hurry up. The group, having just rested for half an hour, had no choice but to set off again. Orochimaru, as usual, sought knowledge of that world, and Yui answered all permissible inquiries. Suddenly, she recalled something. That third Hokage of Konoha is your teacher, right? Why do you wish to kill him? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru hesitated to guess the meaning behind her words. Confronted with someone capable of truly ending his life, he cautiously probed, Miss Yui, do you believe this course of action is unjust? He had prepared himself for the possibility that if she disapproved of his plan to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would abandon his scheme to bring Konoha to ruin. Chapter 8. I am the Hokage. News from Jiraiya, I will not interfere in your affairs. As long as they do not obstruct me, Yui stated, her curiosity piqued about his motives. After all, according to the information provided by Tianyu and what she had gathered over the past few days, Hiruzen Sarutobi should have treated his 3 disciples well. Hearing that she did not intend to meddle in his plans, Orochimaru exhaled in relief. His raspy voice reflected his decay, as he lamented, because of my teacher, I have become corrupted. The once mighty ninja, feared throughout the shinobi world, had been transformed by the ravages of time and the corrosive nature of power. He had the potential to change many things, but chose to remain passive due to his weakness of character. Indeed, in Orochimaru's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi had become a figure of fragility. He had lingered too long in his position of power. The death of Shikaku Nara made Orochimaru realize that excessive prestige could lead to conspiracies from those in higher echelons. He did not believe that his teacher was unaware of the rumors circulating, yet he still chose to turn a blind eye. Perhaps Hiruzen intended to use this opportunity to temper Shikaku into a sharper blade, but did not foresee that his negligence would result in the dulled edge of this weapon. Moreover, there were countless other matters, such as the whispers regarding Hiruzen's 3,000 shinobi and the rumors about the 4th Hokage's son being a demon fox. Of course, these reasons constituted only a fraction of his motivations. The most significant was that Orochimaru wished for his teacher's demise. My dear teacher, I have crafted a grand stage for you, and before you decay beyond redemption under the weight of power, I shall end your life. In the guise of a mighty ninja. To see Hiruzen Sarutobi perish in battle for Konoha would be the greatest tribute from his disciple. Was it for these reasons? Yui silently nodded, retrieving a book and adding notes to its pages. Konoha, Hokage Tower. As usual, the Hokage's office was filled with cacophonous sounds. Bang! Danzo slammed his hands on the table, emanating an ominous aura. Hiruzen, what were you thinking, allowing the Ninetales to participate in the Chunin exams? Are you not afraid of unforeseen consequences? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, his tone calm and unhurried. As for Naruto, I believe there is no need for concern regarding his participation. This is also an opportunity to deepen his bonds with the village. Danzo's voice turned cold. Hand over the Ninetales brat to me. I shall train him to become the most suitable weapon for Konoha. Hiruzen raised his voice, his eyes sharpening with intensity as he exerted his presence. Naruto is Minato's son. I will not allow you to harm the child of a hero. After a prolonged silence, Danzo revealed a mocking smile. You won't allow harm to come to the child of a hero? Then why did you not stand up when rumors spread that Naruto was the son of a demon fox? Why play the virtuous one now? His words struck a nerve, and Hiruzen's expression soured. I allowed those rumors to spread to protect Naruto. If other villages discover that he is the current host of the Ninetales, the consequences would be dire. Danzo interjected. Do you truly think he is a fool? Such words may deceive others. But do we not know each other's true nature? Is it not merely a matter of fostering better relations with the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, ensuring his allegiance to Konoha? This is hardly a grave matter that warrants such embellishment. I shall reiterate, the optimal choice is to allow the Ninetales host to enter the Foundation. I shall not permit it. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Clenching his fists, Danzo stormed out, vowing that one day he would don the Hokage's ceremonial robes and stand in the sun, at which point he would undoubtedly deliver those very words. Bang! The office doors slammed shut with such force that the entire room trembled. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, retrieving a crystal ball from the shelf. His spirits were low, and he sought solace. Carefully placing the crystal ball, he prepared to perform a jutsu to alleviate his mood. Yet, at that moment, a voice interrupted. Hey, old man. Is this a bad time? Perched at the window was a white-haired man, grinning lewdly at the crystal ball. Hiruzen's heart raced as he swiftly switched the view to another location, clearing his throat. I was merely checking on Konoha as usual. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Fully aware of his mentor's character, knowing he was undoubtedly using the crystal ball to spy on attractive individuals, quietly returning the crystal ball to its place. Hiruzen adopted a serious expression. You have returned at an opportune moment. I require your assistance. This pertained to Naruto. After reviewing Kakashi's report, he realized that the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto had begun to influence him. Should this continue unchecked, there would be a risk of him going berserk. Thus, he needed Jiraiya's help to assist Naruto in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. Upon hearing the name of Minato's son, Jiraiya's expression became complex. Understood. I will help him control the Nine-Tails chakra. However, old man, there is an even more pressing matter. Observing the grave expression on his disciple's face, Hiruzen could not shake a sense of foreboding. You may find it hard to believe, but this matter comes from the prophecy of the great sage Frog. Recalling what he had heard from the two sages, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grim. A crisis loomed over the ninja world. Visitors from another realm threatened to obliterate the entire ninja world, leading to the disappearance of all ninja villages. What did you say? Hiruzen, who had been seated, suddenly stood, disbelief etched across his face. This was impossible. Shaking his head vigorously, the notion of the ninja world being destroyed and all villages vanishing was absurd. Jiraiya, you haven't been deceived by that sage from Myaboku, have you? Just a few words from him made you believe only the prophesied child could save the ninja world and usher it into a new era. After years of absence, now you claim the ninja world is doomed? You must be mistaken. As Jiraiya attempted to convince his teacher, Hiruzen interrupted. Then how do you explain the conflict between these two prophecies? If the ninja world is to be destroyed, how can the prophesied child save it? Jiraiya offered a wry smile, admitting he had discussed this issue with Fukasaku and Shima. The conclusion they reached was that the current crisis stemmed from another world. The arrival of these visitors had caused the great sage Frog to dream of a new future. Or perhaps the prophesied child would defeat the visitors from another realm, averting the destruction that was meant to be, leading the world into a new era. He sought to persuade himself of this notion. Chapter 9. Konoha F4. The destroyer of the ninja world is a time traveler in the Hokage's office. Aside from Hiruzen and Jiraiya, Danzo, who had stormed out earlier, was summoned back. Having had his demands rejected, Danzo maintained a sour expression. Hiruzen, why have you called me back? Are you finally ready to acquiesce to my demands? Hiruzen, puffing on a cigarette, remained silent. Danzo furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Could it be that the misappropriation of village funds from a few days ago has been discovered, or perhaps they know of my recent contact with Orochimaru? In mere moments, a slew of his misdeeds flashed through Danzo's mind. Just as he contemplated how to cover his tracks, the door swung open again, and Tsunade and Mito entered. Hiruzen, did you summon us in haste for a reason? Hiruzen set down his cigarette and squinted. With everyone present, Jiraiya spoke up. He reiterated what he had previously mentioned. The Hokage's office fell into an oppressive silence. Impossible, this is too absurd. I have never heard of such a thing in all my years. Jiraiya, you must have muddled your thoughts, Tsunade exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Approaching retirement, she found it hard to accept the claim that the ninja world was on the brink of destruction. Danzo's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. To be honest, even he had never encountered such a matter before. However, the notion of visitors from another realm reminded him of some long-ago documents he had secretly perused. Enough with the panic, Hiruzen. I recall that when Minato undertook a mission to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, he encountered ninjas from the future world. Some matters only require a gentle nudge. After learning of this, he had dispatched individuals to investigate, but the dragon vein energy proved too volatile for practical use, leading to the matter being dropped. Hiruzen chose not to question how this classified information reached this old acquaintance. He too felt that there was a possibility. One cannot conceive of matters beyond their understanding. What you say holds merit. Perhaps these visitors from another realm came through that dragon vein. Mito concurred. So, it is indeed enemies from the future who have come to our time to destroy the ninja world. Jiraiya, you shall continue to investigate this matter. Immediately head to the ancient kingdom of Lulan, and if you encounter any suspicious individuals, capture them for interrogation. As Jiraiya had other matters to attend to, Hiruzen assigned this task to Danzo. With the Nine-Tails at risk of escaping, Hiruzen could not allow Jiraiya to leave at this critical juncture. Ultimately, he did not fully trust Jiraiya's claims regarding the great sage Frog, since the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect. Innumerable powerful beings and crises had arisen on this earth. Even so-called world-ending crises had occurred several times, only to prove that they were mere fabrications by those seeking to instill fear. It seemed this time would prove no different. Leave this matter to me. I will uncover the truth. Tien spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The prospect of traversing worlds was tantalizing. If he could glean the method from the other party, it would mean he could, for instance, journey into the future to ascertain whether he had ascended to the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately discerned the thoughts of his old comrade. Yet he paid it no mind, planning to discreetly dispatch the Umbu to follow him. Observing his mentor and several other elders expressing their views, Jiraiya swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. If only it could be so. Meanwhile, after the events of the past few days, Yu increasingly felt that conquering this world was indeed the right course of action. Lost in contemplation, he raised his hand and eliminated several oncoming rogue ninjas. Flames engulfed the house. Suddenly, a Shuakin hurtled towards Hyuga, and should she choose to evade, the villagers behind her would surely perish. What will you choose, young girl? Cackled the leader of the rogue ninjas, his tongue flicking out to taste the blood on his kunai, revealing a mad and cruel grin. They had been mercilessly slaughtering this village to seize supplies when Yu and his companions fortuitously passed through. Driven by a peculiar desire to understand the nature of this world, the sand ninjas had removed their headbands. Upon encountering these well-dressed individuals, the band of rogue ninjas charged forward with wicked grins. With a sickening sound, the crimson mandala flower bloomed upon the ground as he witnessed the young boy clutching his neck in agony, collapsing. Huh, serves you right, you filthy brat. This is no mere game of ninjas. The sinister laughter of the rogue ninja leader echoed into the distance. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, immediately followed by the crisp voice of the young spirit. I choose to kill you. The illusion before him dissipated, and there stood Sunset Red, unscathed, with no wounds on her neck. Conversely, he found a shuriken piercing through his own heart, and to his astonishment, the one who inflicted the injury was himself. His right hand bulged with muscle, betraying the tremendous effort exerted. The leader of the wandering ninjas stared in disbelief at Sunset Red. Despite possessing the strength of a genin, he was nonetheless slain by a mere child. Thud. His powerless body collapsed, his unblinking eyes gazing skyward. Sunset Red sighed in relief. Although it was her first experience with taking a life, she felt little discomfort within. However, after such an event, her two elder sisters would surely be more determined to seize this world. She murmured softly, gazing ahead. Any wandering ninja attempting to harm you, she would mysteriously perish. The great tortoise walked upright like a human, wielding a trident in each hand, wreaking havoc. Without employing any ninjutsu, it took mere moments for the group of wandering ninjas to be entirely obliterated. The flames illuminated the figures of the fallen, and upon witnessing the demise of all the wandering ninjas, the surviving villagers knelt in fervent gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ninjas. Thank you for saving us. Yet, despite their heartfelt expressions of gratitude, none dared to approach. Yui observed the fear in the villagers' eyes, a palpable dread of those with formidable power. Was it fear that they might be malevolent? Contemplating this, water appeared out of thin air above the burning houses, extinguishing the flames. Red, it's time to go, Yui whispered. Sunset Red hurried over. The group swiftly vanished from the villagers' sight. Had it not been for the corpses of the wandering ninjas strewn across the ground, they might have believed it all to be an illusion. Sister, what are your thoughts? Yushi inquired, flipping through a comic book. Since arriving in this parallel world, they had witnessed numerous such events. Chapter 10. The Sister Who Steals Her Sister's Spotlight. Thoughts? Yushi turned a couple of pages in her comic book. It seems your mood isn't quite right. Is it due to what you've seen in this world? I never anticipated things would unfold this way before coming here. Yui replied, her expression neutral. But it's all right. I will ensure this world transforms into something akin to our own. What a splendid idea. Yushi chuckled lightly as she closed the comic and handed it to Sunset Red. I'm not as benevolent as you, but since you are my sister, I shall assist you when the time comes. Yui sighed. What are the conditions? You must spar with me at that time. It has been ages since we last trained together. Yui understood her sister's intention. She wanted Yui to showcase her true strength. She held a deep affection for her younger sister, having only once lost her temper and physically reprimanded her. That year, when Yushi's antics were exposed, an enraged Yui had given her a thorough beating. Since then, the combat-loving Yushi had refrained from seeking her out for sparring. Why not ask Tianyu? Huh? Yushi replied, perplexed by the question. Fighting him is pointless. He's far too powerful. So, will you agree to this condition? He wanted the people of this world to be free from hunger, but that required time, effort, and resources. In a world unified under Tianyu, both sisters would hold transcendent status. If they combined their strengths, this world would undoubtedly progress swiftly. Realizing this, Yui gazed affectionately at her sister, gently caressing her head. A smile, radiant with warmth, illuminated her exquisite features. "Oh, how petty. You're still holding a grudge over that one time I hit you. But I accept." Tilting her head, with a finger resting on her lips, she added, "Just don't come crying to Tianyu for help later. I won't show any mercy." Observing this kind smile, Yushi felt a chill run down her spine. "It's fine. After all these years of hard work, I will certainly defeat you." Hiss. As they journeyed, Orochimaru suddenly shifted his demeanor, hands forming seals as he pressed them to the ground, causing numerous tadpole-like patterns to emerge from his palms. Summoning technique. A small snake materialized amidst a puff of white smoke, spitting forth a sticky scroll that vanished into thin air. It was a message from Kabuto. Paying no heed to the slime on the scroll, he reached out and began to read. "Jiraiya has returned. This is somewhat unexpected." He noted a group of ninjas seemingly departing from Konoha on a secret mission. Uchiha Sasuke has returned, suspected of awakening his Sharingan. Has he finally awakened his Sharingan? Yet, compared to Itachi, this brother of his appears rather mediocre. Licking his lips and recalling the moment he fell into a genjutsu, his gaze turned cold and serpentine. Once he occupied Uchiha Sasuke's body and possessed the Sharingan, he would no longer fear genjutsu, and the only weakness he had would vanish, allowing him to seek revenge against Uchiha Itachi. "Sasuke, you must strive to improve." He chuckled coldly, having long coveted this legendary bloodline limit. "What are you smirking about?" Yushi's voice interrupted. "Did no one inform you that such a smile resembles that of a villain?" Standing there, she had switched to another comic book. After observing Orochimaru for several days, she had gleaned some understanding of his character, and the initial fear she felt had dissipated. He retracted his smile and spoke in a raspy voice. "Miss Yushi, I am now a rogue ninja." He had never claimed to be a good person. Neither in the past nor present, his actions could indeed be labeled as villainous. Such self-awareness. "I expected you to refute that," she remarked. During her time in the alternate world, she had encountered many ambitious individuals who cloaked themselves in grandiloquent rhetoric, making someone as candid as Orochimaru quite rare. "Have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier?" She referred to their discussion on traveling to another world. Having assessed Orochimaru's abilities, Yushi regarded him with newfound respect. "This is a remarkable talent. It is a tremendous honor." Orochimaru smiled. He would certainly not refuse, or rather, he could hardly contain his eagerness to approach. The fate of this world has already been predetermined, and he has no desire to become a hero of resistance. The other party has assured him that once they arrive in that world, he can continue his research. Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time in many years he encountered someone who shared his views. Immortality is indeed a tantalizing ideal. As for the human subjects required for his experiments, Yushi assured him that there was no shortage. Even in times of peace, as long as humanity continues to ponder, complacency will never take hold. Thus, death row inmates remain a constant. The thought of sacrificing these individuals for the pursuit of immortality seemed to please Orochimaru's darker inclinations. "Sister Yushi." As Tsunade approached with a comic book in hand, her heart grew increasingly uneasy as they neared Konoha. She was acutely aware of her long absence. Her former friends had all matured, and no one could predict how her return would be received. "If you're scared, just stay close to me," Yushi said nonchalantly. She held a certain fondness for Tsunade, who was quite attractive. Perhaps in a few years, she could introduce her to Tianyu. Unknown to all, Yushi harbored an ulterior motive for her presence in this world, to bring people closer to Tianyu. This particular matter, apart from you, was unknown even to Tianyu himself. Shi Rihong silently nodded. During her years in that world, she had always remained by the other's side. If it were to continue this way in the future, it would not be unpleasant. Sister Yushi provided her with a sense of family, a sentiment that even the gentle Yu could not evoke. The conversation between Yushi and Orochimaru required no discretion, thus everyone else also overheard it. "Lord Kazekage." Tamari initially intended to call out to her father, but quickly rephrased it upon realizing they were in public, her voice barely above a whisper. "Orochimaru is preparing to ally with them. What should we do? What should they do?" This question also lingered in Raza's mind. They were unable to fight back. It seemed surrender was the only path forward. Yet, as Kazekage, he would never permit the village painstakingly built by his predecessors to fall into the hands of outsiders. even if it meant death in battle. However, the image of that day when Tianyu had severely wounded him resurfaced in his mind. Nevertheless, this matter required careful consideration. At least for now, the opponent had not yet set their plan into motion, granting him time to devise a strategy. Internally anxious, he maintained an outward composure, assuring himself that everything would be fine. Chapter 11. The arrival in Sunagakure. Temari observed Raza's calm demeanor, which helped to steady her previously tumultuous emotions. Her father's tranquility suggested he had a well-thought-out plan. Reflecting on the scene where he was gravely injured, her expression fell. Well, if the sky were to collapse, there would be someone tall to support it. If her father wished to resist, she would risk her life to assist him. Gaara watched the two with an impassive expression, internally scoffing at their futile efforts. That woman was terrifying enough to paralyze the monster within him with a mere glance. Although Gaara was uncertain of Raza's strength, the entity inside him had spoken of it. Therefore, he held no belief that they stood a chance. Furthermore, even if Sunagakure were to be destroyed, Gaara would not lament it. At this juncture, he existed in a state of closed-off darkness. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Yui and the others found themselves on the road to Sunagakure. Compared to other regions, the vicinity of Sunagakure was indeed relatively stable, albeit not without its limits. Reflecting on the experiences along the way, Yui formed an assessment of the strongest of ninja villages. Numerous travelers and merchant caravans surrounded them, all seeking to profit from the Chunin exams in Sunagakure. They were astonished by the beauty of Yui and Yushi, yet none dared to approach them. These merchants were unfamiliar with the Byakugan and could not deduce that the individuals before them belonged to the Hyuga clan. However, the Sand Shinobi had once again donned their headbands, symbolizing their identity. Faced with this group of ninjas, none dared to approach. For if the adversaries were in a foul mood, their lives could be forfeit, leaving their possessions, spouses, and children to be cared for by others. Yui Kurenai gripped the sleeve of her garment tightly, anxiously observing the significantly altered gaits of Konoha. Having been absent for such a long time, her parents must be heartbroken. A gentle hand rested on her head. Yui's warm gaze met hers, and under that look, her anxious heart was soothed by an inexplicable force. Narashikaka checked the identities of those present and respectfully stepped aside. The Kazekage had also arrived. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. But he was abruptly jolted by a tap on his shoulder from a companion. "What is it?" he inquired. "Those two women," his companion exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards Yuhi and Hanabi in the crowd. They possessed the Byakugan. The word struck Shiranui Gunkan's mind like a thunderclap, causing him to whirl around in astonishment. "What? You must be mistaken. How could the Sand Ninja team possibly possess Byakugan? Such an unmistakable ocular trait. How could I misidentify it?" With a grave expression, he continued. "Those two women are undoubtedly wielding Byakugan. Could it be that Lord Hokage has dispatched the Hyuga clan to greet us? After all, we are in the presence of the esteemed Kazekage." Gunkan's mind raced with this supposition. He found it hard to believe that the two women's Byakugan had been seized from the Hyuga clan. Who would be audacious enough to purloin Byakugan and then brazenly present themselves? His companion, Dezuru, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Sand Village held the stature to warrant a dedicated reception from the third Hokage. "Perhaps you are correct. After all, it is the Kazekage," he mused, scratching his head in contemplation. "I just noticed that the foreheads of those two beauties lacked the caged bird seal. I never anticipated that Lord Hokage would not only send the Hyuga clan to receive guests, but specifically the main branch of the family. Such as the Kazekage." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they soon dismissed the matter and resumed their scrutiny of the identities of the incoming individuals. "So many people," Yuki remarked, observing the throngs of passers-by. "This Chunin exam is hosted by Konoha, so naturally, a large number of participants have arrived, including many ninjas from other regions," Yui chimed in. A glance around revealed an abundance of ninjas, typically a rare sight. The pedestrians and ninjas parted ways for the Sand Shinobi, for they were merely from a small ninja village and dared not offend the ninjas from the 5 great nations. A mere flick of the wrist from them could obliterate their village. In a husky voice, the disguised Orochimaru declared, "Miss Yuki, I must take my leave." "I look forward to your performance," she replied with a smile, her anticipation for his impending plan to bring Konoha to ruin evident. "Just you wait, Sasuke. Soon, my strength will surpass yours," came a vibrant voice echoing down the street. Yuki observed a yellow-haired boy with facial whisker marks obstructing the path of a dark-haired individual. Uzumaki Naruto was brimming with confidence. Not long ago, He had encountered a man claiming to be the Sage of Frogs, who intended to take him on as a disciple. Having witnessed the man's prowess, Naruto was eager to boast to his longtime rival, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke remained stoic, dismissive of Naruto's words. Although his journey to the Land of Waves had altered his perception of the perpetually underperforming individual, he was still an awakened member of the Uchiha clan. "Naruto," he said coolly, with his right hand in his pocket and his left fist clenched, thumb pointed at himself. "No matter how strong you may become, it will all be futile in the face of my eyes." With that, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan before he closed them. This is a testament to the Uchiha clan's lineage, a mark of strength. He, Uchiha Sasuke, has awakened the Sharingan, placing him on an entirely different echelon than these individuals. "Humph, I will undoubtedly surpass you." Naruto remains undeterred. Not far off, the expressions of two sisters observing this scene subtly shift. Those two Yushi's lips curl into a smirk, as if she has just stumbled upon a delightful spectacle. Yui calmly remarks, "The fox within that golden-haired child must be the Nine Tails, and their souls appear rather peculiar. Likely a reincarnation. That power is formidable. With a slight application, by this world's standards, it should be considered at the level of a shadow. If fully mastered, there would be few even among us who could rival it." Yushi interjects, "Moreover, the one named Uchiha Sasuke is filled with hatred, and this animosity is channeling power into those eyes. Indeed, even the Uchiha from a parallel world is so." Initially, under the proposal of Tianyu, they granted their powers to others, which later evolved into various ninja clans, among which the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha bloodlines stand as the most potent. Within these clans, the Uchiha frequently encounter peculiar situations. As the eye of the mind, the more extreme the circumstances, the more easily power is acquired, leading to numerous incidents in the past. After a cold smile, Sasuke turns and departs, ignoring Naruto's futile attempts to provoke him. Along the way, he encounters the members of Team 10. After a tiring training session, Yamashiro Ino, spotting Sasuke, jogs over, yet he does not even glance her way as he walks past. Akimichi Choji munches on potato chips and shakes his head. "Sasuke doesn't like you at all." Chapter 12. Yuhi Kurenai. In the blink of an eye, you've all grown so much. Ino's forehead bears a symbol, followed by a sly smile as she seizes a freshly opened bag of chips from Choji, stuffing a handful into her mouth. "What are you doing?" "Haha, finishing your chips?" Nara Shikamaru, with his hands behind his head, observes the scene. "This is so boring." Just then, a large hand ruffles his hair. A man with a cigarette approaches. "Come on, let us go get some barbecue." His name is Saratobi Asuma, also known as 35 Million, the captain of Team 10. Ino shakes her head. "I need to maintain my figure. I won't go this time." She glances around. Many people have gathered, all participants in the Chunin exams. Hey, those must be sand ninjas. But why are there members of the Hyuga clan in their group? However, those two sisters are truly beautiful. I will definitely grow up to be as lovely as them. Shikamaru does not agree with this sentiment, believing that beautiful women are troublesome. Asuma chuckles softly. After all, this is a test hosted by our Konoha, so it's only natural that many would come. The Sand Ninjas, being one of the 5 great nations, are likely our formidable rivals. The person leading them is the Kazekage. Ino continues to listen to his introduction when she notices the sudden silence and curiously turns her head. Asuma stands frozen, his face a canvas of varied emotions. "Sensei? Sensei." Ino waves her hand in front of him. "What are you daydreaming about?" Choji opens another bag of chips. "Is there something going on with the Sand Ninjas?" Shikamaru also looks at Asuma, intrigued, as it is the first time he has seen such emotions on the man's face. Following his gaze, they behold 2 stunning women from the Hyuga clan. The one on the left, appearing gentle, holds a girl's hand, while behind them stands a walking tortoise. Could it be love at first sight for the teacher? That would be problematic, as she is from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan never intermarry to prevent bloodline dilution. If the teacher were to fall for her, it could spell tragedy. Unfortunately, Shikamaru is mistaken. Asuma's emotional turmoil is not directed at Yui and her sister, but rather at Yuhi Kurenai, held by Yui's hand. His pupils tremble slightly, and Asuma, in disbelief, gazes at the familiar figure ahead, his voice quivering. "Kurenai? That girl looks just like Kurenai. Could she be Kurenai's daughter?" At that moment, Shikamaru and his companions seemed to hear a heart-wrenching sound. Meanwhile, Yuhi was conversing with Kurenai. "Sister Yuhi, I am preparing to return home for a visit," Kurenai softly declared, gazing upon the dramatically transformed village of Konoha. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Yuhi inquired. Kurenai shook her head. I can manage on my own. After saying this, she released the grip she had on her companion's sleeve and was about to depart when she suddenly noticed a man rushing towards her, his expression filled with fervor. Kurenai? Kurenai! Asuma Sarutobi hurried over, his eyes fixed on the person before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Kurenai he remembered. Instinctively, he felt certain that she was the long-lost Kurenai, yet reason reminded him that after all these years, even if she were alive, she could not possibly be so unchanged. The truth was evident. This child was Kurenai's daughter. I'm sorry. Asuma exclaimed, seemingly overwhelmed by emotions as he recognized an old acquaintance. Shikamaru and his friends swiftly caught up to the excited Asuma, holding him back, as it was the first time they had seen their teacher in such a state of agitation. Gradually, Asuma calmed down. His curiosity piqued about why Kurenai had vanished and where she might be now. Who was the father of this child? Has he lost his spouse? If he has, can he take on the responsibility himself? So many years have passed, and the childhood companions have all grown into adulthood. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at Asuma Sarutobi for a considerable time before she could faintly discern who he was, primarily due to the cigarette he held in his mouth. Back in their days at the Ninja Academy, Asuma and his few comrades often liked to flaunt their coolness in front of her by smoking. With a hint of hesitation in her voice, Kurenai inquired, "Is that you, Asuma?" The sound. Sarutobi Asuma's pupils widened in shock. He was now 100% certain that the girl before him was indeed Yuhi Kurenai. The one who had vanished so long ago had reappeared before him. He was overwhelmed with excitement and instinctively stepped forward, wanting to embrace her, only to be forcibly restrained by Shikamaru and the others. "Sensei, the Kazekage is still here." Shikamaru murmured softly. The mention of the Kazekage helped Asuma regain his composure, yet he still gazed at her with fervor. "Kurenai, it's me, Asuma. Do you remember me? Where have you been all these years? What happened to you?" Feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, Kurenai subtly furrowed her brow. However, this expression did not escape the keen observation of Sarutobi Asuma, who felt as if he had been turned to stone in that moment. Kurenai found him distasteful. "Asuma, it's been a long time," Kurenai replied with a hint of nostalgia. "I didn't expect you to have grown so much." Yet, she still appeared so youthful. In disbelief, Ino and the others stood frozen. The girl before them, who was of similar height, was the very Kurenai that their teacher had once cherished. Moreover, wasn't she supposed to be missing? How could she still look so young? Asuma's voice trembled. "Where have you been all these years?" "A wondrous place," Kurenai replied, her face adorned with a polite yet distant smile. "You've become a Nin, congratulations. I have some matters to attend to. Let us talk later." Asuma yearned to continue the conversation, but Shikamaru and the others dragged him away, offering a sincere apology with a smile. "Sorry about that." Once they were far enough away, they released him. Ino, exasperated, remarked, "Sensei, you scared her." Choji, who had paused his snacking, nodded in agreement. "Why does she seem to be about our age?" Shikamaru replied, "Only she can clarify this matter." He observed Asuma, who was still too agitated to settle down. "Sensei, it might be best not to disturb her for now. I suspect her return will certainly attract the attention of certain individuals. Should you?" Though Shikamaru found romance troublesome, he felt it necessary to offer a word of caution to Asuma, considering the implications of Kurenai's return. If there were any means to retain youth, it was unimaginable how the higher-ups would react. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, and Shikamaru had to be more explicit in his warning. A few minutes later, they watched as Sarutobi Asuma vanished in an instant. The three exchanged glances. "Do you think Sensei will be able to successfully pursue Kurenai?" Ino asked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the departing sand shinobi. Chapter 13. The Arrogance of the Hyuga Clan. Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt like a tale from a storybook, where a beloved one goes missing and then reappears after many years, with the teacher yearning in devotion. "Don't you agree?" Choji tilted his head back, swallowing a mouthful of chips before wiping his mouth and stating, "That girl, Kurenai, does not seem to have feelings for Asuma-sensei. Even I can see that. Lee, for the sake of our youth, let us run 10 laps around Konoha." "Yes, sensei," Lee exclaimed passionately, his fist clenched. "This is youth." The gleaming smile on his face caused you to twitch slightly at the corners of her mouth. She hadn't expected to encounter such an enthusiastic fool. "Yune, I'm heading home now. Be careful." She patted Kurenai's shoulder, watching as she sprinted toward the direction of her nostalgic home. "Why are you marking Kurenai?" Yu's sister, Yui, who had been observing the gifts being sold on the street, turned her attention to the unfolding situation with curiosity. Huh. Yu's mouth fell open, looking at her sister in bewilderment. Have you forgotten the harshness of humanity after living in a peaceful era? Normally, when someone like Kurenai returns after disappearing for over a decade, it would certainly be reported. Based on the intelligence provided by Tenju, the higher-ups in Konoha were not benevolent, and it was likely that Kurenai could face harm or even be captured for experimentation. Folding her arms, her tone turned serious. Don't become one of those Na'vi characters from novels, my foolish sister. After a prolonged silence, Yui smiled wryly. I've been reprimanded, it seems. These years have dulled my vigilance. Tenju likely sent me here for this very reason. That is not the case. One more thing. Yu turned her head as she spotted a figure swiftly retreating around a corner. There may be trouble soon. Despite the mention of trouble, her expression was filled with anticipation. Their white eyes were striking, and coincidentally, a member of the Hyuga clan noticed them. Isn't that a member of the main family? But why have I never seen her before? It was easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue when he returned to inform Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader. The Hyuga clan, one of the 3 great bloodline limit clans, was a prestigious family in Konoha. At this moment, in the spacious living room of their residence, a dozen elders of the main Hyuga family sat neatly on either side of a tatami mat, resembling lifeless statues, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Outside, the sound of a startled deer splashing in the pond mingled with the gentle chirping of birds, yet this did little to alleviate the grave atmosphere within the hall. Hyuga Hayashi sat at the seat of honor, his expression calm. After a long pause, he finally clapped his hands and called out, "Come in." Soon, footsteps echoed from outside. And moments later, a young man from the main Hyuga family appeared at the door, holding a scroll. Is that Tetsu? Some elders recognized the young man. Hyuga Tetsu stood beside Hyuga Hayashi and, at his gesture, unfurled 2 scrolls for display. The elders looked over and saw that the scrolls contained portraits of 2 beautiful women from the Hyuga clan. Clan leader, what is this? One elder quickly noticed that the foreheads of the 2 women depicted did not bear the traditional mark. This indicates that these 2 women belong to the main branch of the clan. Given the limited number of individuals in the main branch, it is improbable that they are unaware of their own beauty. Rizuko spoke. This is precisely why I summoned everyone here. Tianyu, please elaborate on the situation. As his words fell, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, and the expressions of all present changed dramatically. Among the Sand Shinobi, could it truly be that the white eyes of those 2 women belong to our clan? That seems implausible. The Sand Shinobi cannot be that foolish. An elder seated to the right of Rizuko had a sudden thought. Could it be that they are the bloodline of some rogue member of the main branch? Humph. If that is the case, then that individual must be executed. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan must never flow outside its bounds. Rizuko coldly nodded. I have already dispatched someone to bring those 2 back. We shall ascertain the truth of the matter. The many elders fell silent, preparing to await the return of Yu, and Yushi. However, mere moments later, a panicked voice erupted from outside. This is bad. This is bad. A Chunin from the Hinata clan rushed in, disregarding all decorum, his expression grim. Elders, clan leader, it's terrible. Those 2 women have killed the captain. What? Everyone in the room widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had just heard the most shocking news. Moments prior, Yu, and Yushi had entered a gift shop, marveling at the exquisite array of items within, beginning to select their favorites. Ningxiai, do you have confidence for this Chunin exam? Asked Tian, who had just entered the shop, addressing Ningxiai, who stood at the door. Ningxiai smirked slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a trivial question. Being a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, the Chunin exam is but a mere formality. As he spoke, he noticed the 2 women, Yu and Yushi, and their foreheads caught his attention, a flicker of unusual color crossing his eyes. They belong to the main branch. Humph, judging by their appearance, they must be but ordinary members of the main branch. Yet, even such powerless individuals hold a status far superior to that of this branch family prodigy, disinterested in remaining in the same vicinity as the main branch. Ningxiai chose to ignore Tian and exited with a sullen expression. Yushi cast a glance at him, observing, this little fellow seems to harbor hostility towards us. How peculiar that someone would feel animosity towards strangers upon first meeting. Nevertheless, she shrugged it off, focusing instead on the approaching figures. Recognizing them as members of the Hyuga clan, led by a familiar face, Hinata Banshu, a Chunin and captain of the enforcement squad. He was also a tame dog of the main branch. Their intentions did not bode well. Ningxiai looked down upon these individuals but opted to keep his distance to avoid trouble. To prevent any destruction of the shop, Yui and Yushi stepped outside. Although they had seen Banshu in the image brought by the elders, they were still taken aback by his stunning appearance. However, as a qualified dog of the clan leader, he immediately unleashed his Chunin presence. The surrounding pedestrians felt as though a mountain had been placed upon them, trembling in fear, their faces pale. Ladies, please. The remaining enforcement members did not exhibit arrogance, for they recognized that these two bore no caged birds on their foreheads. Should the situation take a turn, their own fates would be dire. Yet, seeing his team's demeanor, Banshu erupted in anger. Fools. Chapter 14. Hyuga? What nonsense. Kill them. Fools. Banshu glared at his team. His voice cold. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan is of utmost nobility. How dare commoners covet the Byakugan? Such delusions are preposterous. Bring those two women to me. No sooner had he spoken than two clan members stepped forward, their murderous intent palpable as they lunged for Yui and Yushi. Yushi softly called, Sister. Is it permissible for me to kill them? Yui initially contemplated sparing their lives, but recalled her earlier words and nodded in agreement, acknowledging her past self. Upon hearing Yushi's words, Banshu was infuriated. They dared to resist. Once captured, they would learn the consequences of their arrogance. He had never considered the possibility of these two becoming part of the main branch. Yet, just as the two clan members leaped forward, hands outstretched to seize Yui and Yushi, the second battle of this world commenced. Yushi beamed, thrusting her palm forward with great force. It began as an unremarkable strike, yet the two assailants widened their eyes in terror. What an overwhelming force! It felt akin to a mountain charging at them. Their energies locked in place. Before they could react, the gale of her palm struck them. Puff! They advanced swiftly, but fell even faster. Blood spewing from their lips as they crumpled to the ground like kites with severed strings, struggling briefly before realizing their bones were shattered, rendering them unable to rise. Everyone on the scene stared in disbelief. What had just transpired? All they witnessed was Yushi's palm strike, and then those two men collapsed, bloodied. Ningxiai, observing from a distance, felt his heart race. He had misjudged them. They were not the ordinary, indulgent members of the main branch, but rather powerful ninjas. According to Banshu's words, these two women did not appear to be from the main branch, so why did they lack the caged bird on their foreheads? Had it been concealed? Tian, hearing the commotion from outside, emerged with gifts in hand, quietly inquiring about the unfolding events. Unclear, Ningxiai replied calmly. But he knew this was far from over. As he anticipated, both the Hyuga clan members and the onlookers realized that these two women were in grave danger. They were members of the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha. To offend them was to embrace doom. You dare. Banshu's eyes widened with rage. Do you realize that attacking the enforcement squad is akin to betraying the clan? You are a traitor. The other team members wished to remind him that they had yet to confirm these women were indeed from the Hyuga clan. Since they had not been inscribed in the clan records, how could they be accused of betrayal? Hyuga clan? What nonsense! Yushi scoffed. Finding this branch of the clan to be exceedingly arrogant, a stark contrast to her own clan, which was known for its tranquility. Brazen. Banshu's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared at her, infuriated by her insult to the Hyuga clan. To assault the enforcement squad and insult the clan. Your crimes warrant death. Today, I shall have you captured and brought before the elders for judgment. With that, he commanded, Byakugan, activate. As his words echoed, veins protruded at the corners of his eyes as he charged forward. Yushi, finding this incessant mention of the Hyuga clan tiresome, raised her hand once more, this time with greater force. Bang! In the next moment, Banshu exploded, shattered into countless pieces, his remains scattered across the ground. His head rolled to a stop, still bearing a ferocious expression. The captain of the Hyuga clan enforcement squad, a Chunin, had met his untimely demise in such a manner. Another strike. Niji was profoundly astonished. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. The woman before him might possess the strength of a Jonin. It is important to note that the Hyuga clan does not compare to the Uchiha clan. As practitioners of taijutsu, their offensive capabilities are not particularly formidable, and few attain the rank of Jonin. Yet, here she stood, a Jonin of the Hyuga clan, right before him. Tintin was so taken aback that the gift she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Niji. It seems one of your clan members has been slain by another. The remaining members of the enforcement division, along with the onlookers from Konoha and other ninjas participating in the Chunin exams, were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. This stunning woman possesses an extraordinary strength, capable of obliterating her opponent with a single strike. Furthermore, she audaciously dares to commit murder, targeting none other than a member of the Hinata family. This is an open provocation against Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Does she not fear the consequences of her actions? One of the clan members, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily made his way back to inform his family of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Uchiha, who effortlessly dispatched Ben Tian, cast a fleeting glance at him before pointing into the air. The remaining two, writhing on the ground in agony, soon bore gaping wounds in their skulls, their pupils dissolving into lifelessness. Hiss! She has slain two more. It appears that no one can save her now. Tian gasped in shock. It would not be long before the security personnel arrived to restore order, and even if this beautiful older sister were a Jonin, she would have no means of resistance. With a mere gesture, Uchiha had extinguished two lives, and then turned her gaze towards the remaining individuals. An overwhelming dread enveloped their hearts, akin to prey ensnared beneath a tiger's paw, rendered immobile. Tick-tock. Within mere seconds, beads of sweat began to form on a forehead, cascading down to the ground, while his back became drenched. Finding the situation dull, Uchiha noted that the remaining individuals had previously exhibited a decent demeanor. She was not a bloodthirsty person, and thus she refrained from further violence. Just then, a ninja from the small ninja village shouted, "Konoha's ninjas are coming." In an instant, several ninjas adorned with the Konoha headband swiftly appeared from the distance. Observing the scattered remains and the two corpses, they coolly inquired, "What happened?" 2 minutes later, having grasped the situation, their attention shifted toward Uchiha, their bodies instinctively tensing. This is a vigilant response when confronting the formidable. The presence of elite Chunin leaves no room for carelessness. "This young lady from the Hyuga clan, we kindly request that you accompany us." Yuki blinked and replied, "But I don't wish to go. Perhaps you should summon more individuals, as there may be more casualties shortly." As soon as her words fell, a large group of Hyuga members approached from the distance, each bearing a cold, grim expression, as if bereaved of their parents. The elders and Hinata Hayashi all wore icy countenances. How many years had it been since someone dared to brazenly slay a member of the Hyuga clan? Such an act would warrant severe retribution, regardless of the assailant's unidentified status. Even the main family would be compelled to administer harsh punishment. The reason it was merely referred to as punishment is that if Yuki were a member of the Hyuga main family at this moment, she would not face death for such actions. Observing Hinata Hayashi, Yuki compared him with Rasha and surmised that his rank was likely that of a Nin, indicating a high status. Chapter 15. I apologize for not being able to provide you with satisfaction. The arrival of Hinata Hayashi and his companions made it evident to all that Yui and Yuki were doomed. "This is a matter concerning our Hyuga clan," declared the elder from the main family to those coming to address the situation. "This is also the privilege of the great ninja clans, granting their members the authority to handle such matters." Nikaritsu cast a grim gaze upon the lifeless body on the ground, directing his attention towards the two individuals. "Who are your parents?" he inquired, needing to ascertain which clan member possessed such audacity. Whether it be in leaving behind a lineage in the outside world or in secretly concealing it without marking the caged bird, both of these actions are punishable by death. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Yushi's expression remained unchanged. She merely cast him a cold glance and nonchalantly uttered a few syllables. "What does it matter to you?" She was not one to answer every inquiry. Hyuga Hizashi's countenance stiffened. It had been a long time since anyone dared to show him such disrespect after he ascended to the position of clan leader. Humph, such arrogance. Utterly devoid of the manners befitting the Hyuga clan, it would be better to send this person to the afterlife sooner rather than later. "Leader, there is no need for further discussion," declared the elder to his right, flicking his sleeve. "This sharp-tongued girl will soon learn her place once we capture her for interrogation." Without uttering another word, he exchanged glances with the three other clan elders, and they simultaneously charged forward, their chakra manifesting as they aimed for Yushi, targeting the perilous chakra points on her body. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thick with their chakra, completely sealing off all avenues of escape for her and her companion. She sensed a profound intent to kill emanating from their assault. They intended to take her life. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her wide eyes. Well, she was equally resolute. The members of the Hyuga clan were indeed such individuals. Meanwhile, standing behind, Yui furrowed her elegant brows. Boom. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within Yushi, transforming into countless blue lines that shot forth from her body. The lines were as sharp as blades, capable of cleaving through the very air. In an instant, the 4 clan elders, save for their intact heads, were rendered into countless fragments, mingling with the remains of the enforcement team captain named Bantion. The ground was instantly drenched in the blood that flowed forth. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter shock. The 4 esteemed elders of the clan are indeed formidable elite Chunin, whose combined might could momentarily withstand an elite Chunin. They rank among the most powerful within the Hyuga clan. Yet, astonishingly, they were vanquished in an instant, as if they were mere vegetables, not even managing to draw a single breath in their defense. The instantaneous annihilation revealed that the woman before them was undoubtedly a Chunin, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Within Hinata Hayashi's heart, a sense of admiration for talent swiftly arose. Their clan had few Chunin, and if this individual were to join their ranks, the clan's strength would be significantly bolstered. Furthermore, given her youth, there lay ample potential for even greater power in the future. The clan's elder, witnessing the demise of his comrades before his eyes, felt his Byakugan redden with grief. He dared not hesitate further and shouted urgently, "Quickly, let us unite our efforts and eliminate this audacious wretch who dares to slay our kin." Upon hearing this, the numerous clan and branch family experts felt compelled to act without a moment's delay. Boom! In an instant, each individual summoned a surge of chakra, their overwhelming presence suffocating those around them. In the distance, Niji broke into a cold sweat. Although he had reached the level of a Chunin, he knew he was no match for these elders. Wait. Hinata Hayashi's expression shifted drastically. He intended to welcome the woman into their family. Stop. But it was too late. The clan elders understood the meaning behind their leader's words. For individuals of their caliber, power held paramount importance. While strengthening the clan was undoubtedly beneficial, a person like Yushi, who dared to repeatedly slay their kin, especially elders, could not be spared. After all, even without her, the Hyuga clan remained one of the most powerful families in Konoha. However, should this Yushi join them, it was clear that her character would not allow her to regard these elders with any respect. Thus, a profound murderous intent arose within the hearts of nearly all the clan elders, even intensifying their resolve upon hearing Hinata's command. Though strong as Chunin, under such a coordinated onslaught, death seemed their only fate. Yet, Yushi, witnessing the incoming attack, remained utterly unperturbed. Such feeble strength, yet you dare to be so arrogant. However, I possess a kind heart. I shall send you to reincarnation sooner, so you may start anew. With that, she waved her hand. At the level of the 6 paths, even a casual attack was beyond their capacity to resist. Bang, bang, bang. History repeated itself as those charging forward were obliterated into mere fragments. One elder, possessing acute sensory abilities, sensed the impending danger and attempted to perform a technique, the heavenly return, yet it proved utterly futile. This time, the sky appears to be severed like tofu. At this moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. It is likely that these individuals will never fathom that they are not merely the recipients of a singular skill. How terrifying! The ninjas from other smaller nations participating in the Chunin exams trembled visibly. Are these the 5 great nations' ninjas? The mightiest of their villages possess merely the rank of Chunin, yet just moments ago, a dozen or more shinobi, whose strength surpassed even that of their village's strongest, were effortlessly dispatched with a mere wave of a hand. It is utterly terrifying. I long to return home. Numerous ninjas from smaller villages huddled together, trembling in fear. The crowd was filled with individuals whose scalps prickled with dread. They had never witnessed such formidable ninjas. How is this possible? How could this be? At this moment, Hinata Hizashi, still surrounded by the remaining clansmen, finally came to his senses, his face etched with disbelief. Gazing upon the numerous deceased elders, he was filled with a profound mix of astonishment and fury. The astonishment stemmed from Yushi's terrifying prowess as a seasoned Chunin himself. He fully comprehended the magnitude of her strength. The anger, however, arose from the mercilessness with which Yushi had struck down the elders. Prior to this day, he had never imagined that so many of his kin would perish. Yet, in his astonishment and rage, he had failed to consider that had Yushi not possessed such formidable strength, even if she had not fallen in battle, she would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries at the hands of the elders, who were filled with murderous intent. It was all too easy to envision the lengths to which those elders would go to deal with her. Monstrous fiend, how dare you wield such lethal force against your own kin? The Hyuga clan has no place for someone like you. Hinata Hizashi's face burned crimson, veins bulging from his neck as he roared in a voice hoarse from fury. Behind him, The remaining clansmen glared at Uchiha with disdainful eyes. Had their gazes been lethal, she would have perished hundreds of times over. Yet, the other ninjas present could clearly see the bulging veins on the necks of the Hyuga clan members. Their expressions revealed that their fury was, in fact, rooted in fear. They were terrified of Uchiha, the one responsible for the deaths of so many. Chapter 16. Jiraiya's call to arms. Tintin swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. Niji. So many from the Hyuga clan have perished. Do you know who that woman is? I do not recognize her, Niji replied, his voice hoarse and his body slightly trembling. A sense of vindication swelling within him. The once arrogant and lofty main family now dared only to glare in silence, even refraining from uttering threats. It became evident that strength alone could reduce the so-called main family to mere shadows of their former selves. At this moment, Niji was consumed by an overwhelming desire for power. Uchiha observed Hinata Hizashi and the others with a teasing glimmer in her eyes, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Oh dear, are you frightened? You could very well flee, you know. Rest assured, I have no interest in those who have lost their fighting spirit. The members of the Hinata clan were seething with indignation, yet they dared not display even a hint of murderous intent, only managing to retort defiantly, do not be arrogant. Lord Hokage will not let you off easily. The onlookers nodded in agreement. The situation had escalated beyond the Hinata clan's control, and this woman was doomed. Yushi's smile widened, her amusement palpable. Oh my, reduced to calling for help when unable to fight. It seems the so-called prestigious Hinata clan is not so formidable after all. Hinata Hizashi's veins bulged with fury, but he refrained from making any move. Meanwhile, the events unfolding here had reached the third Hokage. Due to his obligation to teach Naruto, Jiraiya had been residing within the village. He was presently seated in the Hokage's office, perusing the reports transmitted by the root. Everything regarding the ancient ruins of the Long Mai of the Lulan Kingdom appeared normal. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. He had begun to contemplate the possibility that the annihilation of the ninja world might stem from future beings traversing through the dragon veins. If they could lie in wait and eliminate the threat at its inception, the crisis facing the human realm could be averted. Old man, I have already started calling for Naruto. In a few more days. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office was flung open with force, and the newcomer scanned the room, shouting, "Many elders of the Hinata clan have been slain." What? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged incredulous glances. Yet the distress etched on the other's face confirmed that this was no mere fabrication. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, rising abruptly, his frail form emanating a formidable aura. Initially, he had suspected an attack from another ninja village against the Hinata clan. Could it be the Cloud Ninjas again, given their notorious history? Or perhaps the Sand Ninjas, with the third Kazekage's participation in the tournament merely a fade for their true intent of murder? However, both men were left in stunned silence upon hearing the subsequent revelation. What? A civil conflict within the Hinata clan, resulting in their own kin being slain. The master and apprentice simultaneously recalled the tragic incident involving the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya pondered, could this be another Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, Hokage-sama. The assailant was a woman from the Hyuga clan, who effortlessly eliminated everyone who had attacked her with a single strike. Her strength was undoubtedly that of a Chunin. What should we do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a few moments, his expression darkening. Regardless of the circumstances, daring to commit murder in Konoha warranted preparation for severe consequences. An immediate capture was imperative. Jiraiya rose, realizing that the potential future threat capable of annihilating the ninja world was unknown. Every ounce of power could prove crucial. I shall go forth. Anyone who threatens Konoha shall meet their demise. A rare glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. To him, Konoha held paramount significance. Even though he felt disillusioned by his superiors, Konoha remained Konoha. In the original narrative, during Orochimaru's invasion, Jiraiya and the others had not come to assist. Despite the turmoil caused by the Sand Ninja, they were fighting on their own turf, and the Sand Ninja were among the weakest of the 5 great nations. If Jiraiya and his comrades had truly focused, the situation could have been resolved swiftly. It is evident how much Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost the people's favor at that time. In the next moment, Jiraiya charged out. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the messenger felt a sense of relief. After all, it was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Though the origins of this title were somewhat shameful, his strength was undeniable. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse of Hokage caliber. With his intervention, Even if the Hyuga assailant was AJ Nin, it would be inconsequential. He instructed the messenger to leave and retrieved a crystal ball from his desk, preparing to use the crystal ball technique to discern the unfolding situation. At that moment, a member of the Umbu knocked on the door, announcing, "Hokage-sama, there is important news." More important news? Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face scrunched up, as if he could crush flies with his expression. With the Nin exams approaching, so much turmoil was brewing. The thought of others mocking Konoha was unbearable. "Come in." The door swung open, and a masked Umbu entered. "Hokage-sama, Yuhi Kurenai has returned." Yuhi Kurenai? The one Asuma often speaks of? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a vague recollection of the name, as it was frequently mentioned by his son. However, hadn't she disappeared after school all those years ago? "It is she," the Umbu continued, recounting everything he had witnessed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again astonished. After so many years of absence, she had returned in the form of a young woman. Additionally, the Umbu reported, "I discovered that the Root organization is also aware of this matter." What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted unpredictably. He knew his long-standing partner, Danzo, all too well. He would undoubtedly send someone to capture Kurenai. No, that cannot happen. Bang! The closed door was abruptly flung open, and Sarutobi Asuma burst in, agitated. "I need your help with something." "Is it concerning Kurenai?" The words that had risen to his throat were swallowed back down as Sarutobi Asuma was taken aback. "How do you know?" "I just found out," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "It appears you still harbor feelings for her. You now have an opportunity to win her heart." With Root already informed, Danzo would certainly dispatch someone to invite Kurenai. What you must do is emerge at a critical moment and play the hero. Asuma, who had remained unmarried for many years, had caused Sarutobi Hiruzen much concern. The unexpected return of Kurenai after such a long absence seemed serendipitous. After all, Asuma had feelings for her, making them a fitting pair. The age difference was hardly an obstacle. Asuma's expression transformed upon hearing this, and as he contemplated rushing to save her, his father's words ignited a spark of hope within him. Indeed, if he were to appear just as Kurenai was about to be taken away, his favor in her eyes would undoubtedly soar. Imagining the possibility of being with Kurenai filled Asuma with uncontainable joy. Moreover, he would be fortunate enough to witness her growth from a girl into an adult. What an extraordinary prospect. Chapter 17. If you wish to fight, then let me step forward. With excitement coursing through him, Asuma prepared to act. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again employed the crystal ball, ready to assess the situation. Soon, he observed the scene at the commercial street. The sight of scattered flesh caused this esteemed shinobi's countenance to shift, although he had heard of the events. He had not anticipated such a high casualty count within the Hyuga clan. The crystal ball revealed the presence of a girl named Yuhi. When did the Hyuga clan produce such a prodigy? She had single-handedly instilled fear within the entire Hyuga family. Meanwhile, sensing someone was observing her, Yuhi raised her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. She had detected him. This was an unprecedented occurrence. In the next instant, the crystal ball shattered with a loud bang, shards flying and cutting his face. This person, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze filled with trepidation as he focused on the shards of crystal. She was not merely AJ Nin. Her strength had reached that of Hokage level. This was dire. Jiraiya was in grave danger. Wind Shadow-sama, this is the place where you have been residing these past few days. A Konoha ninja gestured towards the nearby inn as they welcomed the sand ninja. Raza nodded, just as Maki, who had gone to gather intelligence, returned breathless. Wind Shadow-sama, he whispered in Raza's ear, conveying the unfolding events concerning Yuhi. Shall we proceed? Raza turned and patted Maki's shoulder. You take them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, Hanabi. Kankuro, follow me. Hanabi glanced at Gaara, who remained expressionless, staring at the ground. Understood. When the three arrived at the scene, Jiraiya had also just arrived. The Konoha ninjas, upon seeing him, finally relaxed their tense bodies, exclaiming with excitement, "It is Lord Jiraiya." Indeed, this is the legendary Jiraiya, one of the famed three ninjas. With his presence, the current predicament may finally come to a close. Jiraiya offered a reassuring smile, declaring, "Leave this matter to me." However, his expression turned grave as he gazed at Yushi, noting her beauty intertwined with a palpable danger. Hinata clan leader, what is the situation? Having knowledge of the hidden truths surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise, he felt an unsettling apprehension that history might be repeating itself, prompting him to inquire further. Influenced by Jiraiya's demeanor, Hinata Hisashi's tense heart began to ease. Nevertheless, upon hearing the details, Jiraiya's expression grew even more serious. Was it a manifestation of the Hinata bloodline? To be candid, he would prefer that the two were the offspring of their parents rather than merely caged birds hidden away. If the former were true, then the Hinata bloodline would no longer be exclusive to Konoha. Given the implications for the stability of Konoha, he had to tread cautiously. As he surveyed the scattered remains and the ruined bodies, he approached slowly. "Ah, two lovely ladies, might I inquire as to your names?" he asked nonchalantly. Standing at the forefront, Yushi scrutinized him, noting his long white hair cascading down to his waist and the crimson markings beneath his eyes. Such a distinctive appearance could only belong to Jiraiya, renowned alongside Orochimaru. "I am Otsutsuki Yushi, and this is my sister Yui. We are not the arrogant Hinata," she declared, her white eyes locking onto him. "You are Jiraiya, are you not? Care for a spar? I am curious to see how your prowess compares to that of Orochimaru." Just days prior, she had engaged in a match with Orochimaru, whose slippery tactics she found distasteful, particularly his incessant tongue-flicking and serpentine mannerisms that left her feeling somewhat repulsed. Her bold words left the onlookers in a state of confusion. Otsutsuki Yushi and Otsutsuki Yui? Are they not of the Hinata lineage? Many realized in an instant that this woman, Yushi, had never employed the Byakugan in the earlier skirmish. It is well known that once activated, veins would appear at the corners of the eyes, yet hers exhibited none. This led to two possibilities. Either her strength was so formidable that she deemed the use of the Byakugan unnecessary, or there had been a fundamental misunderstanding. She was simply not of the Byakugan lineage. Though her eyes bore a striking resemblance to the Byakugan, one could not dismiss the possibility of coincidence. The world is vast, and it is conceivable for someone to possess similar ocular features. The Hinata ninja who had hurried back to deliver the news turned pale at the thought. If it were the latter, he would be condemned to a fate most dire. Jiraiya, too, grasped this implication, his expression darkening. If this conflict arose from a mere misunderstanding, it would be utterly absurd. Just as he was about to inquire whether the two indeed possessed the Byakugan, he heard the next words. "Orochimaru. The formidable Otsutsuki Yushi has engaged in battle with Orochimaru." And by her tone, it seemed she emerged victorious. To be frank, although Jiraiya once languished at the bottom of the ranks, he now possesses unwavering confidence that he would not be outmatched by the other two. However, all of this remains speculative in the absence of actual combat. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya pondered deeply. A conflict between two Sannin-level opponents would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the surrounding environment. It is imperative that such a battle does not occur within the confines of Konoha. Having come to this realization, Jiraiya nodded and declared, "I am indeed Jiraiya. As for the battle, Miss Yushi, may I inquire whether your eyes are Byakugan?" Having accompanied Yushi and witnessed numerous individuals, she could easily discern his thoughts and smiled knowingly. "Ah, concerning that matter, let us first engage in combat. Regardless of the outcome, I shall reveal my answer to you." "Very well then, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige," Jiraiya responded with an unwavering tone, despite the unsettling aura that had just emanated from her. However, it was essential that they first partake in battle. Casting a glance around, he suggested, "Shall we step outside to fight?" Yushi, indifferent, merely wished to ascertain the strength of the formidable beings in this world, even if they did not measure up to her own prowess. Just then, Naruto suddenly emerged from a distance. His face contorted with an expression of horror as he surveyed the carnage before him. "How can you kill the comrades of our village?" Naruto had only just arrived and, having overheard fragments of the conversation, was aware only that this woman named Otsutsuki Yushi had slaughtered many from the Hyuga clan. Distressed, he shouted at her, "What you are doing is wrong." "Naruto," Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily pulling him aside. With a piercing gaze fixed upon the audacious child, Yushi raised her hand. Slap. One hand rested upon her shoulder as Yuhei shook her head. "There is no need for death, merely influenced by that soul." Sister, you don't think I wish to harm this little brat, do you?" Yushi clutched her chest, feigning sorrow. "Do I appear to be such a wicked person?" She simply relished combat, not the act of killing, recognizing that Naruto's character was evidently affected by the spirit within him. Chapter 18. A turbulent autumn in Konoha. Naruto shouted, "Let this battle cease." As soon as his words left his mouth, Jiraiya pulled him aside. "Naruto, this is not a matter for children to meddle in." For the first time, Naruto observed a grave expression on the typically playful face of the perverted sage. But enough with the buts. This is troublesome. We shall fight another day. With the interruption, Yushi lost her desire to continue the fight. Wait, your eyes, Byakugan. Yushi calmly stated before turning to Yuhui. Let us proceed to Raza. Can you resolve this matter? Handashi and Kanjuro could feel beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as Yushi regarded them with a somewhat enigmatic smile. Do I appear so fearsome? Kanjuro opened his mouth, stiff with apprehension, while Handashi forced a somewhat strained smile. Sister Yushi, your beauty is unparalleled. Indeed, Yushi graciously accepted the compliment. Raza nodded and affirmed, Miss Yushi, I shall take care of this matter. Then we shall take our leave. Yushi waved her hand and departed. The onlookers felt disheartened. They had anticipated witnessing the legendary confrontation of the three. What is the meaning of this, Kazekage? Jiraiya approached sternly. Hinata, Hizashi, and others approached with grim expressions, inquiring, Kazekage, could it be that your Sannin have stolen the bloodline of our Hyuga clan? It was evident that both Hinata, Hizashi, and Jiraiya suspected the Sannin had somehow acquired the Hyuga bloodline. Should this matter be mishandled, it could indeed provoke tensions between nations. Raza is acutely aware of this. The disparity between Sunagakure and Sunagakure is vast, and before the latter's strength continues to wane, Sunagakure is reluctant to offend them. But that will soon change. Having allied with Orochimaru, he anticipates a significant blow to Sunagakure. Contemplating this, Raza sneers, thinking, two fools. Am I so naive as to bring them here? Meanwhile, the tardy Sarutobi Hiruzen finally arrives. Upon surveying the scene, he breathes a sigh of relief upon noticing that none are injured. And what are those two individuals? Jiraiya understands the inquiry pertains to the Otsutsuki sisters, and thus recounts the events that transpired. The mention of the Otsutsuki name visibly alters Hiruzen's expression. I recall that the legendary sage of Six Paths, who founded the shinobi sect, was named Otsutsuki Kaguya. Could these two be descendants of the sage? It seems unlikely, for Jiraiya disagrees with this notion. Their Byakugan clearly indicates a lineage connected to the Hyuga clan, perhaps tracing back to an ancient member of the Hyuga who ventured beyond their borders, leaving a trace of bloodline. This matter is indeed plausible. Prior to the establishment of the caged bird technique, it is possible that the Hyuga clan's bloodline already existed externally. Hinata, Hizashi, and his kin wore grim expressions. Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan's bloodline must never be allowed to leak. This is undoubtedly true. Sarutobi nodded solemnly, gazing intently at Raza, and inquired, Wind Shadow, can you enlighten us about their origins? He was convinced that the pair of sisters did not hail from Sunagakure. Raza would not be foolish enough to bring them to Sunagakure. At that moment, Raza felt a deep inner conflict, pondering whether he should reveal the origins of the two. He was profoundly intimidated by the power displayed by Yushi. In short, after being decisively defeated in a single move, Raza could distinctly sense that they were not on the same level. It was akin to how a shadow deals with a lower-ranked ninja. Such a disparity extinguishes any thoughts of resistance. If he divulged this information, Sunagakure would undoubtedly take action. Even if they managed to triumph over Yushi, it would come at a grave cost, allowing Sunagakure to reap the benefits. However, there was a looming fear that should Yushi, an interloper from a parallel world, emerge victorious, the consequences would be dire, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire village and the reckoning that would follow. These thoughts may seem like they have lingered for an eternity, yet in reality, they transpired in less than a second. However, the subtle expressions reflected by those present have already demonstrated that Raza is indeed aware of the identities and origins of the two Otsutsuki sisters. Kazekage, please reveal what you know. You must understand that Konoha would never allow the Hyuga bloodline to be exposed. In response to this veiled threat, Raza merely chuckled coldly, suggesting that if one possesses the capability, they should investigate for themselves. Ultimately, he resolved not to betray this information. If the third Hokage were astute enough, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone to probe the Sand Shinobi's ranks for intelligence. As long as he did not expose himself, he believed there would be no repercussions. Raza pondered these thoughts cautiously. With decades of experience as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered momentarily, uncertain whether there were ulterior motives behind Raza's words. Yet, at this moment, it was clear that Raza was not inclined to divulge further, and Hiruzen could not compel him to do so. After all, Raza held the position of Kazekage, and despite the current weakness of Sunagakure, it would be unwise to provoke him. As Raza departed, Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and contemplated. I shall instruct the ANBU to gather information. This statement is directed towards the Hyuga clan, indicating that this group is even more averse to the dilution of their bloodline than the village of Konoha itself. Regrettably, they did not anticipate the tragic loss of so many lives within the Hyuga family today. Yes, Lord Hokage, replied Hisashi, who understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not specified how to deal with the two individuals, but he also recognized that this was the best outcome under the current circumstances. In fact, he could already surmise that the Hokage would devise a means to retain the two sisters within Konoha. After all, they possessed power equivalent to that of a Kage, as evidenced by the earlier conversation between Otsutsuki Yuki and Rasha, where Yuki clearly held the upper hand. It was amusing to think that Rasha had sought to seize the Byakugan, only to find himself defeated after the battle. Hisashi chuckled, astonished that Rasha had indeed lost, and in such a swift manner. As the Hyuga clan began to gather the bodies of their fallen kin, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated offering words of comfort. However, at that moment, the Umbu made their entrance. Lord Hokage, an incident has occurred. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. The events that have transpired during this period are indeed overwhelming. Pray tell, what has occurred? Previously, we accompanied Lord Asuma and witnessed the root organization capturing individuals. We had initially intended to intervene at a critical moment, but suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying chakra surged from Kurenai. Subsequently, a woman possessing Byakugan appeared and exterminated all members of Root present. The scene has descended into chaos. It is imperative that the Hokage intervenes to restore order. What? There is no need for speculation. That woman with the Byakugan must undoubtedly be one of the sisters who just departed. Outside Kurenai's residence, the ground is strewn with lifeless bodies. This time, Yushi's methods were not as cruel, leaving their bodies intact. Are you alright? Asuma Sarutobi, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally regained his senses and rushed out. Yet, the response he received was the indifferent gaze of Yuhi Kurenai. You were here all along, weren't you? You witnessed everything that transpired earlier. Kurenai refrained from asking why he did not emerge sooner, for such a question held no significance. The indifferent gaze pierced Asuma's heart like a sword. Chapter 19. Have faith in me, Kurenai Yuhi. Sarutobi Asuma found himself at a loss for words. He could not admit that he wished to witness her misfortune only to emerge as the heroic savior who would capture her heart. Kurenai Yuhi coldly stated, Asuma, you should leave. Asuma departed in solitude, regret gnawing at him for not having stepped forward sooner. Had he done so, Kurenai would now look upon him with admiration. He cursed that woman with the disdainful eyes. His palms gradually clenched, harboring a quiet resentment. Kurenai's expression was one of complexity. To her, it had merely been a few years apart, yet upon their reunion, she found him to be a stranger. She was no fool. During her time in that other world, she had never ceased her pursuit of knowledge. Such is the sentiment of Asuma's sunset red, feeling that it would be quite challenging to forge a friendship with him. However, her demeanor provoked the discontent of the elderly woman standing beside her. Red, that is Master Asuma. How could you speak in such a manner? The elderly woman was well aware that Asuma Sarutobi was a Jonin and the son of the third Hokage. Yet, the indifference exhibited by Kurenai Yuhi, this child, was astonishing. Furthermore, since your disappearance, young Master Asuma had visited this place annually. Do you not comprehend his sentiments? Kurenai turned around, her gaze steady as she addressed the old woman. Granny Mako, my affairs are none of your concern. I appreciate your efforts in maintaining this house over the years, but now that I have returned, I kindly ask you to leave. The elder, known as Mako, looked at the girl she had watched grow up in disbelief. You wish to drive me away? If it weren't for me, this house would have long been occupied. Kurenai's lovely face twisted into a cold smile. Isn't it you who has occupied it? Upon returning home, she discovered that all the useful furniture had been removed, while Mako and several other elders were engaged in a game of cards. Mako trembled, pointing at her. Setting that aside, have I not safeguarded this house for several years? I never expected you to be so unreasonable. Leave. Kurenai, feeling unwell, had no desire to argue further. She unleashed an intimidating aura, causing Mako, who had intended to assert her elder status, to flee in terror, her age forgotten in that moment. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the fallen bodies of Root ninjas strewn about. Sitting at the entrance, Kurenai stared blankly ahead with her crimson eyes. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to fall, splattering against the ground with a shattering sound. Yuki's shadow clone stood silently nearby, acutely aware of the hollow emotions within Kurenai's heart. Red. What has happened? Her voice seemed to bring Kurenai back to reality. The girl's lips trembled as she choked out, Sister Yuki, my father. He is dead. Kurenai's father, Yuhi Mihiro, was a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. After her disappearance, he was nearly driven to despair, tirelessly searching for her and even investing most of his life savings into missions solely to locate his only daughter. He resigned from his positions as an instructor for Chunin and Genin, and years later, during the Ninetales incident, he fought alongside the village's elite ninjas to protect the village, ultimately sacrificing his life. Oh, father, he is dead. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling incessantly. Kurenai could not fathom that upon her return, she would be met with such devastating news. From this moment onward, this home would be left with only her. Is this the case? Yushi never anticipated the situation would unfold this way. Gazing at her loyal companion, who had been by her side for several years, she tenderly embraced the young girl. Do not weep, Hong, she consoled. You still have me. The two pressed their foreheads together, gently wiping away the tears that stained Hong's cheeks. Rarely did Yushi exhibit such gentleness. Since your father fell in battle, I possess a method to bring him back. As a time traveler, Tianyu's mind brimmed with peculiar ideas, and after attaining the status of a 6 paths level warrior, he devised a unique ninjutsu. This technique was named Return of the Deceased, inspired by the second Hokage's creation of the Edo Tensei. Initially, he had intended to name his ninjutsu Edo Tensei as well, but due to the distinct nature of his technique, he opted for a different title. Upon hearing Yushi's words, Yuhi Kurenai appeared utterly astonished. Revive. Can Sister Yushi truly bring my father back to life? Yushi shook her head. It is not revival, rather. It is the act of drawing the deceased back to the realm of the living. However, this requires an object that belonged to the deceased, one that bears their essence. Of course, using your father's biological remains would suffice, but without such items, one can only randomly summon a spirit, and even after centuries, it may not guarantee the return of the desired individual. Having persistently entangled Tianyu with her inquiries, Kurenai had learned the arduous nature of this forbidden technique. She had asked why it was so complicated, questioning why one could not simply summon whoever they wished. At that time, Tianyu had rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, "Is it that simple? Since the dawn of existence, countless lives have perished. Without the essence of the individual, how can one possibly summon them? I doubt you can manage it." Manage? I shall show you what I am capable of. As her thoughts returned to that fateful evening, she recalled the severe lesson she had endured, her voice hoarse from shouting. Kurenai was brimming with excitement, yet Yushi's subsequent words doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. But this assistance shall only come after I seize control of Sunagakure. Gently stroking the young girl's silky hair, Yushi had her own intentions. Unexpectedly, Kurenai quickly regained her composure, nodding vigorously. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Yushi. By that time, it was likely that Yushi's identity and purpose for entering this world would be exposed, and she herself would be hunted as a rogue ninja. Yet, it mattered not, as long as she could see her father again. Moreover, with the immediate threat of capture looming upon her return, her feelings for Konoha had plummeted drastically. The base of the root organization lay hidden deep beneath the earth, seemingly embodying the sentiment that root is the shadow of the great tree known as Konoha. The entire structure exuded a chilling, eerie atmosphere that instilled a sense of dread. Knock, knock, knock. The dull thud of wood striking the ground echoed throughout the laboratory. A group of researchers turned to the newcomer, immediately bowing in respect. Lord Danzo. Wrapped in bandages, Danzo wielded a gnarled staff. His gaze fixated on the white tissue suspended in the cultivation fluid. What is the progress of the experiment? Lord Danzo, a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader of the team, stepped forward, visibly anxious. The aggressiveness of the first Hokage's cells is exceedingly potent. We are still lacking in some aspects. As his voice trailed off, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Danzo's cold gaze bore into the researchers. Still lacking? I recall being told the same several months ago. Chapter 20, Otsutsuki Kaguya. You have lost. Danzo's eyes remained fixed on the leader, his tone icy. How much longer will it take? A cold sweat broke out on the man's back, his voice trembling. Well, the cells of Hashirama cannot coexist with others. Once transplanted, they will ravenously consume the surrounding cells, ultimately resulting in a transformation into plant matter. The root organization's base possessed a peculiar characteristic, with robust tree roots extending through the soil, culminating in a forest of thick trees. These are the products resulting from the unsuccessful transplantation of interstitial cells. Over the years, countless experimental subjects have perished, leaving only the solitary figure of Tens, Yamato, alive. Although Tens has awakened the wood release technique, his power pales in comparison to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a group of inept individuals. Each year, I expend a substantial sum on various equipment, yet the outcome remains dishearteningly the same. Recently, Orochimaru's whereabouts seem to be nearby. It may be prudent to engage him in a transaction. That reminds me. What is the current status of the ancient nation of Lulan? Reporting to Lord Danzo. We have yet to detect any time travelers emerging through the Dragon Vein. Our route organization has dispatched personnel to monitor the area around the clock, and any developments will be communicated immediately. Danzo maintained a calm demeanor, his focus unwavering. He understood that once a presence was detected, regardless of the cost, it was imperative to apprehend them. If he could master the method of traversing through the Dragon Vein, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Monkeys. The title of Hokage shall ultimately belong to me. A sinister smile crept across his face as he surveyed the dimly lit underground organization, only to be interrupted by a frown. Has that Kurenai Yuhi still not been captured? Upon learning of Kurenai's unexpected reappearance after many years, now in the guise of a young woman, Danzo's ambitions were ignited. She must possess a means to decelerate the aging process, and I must possess it at all costs. I, Danzo, aspire not only to become the fifth Hokage, but to outlive all. The flames of ambition ignited within him. One day, he would stand brazenly in the sunlight as the shadow of Konoha. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant him even a moment of reverie, as a piece of news rendered him speechless. What? All the personnel sent have perished. They were elite ninjas from the root organization, and yet they were annihilated by a mere child. This news was simply unfathomable. The root ninja, codenamed 9, confirmed, indeed, all 7 were killed on the spot. And the Hokage is already aware of the situation. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. He had intended to capture the individual swiftly and extract the secret. But he had not anticipated failure, especially not with Hiruzen's knowledge of it. Almost instantaneously, another came rushing in. Lord Danzo, the Hokage is on his way here. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. They needed to vacate the premises. Moments later, Danzo faced Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's mood had already soured due to earlier events, and with this new development, he exuded an oppressive aura. Danzo, he spoke in a steady tone. Why did you send people to apprehend individuals from the village? That was to be my designated daughter-in-law. Did I not instruct Asuma to rescue her heroically? How could this happen? Provide me with an explanation. Danzo remained unperturbed. My explanation is that Kurenai Yuhi has likely been compromised. I have conducted an investigation. She entered alongside the Sand Ninja. We cannot ascertain what she has experienced during her years of absence, but I have reasonable grounds to suspect her betrayal of the village. Her sudden reappearance after so long, particularly among the Sand Ninja, was a solid justification in Danzo's eyes. Had it been previously, Hiruzen would have undoubtedly concurred. However, investigations revealed that Kurenai had appeared alongside Yui and Yui, who were both unlikely to have defected to the Sand. Danzo, she cannot be a spy, and this matter must not be pursued further. The individual accompanying her, known as Otsutsuki Yui, possesses formidable strength. To prevent Danzo from overstepping, Hiruzen recounted the recent events. What connection do Otsutsuki Yui and Yui have with the Sage of Six Paths? As a cunning strategist of Konoha, Danzo was privy to many secrets, including those of the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya and I are inclined to believe that the two are, in fact, of the Hyuga bloodline, having altered their surname. The Byakugan is unmistakable. It can only be that. Danzo mused, realizing that if anyone were to be a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, it would surely be Nagato from the Rain Village. Alas, that individual had escaped. Otherwise, the legendary Rinnegan, said to be possessed solely by the sage, would have been his. Having discerned Kurenai's current affiliations, Danzo resolved not to take action without thorough preparation. I understand, but I believe further investigation is warranted. Kurenai referred to those two as sisters, suggesting that during her years of absence, she may have been with them. Hiruzen's gaze shifted dramatically. I am aware. Inquiries have already been initiated. In another world, on a bustling street, a handsome man walked alongside a woman with silvery long hair and white eyes. The two appeared to exist on a different plane from the bustling crowd, who seemed oblivious to their presence, regardless of how densely packed the throngs were. They instinctively parted ways for the pair. Kaguya-sama, what do you think of this world? Tianyu inquired, observing the seemingly out-of-place Otsutsuki Kaguya as she took in the unfamiliar surroundings. Kaguya's gaze returned from the novel sights, her voice cold as ice. When the Otsutsuki clan arrives in this world, this fragile splendor will shatter like glass. In that moment, you will comprehend the folly of attempting to impede me. There is no need for concern regarding this matter, Tenjo replied, reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head. I shall protect them, and I will also safeguard this world. My world, Kaguya scoffed. I acknowledge your current strength, but you could never rival the Otsutsuki clan. Tenjo chuckled, refraining from argument. Oh, is that so? Noticing that her words had not affected him, Kaguya's expression shifted slightly. Before her release, she demanded one last battle with the two. Over the years, Kaguya has not merely lived as a recluse, she is also engaged in cultivation. However, this recent battle inflicted a heavy blow upon her, as she was defeated in a matter of mere minutes. Indeed, Kaguya felt that her opponent had not been earnest, suggesting that if Tenka had wished, he could have vanquished her even more swiftly. Chapter 21. Resurrection. The grievance of the Uchiha clan. Tenku and Kaguya Otsutsuki arrived before a toy store. I would like a rabbit plush, please, he requested. Certainly, sir. Here you go, replied the shopkeeper as he handed over the plush to Tenku. A flicker of confusion crossed the shopkeeper's mind as he pondered who had just been here purchasing items. Here, for you, Tenku said, recalling that Kaguya had a fondness for rabbits. However, upon gazing at the plush, Kaguya scoffed disdainfully. Such toys are for children. Observing her reaction, Tenku nonchalantly prepared to discard it. Very well then. Wait. A hand seized his wrist, and displeasure flickered in her white eyes. I do not recall teaching you to waste things. Hand me the plush. She raised her chin slightly, revealing her smooth neck and delicate collarbone, her voice cool and composed. When can I pass through? Ah, soon. Yuhi and the others are preparing to seize Sunagakure first. Kaguya's silvery hair danced lightly in the breeze as she turned to gaze at her rebellious disciple. Why do you keep staring at me? As a being of 6 paths caliber, she possessed remarkable acuity. Even though Tenku only glanced occasionally, it was impossible to conceal from her. I have not been staring, Tenku replied, lifting his gaze to the sky. I merely find my master to be quite beautiful. Passers-by hurried along the streets, instinctively avoiding the two as they approached. After a brief silence, Kaguya's regal face, reminiscent of a princess, bore a slight smirk, her gaze tinged with mockery. What? Do you think to take advantage of my momentary solitude now that Yuhi and Yuki are absent? I never realized you were such a greedy person. Do you suppose that I would grow fond of you based on your past actions? A cold snort escaped her lips, and the air before her cracked as she entered her own space. Tenku stood awkwardly in place, feeling a twinge of guilt. In all honesty, I might have harbored a fleeting thought. What shall I do next? He vanished, appearing atop a distant mountain, and with a wave of his hand. The scene of another world unfolded before him. Unsurprisingly, this realm appeared to be a legitimate world, and if he could obtain its source of power, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Murmuring to himself, he established contact with the Yuhi of another world. Meanwhile, Kaguya stood within her own space, which contained a wooden cabin she had constructed. Entering, she approached the bookshelf and surveyed the volumes upon it. Her originally pale neck and cheeks began to flush a faint pink. This rebellious disciple. Her voice echoed with irritation throughout the wooden cabin. In the world of Naruto, due to the butterfly effect triggered by Yuhi and her companion's arrival, Naruto Uzumaki managed to master the Nine-Tails chakra within him more swiftly than in the original timeline and successfully formed a contract with Mount Myaboku. Yuhi and her companions resided in the home of Kurenai Yuhi, who had been visiting many of her friends from that time over the past few days. Regrettably, the vast age gap rendered many of those friendships distant and unfamiliar now. In this world, I am left only with Yuhi and Yuki, sitting alone on a beam. She gazed wistfully at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Today marked the eve of the Chunin exams, and not long ago, the third Hokage had sent someone to inquire if Kurenai wished to become a ninja, but she had declined the offer. This caused Sarutobi to categorize her among the untrustworthy. As the setting sun cast its final rays, Hinata caught sight of Yushi approaching from a distance, entering through the doorway. Having just concluded a conversation with Tianyu, Yui gazed at the somewhat malevolent smile adorning Yushi's face and could not help but inquire, "Have you been up to no good again?" This statement left Yushi feeling quite displeased. With her hands on her hips and her body leaning forward, she exclaimed, "Hey, even if you are my sister, I would be angered by such slander." She had merely recalled an intriguing incident. As she spoke, she opened her hands, revealing a few strands of black hair. Is this someone else's hair? What purpose do you have for it? Yi's eyes quickly caught the unusual essence of these strands. Is this hair from a deceased person? Have you been digging up graves? The aura of death emanating from the hair suggested that the owner had been dead for several years at least. A smile crept onto Yushi's lips as she remembered that little rascal named Naruto Uzumaki. Yui nodded, acknowledging him as the child who was the host of the Nine Tails. Through my observations over the past few days, the power embedded within his soul resonates with that of a certain Uchiha Sasuke. It seems to indicate a reincarnation of formidable rivals. Moreover, sister, you should know that only 2 members of the Uchiha clan remain alive in this world, so I am planning to have a bit of fun. Returning the deceased? Yui, upon hearing this, looked at the strands of hair with uncertainty. How astute of you, truly my sister. The hair levitated mysteriously in the air. I casually acquired this from the Uchiha clan's cemetery. From my intuition, the deceased must have been a CH Nin or J Nin in life. I intend to summon him to teach that Uchiha Sasuke a harsh lesson and thoroughly reprimand that little Naruto. Upon hearing this, Yui immediately understood. It stemmed from that day when Naruto had interrupted her battle with Jiraiya. She couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Was she really so petty that even a child could provoke her? I do not deny this, indeed. I am a rather petty person. Moreover, it is for the sake of fair competition. If that Naruto has become one of the legendary Sannin and Jiraiya's disciple, then Uchiha Sasuke ought to have someone of equal stature. It is only fair. Disturbing the deceased is an unseemly act. Humph, no matter how eloquently you speak. We are both enemies in this world, and this is part of our plan to seize it. With this declaration, Yushi had no choice but to acquiesce. Then I shall assist you. The forbidden technique of returning the deceased, crafted by Tianyu, comprises 2 forms, the return of the soul and the return of the body. The amalgamation of both results in the true art of returning the deceased. Yushi is more adept with the physical form, while Yui possesses superior skill with the soul. Together, their casting will summon the deceased in a state closely resembling that of the living. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan, Yushi felt a surge of anticipation, wondering if this soon-to-be revived Uchiha would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan upon returning. Let us commence. Yushi pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to escape, which would serve to form the body of the other. Chakra manifested, calmingly converging. As their chakras resonated, they simultaneously formed hand seals and raised their fingers like swords. Art of returning the deceased. A multitude of intricate symbols emerged from the ground, enveloping the hair and blood. From the Pure Land, a soul was drawn back. Oh, it's a woman, and she appears rather appealing. As her muddled consciousness registered a voice, another woman interjected. Did you not verify the identity of the deceased beforehand? Oh, I mentioned I just grabbed someone at random. It doesn't matter. As awareness gradually returned, the revived Uchiha woman opened her eyes wide, her expression fierce, and her gaze transformed into the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 22. Sasuke's Incredulity. Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi could scarcely believe, even until the moment she was murdered by Uchiha Itachi, that her childhood friend would resort to such brutality against their clan under the guise of testing his so-called resolve. The horrific screams of her kin echoed in her mind, and blood tears streamed from her once bright eyes, now filled with loathing. Itachi Uchiha. The 3 tomos spun rapidly, creating a blur as they began to extend and gradually connect. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura exploded forth, swiftly radiating outward. Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant blue light surged, instantaneously severing all connections. No matter how potent this force was, it could not shift the barrier in the slightest. Silence. Yushi tilted her head slightly, her smile pure and untainted. This Uchiha lady. The moonlight tonight seems tinged with a hint of crimson. Uchiha clan residence. This place is desolate, akin to an abandoned wasteland. During the day, it is nearly impossible to discern any signs of habitation here. Only at night does Uchiha Sasuke illuminate the surroundings, momentarily restoring the glow reminiscent of when his clan once thrived. Will the inhabitant of this desolate place one day succumb to its emptiness? Yushi perched upon a beam, the moonlight cascading over him, his gaze penetrating the darkness. In the training grounds, a figure is seen racing with remarkable speed. The clash of shurikens resonates as they accurately pierce the target center. Achieving this requires not only precise force, but also a calculation of the air's resistance. Sasuke, harbor your hatred for me. Sweat drenches his garments as Uchiha Sasuke gasps for breath, inexplicably haunted by the memories of that fateful night. His kin, his parents, all slain by his brother. Why? That individual turned, his cold, indifferent gaze captured within the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan. Oh, Foolish little brother, of course. It was to test my mettle. Bang. A fist struck the wooden post, instinctively activating the Sharingan. Uchiha's voice brimming with animosity. Itachi, I will surely kill you. Just then, a voice emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Itachi, ha, I never thought you truly disregarded everything. It appears you have left your younger brother behind. The voice was laced with sarcasm. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he instantly assumed a combat stance, growling. Who is it? The sound of tape against the wooden floor echoed through the air, enhancing the sense of emptiness. A figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in moonlight. Uchiha Izumi gazed silently at the person before her. Sasuke, vigilant, focused intently in that direction, poised to unleash his recently closed Sharingan. As he beheld the figure stepping forth, his pupils constricted once more. Izumine? An explosion of disbelief erupted in his mind. He could not fathom that the person before him was the deceased Uchiha Izumi. No, this cannot be. Shaking his head vigorously, his eyes transformed into Sharingan, and his delicate features contorted into a fierce snarl. You dare to assume Izumine's form. I will kill you. With that, he propelled himself forward with great force, kunai in hand, aimed straight for Izumi's throat. The sounds of clashing echoed across the training ground as Uchiha Sasuke's expression twisted in fury, his Sharingan fixated on the woman before him. He sensed that she was seemingly stronger than himself, yet at that moment, she was being pushed back under his relentless assault. Haha. This is the pride of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. You must despise your own weakness. But what did strength matter? Before the might of his Sharingan, there was only death. However, 2 minutes later, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Something was amiss. Damn it. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball. Yet, in the next instant, Uchiha Izumi casually swatted the fireball aside. She looked at Sasuke with cold disappointment. How disheartening it is to witness such feeble power, especially after witnessing the demise of our entire clan. Whoosh. So fast. Before he could recover from the shock, the enemy's figure vanished, and his Sharingan frantically searched, yet revealed no trace of her. Bang. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi appeared before him, her fist crashing forcefully into his abdomen. Ugh. A pain that penetrated to the very marrow seized his body. His eyes bulged as he expelled bile, hurtling backward to crash heavily against the ground. The intense agony rendered him nearly unable to rise, the Sharingan having long since closed under the impact of her blow. Struggling to prop himself against a nearby stone, he lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Damn it, is this where my strength falters? I have yet to avenge myself, and I am to perish here? Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not return. Confused, he opened his eyes once more, only to be met with a cold, indifferent visage. If not for Lord Yushi's orders, I would have undoubtedly ended your life. Her frigid tone was saturated with contempt, as if she were seeing another person through Sasuke. Trembling, Uchiha Sasuke thought, could it be that she truly is you are indeed Izumine? Silence. Izumi glared at him with disdain. You are unworthy to call me sister. The words pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving Sasuke pale and shaken. He was acutely aware of why his adversary harbored such a deep-seated hatred for him. After all, his brother had annihilated their entire clan. His lips moved in silent agony as he knelt before her, his forehead striking the ground with fervor. I am sorry. I understand your hatred towards me. If it is at all possible, might you wait until I have slain Itachi before you take my life? Seeing Izumi, a living embodiment of his clan, intensified his resentment towards Itachi. It was that very man whose actions had transformed the gentle Izumi into this hardened figure. Rising to his feet, a cold voice resonated from above. Sasuke struggled to stand, tears streaming down his face. What have you become? What is that gaze? And those tears, will they aid you in defeating Itachi? Izumi remained unmoved by his tears. She understood that Sasuke was not to blame for the atrocities committed by Itachi, yet, as his brother, he inevitably became the target of her ire. From this day forth, I shall train you until the moment you vanquish Itachi. Her words ignited a flicker of hope within Sasuke. He knew Izumi had awakened her Sharingan long ago, her strength having reached the level of a Jonin. Although Kakashi was also a Jonin, he was not of the Uchiha clan and lacked the knowledge of certain training methods, rendering him incapable of providing the guidance Sasuke required. Furthermore, as the teacher of three, he could not focus solely on Sasuke. Thank you, Izumi. Do not rejoice too soon. Itachi is formidable. To be frank, I harbor little faith in your abilities. Had it not been for the resurrection by the Otsutsuki, I would not have believed that you, who have endured such a tragic fate, could still be so weak. Let it be known that Itachi must be killed. Chapter 23. Ultimately, it is strength that speaks. The cold moonlight bathed the earth in its glow. With a heart laden with guilt, Sasuke bowed deeply, realizing that he was no longer the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, huh? That beast is utterly unworthy. I shall exact my revenge. Izumi's presence reignited the flames of vengeance within him. As for the reason behind Izumi's resurrection, Sasuke cared little. All that mattered to him was that she was alive. Thus, upon learning that it was Otsutsuki who had brought her back from death, he bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Lady Otsutsuki. Is there anything you require of me? Although Sasuke had yet to meet Otsutsuki, he had heard her name whispered in the streets during his days of solitude at home. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable force capable of toppling the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he had need of her assistance. Life is not a fairy tale. The gifts of fate come at a price, a lesson Sasuke had learned since that fateful night of his clan's massacre. He yearned for redemption, to resurrect his fallen kin, and was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Quite astute, Otsutsuki remarked with a smile, but for now, there is nothing. If I were to make a request, it would be for you to secure first place in the upcoming Chunin exams. I have inquired about previous competitions and, regardless of changes, there will always be a battle component. To claim the title of first, you must overcome everyone, including Naruto Uzumaki. I will undoubtedly become the first in the Chunin exams. Sasuke proclaimed with conviction, his confidence swelling as he activated his double Tomo Sharingan, dismissing his peers as inconsequential. No one would stand in his way. After some time, Sasuke retired to his room to rest. Despite his self-assuredness, he knew he needed to conserve his energy for the challenges ahead. As the doors slowly closed, Izumi turned to Otsutsuki, her curiosity piqued. Lady Otsutsuki, do you truly believe he can achieve this? He is even weaker than I once was. How could he possibly rival Itachi? He possesses immense potential. I cannot gauge the strength of the Itachi you speak of, but should Sasuke fully harness his capabilities, I fail to see the possibility of failure. Is that so? Izumi pondered, yet she remained cautious, unwilling to place all her hopes upon Sasuke, as she had vowed to personally eliminate Itachi. As they departed, they traversed the bustling streets. The Uchiha compound was vast, flanked by various shops owned by their clan. Izumi led Otsutsuki past a store resembling a supermarket, its aisles cluttered with scattered goods. The lights embedded in the ceiling illuminated only small patches of the darkness within, which felt as foreboding as night itself. Additionally, the floor bore numerous dark stains. Those familiar with the grim realities of life would recognize them as blood. The air was thick with an unsettling odor. What do you think drives Itachi to commit such acts? Otsutsuki inquired suddenly, having perused the records left by Tianyu. She was well acquainted with the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan. No rationale could ever justify such monstrous behavior. Izumi's expression reflected her disgust. She understood that Otsutsuki's question hinted at deeper motives behind the massacre, yet as she had stated, it could never serve as an excuse. Otsutsuki smiled lightly and returned to the home of Kurenai. The following morning, the streets were alive with activity. Today marked the commencement of the Chunin exams, with all ninjas eager to showcase their skills. Such ambition, though regrettably, these minor village ninjas will merely serve as stepping stones. Otsutsuki remarked blandly, to which Izumi wholeheartedly agreed. In this world, the disparity among individuals is greater than that between humans and dogs. 99% of formidable ninjas possess various potent bloodlines or hail from prestigious clans. Clad in formal attire, Sasuke swiftly departed from his home and arrived at the designated location. Sasuke. Not long after his arrival, Sakura Haruno joyfully ran over from a distance. Following closely behind was Naruto Uzumaki, who emerged from around the street corner and immediately spotted Sakura. Sasuke glanced at the two but remained silent. Naruto, with a fist raised in exuberance, proclaimed, Sasuke, you cannot imagine how strong I have become. I have surpassed you now. Bang. Ouch. 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 Naruto crouched down, clutching his head in pain, and glared at the person who had struck him, only to find it was Sakura. Idiot, how could you possibly defeat Sasuke? Withdrawing her fist, Sakura noticed the scar on Sasuke's forehead, her expression shifting to one of concern. Sasuke, are you alright? How did you get hurt? Naruto also observed this detail and chuckled. Hiki, did you fall out of bed and land face first? Sasuke remained silent, having lost interest in engaging in such childish ninja games. The bonds he once valued felt unnecessary. He sought to grow stronger under the tutelage of Sister Izumi, to kill Itachi Uchiha, and to find a way to resurrect his clan. He entered the venue, indifferent to Naruto's shouts behind him. Sasuke's hand tightened around his clothing, and Sakura sensed the distance between them widening. As time flowed steadily, more and more individuals gathered from all directions. Ino yawned, flanked by Choji and Shikamaru, both of whom appeared equally listless. In recent days, in an effort to console Asuma-sensei, the trio devised numerous strategies, yet none bore fruit. Shikamaru sighed, lamenting, "There is nothing we can do but wait for Asuma-sensei to emerge from this darkness. This is precisely why I say that love is a troublesome affair." He had heard from his father about the situation concerning Kurenai Yuhi and had already resigned himself to the notion that Asuma stood little chance of winning her affection. "Let us proceed to the exam," he declared. Ino stretched her limbs, but her gaze suddenly fell upon a somewhat familiar figure in the distance. "Oh, isn't that Hinata? She appears quite frightened. Wait, that woman, yikes." Due to Kurenai's traversal, the Jonin team comprising Hinata, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka had been reassigned. Hinata had been feeling particularly despondent lately. The upheaval within her clan had inevitably affected her, as the daughter of the clan leader. Witnessing the formidable prowess of Otsutsuki, Hyuga had grown increasingly stern with his daughter. Having lost hope for himself, he resolved to cultivate the next generation. "Hinata, the events of the other day have made it abundantly clear that this world ultimately respects strength, that Otsutsuki Yui is exceptionally powerful. I expect you to dedicate yourself to training in the days to come. Do you understand?" "Yes, father," came a rather timid reply from Hinata. Discontent flashed in Hyuga's eyes. His daughter's timidity was disappointing, especially when compared to her sister Hanabi, who exhibited greater potential. He had come to a decision. Should Hinata prove incapable, he would designate Hanabi as the heir. Chapter 24. The examination commences after training late into the night. Hinata wandered along the path in a daze, her mind a blank canvas, oblivious to the number of passers-by she inadvertently bumped into. Most frowned. But upon recognizing the girl's signature Byakugan, even the most irate individuals swallowed their retorts. Although the Hyuga clan had recently suffered embarrassment, they remained Konoha's most formidable family, and commoners understood the folly of offending them, resulting in merely a glare before departing. Hinata continued to apologize, yet remained in a stupor. At long last, she reached the examination venue, only to collide with someone once more. "I'm sorry," she instinctively uttered, raising her gaze only to see that she had bumped into Otsutsuki. Her pupils dilated in shock. An icy chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Yui's image hung prominently in the clan hall, a reminder of that day's humiliation. Thus, even Hinata, who had not been present, was familiar with her. Her legs quaked in fear, causing her to collapse before the formidable Hyuga assassin. Yui, engaged in gathering intelligence, had come to observe the Chunin exams alongside Izumi and Kurenai. After exchanging a few words, she sensed someone collide with her, followed by an overwhelming wave of fear. Puzzled, she wondered who could be so timid, and why her striking beauty would incite such terror. As she lowered her gaze, Hinata, clutching Yui's long leg, momentarily froze, then, as if jolted by electricity, released her grip and fell backward. Yui realized with a start that the girl before her was from the Hyuga clan. No wonder she was so frightened. The look on her face suggested she feared for her life. During this period, Hinata's character appears excessively frail, nearly succumbing to a faint under the weight of her fears. Her limbs lack any strength, and she gasps for breath. As she stands, a monotonous voice resonates from above, startling her into a tremor. Upon witnessing this, Yushi repeats the phrase, and when Hinata stumbles several times before finally regaining her footing, a hand grips her chin. With unwavering intensity, Yushi gazes into her pale eyes, only releasing her hold when Hinata seems on the verge of fainting once more. There is a commendable purity within her, a potential for the ocular prowess known as the Tensigen, yet her timidity is striking. Truth be told, at her age, Yushi has never encountered someone so timid. Shall I provide some training? A rather mischievous thought surfaces in his mind. Observing the young girl's delicate features, he envisions her blossoming into a beauty in the future. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to refine her and present her to Tianyu, sparing him from the incessant torment. With this resolution, a smirk gradually emerges on his lips. However, to Hinata, this smile signals an intent to harm, causing her to collapse once more onto the ground in sheer terror. At this moment, Ino finally mustered the courage to approach. "Miss Yushi," she greeted. Yushi recognized Ino, as she too was on the list. Noticing her nodding without any hint of anger, Ino continued, "The exam is about to commence. May I take Hinata away?" "Eh? This younger sister named Ino. I haven't done anything," Yushi replied. Upon hearing this, Ino quickly nodded in agreement. You may not have done anything, but merely standing there is sufficiently intimidating. The formidable reputation of Yushi was well known. Those who had clashed with her met with a grim fate. Ino, who had not witnessed the events unfold in their entirety, discerned that as long as one refrained from insults and did not initiate an attack, they would remain unharmed. Otherwise, one would indeed hesitate to approach. Supporting the trembling Hinata, Ino departed from the scene, reuniting with Shikamaru. Choji, who hadn't even touched his snacks, gave a thumbs up. Ino, you're incredibly brave to confront her. As Ino steadied Hinata, she relaxed her own body and reflected on their earlier conversation, stating, I find her quite amiable, and remember, it was Hinata who struck first that day. Hinata, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, and Ino realized that Hinata was still present, prompting her to apologize awkwardly. Hinata shook her head vigorously and, in a soft voice, replied, It's all right. Ino, could you tell me what transpired that day? She was only aware of a ruthless figure named Otsutsuki Yushi mercilessly slaughtering her kin, yet the details remained elusive to her. Eh? You're unaware? Ino exclaimed, astonished. For this incident had long since circulated widely. In recent days, the Hyuga family has seldom ventured out, as it seems that every gaze directed towards them is laced with mockery. Hinata nodded, expressing her uncertainty. Ino felt compelled to recount everything she had witnessed that day, adding that had the elder and several others exhibited a more amiable demeanor, the subsequent events might have unfolded differently. Wouldn't you agree, Shikamaru? This scenario, however, is entirely hypothetical. Shikamaru gazed at the sky, his mind racing through what he knew of the Hyuga clan. Hinata's family now stands as the foremost noble house in Konoha, and the significance of the Byakugan is well understood. The sudden appearance of two unfamiliar individuals possessing the Byakugan would inevitably lead to a lack of cordiality from the Hyuga clan. If they were truly inclined to converse amicably, the concepts of the main and branch families would not exist. This system has long since lost its original significance, becoming a means for the clan to control the division. Hinata bit her lip, fully aware that Shikamaru's words were not without merit from the moment Yuki and Yuri were discovered. Conflict with the Hyuga clan had become all but inevitable. However, the Hyuga did not anticipate encountering such formidable opposition. Don't think too much, Shikamaru said lazily. These matters are beyond our reach for now. Let us go, the exam is about to commence. Only then did the group enter the examination hall. The content of the exam mirrored that of the original narrative, thus warranting no further elaboration, as Naruto proclaimed his grand aspirations. Those who had initially contemplated withdrawal resolved to stay. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small droplet of water formed on the ceiling, inadvertently revealing the happenings within. At the Y-High residence, the events of the examination materialized on the luminous screen before them. Yuki couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. Stirred by this whirlwind that was Naruto, the number of participants had increased. Yet, I found myself puzzled. What difference does it make if one cannot become a Chunin in Konoha? Once they depart, they can still partake in assessments back in their own villages. Izumi remarked. It is because Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and indeed the strongest among them. Gaining recognition from Konoha carries greater weight. Yuki then understood. It was thus. At this moment, Yuhei returned from her outing, glancing at the group before settling down a short distance away to organize the information she had gathered. Yushi noticed her and approached. What do you intend to do with the list of talented individuals? Yuhei replied softly. Although the overall strength of this world pales in comparison to ours, it is home to many gifted individuals. I researched some of the names from the list provided by Tianyu. If suitable, I will recruit them to our side. Chapter 25. How was I unaware of my flaws? Yushi requested a copy of the list from her sister Yuhei and instinctively smiled at the names inscribed. The following day, as they ventured out, they overheard discussions regarding the results of the previous day's examination. Many had been eager to withdraw from the examination hall, but thanks to Naruto's impassioned speech, those who had been on the verge of retreat were rallied back. Ibiki reluctantly announced the answer to the final question. Haha, I never expected this year's exam questions to be such. Thankfully, I did not back down. A ninja from a small village laughed heartily. What awaited them next was a dramatic scene, the Forest of Death. As in the original narrative, Mitarashi Anko first intimidated the gathering before announcing the rules. It was a battle for the Heaven Scroll, where each participating team would draw lots. The team that drew the Heaven Scroll would need to seize the Earth Scroll from others. Ultimately, the teams had to collect both scrolls and reach the assessment's endpoint before time expired to pass. Yoshi, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his right fist against his left palm. Brimming with anticipation, let Sasuke and Sakura witness the fruits of my training. Meanwhile, Yushi strolled leisurely at the forefront, a faint smile adorning her face. Behind her trailed two ninjas from a small village, their anxious expressions revealing they were well aware of her identity. As evening approached, the trio, having just finished their training, decided to reward themselves with some treats. They noticed a vendor selling pastries ahead and made their way over. Yushi was seated there, turning with a radiant smile. Ah, what a surprise to see 3 foreign ninjas. I am a benevolent soul, Yushi. Are you hungry? Sakura nodded, pulling out a banknote to purchase some food, only to feel an unsettling aura emanating from the striking woman before her. Little one, may I borrow your identity for tomorrow's exam? Returning to the present, Shifeng and Ueda watched as Yushi transformed into Sakura using a transformation technique, prompting them to hurriedly follow. Had it been before, the likelihood of the 3 from the small village passing the combat-oriented exam would have been a mere 10%, but now, things were different. As long as they clung tightly to this powerful ally, they would undoubtedly breeze through the forest of death examination. Concerns about the potential consequences of being discovered had been cast aside. Yushi reached forward to draw her lot. Excellent, the Heaven Scroll. Hinata, what are you looking at? Inuzuka Kiba inquired, holding the Heaven Scroll as he glanced at his teammate Hinata. Hinata cast a curious look at Yushi, who had already entered the forest, pondering why she felt such fear towards that individual moments ago. Shaking her head, she recalled Hayashi's earlier announcement before the clan elders, declaring that if Hinata performed poorly in this Chunin exam, her status would be usurped by her younger sister Hanabi. This meant she would have to bear the mark of a caged bird, signifying her branch family status. I must strive to do well. She clenched her fist, motivating herself. Over the years, especially after witnessing Niji's transformation following his branch family designation, a subtle fear began to take root within her. At the Yuhi clan's residence, several individuals observed the unfolding events of the Forest of Death through Yui's projection. How can Yushi still be so childish at her age? Yui shook her head gently, her eyes filled with affection for her sister. With a slight wave of her hand, the focus shifted to Yushi's team. Tobikata held his kunai cautiously, scanning the surroundings, and quietly asked, Captain, should we go for the scroll now? Yushi remained silent, continuing onward, but soon halted, lifting her gaze to the side. Planning an ambush? Your stealth skills are still lacking. Upon hearing her words, Tobikata and Ueda quickly shifted their attention in that direction, brimming with vigilance. Suddenly, 3 figures surged from different directions, encircling Yushi and her companions. Look out. They are unfamiliar. They must be ninjas from a small village. The trio grinned maliciously at the surrounded group. If you wish to live, hand over the scroll in your possession. Do not force us to act. At that moment, the consequences. The leader of the team spoke, extending his tongue to lick the blood from the shuriken. It was evident that they had previously engaged in battle with another group. If you desire it, then so be it, Yushi said with a slight smirk, suddenly tossing a scroll to the opposing side. Behind her, Toho and Ueda exclaimed in alarm. No, Captain. They were eager to inquire why she, possessing such prowess, had any cause for fear. Just as the two had finished their outcry, they noticed the ninja on the opposite side unfurling the scroll, revealing several explosive tags that were already igniting. Grass is a type of plant. The expression on the ninja's face contorted in disgust, as though he had ingested excrement, and he hastily discarded the object. The moment the scroll slipped from his grasp, it detonated with a resounding explosion. Tohu, Ueda, and the 2 other ninjas stood astonished, taken aback by Yushi's cunning. Not only had she bestowed upon them a false scroll, but she had also hidden explosive tags within it. Fools, why not take the opportunity to deal with them? A voice echoed suddenly in the minds of the 2. Reacting swiftly, Tohu and Ueda seized their kunai and charged towards the unsuspecting adversaries. The battle appeared perilous. Yet to Yushi, it resembled mere children's play. Indeed, the caliber of ninjas from the small ninja village paled in comparison to their larger counterparts. After observing for a short while, Yushi reached this conclusion. A properly trained ninja would have seized the moment when the explosion from the scroll drew attention to launch an immediate assault, rather than standing there in a daze. Once this world is conquered and unified under proper education, such incompetence will surely be eradicated. As she mused, she tilted her head slightly, evading a shuriken that had been hurled in her direction. The leader of the trio emerged, his countenance darkened, not far from the site of the explosion, leaving only a splintered remnant of wood in his wake. To utilize a substitution technique at such close range amidst an explosion indicates that, if he were to reside in Konoha, he would undoubtedly become an elite among the Nin in the future. At this moment, the talented ninja from the small village glared coldly at Yushi, declaring, You are doomed. I shall shatter your limbs. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he charged forward, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as he perceived an opening. Fire style, small fireball technique. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed 5 small fireballs from his mouth. This ninjutsu is his most proficient and potent technique. It is precisely through this skill that he has ascended to become the strongest genin in the region. What a fatal blow. His eyes widened as he witnessed 5 small fireballs piercing through Yushi's body and crashing onto a nearby rock. How could I have been unaware of my own vulnerability? Suddenly, he heard those words, and then a sharp pain struck his abdomen as an immense force propelled him away, slamming him against a large tree, which snapped upon impact and sent him crashing to the ground. Chapter 26. Yushi, that Orochimaru fellow is truly a pervert. With a single decisive kick, Yushi approached her opponent slowly. Don't come any closer. Please, don't. No matter how he pleaded, he could not prevent Yushi from retrieving the scroll from her person. Upon reading the inscription, she was somewhat taken aback. Earth Scroll? I never anticipated such good fortune. The captain of the ninja squad was finally in a state of panic. Initially, upon seeing the forehead protectors of the 3 individuals, he assumed they were fellow ninjas from a small village like his own. Little did he know, their prowess was formidable. They defeated him without even employing ninjutsu. Hurry, come save me, he urged, glancing at his teammates, only to discover that their spirits had plummeted in the wake of his defeat, leaving them at a disadvantage. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixating on Yushi, who sat nearby, nonchalantly spinning a kunai. A wave of dread washed over him. In the next moment, he witnessed the kunai being hurled towards him, slicing through the air and nearly grazing his neck before embedding itself into the ground. He could feel the chilling breeze as it flew past. Overcome with terror, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seated on a stone, Yushi yawned in boredom, propping her chin on her hand as she observed the ongoing battle between Tufong and Ueda. None of the 4 engaged in ninjutsu. Instead, they relied on kunai for their hand-to-hand combat. In truth, it is common for lower-ranking ninjas to possess minimal chakra each time they unleash a couple of ninjutsu. Their chakra reserves run dry. Exceptions like the 12 young prodigies, including Naruto, are rare. Consequently, confrontations among lower-ranking ninjas predominantly manifest as taijutsu duels, with ninjutsu reserved for critical moments. With the strongest captain already vanquished, the one who defeated him sat there, watching intently, under such pressure, despite possessing slightly superior strength to Tufong. He found himself relentlessly suppressed, and it wasn't long before he too was bested. Meanwhile, Ueda seized the opportunity amidst the enemy's panic, delivering a powerful kick. Secret technique. Weakening legs. Crack. The sound resonated as if something had shattered. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The ninja opened his mouth, wide-eyed, halting all movements, his pallid face quivering as he knelt, clutching his lower body. Both Tohu and another defeated ninja felt a chill between their legs at this sight. Yushi casually retrieved the kunai she had discarded earlier and gave a thumbs up to the 2. Well done. Although there are many areas for improvement, it can be said that your potential for growth is immense. Tohu and Ueda immediately straightened up, replying, yes. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Yushi was momentarily stunned. She hadn't actually praised them. As they unfurled the scroll obtained from this ninja squad, their faces lit up with delight upon seeing the large character Firth written on it. Wonderful. Weave gathered them so quickly. They had initially thought they would be halted at the second exam, but unexpectedly, things had gone smoothly. Thankfully, they had this substitute for the captain. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly failed. After traversing some distance and overcoming 3 more teams, they had acquired 3 additional heavenly scrolls. However, at that moment, a sudden loud explosion echoed throughout the forest of death. Boom! The birds residing in the forest took flight in fright. Though I may be useless, I will surely strive to improve. A gigantic toad leaped high, speaking loudly. All the ninjas witnessing this spectacle dropped their jaws in astonishment. Which deity has conjured such a creature? This isn't merely a lowly genin. Are they toying with us? Tohu and Ueda's eyes nearly bulged out as they pointed towards the beast. What a massive toad! Tohu swallowed nervously, trembling as he inquired of Yushi, Captain. The opponent isn't utilizing a transformation technique to infiltrate, are they? Upon seeing Yushi nod, his face turned an even paler shade of green. Heavens! A group of genin has mixed in with jounin and even elite jounin. Don't misunderstand. Yushi quickly discerned his confusion and clarified. The one summoning the toad is also a genin, though their chakra is rather impressive. With that, she grasped each of their shoulders and with a flicker of her form. When the scenery became clear again, Tohu and Ueda found themselves gazing at the distant finish line. She handed them the earth and heavenly scrolls, offering an encouraging smile. I wish you both outstanding performances in the next exam. Watching Yushi vanish before them, the two exchanged glances, and Tohu weakly suggested, what if we discuss with our captain upon returning and opt out of the next exam? You might have a point there, Ueda replied. Meanwhile, Yushi's figure flickered rapidly, soon appearing atop a large tree. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, somewhat surprised by the sight of Manda battling the toad. Orochimaru, what is that guy doing here? Wasn't he preparing for the Konoha collapse plan? In the Hokage office, an Umbu ninja knelt with one knee on the ground, swiftly reporting the events occurring in the Death Forest. Hokage-sama, there have been violent tremors in the Death Forest. A giant toad and a large snake are engaged in battle. A toad? A snake? Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his expression immediately turning grave. The children participating in the exam within the Death Forest are the village's future. What if something were to happen? Just then, Jiraiya happened to be passing by and, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over. The Umbu ninja continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to rise when he heard this, left speechless. You should go back and study properly. You aren't even qualified to convey a message. After taking a puff from his pipe, he thought, since Jiraiya is on the way, there is no need to worry. However, had Naruto truly mastered the summoning technique to summon Gamabunta so swiftly? Truly, he is the child of Minato multi-shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of white mist enveloped the area, revealing thousands of Naruto Uzumaki spread across various locations. The original Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head, pointing at Manda. All right, Gamabunta. I'm counting on you. Gamabunta, exhaling smoke, replied in a deep voice, though I may be useless, I will do my utmost. After uttering words akin to those of a toad, the two colossal beings clashed, while the remaining clones focused their gaze on Orochimaru. All right, everyone, charge. The thousands of Narutos shouted in unison, launching themselves forward. Sasuke, gripping his neck, was initially taken aback by Naruto's displayed prowess, but upon witnessing his reckless behavior, he yelled, Idiot! Naruto, stop! It's dangerous! Orochimaru watched with interest as the wave of Narutos surged forward, licking his lips with his tongue, his voice raspy. Uzumaki Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, what terrifying chakra. However, his current objective was not Naruto, and the Jinchuriki was far too important to Konoha. To act against him now would be counterproductive. Sasuke-kun, I shall nurture you well. Your body will be mine in due time. Please. A free little gift. Chapter 27. So this is the Nine Tails. Everyone, beat this guy up. Naruto bellowed. Charge. Orochimaru calmly observed the throng of Narutos surging from all directions, exuding a powerful aura of murderous intent that enveloped the area. In an instant, the Narutos halted in their tracks, trembling as if a cold, terrifying serpent was coiling around their bodies. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent rendered everyone incapable of controlling themselves, their very souls trembling in fear. A hand rested upon Sasuke's shoulder, and Sakura felt her legs weaken. It was terrifying. Naruto had become incredibly powerful. How could there be such a vast disparity among mere genin? Yet, the adversary was even stronger. Her body quaked, her voice trembling as if death loomed at any moment. Stop it, Naruto, this is futile. Sasuke, drenched in sweat and half kneeling on the ground, pressed a hand against the cursed seal's mark, gasping for breath. His eyes involuntarily opened to reveal the Sharingan, and with gritted teeth, he managed to speak. That guy is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Initially, they had not recognized Orochimaru's identity, but once he summoned the Great Serpent, many present, familiar with the legendary ninja, recognized him. Not far from their location, Shikamaru and the others were also overwhelmed by this oppressive presence, collapsing to the ground. Was it true that the legendary trio were such terrifying beings? Cold sweat beaded on Shikamaru's forehead as he strained his mind. It was evident that even if Naruto summoned the Great Toad, he would not stand a chance against Orochimaru. After all, he was a rogue ninja from Konoha. If this continued, they would surely perish. Feeling his body tremble, he laboriously drew a kunai and thrust it into his thigh. The blood splattered, and the pain restored his control, allowing him to extend the dagger toward Choji, stabbing him in the thigh as well. Just as Shikamaru reached for himself, Ino, overwhelmed with fear, instinctively forgot her terror. Wait, don't stab me. I think I'm no longer afraid. The three rushed out, helping Sakura and Sasuke while simultaneously shouting to Naruto in the distance, Naruto, staying here will only lead to death. You must escape. Though initially supported, Sasuke too felt his fear gradually subside after being stabbed with the kunai. The moment he regained control, he hurled several kunai at Orochimaru. Naruto was no fool. With all his comrades urging him to flee, he would not linger any longer. Orochimaru effortlessly dodged the kunai, his raspy voice remarking, "Not bad for this generation. It seems Konoha can still burn brightly." He leisurely bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Suddenly, a flute appeared. And upon being played, snakes from the entire forest of death surged toward them. Jiraiya, rushing toward the scene, grimaced at the sight. "Orochimaru, don't go too far." The participating genin in the forest were startled, launching attacks against the snakes. Tooth for a tooth. Inuzuka Kiba and his companions fought back-to-back against the serpents. However, the sheer number of snakes forced everyone into a corner. Seeing this, Naruto summoned more shadow clones, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Fukasaku had already returned to Mount Myaboku as the summoning time expired, while Orochimaru stood atop the great serpent, pursuing them. Sasuke, witnessing Orochimaru drawing nearer, clenched his jaw and commanded everyone, "That guy's target is me. You all need to find help." In the next instant, he dashed forward. As expected, Orochimaru immediately changed direction. Adhering to his testing strategy, Orochimaru intermittently attacked him. Sasuke narrowly evaded, ultimately colliding with a tree. Crash! The massive tree was shattered by the tail of the great serpent. Yuki had not anticipated that her spectating would embroil her in this trouble. Upon noticing Yuki's sudden appearance, Orochimaru's previously mocking expression froze. He had not realized there was someone in the tree. His eyes flickered as he prepared to test her, initially intending to release a breath to indicate his identity. Upon seeing her prepare to attack, Yuki promptly abandoned that idea. On her journey to Konoha, she had wished to gauge Orochimaru's strength, yet he seemed disinterested in engaging. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of bile, trembling as he propped himself up, glancing at the similarly sized figure before him. Hurry and escape. Without delay, he turned to flee. The next moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Sasuke. It was Naruto, that fool. Hadn't he instructed them to seek reinforcements? In the distance, trees were being shattered as Naruto's eyes transformed into those of a fox, revealing sharp fangs, yet the power emanating from him astonished everyone. This state mirrored that of the land of waves. Clenching his fists, Sasuke began to doubt whether he could truly become the strongest. Not to mention Naruto's current condition. Even the toad he had summoned earlier posed a formidable challenge. What could he possibly do against such a foe? Yuki, observing Naruto enveloped in crimson chakra, reluctantly lowered her hands. "Oh, has he lost control?" Orochimaru chuckled, showing no concern for the current host of the Nine Tails, commanding the great serpent to charge forward. Yet, the serpent remained still, its cold, slitted eyes narrowing as it observed the oncoming Naruto. "Orochimaru, the summoning duration has ended. Do not forget the sacrifice that follows." Boom. The colossal serpent dissipated in a swirl of white mist. Landing on the ground, Orochimaru's demeanor darkened as he vanished in an instant. Seizing Naruto by the throat and thrusting him forward, tree snapped as he collided with them, blood spilling from Naruto as he struggled in vain. In the throes of fear and rage, the previously contained chakra of the Nine Tails surged uncontrollably. In the realm of the mind, a large fox abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a wicked grin. "Kid, go and destroy everything." In the outside world, the once red chakra began to morph, forming fox-like ears and sprouting a tail. Orochimaru was taken aback. But it was merely surprise. "Just one tail. I can handle that with one hand." In no time, Naruto, now with one tail, resumed his agonized struggle. Sasuke watched with concern, noting the myriad of wounds covering Naruto's body, his cries diminishing. "Naruto." Yet Orochimaru noticed that Naruto did not appear gravely injured, likely due to the protective nature of the Nine Tails chakra. If this continued, Naruto would undoubtedly grow a second tail, having achieved his objective. Orochimaru deemed it unnecessary to further provoke the host of the Nine Tails. Should the beast break free, even he would not escape unscathed. With that thought, he cast Naruto away. Naruto. Jiraiya raced through the forest, finally arriving at a crucial moment. Chapter 28. Sasuke, Sakura, you are far too weak. Jiraiya, cradling the battered Naruto, found that the latter had lost all reason, instinctively attacking him. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, tauntingly saying, "Jiraiya, until we meet again." As Jiraiya dodged the assault, his gaze burned with fury. "Orochimaru, you are beyond redemption." The actions of the day had made him abandon all hope of bringing Orochimaru back to Konoha. Orochimaru, unfazed, retorted, "Do you think you have won me over? You're mistaken. To speak frankly, the unfolding events have indeed taken him by surprise. It appears that during the execution of the Leaf Village's collapse plan, a strategy must be devised to delay the adversary. Contemplating this, he swiftly withdrew from the scene. Jiraiya had initially anticipated a fierce battle between the two, only to find that the opponent had fled. A roar pierced his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. He observed Naruto's increasingly frenzied state. In an instant, Jiraiya leaped behind him, striking Naruto's shoulder with his hand shaped like a blade. With a thud, Naruto's eyes rolled back. Yet he remained conscious. Jiraiya, compelled to take control, bit his finger and reinforced the seal on Naruto's abdomen. The terrifying crimson chakra gradually dissipated, and Naruto gazed at the man before him, struggling to muster a smile. "Perverted sage, you've come." With that, his weary eyelids closed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sasuke approached, supporting himself. "Naruto, is he all right?" Jiraiya shook his head, casting a complex glance at Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan. He could only hope that the truth would never reach this child. "I will take you out," Jiraiya said, cradling Naruto, intent on seeking healing for him. However, this statement was met with Sasuke's refusal. "I still intend to participate in the exam, and I believe Naruto feels the same. If you take him away, he might regret it for a lifetime." Jiraiya furrowed his brow deeply at this, and after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to set Naruto down. "Can your body withstand it?" Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his tone brimming with confidence. "Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan." He hoisted Naruto onto his back and began walking away. Jiraiya felt a twinge of concern but chose to respect Sasuke's decision. He glanced at Yuki, who stood dumbfounded in the distance, assuming she was merely stunned. Noting her forehead protector, he utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. Yuki was indeed lost in thought, conversing with the distant Yui. She had already noticed Jiraiya's arrival. Her original intention was to engage in battle with Orochimaru, dragging him into the fray upon Jiraiya's arrival, but Naruto's sudden appearance had disrupted this plan. Nevertheless, that little brat was quite impressive. "Regrettably, in the future my eyes foresee, you shall be my enemy. Well, let me anticipate your strength." With a smile, she vanished, only to reappear with another individual, precisely the person whose identity she had assumed. "The heaven and earth scrolls have been gathered. I shall take you there," she proclaimed, grasping the individual's shoulder before vanishing together. Tobakage and Ueda remained hidden in the shadows, opting not to draw undue attention by entering the destination too early. In the next moment, two figures suddenly materialized behind them. Sensing the movement, they lunged to either side. However, upon seeing that it was two captains, they froze in place. Yuki dispelled her transformation technique, chuckling lightly. "I wish you good fortune. And, if you value your lives, I would advise against participating in the next round of the exam." The collapse of the Leaf Village will undoubtedly result in numerous casualties. Having shared a few encounters, Yuki felt compelled to offer a warning, indifferent to the trio's ultimate intentions. Tobakage and Ueda exchanged glances, handing over the two scrolls to their captain, who hesitated briefly. "Captain, the senior certainly wouldn't speak lightly. Should we withdraw from the next round?" After considerable reflection, he recalled Yuki's formidable strength and concluded she would not deceive three mere genin. After much deliberation, he nodded in agreement. "Let it be so. Moreover, our current abilities are indeed not yet at the Chunin level. Once this exam concludes, we shall return to training earnestly. Yes, one day we shall become great Chunins." The trio chatted amiably as they made their way to the destination, their faces illuminated with hopes for the future. Meanwhile, Sasuke, carrying Naruto, reunited with Sakura. During this time, they fortuitously encountered another injured team. Faced with a weaker squad of genin, Sasuke unleashed his Sharingan and swiftly incapacitated them. Sakura, tending to Naruto's wounds, recognized the joy on Sasuke's face as he opened their scroll, realizing it contained what they sought. They navigated through the challenges to reach the endpoint. Just as Naruto regained consciousness. "Ouch, it hurts," he gasped, feeling the soreness in his body. Upon glancing at his carrier, he found it was none other than Sasuke. "Damn it, if only Sakura were carrying me." "Naruto." Sasuke set him down, regarding him calmly. "Do not get cocky. I will surpass you again and leave you far behind." He intended to seek special training from Lady Tsunade, determined to claim first place in the exam. Meeting Sasuke's earnest gaze, Naruto stood to confront him. Sensing the tension, Sakura quickly interjected between them. All right, you both are injured. Let us hurry to get treated." A few minutes later, watching the two being taken for treatment, Sakura's initially cheerful expression gradually morphed into disappointment. Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto had grown so powerful. Once a top student at the Ninja Academy, she now felt like a hindrance. Do I still deserve to be in Team 7? Her gaze was lost, fixated on her long hair cascading down her chest. Due to the butterfly effect, in this perilous forest of death exam, she had hesitated, thus missing the moment where she might have resolved to cut her hair with a kunai. Upon exiting, she spotted Kakashi standing nearby. Kakashi-sensei. Observing the despondent aura surrounding the girl, Kakashi sighed and gently ruffled her hair. You are different from Naruto and Sasuke. There is no need for comparison. Sakura. Compared to others, you are already exceptional. Undoubtedly, Sakura possessed immense talent. However, standing beside Sasuke and Naruto, one could not overlook their formidable bloodlines. Setting aside the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, Sasuke hailed from the Uchiha clan, while Naruto descended from the Uzumaki clan. The inherent advantages of their bloodlines placed them beyond the reach of an ordinary girl like Sakura. In a different ninja team, Sakura might have shone brightly. Let us go see them. All right. The two made their way to the hospital, where they encountered Sasuke emerging, his wounds bandaged. Sasuke. Upon witnessing this, Sakura rushed towards him. You're still injured. You need to rest. Sasuke replied calmly, I don't have that much time. Also, Sakura, you should focus on improving your strength. With that, he sidestepped her and continued on his path. Chapter 29, The Officials of the Land of Fire. I want these two beauties. Sasuke's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to surpass Naruto. Yet, no matter how he pondered, the ultimate conclusion remained. Failure. Even without that giant toad. Should Naruto's body manifest that crimson chakra, he would still be no match. I wonder if Sister Izumi has a solution? He would endure any hardship, fearing only that such suffering would be in vain. In the hospital corridor, Kakashi cast a glance at the dazed Sakura, who remained stationary, and pursued her. Sasuke, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder, smiling as he observed her. Seeing Naruto grow stronger must be quite frustrating for you. In truth, I possess a powerful jutsu. Would you like to learn it? As the conversation unfolded, a surge of electricity crackled in the left hand, accompanied by the melodious chorus of countless birds. This technique, known as Thousand Birds, possesses the potential, when mastered, to sever even the thunderbolts from the heavens. Sasuke, should you wish to learn, find me at the training ground tomorrow. With that, I released my grip and turned to stride towards the infirmary. The corridor bustled with passers-by, predominantly the injured genin from the recent ordeal in the Forest of Death. I paused, reflecting on the scene I had just witnessed. No hand seals required, the Thousand Birds. Indeed, leaves cascaded down as numerous individuals rose early to gaze upon the streets. Several days had elapsed since the conclusion of the second exam, yet due to Orochimaru's intervention, the final exam had been postponed to today. Yushi stretched languidly, her eyes glinting with ambition. Following the conclusion of the Chunin exams, the time to seize this world would soon arrive. Let the riffraff tremble in fear. Standing alone before the mirror, I exhibited a disdainful expression. Yu-E revealed a shoulder adorned with elegance and playfully tapped my head, urging, all right, prepare yourself. After this, we shall journey to the land of wind. Meanwhile, at the Sand Ninja headquarters, Lord Raza, may I inquire about your decision? Raza sat in contemplation, exhaling a heavy sigh after a prolonged silence. Fate, indeed. It seemed the heavens were mocking him, manifesting such circumstances during his tenure as Kazekage. Though he remained silent, Maki, his trusted confidant of many years, grasped the Kazekage's intent. Yield. After deciding to surrender, the weight that had burdened Raza's heart was finally lifted. A hint of melancholy crossed his visage upon the dissemination of this news. The villagers would likely disdain him, for he was the first Kage to capitulate in the village's long history. The Kazekage acts for the good of the villagers. Maki promptly reassured him. That entity is beyond human opposition, and your actions are for the village's welfare. As the Kazekage, once a resolution is made, it is unwavering. Though it is natural to feel a tinge of discomfort. Yet, reassured by Maki's words, Raza regained his resolve. Indeed, my actions are for the benefit of the village. That sovereign, Tianyu, has recently pledged to assist in transforming the environment of the Land of Wind and to focus on our development. 3 days prior, Yu-E had approached him, utilizing space-time ninjutsu to converse with Tianyu from another world. Tianyu first showed Raza the conditions of several cities, promising that upon arriving in that realm, he would aid in environmental transformation and enhance the living standards of the residents. Tianyu held a certain appreciation for those who first pledged allegiance to him. While it mattered little whether to surrender or not, reducing bloodshed was indeed a commendable goal. His words struck a chord deep within Raza, especially after witnessing the conditions of that world. His previously wavering heart was decisively anchored. Recalling their earlier conversation, Raza radiated determination. Maki. Yes. Maki jolted, standing at attention. Raza's expression turned grave. Having resolved to surrender, meticulous preparations were essential. Although Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great nations, its fate is likewise predetermined. To secure greater advantages for our new era, when Orochimaru sets his plans in motion, you must strive to eliminate Konoha's ninjas. In their eyes, ambition burns brightly. In this new era, they are destined to become the strongest. The 3rd round of the Chinese examination has arrived as scheduled. To facilitate the display of the combat scenes involving the participating ninjas and to showcase the spirit of Konoha, the examination is to take place in a circular training arena. Spectators can witness this final and most thrilling examination from the stands. Friends and family fortunate enough to attend the 3rd examination have gathered in droves, proudly showcasing their children and friends. My little husband will undoubtedly become a Chunin. This boy truly brings me honor. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The ninja team of Ueda and Hijikata, at the behest of the village elders, reluctantly agreed to participate in this final examination. I hope the words of that elder do not come to pass. The Ueda silently prays with hands clasped together. As the audience gradually takes their seats, 2 figures stand out remarkably, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Yuki. How beautiful! They are like celestial maidens descended from the heavens. Is this an exaggeration? No, indeed. Every spectator who laid eyes upon them wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. Their innate noble aura surpasses even that of the aristocracy. To behold such divine beauty, even if just for a fleeting moment, feels like a fulfillment of one's life. The officials sent by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, upon seeing these 2, immediately display a look of astonishment. The diminutive figure adorned with a hat approached the 2 individuals, heedless of the surrounding commotion, while his accompanying guards brusquely cleared the path of onlookers. The atmosphere became tumultuous, yet upon recognizing who had pushed them aside, the spectators hastily retreated in fear. You 2, return with me to become the esteemed concubines of the Lord. The official's breath quickened, although he gazed upon Yu-E and Yu-Shi with covetous eyes. He was acutely aware that such exquisite beauties were beyond his grasp. Only the most illustrious daimyo of the Land of Fire possessed the privilege to claim them. Come with me at once, he insisted, reaching out to seize the 2, eager to indulge his desires. He could no longer wait. The Chunin exams were of no consequence to him. If he could merely return these 2, the daimyo would undoubtedly bestow upon him a generous reward. Originally seated between them, Kurenai instinctively prepared to employ her genjutsu upon noticing the official's approach. For her, Yui and Yushi were of paramount importance. Having already resolved to betray the village, what did it matter if she harmed an official of the Land of Fire? However, there was one swifter than she. The long-absent ninja turtle unleashed 2 shurikens, which darted forth with precision, piercing the official's heart and throat. The situation here has long attracted attention. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, soon followed by gasps of astonishment. An official abruptly collapsed in agony, his corpulent body convulsing violently, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The crowd erupted in another wave of exclamations. Stop! Several nearby guard ninjas, witnessing the scene, were filled with fury and lunged forward, intending to slay the tortoise. However, what awaited them was the masterful technique of the trident. Chapter 30. The 3rd match officially commences with a flourish, the trident sword, and the tortoise charged into the throng. Instantly, several met the same fate as the fallen official, succumbing to death. Cries of horror and shrieks of terror resonated throughout the air. It's over. This tortoise is surely doomed. How dare it slay a leaf official? It appeared to be a creature brought forth by those 2 divine ladies. They too are doomed. And these 2 beauties will likely be taken to the daimyo. Alas, what a pity. The cabbage has been ravaged by swine. You reckless fool, do you wish for death? How dare you speak so carelessly here? Do not drag us down with you. Unlike the ordinary spectators, those ninjas who had witnessed Yushi's formidable prowess, along with the Leaf Ninjas and various clans, were now breaking into cold sweats. This individual is not to be trifled with. If Otsutsuki Yushi possesses such formidable strength, one can only imagine the capabilities of her elder sister, Yui. Should a battle ensue, it would likely result in a considerable loss of life. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the grim visage of the 3rd Hokage on the dais, awaiting a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his old addiction to tobacco resurfacing. He could hardly believe that, in the briefest lapse of concentration, the entire delegation from the Land of Fire had been annihilated. Had he been a rational man, he would have long since ordered the apprehension of the assailants and delivered them to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. believing that the beauty of the two women would suffice to quell the daimyo's wrath. Yet, they were not individuals to be easily subdued, should a conflict break out here. The consequences would be dire. Unlike the others, the members of the Hyuga clan were visibly exhilarated. Those who dared to slay officials were surely doomed. With no one to save them, the ninja teams that had already entered the arena were utterly disregarded. Naruto looked up in confusion, questioning what had transpired. Sakura appeared somewhat dazed, realizing that the officials sent by the daimyo had been murdered. Ah! Naruto exclaimed, his gaze following hers until it landed on Otsutsuki Yushi, prompting him to cry out. That's the woman who has killed so many ninjas. How outrageous. This woman is indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Naruto held the villagers in high regard, and thus harbored a deep disdain for Yushi, who had slain members of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Sakura regained her composure just as Sasuke's cold voice interjected, "Be quiet, Naruto." He glared at the scene above, his tone frigid. "It's that foolish pig who dares to provoke anyone." "Sasuke, you." Surprised by Sasuke's icy demeanor, Naruto faltered. Sakura quickly intervened, placing herself between the two and quietly explaining the situation to Naruto, who then realized he had misjudged. However, was it truly necessary to resort to murder? Sasuke smirked. Such scum only serves to waste resources. Sakura cast her gaze towards the third Hokage, whispering, "Those two will likely be apprehended." Whispers and murmurs filled the air as Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He resolved to detain one of the assailants, while the others would join in. Jiraiya would arrive shortly as well. Even if these two sisters were of the Sannin level, they would meet their end here. With this thought, he prepared to issue orders to capture the perpetrators, the Ninja Turtle, and the two women, Yui and Yushi. At that moment, however, sitting beside him, Rasha stood with a smile, declaring, "Miss Yui and Miss Yushi are our most esteemed guests from Sunagakure. To harm them would be to declare enmity with our village." Having already resolved to fully ally with them, he understood the need to elevate his own standing. It was clear that after this incident, even if Konoha were to surrender in the future, it would hold little weight. Rasha's words, though softly spoken, resonated in every ear, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the assembly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance changed instantly. He quickly discerned Rasha's intentions. He undoubtedly sought to extend a gracious invitation for the two women to return to Sunagakure. This realization rendered him hesitant. If it were only Otsutsuki Yui and Yushi, Konoha could bear some cost to capture them. Yet, with Rasha and the backing of Sunagakure as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to contemplate the series of repercussions that would follow. After a prolonged silence, his voice reverberated across the venue. "The exam shall proceed." The deceased officials and ninjas were swiftly removed, and the bloodstained ground was cleaned, as if nothing had transpired. Following this uproar, the atmosphere subtly shifted. The examiner for the third round of the exam was Naruto, the man known for his penchant for chewing on senbon. Observing the third Hokage's expression, he announced the official commencement of the third round. All the genin who had passed the second round entered the arena. Due to the butterfly effect, the number of teams in this round had increased significantly. In total, there were 15 teams. With a stroke of luck, if they encountered weaker opponents, they might secure favorable rankings. Naruto swiftly outlined the crucial rules and emphasized the significance of this round. There is no need to obsess over victory. This exam primarily assesses the abilities you display. As long as you meet the standards, even those who do not win can still be promoted. Upon hearing this, the initially anxious candidates gradually calmed. Tsubaki nudged Ueda with a smile. "With this in mind, if fortune favors us, we might just become Chunin." However, Ueda retorted bluntly, "You still don't understand? Our strength does not yet qualify us for Chunin, and I have a nagging feeling that something will go awry here. Perhaps we should forfeit." "Absolutely not. We've come this far. We must set aside our fears and strive earnestly," the team leader replied with composure. Unfortunately for the trio, they were unfortunate enough to encounter Team 7, consisting of Sasuke and Naruto, in the first round. Faced with adversaries whose strength surpassed that of the original narrative, they were swiftly defeated. After defeating one opponent, the team leader sustained injuries and was compelled to concede. Sighing, he lamented, "We truly are too weak. Let us leave quickly. For the sake of safety, we should get out of here." As they conversed, they bid farewell to the leading ninja from their village and departed promptly. Next came the battle between Sakura and Ino. When rivals meet, sparks fly. Wide forehead. "Pig Ino. I will definitely win this fight." X2. No sooner had the words left their mouths than Ino and Sakura engaged in a fierce confrontation. "Heh, you've fallen for it. Despite being bested by Sakura's second personality, Ino stubbornly held a kunai to Sakura's neck. Sakura, silent, conceded, "You've won. I choose to withdraw." Before the exam, they had agreed that whoever advanced the furthest would have the right to pursue Sasuke. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ino shook her head, saying, "After reflecting on our experiences, I've come to realize that I don't truly like Sasuke. I was simply enamored by his coolness at the time. So, Sakura, you can continue to pursue him." Putting away her kunai, Ino glanced at Sasuke, her gaze firm, and could not help but remind, as a former friend, "If you don't change, you will most certainly never catch up to Sasuke." Chapter 31. Hinata's demise? Ino may have had good intentions, but Sakura was not appreciative. Suspecting that Ino had not yet given up. "You don't have some sort of scheme, do you? Think as you wish." With that, Ino shrugged and departed, seemingly unfazed by her defeat in battle. In the audience, Yushi suddenly spoke up. "That girl named Sakura has a dual personality." Yuhi Kurenai glanced at the cheerful Sakura below. Yushi continued, "However, that personality is merging with her primary self. It should not be long before they fully integrate, at which point her talents will likely strengthen." As the two were engaged in conversation, the fifth round of examinations commenced, pitting Nara Shikamaru against Uchiha Sasuke. In terms of sheer strength, it was only natural that Shikamaru would succumb to Sasuke. The sixth round unfolded with Temari facing off against Rock Lee. A clash between taijutsu and ninjutsu that captivated many onlookers. With her remarkable speed, Temari's wind release techniques proved ineffective against her opponent. Just as Rock Lee prepared to launch an attack, Temari, with a furrowed brow, conceded defeat. It was evident she recognized Lee still possessed considerable stamina. Perhaps upon returning, I should learn a more expansive wind release technique, so I need not fear ninjas like this one, Temari mused, her thoughts clouded as she gazed at the broad-shouldered, bright-eyed boy who smiled at her. The seventh round commenced, featuring Gaara against a ninja from the small hidden village. Gaara effortlessly crushed his opponent, his dark-ringed eyes coldly observing the struggling adversary, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. With a sickening crunch, the underling was enveloped in a mist of blood, the excruciating pain triggering a protective response from his brain, causing him to faint. "Pathetic," Gaara remarked indifferently, discarding his opponent like refuse before turning away. A profound silence enveloped the arena. This was the first occurrence of such brutality since the third round began. No one anticipated that Gaara, a sand ninja, would resort to such merciless tactics, clearly overpowering his foe, yet choosing to torment him in this manner. Rock Lee furrowed his thick brows, vowing that if he were to face Gaara, he would teach him a severe lesson. Unbeknownst to him, his original opponent was indeed Gaara, and in the course of their battle, his legs would have been shattered. However, due to the butterfly effect, fate had intervened, preventing their confrontation this time. The eighth round awaited. This examination is rather exceptional, as both contenders hail from the esteemed Hyuga clan. Rock Lee flashed a grin, giving a thumbs up to Hyuga Niji, exclaiming, "Go for it, Niji. I believe in you." Hyuga Niji scoffed, "Do you think I would falter against that timid fellow?" On the platform, Hyuga Hazashi observed his younger sister, Hinata, from below, gradually clenching his fist. "Hinata, let me witness your resolve. Otherwise." In a spirited display, Inazuka Kiba cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting, "Hinata, you can do it. Don't be afraid." "What woof?" Akamaru, nestled in his arms, barked in agreement. Yamanaka Shino concealed the lower half of his face within his clothing, donning sunglasses, his voice so subdued that perhaps only the parasites residing on him could hear. "Go for it." Hinata cast a wry smile at her two teammates, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to face the approaching Hyuga Niji. "Brother Niji," she greeted warmly, though her expression betrayed her unease. Hyuga Niji was acutely aware of the situation. As the daughter of the clan leader, Hinata had faced rigorous expectations from her family, a fact well known among the clan members. Rumors even circulated that the clan leader had resolved to abandon Hinata in favor of nurturing Hyuga Hanabi. Yet, such matters were of no concern to him. This is a battle of vengeance, as Niji's father perished to take the blame for Hinata's father. This left a profound psychological scar on the youthful Hinata Niji, who has always remembered this incident, constantly contemplating the day he would avenge both his father and the entire branch family. "I will not hold back." Gazing at the once beloved sister before him, Hinata Niji displayed an air of detached indifference. The battle unfolded without any unforeseen developments. Although it was a familial dispute, his innate talent far surpassed that of Hinata Hyuga. effortlessly defeating his opponent and leaving them bloodied and collapsed on the ground. What's more, he harbored intentions to continue the assault, wishing to bludgeon them to death. At that moment, a Hyuga ninja prepared to intervene, and the enforcers of order on site also readied themselves to act. Stop! The icy voice of Hayashi Hyuga suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. Everyone initially assumed he was addressing Neji Hyuga, and even the latter shared this belief. However, only the nearby members of the main family grasped the true implication of his words. The previously charged Hyuga ninja returned to their seats, as it became evident to all that Hayashi Hyuga would remain indifferent to the situation, even if his daughter were to be brutally slain. The cold visage gazed downwards, and were it not for the tightly clenched fists, one might hardly discern any emotion. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. As Hyuga Neji approached Hinata, the one in charge, Nara Shikamaru reminded him, "Do not forget the rules of the exam." "I do not care," Neji replied icily. "After today, she shall descend into hell. To kill her would be a form of liberation. Only through understanding can one grasp the anguish of the branch family. It is a living hell, where they exist as mere slaves to the main family. To slay Hinata with his own hands would not only serve as vengeance against the main family, but also as a final act of compassion for the sister he once cherished." Rockley, fists tightly clenched, exclaimed, "Neji, what are you doing?" The other members of Team 7 echoed his sentiments, urging Neji to cease his actions. "Damn it. That guy." Uzumaki Naruto prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained. During the battle, outsiders were prohibited from intervening. Hinata lay on the ground, her gaze shattered as she beheld her own blood. She had heard her cousin's words. Neji intended to kill her. Her father would no longer concern himself with her fate. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, akin to plummeting into an abyss devoid of light. She struggled to rise, adopting a fighting stance, and with a soft cry, she charged, only to be effortlessly struck down once more. Rise, fall, rise, fall. Ultimately, after enduring yet another attack from Hyuga Neji, the battered Hinata found herself devoid of any strength. Her body collapsed to the ground, her once bright white eyes now clouded and lifeless, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might have mistaken her for deceased. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Yet Hinata had lost the will to resist. She lacked even the strength to lift her hands. "Neji, brother," her faint voice reached his ears, halting his poised hand. His palm trembled, a grimace crossing his face. Neji gazed at the vacant-eyed girl before him, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self. Hinata, struggle well in this hell. In the end, Neji chose not to take Hinata's life but to spare her instead. Yet perhaps, after experiencing the life of the branch family, Hinata would come to believe that death would have been a more merciful fate. Chapter 32. The danger lies not in the future, but in parallel worlds. The confrontation between the branch family and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan culminated in a decisive victory for Hyuga Neji. As for Hinata, it is well understood among all ninja clans that she has been forsaken. From this moment forth, her fate is to become a member of the branch family. Hinata. As the referee declared the battle concluded, Ino and others swiftly prepared to rush forward. Yet, at that moment, white feathers began to gently descend from the sky, heralding the commencement of a grand illusion that had long been in preparation. The stage is set, and the actors are poised. The scene commenced swiftly, with ordinary individuals in attendance succumbing to slumber, leaving the crowd momentarily bewildered. Whoosh! A sand ninja, devoid of the forehead protector, vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, several leaf ninjas found themselves ambushed. In that very moment, the sand ninjas gathered rapidly, launching an assault on the leaf shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a grim glance at Raza, the wind shadow, demanding an explanation. Raza, removing the hat that symbolized his status, nonchalantly responded under the intensity of Hiruzen's furious gaze. "As you can see, the plan to dismantle Konoha has commenced." Bang! Raza, having been attacked, utilized the substitution technique to escape, turning to face Orochimaru, who had appeared on the scene, revealing a mysterious smile. "Indeed, the architect of this scheme is your esteemed disciple. Enjoy these final moments well, third Hokage." With that, he vanished in an instant. The sudden emergence of the four purple flames formation ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru together. "Sensei," Orochimaru uttered, reverting from his transformation with a distinctive rasp. "This is the final stage prepared for you." The air was thick with the clamor of battle, and amidst the chaos, many leaf ninjas met their demise. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his former disciple, Orochimaru, now a threat to Konoha. "This time, let you perish here." As he spoke, Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames. The two engaged in tentative combat until Orochimaru retreated, rejoining his hands to form seals once more. A fleeting thought crossed Hiruzen's mind, recognizing a familiar pattern in Orochimaru's actions. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in alarm. No, it's the Edo Tensei. As the words left his lips, Orochimaru slammed his palm down, exclaiming, Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. Two coffins emerged from the earth, one marked with the character for 1, the other for 2. The absence of the fourth Kazekage's coffin, due to his survival, left only the first and second Hokages. It's the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Someone exclaimed in shock. Senju Tobirama stepped forth, gazing at the elder before him. Is that you, monkeys? He surveyed the chaotic surroundings, furrowing his brow, and rapidly articulated a solution. The situation looks dire. Remember, the Edo Tensei creates undying bodies that can only be sealed. With 2 fingers raised, before he could proceed further, Orochimaru swiftly inserted control seals into the nape of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru, what have you done to my teachers? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru in fury. Just a little insurance, Orochimaru replied, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Let me see how much of the legendary shinobi you still possess. Konoha Hurricane. The battlefield was alive with conflict. Raza had scarcely slain a handful when a towering man clad in a green jumpsuit charged toward him, shouting, "Might Guy." He kicked, yielding no harm. Kakashi followed closely behind. "Guy, I understand," he responded, giving a thumbs up. "It's time to showcase our youth. Open the first gate, the second gate, the third, the fourth, and the fifth." A torrent of green chakra erupted, enveloping him entirely. To contend with Raza, Might Guy unleashed the fifth gate of the 8 gates formation. Observing Guy's capability against Raza, Kakashi decided to depart. Knowing the Sand Ninjas had wreaked substantial havoc upon Konoha, and he must devise a plan to halt the onslaught. In the tumultuous battlefield, Hinata Hyuga lay alone, absorbing the sounds of slaughter. A kunai hurtled toward her, piercing her heart. With a muffled gasp and blood spilling from her lips in her final moments, Hinata beheld the witch responsible for her family's massacre approaching. "It seems I cannot place my full trust in what Tsubaki said." Her writings indicated that this Hinata would survive. Kneeling before Hinata, the figure extracted the kunai and offered a measure of healing. Otsutsuki Kaguya turned the kunai in her hand. "After all, we have arrived. Had it not been for us, the 4th Kazekage would have perished at Orochimaru's hands." Kaguya spoke softly. "Shall we take this child with us? Let us wait and see." She replied, shaking her head. Grasping Hinata, she tossed her into a spatial rift that consumed her. At the leaf encampment, a spatial rift appeared from thin air, and Hinata fell through. Returning to the battlefield, chaos still reigned. Gaara voluntarily closed his eyes, allowing the beast within him to emerge. After a long confinement, Shikaku emerged with an ear-piercing cackle. "At last, I am free." Several sand projectiles shot in various directions, one striking Kaguya and her companions. Effortlessly, Kaguya deflected it and then, with a swift motion, struck Shikaku's abdomen, creating a gaping wound. The gap was swiftly filled with sand, and upon its emergence, it was besieged, igniting its fury. "Who dares to provoke me?" Its gaze fell upon the woman that instilled terror within it. Unlike her previous confinement, she now manifested in reality, and Shikaku could distinctly sense the formidable power of the two. "Do you have any objections, Big Raccoon?" Yuki asked with a mischievous smile. Shikaku was immediately drenched in cold sweat, its rotund head shaking vigorously. "And no, not at all." Kakashi, who was in the midst of a rescue, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment at the scene. This was Shikaku, a tailed beast renowned as a weapon, yet it trembled before the mighty Otsutsuki Yuki. It seemed we had underestimated Otsutsuki Yuki. What exactly was her origin? Kakashi's expression turned grave, the only solace being that she had refrained from seizing this opportunity to assault Konoha. It seems that perhaps the two are not enemies after all. Meanwhile, Jiraiya hurriedly approached from a distance. He had already gleaned from a sand ninja the origins of Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Yuki. "We were mistaken. They are not beings from the future, but rather invaders from a parallel world." The battle on Orochimaru's side was nearing its conclusion, with Sarutobi Hiruzen performing hand seals. His expression suddenly turned grave. "Although this technique would turn my soul into a sacrifice, it suffices as long as I can seal you." The threat to Sunagakure. Sealing technique. Impure world reincarnation. "Wait, sensei." A towering figure appeared as Jiraiya formed a massive Rasengan and struck fiercely. Chapter 33. The innately evil Orochimaru. I will deal with you personally. Boom. An explosive sound reverberated through the air as Might Guy's kick astonished everyone. No one expected this daily exuberant fool, the watermelon-headed man, to unleash such terrifying power. The current youth are indeed astonishing. His high-speed movement rendered the Sand Ninja's techniques ineffective against him. Evil Wind Shadow. Guy, shall absolutely stop you. With a thunderous shout, Guy opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. The already fearsome chakra surged once more. As expected of Teacher Guy, I, as your disciple, cannot concede defeat. Let us ignite our youth, teacher. Rock Lee exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, as he too opened the 3rd gate and charged forward. Konoha was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing, and the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Buildings were destroyed, and the cries of the villagers rose and fell in a cacophony. Clearly, although reinforcements could arrive swiftly in their homeland, the damage to the village was immense. Many terrains were already ravaged. The once peaceful and serene Konoha had transformed into a battlefield of blood and flesh in an instant. Witnessing this hellish scene, Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. Realizing that the massive Rasengan could not breach the 4 purple flames formation, he swiftly shifted his target to attack the Sound Ninja, executing this technique. Due to Jiraiya's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from using the impure world reincarnation. He was overjoyed, dodging the first Hokage's attacks while calling out, Jiraiya, come help. Jiraiya, observing the entering figure, thought, with this guy around, it seems I cannot eliminate the teacher. Stop it. Jiraiya sternly addressed the two. I have something important to tell you. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. Mid-sentence. Jiraiya glared furiously at Orochimaru, who had summoned a giant snake. He initially intended to reveal the identities of the Otsutsuki, but the situation was urgent. Damn it, that guy? Gamabunta was summoned away by Naruto. Leaping backward to stand beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, he calmly stated, Teacher, find a way to seal the 2 Hokage. I will confront Orochimaru. Understood. In an instant, he evaded Orochimaru's attack, both possessing the title of Sannin, leaping onto the rooftops. Observing the inferno that Orochimaru had wrought upon Konoha, Jiraiya's expression was one of deep anger, though he quickly regained his composure. A powerful ninja must not be swayed by emotions. Orochimaru, with a malevolent smile, gazed at Jiraiya with interest. Jiraiya, do you wish to battle me? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned ashen. The anguished cries of the villagers echoed in his ears. No one could have anticipated that a mere display of ninjutsu during the Chunin exams would spiral into such devastation. It is easy to foresee how the ninja world will mock Konoha once word spreads of today's events. Orochimaru, you two are a shinobi of Konoha. Do you truly wish to destroy the village? Jiraiya's face hardened as he quietly roared in fury. The situation was urgent, and he could not discern whether the prophecy of the destruction of the ninja world pertained to Otsutsuki Yuki, Kaguya, or the world behind them. If it were the former, it would indicate their power far exceeded what had been displayed earlier, necessitating his unification of all available forces. As a fellow Sannin, Orochimaru's strength was unquestionable. He needed to persuade him to return to the right path. With a dismissive scoff, Orochimaru playfully licked his tongue. Jiraiya, you should have anticipated this outcome since the day I defected from the village. Once a strong contender for the Hokage position, he was exiled due to live experiments. The reasons too convoluted for outsiders to comprehend. Orochimaru, if that is how you feel, then today I shall ensure your complete defeat. No one shall harm Konoha. Driven by urgency, Jiraiya summoned the 2 toads, Fukasaku and Shima, to assist in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and thunderous roars echoed. As the reformed 4 purple flames formation trembled under the onslaught of these terrifying attacks, appearing ready to shatter at any moment. The Sound Ninja, already wounded from Jiraiya's assault, was now straining to increase his chakra output, his face paling drastically. Not only here, but the battle beyond the barrier was equally perilous. The Sand Ninjas and Konoha ninjas engaged in a bloodbath, both sides blinded by their rage. Although this time the Sand brought elite forces, they were in Konoha, and as reinforcements arrived from all directions, the advantages they once held began to wane. Surprise attacks thrive on unpredictability. As a commanding figure, Maki understood that their plans had failed. A glance at Might Guy, engaged with the Wind Shadow, and at Kakashi, working with others to thwart the One Tail, left him feeling despondent. He had not anticipated that despite losing the likes of Konoha's White Fang, the Yellow Flash, the departure of the Sannin, and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Konoha still possessed so many formidable ninjas. In contrast, their sand village was somewhat lacking in strong contenders. Among the current generation, only the three siblings of Temari possessed the strongest talents and abilities. A retreat must be considered. With a glint in his eyes, Maki hoped that Orochimaru would strike decisively, eliminating the third Hokage and severely wounding Konoha. At that moment, the besieged One-Tail let out a roar, countless grains of sand swirling into the air, and an unending barrage of sand missiles shot forth in all directions. In mere seconds, the surrounding structures were obliterated. Damn it! Witnessing the hellish scene, Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists, fixated on Gaara, who had his eyes closed. This monster only appeared after Gaara had shut his eyes. Did it mean that if he could awaken him, the monster would vanish? Naruto began to devise a plan. Kakashi Hatake had removed his mask, revealing his Sharingan. Nodding at Naruto's words, he considered the possibility. Everyone, try using ninjutsu to attack Gaara. I will find someone to assist. Tamaki flipped backward to evade an attack. Her chest heaving, she glanced at Orochimaru, who was battling Jiraiya, yearning to confront that traitor, yet unable to break free from her current predicament. Kakashi, who do you mean? Are you referring to the root? Speaking of which, why haven't they appeared yet in this battle? The words of Mitachi Red Bean caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of the surrounding ninjas. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the Chunin ninjas' assault began, and reinforcements from various regions have gradually arrived, with the Umbu entering the fray long ago. Yet, the Konoha ninjas remained conspicuously absent. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, stated that the Hokage would undoubtedly address this matter afterward. I will seek assistance. You all hold your ground. Chapter 34. Identity Exposed. Invasion from a parallel world in a secluded corner of Konoha, several men clad in diverse attire encountered one another unexpectedly. Who would have thought the Chunin ninjas would possess such audacity to assault Konoha? We must swiftly relay this information back to Lord Raikage. The Chunin exams hosted by Konoha naturally captured the attention of the ninja world. Although the Raikage did not send anyone to participate, he did dispatch several ninjas to gather intelligence. However, in the next moment, they were discovered by the approaching Konoha ninjas, and a fierce battle erupted. Meanwhile, Kakashi hastily distanced himself from Shikaku, casting his gaze toward the tumultuous battlefield filled with the sounds of conflict, his eyes shadowed by a forbidding darkness. Ultimately, he focused on the four figures outside the Chunin exam venue: Otsutsuki Yui, Yuki, Hyuga, and the one who had slain a prominent official wielding a pair of tridents. Even amidst such chaos, none dared to approach them. The Chunin ninjas were acutely aware of Yuki's formidable prowess, a ninja capable of vanquishing their own fourth Kazekage. Unless they sought their own demise, it was inconceivable for them to launch an assault in that direction. As for the Konoha ninjas, they too were cautious due to Otsutsuki Yuki's reputation. The massacre of the Hyuga clan was already known to all. She was a powerhouse of Sannin level. Should they inadvertently provoke her dissatisfaction by pushing someone toward the Chunin ninjas, they would face dire consequences. Noticing that the Chunin ninjas intentionally avoided that area, a curious scene unfolded. An empty space surrounded the group. At that moment, Kakashi arrived. It was evident that the assistance he sought was directed toward Otsutsuki Yuki. Given the urgency of the situation, he dispensed with pleasantries and, upon his arrival, spoke hastily. Miss Yuki, I implore you to aid us against Shikaku. There shall be significant rewards afterward. Shikaku, indeed, Otsutsuki Yuki mused, her gaze fixed on the distant scene where the summoned Gamakichi and a multitude of ninjas besieged Shikaku. A slow smile spreading across her face. Such a situation hardly necessitates personal involvement. Moreover, she is indeed an intruder. However, her laughter evidently led Kakashi to a misunderstanding. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a voice resounded from afar. Kakashi, get away from there. It was Jiraiya. As a ninja, Kakashi was undeniably exceptional. Upon hearing those words, his body instinctively reacted to distance itself from the area. At that moment, the battle on Jiraiya's side had concluded. To be precise, it was due to the arrival of ninja reinforcements, which resulted in the four sound ninja being attacked, thereby causing the four purple flames formation to dissipate. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in conjunction with the sealing team, succeeded in sealing the first and second Hokage. You have done well. Sarutobi nodded, his gaze shifting to Orochimaru, who was engaged in combat with Jiraiya. After resting for a moment, he charged forward. The two mentors stood side by side, facing Orochimaru. Aware of the strength of both opponents, Orochimaru wisely chose not to court disaster and opted for retreat. It appeared that the reanimation jutsu was still imperfect. As the ninja god, the first Hokage could only manifest such limited power. Regret was palpable in his tone. Sarutobi remained silent, merely tightening his grip on his staff while recuperating his strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took the opportunity to glance outside and happened to see Kakashi conversing with Otsutsuki Yui. His eyes widened with trepidation as he shouted, "Kakashi, get away from there." Observing Kakashi vanish in an instant, he exhaled a sigh of relief. There was no denying that upon learning the identities of the two, even the divine beauty of Yui and Yuki could no longer be perceived through the previous lens. He cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, who was now sporting a mocking expression. Through Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru had discerned that this individual had likely uncovered the backgrounds of Yui and Yuki. "What is happening, Jiraiya?" Sarutobi inquired. Jiraiya's voice was heavy as he glanced at the two sages, Shinsaku and Shima, perched upon his shoulders. "You both remember the incident some time ago when you summoned me, right? I have located the individual in question." "What?" His revelation left Shinsaku and Shima in shock. The recent events were indeed tied to the old man's prophecy about the destruction of the ninja world. Young Jiraiya had actually found the person foretold to bring about its ruin. Sarutobi also recalled this matter, but initially, everyone had agreed that the catastrophe mentioned in the prophecy stemmed from a future individual attempting to alter history through the dragon vein. Yet, judging by Jiraiya's current circumstances, it seemed otherwise. Remembering his earlier exclamation, Sarutobi turned his attention to Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yuki. The two individuals materialized out of thin air, an enigma that even the dark forces could not unveil through their investigations. Could it be that they are indeed teachers, the two celestial beings, and Orochimaru? Heed my words. Jiraiya gazed intently at Yushi and her companion in the distance, his voice steady as he proclaimed, "The great Toad Sage has foretold that visitors from another realm shall arrive to bring about the annihilation of the entire shinobi world, leading to the demise of the 5 great nations. Moments ago, following the sudden assault by the Sand Shinobi, I apprehended one of them and, through certain methods, uncovered a terrifying revelation. I, Otsutsuki Yui, and Otsutsuki Yushi hail from a parallel universe. And the calamity that shall befall the shinobi world will inevitably manifest within their realm or the realm that lies behind them." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated enough for those present, along with some in the vicinity, to hear. In an instant, silence enveloped the gathering, the air thick with stillness. This news is truly astonishing. To become a ninja, one must start learning at a very young age. Therefore, even without a clear understanding of parallel worlds, one knows they exist as other realms. Not noticing the 1,000 books that fell from the mouth of Kaguya Shinra, he swallowed hard as Jiraiya's words echoed in his mind. The ninja world will be destroyed. The enemy comes from a parallel world. He gazed at the two figures in the distance, unable to believe that they were the demons destined to annihilate the ninja realm. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted this reality, as he had never heard of Yuhi and Yushi before. Thus, Jiraiya turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, even you wouldn't wish for the destruction of the ninja world. I hope you can stay and assist us." Sarutobi remained silent, realizing that if this were true, they indeed faced a formidable adversary. However, at that moment, Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh directed at the two. "Forgive me, Sensei Jiraiya, but I have already pledged my allegiance to them. Miss Yushi has promised to fulfill my experimental requests, and I believe it might be a wise decision to let them rule this world. Perhaps you should consider joining us. We might even become colleagues." His words incited fury, turning the faces of those present a deep shade of crimson. Neither Sarutobi nor Jiraiya had anticipated that Orochimaru was already aware of Yuhi and Yushi's true identities. His next statement sent a chill through everyone, not only I, but even the 4th Kazekage feels the same way. "Sensei, you have no chance of victory." Chapter 35, Luo Sha. "In fact, I have already sided with them." "Damn you. Orochimaru, what nonsense are you spouting? You are a Konoha ninja. Have you forgotten the will of fire?" Orochimaru's words struck Jiraiya with immense force. In a surge of overwhelming rage, he unleashed a powerful punch upon Orochimaru's face. The impact was tremendous, distorting his visage grotesquely. With a spray of crimson blood, Orochimaru's body was hurled like a cannonball, shattering several trees crafted by the first Hokage's jutsu. Coughing up blood, Orochimaru's face was mangled, his nose broken, and his serpent-like eyes fixated on Jiraiya. With a sardonic smile, he taunted, "What nonsense is this will of fire? It was forsaken over a decade ago. Since the moment I defected from the village, I have been estranged from it." "You." Jiraiya's expression twisted in fury as he prepared to rush at Orochimaru to deliver a fatal blow, but a hand clasped his shoulder. Sarutobi spoke calmly, "Jiraiya, Orochimaru is no longer the issue. The real concern lies with them and the parallel world they hail from." Regardless of any conspiracy theories, it was undeniable that Sarutobi valued Konoha deeply and would never allow it to perish under his watch. Even if he had to exhaust all means, he must ensure the survival of Otsutsuki Yuyo and Otsutsuki Yushi. "Orochimaru, you may leave and do not return." His murky eyes fixed upon his once beloved disciple. As Orochimaru's actions paled in comparison to the impending crisis facing the ninja world. "What? Are you afraid that I will join forces against you? Fear not, it is unnecessary." Restoring his face with ninjutsu, Orochimaru crossed his arms and said, "Sensei, Jiraiya, pour all your efforts into confronting Miss Yushi. I believe she would be quite eager for it. During her stay in Konoha, Yushi sought me out several times for sparring, but I declined every request, mindful of her terrifying strength. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yushi would challenge all of Konoha single-handedly." Jiraiya's earlier words had gradually silenced the battlefield. All Konoha ninjas were stunned by the revelation. The Sand Ninjas, already at a disadvantage, saw the opportunity to regroup rather than risk breaking the silence. "Miss Yushi, do you have anything to say in response to Jiraiya's remarks?" Sarutobi inquired in a composed manner. As a politician, he understood that there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Though the prophecy of Mt. Mayaboka loomed, he sought confirmation. What if the prophecy were incorrect? Many ninjas shared this sentiment, especially those who had witnessed Yushi's power firsthand. The members of the Hyuga clan suddenly realized. No wonder the family tree bore no mention of these two, and no one recognized them. They hailed from another world. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that the Hyuga clan in this other world bore the Otsutsuki name. Even more shocking was the realization that their own Hyuga clan was so weak that they could not defeat even two women. With fists clenched beneath his sleeves, Hyuga Hizashi fixed his gaze intently on Otsutsuki Yushi. Everyone understood that her next words would carry monumental significance. Would it be war or reconciliation? A spectrum of emotions, dread, rage, fear, greed, flitted across Otsutsuki Yushi's eyes. Finally, she spoke. "As Jiraiya has stated, we come from a parallel world, and similarly, we shall claim this world as our own." Typically, one would express a friendly disposition to counter the prophecy, but neither she nor Otsutsuki Yuhi saw fit to do so. Both were forthright individuals, intending to declare their objectives plainly. How they would be met was left to the others to decide. However, were Tianyu present, she would undoubtedly opt for cunning strategies in the face of insufficient strength. Her voice resonated throughout the assembly, causing countless bodies to tense involuntarily. Everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. An unprecedented war was about to commence. This battle signifies a clash of worlds. The victor shall claim everything from the vanquished. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an inner fury kindled by the audacious demeanor of his adversary, yet he was equally filled with trepidation, although it was merely a cursory investigation. The Konoha Intelligence Corps had already discerned the nature of Otsutsuki Yushi, straightforward and forthright. Her expression remained unchanged after witnessing Konoha's might, indicating her belief that her own strength far surpassed theirs. "Master, what should I do?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down. If it were Senjutobirama, what strategies would he devise at this moment? Thump, thump. Her heart raced violently as Yakumo was scrutinized by countless eyes for the first time, her body tense with dread. At long last, that fateful day had arrived. She never anticipated becoming a rogue ninja. In the next moment, a distant voice broke through the tension, Asuma's anxious call echoed. "Kurenai, get away from there." Her crimson eyes locked onto the worried Asuma and her former classmates. Ultimately, she shook her head. The moment she unexpectedly traversed into this world, her fate was sealed. Remaining in Konoha would only lead her to death. All the Konoha ninjas silently encircled the area, each resolved to face their demise. The Sand Ninjas had gathered, their gazes fixed in anticipation upon Otsutsuki Yushi. As one capable of effortlessly vanquishing the Kazekage, they were eager to witness Yushi's true prowess. Maki stood at the forefront, catching a glimpse of the approaching figures, respectfully addressing Kazekage-sama. Raza held on to Gaara, who had reverted from his tailed beast form. As everyone prepared for a potential retreat, he too eagerly anticipated the impending conflict, hoping for Konoha's utter destruction, which might enable Sunagakure to seize control of the territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen noted the unfolding situation. Although the Sand Ninjas had accompanied Otsutsuki Yushi and were aware of her identity, he clung to a sliver of hope. Thus, With a composed voice, he proposed, "Kazekage, the current predicament threatens the entire ninja world. We should unite to confront them." Implicitly, Konoha would not pursue any accountability regarding the recent ambush, provided they assisted in combating the two intruders with their combined strength. Unless a deity of the ninja world were to emerge, no entity could withstand such power. However, Raza's mocking expression instilled a sense of foreboding in him. As anticipated, the next moment confirmed his apprehension. "Hokage, those who discern the currents of time are the true geniuses. I believe that under the reign of His Majesty Tianyu, the ninja world will flourish," Raza articulated slowly. Chapter 36. Yushi versus the Konoha ninjas. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, never before had a Kage considered surrendering. Yet, this reality was now unfolding before them. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a heaviness settle in his heart. The worst had indeed transpired. Among the Sand ninjas, aside from a few high-ranking officials, the rest were astonished that the Kazekage would contemplate aligning with them. Some wished to voice their protests, but the terrifying might of Otsutsuki Yushi quelled their words. "Kazekage, you will come to regret this," he exclaimed in anger, stepping aside to allow Jiraiya to advance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya had undergone a transformation. His once proud nose had morphed into a bulbous shape, his eyes had taken on a horizontal slit, and distinct frog-like features adorned his visage. "This is the mystical art of my Bokuzen." Taking advantage of a brief pause in combat, Jiraiya, sensing an impending battle, quietly requested the assistance of the two-toed sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to help him enter sage mode. "I shall eradicate any threat to the village." A fierce aura of killing intent erupted, leaving no one to doubt his resolve. Jiraiya held a profound love for Konoha, and even in the original story, when faced with Tsunade, whom he cherished, he did not hesitate to utter those words when she hinted at aiding Orochimaru. Even you, Tsunade. There was no probing or dialogue. He understood that reconciliation was impossible and immediately invoked his sage techniques. "Please assist me." Fukasaku and Shima, positioned on his shoulders, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, young Jiraiya. We two old folks will give our utmost." Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. "Senjutsu, go Wime in." He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of toad oil fireballs, while Fukasaku and Shima simultaneously executed Fire Release, Great Fireball, and Wind Release, Gale Palm. The 3 techniques converged in the air, amplifying their power exponentially. The searing heat ignited everything in an instant. However, facing this inferno, Otsutsuki Yuki merely chuckled. "Not bad. Such strength is rather rare even in our world." Boom. Next, to the incredulous eyes of the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Yuki unleashed the 8 trigrams, air palm. Confronting the sea of flames, the air palm effortlessly pierced through. "Jiraiya, get out of the way," Fukasaku shouted. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he hastily ceased his sage techniques and leaped aside, as did Sarutobi Hizashi nearby. With a thunderous crash, all buildings ahead crumbled as if made of mere blocks. A Hyuga ninja swallowed hard, trembling. "That is the air palm. Our 8 trigrams. Air palm possesses such immense power." Yet, most Hyuga shook their heads in disbelief. "No, it's the user's strength. A C-rank technique cannot possibly surpass an S-rank technique. However, if the user is a 6-paths level powerhouse, even a casual slap could exceed the power of an S-rank technique." Observing that his attacks bore no effect, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. This is the sage mode, the embodiment of one's most formidable power, yet such strength fails to even compel the opponent to shift their stance. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen materialized beside me, their voices hushed. "Cover for me. I intend to employ the corpse demon technique. This forbidden art, which binds my own soul, is sure to vanquish this powerful being from an alternate realm." "Understood," Jiraiya acknowledges, recognizing that perhaps this is the sole method to overcome the adversary. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiles with reassurance. "When I am gone, you shall assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage." He has unwavering faith in his disciple's ability to resolve the crisis plaguing the ninja world. If it proves insurmountable, you may utilize the impure world reincarnation technique, allowing this old man to lend a hand once more. With those words, he swiftly forms hand seals. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A torrent of wind blades erupts from his mouth, yet in the distance, Otsutsuki Yui likewise forms identical seals. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The 2 gusts collide, unleashing devastation upon their surroundings. Simultaneously, the other Leaf ninjas launch their assaults in succession. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Kakashi bellows, as a furious deluge materializes, soaring forth. Yui, suspended in the air, appears to have no means of evasion, directly succumbing to the barrage of ninjutsu. A cloud of smoke billows upward. Is it over? A voice queries. According to the principle of smoke and no injury, I surmise I am still alive. Yui's voice emerges from within the haze. A gust of wind sweeps through, dispersing the smoke. Yui hovers in midair, unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon her garments. Below, Otsutsuki Yui stands, impervious to the residual forces of all attacks. Clearly, she is also a formidable adversary, one who has never revealed her prowess before the gathered assembly. This revelation plunged the hearts of the Konoha ninja into a profound despair, compelling them to ponder the existence of such formidable beings in that world. If they were prevalent, perhaps resistance was futile. Is Yushi all right? Inuzuka Kiba inquired with a hint of concern. Yui gently patted her head, reassuring her that Yushi was still engaged in play. Amid their conversation, an array of ninjutsu techniques bombarded their vicinity. Might Guy, having unleashed the eighth gate, charged forward with fervor. The taijutsu ninja appeared to be quite impressive. Yushi's eyes sparkled slightly, and she deftly evaded Guy's assault, executing a sidekick that connected with precision. A resounding thud reverberated as the air seemed to warp under the impact. Might Guy was propelled backward like a missile, crashing through several buildings before landing heavily on the ground. Such strength. With the eighth gate released, Might Guy's gaze was reduced to mere whites, and he struggled to utter two words before his head lolled to the side, unconscious. Guy? Witnessing this, Kakashi abandoned his intention to utilize Raikiri. He reached for his Sharingan, sensing that this I still harbored greater power. Please, Obito, lend me your aid. As the words left his lips, the Sharingan began to whirl and shift. However, before Kakashi could employ Kamui, Hiruzen Sarutobi, under the cover of Jiraiya and other ninjas, finally seized an opportunity. With swift hand seals, he bellowed, Shiki Fujin. A fearsome specter of the Shinigami materialized behind Hiruzen's, clutching a short blade in its jaws. Otsutsuki Yushi, descend with me into the depths of hell. Hiruzen's laughed heartily as he initiated this forbidden technique, yet after several tense seconds, the Shinigami remained motionless. A message materialized in his mind, revealing that the specter could not devour Yushi's soul. What is this? Impossible. This is indeed the formidable forbidden technique known as corpse sealing, a powerful art that leads to mutual destruction. Yet, even such a technique remains insufficient to vanquish the opponent. Chapter 37. I eagerly anticipate the day when you gather the ninja allied forces to challenge me. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The corpse sealing, renowned as a one-on-one lethal technique, has astonishingly failed. The actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared comically absurd, akin to those of a jester. Suddenly, the air was sliced through as a silver line severed his arm, the cut as smooth as a mirror. A heart-wrenching agony surged through him, eliciting an involuntary, piercing scream. Witnesses recoiled in fear, while Jiraiya and his companion seethed with rage. Yui, it is time to withdraw, came the distant voice of Otsutsuki Yui as she prepared to strike again. At that moment, the Sand Shinobi had all assembled, ready to retreat, and Yui deemed it unnecessary to linger further. All right, I shall come at once. Upon seeing her turn away, Jiraiya and Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. Senjutsu, lightning release, lightning cutter. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. The air around Konoha resonated with their chakra. With a flicker of disdain in her pale eyes, Otsutsuki Yui unfurled her palm, and a miniature vortex swiftly formed and was unleashed. Instantly, the vortex transformed into a roaring tornado. Silver will rebirth explosion. With a crisp, melodious sound, the formidable tornado swiftly consumed all incoming ninjutsu, its spiraling tempest expanding at an unimaginable velocity. A powerful shockwave erupted forth, akin to a frenzied beast, sweeping towards the village. Along its path, houses and trees crumbled like fragile paper before this overwhelming force, shattered into countless pieces. The earth trembled as if quaking in fear, the tremendous vibrations plunging the entire village into chaos. The villagers, gripped by terror, bore witness to the scene, their desperate cries echoing in the air. Those far from the battlefield watched in horror as once mighty shinobi were lifted into the sky by the immense suction, only to plummet violently back down. Struggles and wails resonated from all directions. Even as Jiraiya entered sage mode, he found himself utterly powerless against such a formidable technique, violently hurled away. Fukasaku and Shima, the two-toed sages, were blown thousands of meters away, their absence causing sage mode to dissipate. All of Konoha's shinobi lay sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, their bodies battered and bruised. How infuriating. Jiraiya staggered to rise from the wreckage, their resistance appearing so futile. In an instant, the village was transformed into ruins, its former vibrancy and life extinguished, leaving behind desolation and silence. This was the first time such a catastrophe had befallen the village since the founding of Konoha by the sage of the Six Paths, Shinja Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Even when Madara had controlled the Nine Tails, he had never managed to annihilate Konoha as it was today. I have a task for you. Gather all those in the shinobi world who wish to resist. I intend to ensnare them all at once. Of course. Surrender is also an option, Yui's nonchalant voice echoed, instilling a profound dread within all who heard it, causing them to grit their teeth and clench their fists. This individual seems poised to challenge the entirety of the ninja world. The specter of death looms ominously within the hearts of all. It is time to depart. Clapping his hands, he approached Otsutsuki Kaguya. Is there anything left behind? She inquired of Yuki Kurenai. Kurenai shook her head. The belongings at home had long been cleared, leaving nothing of sentimental value. Kurenai, do not leave. Asuma Sarutobi found himself pinned beneath a piece of wood, struggling to push it aside. He managed to stand, but stumbled forward, only to lose his footing and fall once more. The pair of eyes gazed in despair at the retreating silhouette of the departing girl. Home, why can't you see my feelings? I adore you so much. Why can't you reciprocate my affection? The agonizing whispers mingled with the weight of his eyelids. And under the psychological strain, Asuma Sarutobi fainted. His arrival had been bold and unreserved, and his departure was no different. If circumstances permitted, Raza would have taken advantage of the chaos in Konoha, but seeing Yuki and the others in silence, he refrained from acting impulsively. As the Kazekage, he understood well that leaders harbor disdain for those who act on their own accord. Some villagers, still lingering, looked on in terror at the sand ninjas. Why hadn't the Hokage dealt with these intruders? Where were those high-ranking ninjas who usually held themselves in such esteem? Silence enveloped the scene, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Outside the gates of Konoha, Orochimaru and the Sound Ninjas had been waiting for an extended period. Even someone as proud as him could not help but feel a sense of reverence in the gaze of Yuki, a testament to the strength of the formidable. Uncertain of who among him and his former superior, Pain, who claimed to be a god, was stronger, he spoke. Miss Yuki, I shall return to the Sound Village briefly, and then regroup at the Sand Village in a few days. The Sound Ninjas were of secondary concern. The critical issue lay with the experimental equipment, each piece having been procured at a substantial cost. Even the loss of a single item would be deeply felt. As Yuki departed, the remaining ninjas sprang into action, shouting for medical assistance. Quickly, summon the medical ninjas. There are many injured here. Hokage-sama, please, treat Hokage-sama. Someone, clutching a severed arm, exclaimed joyously, wonderful. The Hokage's arm is intact. If we reattach it soon, he might recover. At that moment, the ninjas who had covered the villagers' escape began to arrive from the distance, initiating treatment for the wounded. What a horror! Sakura swallowed hard, gazing at the ruins of the village amidst the drifting wood shavings and dust. A surge of fear gripped her, as she had yet to solidify her resolve to become a ninja. Naruto, assisting Jiraiya, pounded his fist against a nearby wall in anger, shouting, "Damn it! I will never forgive her." Sasuke observed the destroyed village, feeling a sense of confusion. Was Yuki an enemy? Should he defect? The opposing forces were so strong that even the Hokage was no match for them. If she could teach him, he might surpass Itachi in no time. His thoughts spiraled into excitement. As for betraying his village for power, he felt no hesitation. Apologies, no. For Sasuke Uchiha, his life creed was simple. As long as he could kill that beast Itachi Uchiha, he was willing to pay any price. Thus, as he surveyed the surrounding chaos, he stealthily moved to seize the opportunity to leave the village. Everyone was preoccupied, oblivious to his actions. Everyone except Sakura, who, gripped by her own fear, could not follow. Halfway through his escape, Sasuke was intercepted by Izumi Uchiha. Sister Izumi, I want to follow Miss Yuki, he declared, his voice tinged with excitement. However, Izumi shook her head, replying, it is not yet time. In a few days, I will take you away. Ever since she had gleaned fragments of truth regarding the Uchiha clan's demise from Yuki, she had been conducting her own investigation and had finally uncovered some leads. In just a few days, she would unravel the full truth. Regardless of what that truth was, it would not alter her determination to kill Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's exhilaration was doused like cold water upon hearing her words, yet seeing Izumi's indifferent demeanor, he nodded slightly. Sasuke, do you wish to leave Konoha? After collecting her thoughts, Izumi asked calmly. Having found some equilibrium in her emotions over the past few days, she could now approach Sasuke with a level head, though her demeanor remained somewhat frosty. Sasuke paid no mind to her coldness. As long as Sister Izumi was willing to converse with him, that was enough. Hearing her question, he nodded without hesitation. I am a remnant of the Uchiha clan, a seeker of vengeance. I am on a different path from Naruto and Sakura. We will part ways sooner or later. Continuing to play this ninja game, no matter how long it takes, I cannot defeat that guy. Izumi gazed at him deeply. Had he truly decided to sever ties with him? Such resolve made her somewhat believe in his potential to overcome Itachi. With that, she performed a body flicker technique and vanished. Now, with chaos reigning in Konoha and Root's defenses thin, it was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. As midnight fell, the sand ninjas set up camp in the forest beside the official road. They had initially intended for Yuki and her companion to stay, but in an instant, they witnessed her casually discard items, and with a puff of white smoke, exquisitely crafted wooden houses appeared. Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Otsutsuki Yuki explained. This is a storage device created using space ninjutsu. It is something we often require in various locations. She and Tianyu had already promised Raza to enrich the Sand Village's quality of life. Perhaps in the future, Raza would be grateful for his decision made today. Inside the house, Otsutsuki Yuki, having bathed and donned fresh robes, rubbed her hands together and began muttering incantations. In another room, Kurenai Yuhi was playing cards with the ninja turtle when she curiously approached Yuki. Sister Yuki, what is going on? The couch beside her sank slightly as Yuki sat down. With a resigned smile, she explained, this is her preparation before drawing cards. Since Tianyu assumed control of the world, technology related to daily life had rapidly advanced, with household appliances and computers becoming commonplace. Years ago, Tianyu had created a game called Spirit Hall under a pseudonym to entice Yuki, who, captivated by the relics within the game, had begun to entertain thoughts in her mind. As a non-lucky player in the game, she had started to engage in drawing cards in real life. The technique of returning the dead. This forbidden technique for summoning the deceased back to the realm of the living was treated as a mere game by her. Whenever she arrived at a new location, Yushi would employ this ninjutsu at least once for a random summoning. Should the summoned have any lingering wishes, they could engage in battle, and the victor would be granted the opportunity to request Yushi's assistance. As long as the conditions were not overly arduous, she would consent, including but not limited to resurrection. Once she completed her prayer, her eyes sparkled with fervor, and her expression turned solemn. O spirits who have succumbed to the Pure Land, heed my call. Vivid crimson blood dripped down, enveloped in a multitude of tadpole patterns, and then rapidly expanded. Sunset Red set down her card, directing her gaze toward this spectacle. The ninja tortoise also lowered its card, intrigued by this extraordinary ninjutsu. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, a charming girl adorned with 2 streaks of purple paint appeared before them. Noera opened her eyes in confusion. Her memories frozen at the moment she was slain by Kakashi. Where's this place? Am I not dead? Have I been rescued? Before her stood a woman, her exquisite face adorned with an expression of regret, stating, once again, such a weakling emerges. Weak? Was she referring to me? As a medical ninja, Noera combat abilities were indeed lacking. Not everyone possesses the dual talents of Tsunade and Sakura, excelling in both healing and fighting. Moments later, after some clarification, Noera finally realized her suspicions were correct. She had indeed perished, yet had been summoned back. The one who summoned her was the woman named Otsutsuki Yushi, who had just remarked on her weakness. Although the card drawn this time was unfavorable, Yushi remained undeterred. She observed the fidgeting girl before her with keen interest, sensing a profound unwillingness to accept her fate. Would you be interested in participating in a contest I will host in the future? If you triumph, I can grant you a wish within my capabilities, even complete resurrection, she offered. Resurrection? Noera glanced at her hands, then felt her body. There was warmth. Was she truly dead? She longed to continue living. She was still so young. The reason she had urged Kakashi to destroy her heart was that the enemy had sealed the 3 tails within her, to avert a war between Konoha and the Mist Village. She had no choice but to end her own life. With this realization, she bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing her thanks to Yushi for this opportunity. Noera tone was filled with appreciation. Kakashi and Obito must surely be heartbroken after her demise. She wondered how much time had passed since her death. She couldn't wait to startle them upon her return. Having passed away at a young age, Yuki Kurenai soon engaged her in conversation. By the way, Noera Rin's name rang a bell. She seemed to recall seeing it in the Konoha cemetery. Wait a moment. Does this mean Rin is a ninja of Konoha? Sister Yushi, there is something I wish to tell you. As Yushi prepared to connect with Tianyu, she turned to listen closely as Rin whispered in her ear. After hearing her, Yushi's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Could it be that this place, being in the land of fire, summoned the spirits of Konoha ninjas? Konoha, the hospital was overflowing with patients, some even lying in the corridors. Doctors were working overtime, all summoned to assist. Sarutobi Asuma, entirely wrapped in bandages, sat on a bench, a cigarette clenched in his mouth, struggling to ignite a match. Beside him sat Konohamaru. After a while, the door nearby swung open, and a medical ninja emerged, expressing relief. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, the Hokage might have been in grave danger. Chapter 39. No matter the cost, we must eradicate Otsutsuki. This medical ninja has become the most formidable in the present-day Hidden Leaf Village. Even he has stated this, causing Asuma Sarutobi to break into a cold sweat. May I enter and take a look now? The medical ninja nodded, stating that the Hokage's condition had stabilized and he merely required some rest. After saying this, he hurried off to attend to other matters. Currently, the number of injured in Konoha was overwhelming, and as the head of the hospital, he had numerous responsibilities to fulfill. A sigh escaped someone's lips, lamenting that if only Lady Tsunade were present. Asuma Sarutobi entered the ward, the cold medicine flowing through the syringe into Hiruzen Sarutobi's body. He had awakened. Fortunately, his severed arm had been reattached successfully. However, his face bore a pallor, appearing significantly aged. This was understandable, given the calamity that had befallen Konoha. The weight of his position as Hokage was evident. Grandfather, Konohamaru exclaimed, rushing toward Hiruzen's. The elder's bandaged hand gently caressed his grandson's head, a tender smile gracing his features. Grandfather is fine. There's no need for you to worry, he reassured. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, finally exhaled a breath of relief. After a brief conversation with his grandfather, Hiruzen's requested to be taken home. Watching Asuma with his cigarette, Hiruzen's felt a pang of nostalgia for his own pipe. The atmosphere in the room grew tense until Hiruzen's broke the silence. What is the situation in the village? He had fallen into unconsciousness after being struck, awakening to find himself in a hospital bed, thus unaware of subsequent events. Given that he was still alive, he surmised that Jiraiya and the others must have found a way to repel the formidable Otsutsuki Yuki. If Asuma had heard this thought, he would have undoubtedly chuckled bitterly. Had Yuki not retreated voluntarily, Konoha would have been obliterated. He slowly recounted the events that followed. Upon hearing that Otsutsuki Yuki had departed the village unscathed, Hiruzen's was visibly distressed. Absurd, truly absurd. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Danzo Shimura, Midogate, and Shikamaru Nara entered the room. Hiruzen's, I have heard the news. Is Otsutsuki Yuki truly that powerful? Shikamaru's expression was grim. The current state of the ninja world was dire, and the emergence of another formidable adversary from a parallel world left Konoha in a precarious position. She was aware that her question was somewhat naive. The numerous injured in the hospital served as irrefutable evidence of Yuki's strength. Yet, she hesitated to accept that such terrifying beings could exist in this world. In the memories of the older generation, only the legendary Senju Hashirama, the founder of Konoha, possessed such overwhelming power. Others, no matter how formidable, like the Raikage, could only perish amidst the onslaught of ninjas. Otsutsuki Yuki is exceedingly powerful. Even if we muster all our strength, it would be futile, Hiruzen stated, his gaze darkening as it fell upon Danzo. Why did the root ninjas not appear during the Sand Shinobi's attack on the village, Danzo? Don't you believe an explanation is in order? Danzo's expression soured. The reason he withheld the root ninjas was that he believed Hiruzen's would perish, and he intended to conserve forces for the contest for the 5th Hokage. Who could have anticipated that another, comparable to the legendary ninjas, would emerge? At that time, as the enemy invaded, the root was engaged in battle, unable to come to aid. Before arriving, Danzo had anticipated being held accountable, so he had prepared a response. However, this situation was different. Hiruzen's felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that this old friend had been willing to watch him die for the sake of the Hokage position. Danzo, even with all your scheming, you will never become Hokage. You should learn to be more prudent, Hiruzen's declared, recalling the actions Danzo had taken over the years, and reprimanded him sternly. It seems I have been too lenient with you, leading to today's consequences. From this day forth, you will no longer serve as my advisor, and the root will be disbanded immediately. A flash of anger crossed Danzo's eyes. The root was essential to him, a cornerstone for many of his operations. Without it, numerous plans would be hindered. And as for being your advisor, I have executed countless unseen tasks for you over the years, and now you choose to discard me. The root cannot be disbanded, Danzo argued, glancing at Hiruzen's. Do not misunderstand. I am not clinging to power. If it were peacetime, I would have no hesitation in disbanding the root. However, we are in a unique period. The threat from another world looms large, and Konoha still needs the root. Yet, despite his eloquent arguments, Hiruzen's remained resolute in his decision. He waved his hand to silence Danzo, replying coldly, My mind is made up. The root must change its approach. Hiruzen's, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage, Hiruzen's asserted. Actually, I believe Danzo makes a valid point, Mito interjected from the side. The ninja world is facing the gravest crisis, and Konoha still requires this strength. Thus, it cannot be disbanded at this juncture. Shikamaru echoed, Indeed. There is still the threat from the other world. The root should not be disbanded at such a critical time. Their words finally swayed Hiruzen's. In truth, he had acted in anger, for as Danzo often stated, the root was Konoha's shadow, an indispensable entity. Seeing Hiruzen's fall silent, Danzo wore a faint, triumphant smile. Prior to this meeting, he had sought out Mito and Shikamaru, and as anticipated, Hiruzen's, with his soft disposition, was successfully persuaded. Clearing his throat, Danzo turned his attention to Jiraiya, who had just entered, and began to scold him sternly. Jiraiya, you should never have disclosed the identity of Otsutsuki Yuki so openly. Otherwise, Konoha would not have suffered such calamity. In the eyes of Danzo, Mito, and Shikamaru, had it not been for Jiraiya's loose tongue and aggressive actions, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. Jiraiya's face darkened. He had never anticipated that Yuki would be so formidable. All right. This is not the time for blame. The pressing issue now is what we should do. If all individuals from that parallel world possess strength akin to Otsutsuki Yuki, we must prepare ourselves as soon as possible. That is simply not the case, Jiraiya insisted. As a similar world, even if they are stronger, they are merely exceptions. The majority are ordinary civilians and ninjas. Chapter 40. Journeying with the beautiful mother-in-law. At this juncture, the matter had escalated beyond Konoha's capacity to handle independently. I believe we should promptly disseminate this information and unite with others to confront this so-called parallel world. Shikamaru stated with a somewhat grim tone. Shikamaru is correct. And the individual even mentioned gathering all those who are prepared to resist. Let us heed her wish. I truly do not believe that Otsutsuki Yuki possesses the capability to single-handedly defeat the entire ninja world. Midorimune's cold voice dripped with arrogance. No matter how formidable he may be, once everyone comes to their senses, there will be ample means to counter him. Ultimately, neither he nor Kanshiku Koharu witnessed the events of today firsthand, thus lacking a clear understanding of Yu's true power. However, those who participated, such as Sarutobi Hizume and Chihiro, are acutely aware of this reality. At this moment, nature unexpectedly remarked, Let us not forget that our adversaries are not solely Otsutsuki Yuki, but also the yet-to-reveal powers of Otsutsuki Yui, along with the parallel world lurking behind. The two were rendered momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, a resolute expression flickering across his face. He entrusted the task of informing the other villages to Minato. This matter had escalated beyond our control. Thus I have resolved to initiate the Forbidden Jutsu plan, employing the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the first and second Hokage. In the face of the legendary combat prowess of Otsutsuki Yuki, only the legends of ninjas could stand against such might. Jiraiya was aware that the two Hokage had been sealed away, and his heart filled with apprehension. The individuals summoned through the impure world reincarnation could not exhibit their full strength from life. Even if we were to summon Hashirama and Tobirama, their effectiveness would be limited. He harbored little aversion to the use of this forbidden technique, primarily because, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had stated, this was indeed a last resort. As juniors, they had no choice but to shamelessly beseech their deceased ancestors for assistance. Shimura Danzo stood in the background, contemplating his teacher Tobirama. If only he had resolutely chosen to remain, perhaps he would have been the one to become Hokage. Upon hearing Jiraiya's concerns, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily, countering, Jiraiya, do you know what my teacher's greatest strength is? Without waiting for a response, he continued, it is his capacity for research. A significant portion of the forbidden techniques we possess in Konoha was developed by Sensei Tobirama. I am confident that, should he return, he will undoubtedly find a way to enhance the impure world reincarnation technique, enabling us to unleash their full potential. It will then be time for us to launch our counterattack. Meanwhile, in another world, upon the issuance of the command by Tianyu, the machinery known as the state began to operate. Many ordinary citizens were taken aback by the sight. Could it be that yet another foolhardy individual was inciting rebellion? If you ask me, His Majesty Tianyu is far too benevolent. He ought to kill mercilessly, to bring about a cataclysmic upheaval, instilling fear in those who dare to oppose. One elderly man spoke with a tone of indignation. Having lived through the tumultuous era, the current existence felt like a dream that had never been imagined. Yet, despite the beauty of this life, remnants of the old era still sought to bring about its destruction. These individuals emerge unexpectedly, much like cockroaches. Luren feigned a shake of his head. Last time, those remnants dared to rebel only by relying on the malevolent deity. Yet now that the deity has been subdued by His Majesty and repurposed as sustenance to bolster the military strength, even the most nefarious creatures dare not entertain rebellious thoughts. I overheard my cousin from my uncle's side mention that this time, the expedition seems to be aimed at another world. The other patrons in the shop gasped at the youth's revelation. Could it be true that the parallel worlds spoken of by His Majesty years ago have been substantiated? How did you come to know of such clandestine matters? Luren smiled with feigned pride, for my cousin is indeed a member of this plan. And the matter has ceased to be shrouded in secrecy. Even those unfamiliar are now aware, and soon, it shall echo throughout the entire realm. The others, swayed by his confident demeanor, began to believe. How intriguing it would be to glimpse into another world. I am certain it cannot compare to our own existence. Indeed, we are under the auspices of His Majesty Tianyu. The voices of these individuals all drifted into the ear of a singular person, a remarkably beautiful woman, who, curiously, seemed to go unnoticed by those around her. Otsutsuki Kaguya listened quietly, taken aback by the elevated esteem that Tianyu commanded in this era. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, she noted that their admiration had nearly reached a frenzied state. Arriving at the street corner, she gazed at the bustling passers-by before silently approaching a claw machine, using the card Tianyu had provided to purchase tokens, intent on winning some plush toys. Primarily, she sought a bunny doll that she found exceedingly endearing. Later that night, upon Tianyu's arrival at their lodgings, he discovered Kaguya nestled among several large stuffed toys. Engaged in play, noticing his entrance, a flicker of panic crossed her stunning visage before she swiftly concealed all the dolls, regaining her composure. You have arrived. Indeed, I have. You ought not to be here. She recalled that he had matters to attend to in recent days. Hearing her words, Tianyu seemed to recall something, instinctively responding. Yet I came regardless. He offered a soft chuckle before continuing. Hagoromo and the others have already subdued Sunagakure. In a few days, I shall reopen the passage and send people over. You may join them for a leisurely respite. He intended to suggest a delightful excursion, but reconsidered, realizing that the places of amusement in the world of shinobi were likely far fewer than in her own realm, and thus amended his statement. He found himself somewhat anticipating the encounter between the two Kaguyas from different worlds, and was certain that she would devise a means to release her other self from confinement once she reached that realm. Kaguya responded with a cool, "Is there anything else?" The implication was clear. She was ready to dismiss him. "Yes. Hagoromo wishes for me to facilitate your understanding of this new world." In truth, it was merely that the other party believed Tianyu had taken action to seal Kaguya, and she undoubtedly harbored resentment. Thus, they sought to mend relations sooner rather than later. "So you seek me out because of Hagoromo?" "For reasons unknown." Her voice grew increasingly frosty. "No, even without Hagoromo, I had intended to visit you. This was a fabrication, but as long as he kept it unvoiced, who could discern the truth?" Kaguya exuded an air of chill, yet her expression softened slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. In the world of shinobi, Hagoromo concluded the conversation, a gentle smile gracing her features, hopeful that Tianyu could foster a bond with his mother, thereby easing their relationship swiftly. Chapter 41. Tsunade. I am afraid I can no longer return. In the year of Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages convened the Chunin exams. It was well understood by all that this event was meant to showcase Konoha's might, signaling to those who would dare to pry that Konoha remained a force to be reckoned with. However, to everyone's astonishment, the exam came to a sudden halt. Konoha was besieged, and numerous shinobi, including the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, sustained grave injuries, prompting the hospital to enter a state of emergency. The instinctual reaction of all who heard the news was disbelief. Where did this false information originate? For ages, the strength of Konoha had been etched into the hearts of all. This could not possibly be true. A drunken man at a tavern hurled a newspaper aside, exclaiming loudly, "This is a village capable of battling on multiple fronts single-handedly. What a disgrace that today's journalists lack professionalism, writing anything for the sake of attention. Heedless of the consequences from Konoha's ninjas. Indeed, let us continue drinking." Some dismissed the news entirely, convinced it was a fabrication, while others were skeptical. And still others believed it to be genuine. Outside, the winds howled fiercely, sending the discarded newspapers swirling about before settling into the corners of the room. Seated here is a golden-haired beauty, possessing a heart as vast as her stature, whose form has matured beyond that of many a married woman. This enchanting figure is none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Ever since her departure from the village, she has frequented various casinos. However, her luck has been notoriously poor, leading her to lose almost every wager she places, thus earning her the moniker of the Great Fat Sheep. Why almost, you may wonder? It is because, on rare occasions, Tsunade does emerge victorious. Yet, inevitably, such victories are accompanied by calamity. Just yesterday, Tsunade entered the casino once more, a suitcase of money in hand. In her characteristic exuberance, she found herself incensed after losing half her fortune and rashly decided to go all in, inadvertently placing her bet on a triple. Once committed, one cannot turn back, she thought. Before she could reconsider, the croupiers commenced shaking the dice. In the corner, Shizune, cradling a piglet and covering her head, gradually turned ashen, realizing that they would once again be without funds for dinner. To her astonishment, Tsunade actually won the bet. In this instance, not only did she recover the money previously lost, but she also made a considerable profit. To avoid a significant loss, the casino contemplated employing force. However, they seemed to forget that Tsunade was not merely a vulnerable target, but rather a formidable ninja. With her delicate yet powerful fist, she effortlessly incapacitated one adversary, nearly rendering him lifeless. Departing with several large boxes of money, Tsunade bore no trace of joy on her face. Her eyelids fluttered with unease, as an ominous premonition lingered in her heart, prompting her to purchase some alcohol. The whispers from the tavern reached her ears, causing the slightly inebriated beauty to suddenly change her expression. To care for Tsunade, Shizune abstained from drinking, thus also overhearing the conversation. Like those around her, she harbored doubts about the unfolding events. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a newspaper that landed precisely between the two. Despite her skepticism, Shizune directed her gaze to the paper, eager to discern its contents. The headline proclaimed that the Hidden Sand Village, in conjunction with the rogue ninja Orochimaru from the Hidden Leaf, had launched an attack, inflicting severe damage upon the leaf. A woman named Otsutsuki Yuki single-handedly defeated numerous ninjas led by the third Hokage, departing in triumph. According to circulating rumors, this Otsutsuki Yuki was not of this world. She hailed from another realm. Shocked and incredulous, Shizune's pupils dilated as she stared at the text before her. The peculiar advancements in technology during this era have given rise to various electronic devices, such as computers and televisions. The newspaper displayed several photographs, presumably captured on-site, depicting the devastation of the Leaf Village and numerous injured individuals. Among them were some ninjas that Shizune recognized. "Lady Tsunade, allow me to see this matter," she said. With a subtle shift in her gaze, Tsunade took the newspaper from Shizune's hands, its contents unfolding before her. Observing Tsunade's unchanging expression, Shizune couldn't help but admire her composure. Truly, she was Lady Tsunade. As the paper scattered on the ground, Tsunade lifted a large bottle of sake and drank deeply from it. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune inquired cautiously, "should we return?" "No need," Tsunade replied as she carried a large jar of alcohol into the prearranged room on the third floor, indulging herself in the drink. The liquid dampened her attire, accentuating the contours of her form. With a thud, she carelessly discarded the empty jar, collapsing against the wall in a half-drunken stupor. Observing her in this state, Shizune asked once more, "Are you truly not returning, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade's hazy, intoxicated gaze met that of her longtime companion, revealing a flicker of sorrow. "Even if I were to return now, I would be of little use," she confessed, her palm falling. A sudden sting jolted her back to a semblance of clarity. She noticed shards of the broken jar had sliced her palm, crimson blood trickling from the wound. As she raised her hand, watching the blood seep from her palm, Tsunade felt a sense of rigidity envelop her body, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. "Lady Tsunade, I'm fine," she managed to reply, struggling to lower her hand as she inhaled heavily. With a bitter smile, she continued, "As long as my hemophobia persists, I cannot continue as a ninja. Being a ninja is not a mere child's play. The real world is exceedingly terrifying. Various forms of slaughter occur across the globe in real time. In her current state, she was no longer fit to serve as a ninja. Should she find herself on the battlefield, the glaring weakness of Tsunade would undoubtedly make her a target. All right, Shizen. Enough of this. I am weary and shall rest now." With that, she casually lay down and closed her eyes. Observing this, Shizen could only let out a soft sigh. Gazing at Lady Tsunade with compassion, gently, she lifted her and carried her back to the bathroom. How can one sleep with such a strong smell of alcohol? And your clothes are soaked. Like a caregiver tending to a child, she used warm water to cleanse Tsunade's body before dressing her in fresh garments. Looking at the figure on the bed, Shizen felt a twinge of envy. After all, she was indeed Lady Tsunade. The next day, upon awakening, Tsunade seemed to have forgotten the events of the previous day and, with money in hand, eagerly made her way to another casino. "Bet locked in. Bet locked in." With these words, all the gamblers hastily placed their wagers against Tsunade's position. 4-5-5. "Big win," Shizen exclaimed. "Lady Tsunade, you have triumphed once again." The land of rain, perpetually shrouded in a veil of rain, enveloped this nation almost incessantly. Here lies the base of the Akatsuki, an organization intent on subverting the world. Beneath the somber sky, an array of origami suddenly fluttered through the air, coalescing into a woman with flowing light blue hair. This is Konan, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Draped in a black robe adorned with cloud motifs, she possesses a striking figure beneath the garment. Her light blue hair is adorned with a flower crafted from paper, her face is elegantly made up, and a ring graces her hand, presenting an air of aloofness. Chapter 42. The reaction of the Akatsuki simultaneously. She serves as the liaison for this organization, tasked with receiving missions from clients within the ninja world. Although the Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to subvert the ninja realm and create a final weapon to achieve nuclear peace, they have yet to commence this plan and are currently in a phase of accumulating strength. Thus, the rewards from the tasks assigned by clients remain of paramount importance. Indeed, one must traverse various forms of despair to ultimately glimpse hope. After negotiating a task and arriving at this location, Konan falls silent upon hearing Nagato's words, perceiving them as utterly hollow. She, along with Nagato and Yahiko, has endured numerous hardships since childhood, yet even after Yahiko's demise, hope remained elusive. In fact, from the moment of Yahiko's death, both Konan and Nagato ceased to believe in the oft-repeated words of their fallen comrade. At that moment, a peculiar figure, clad in a robe of black and white, appears, informing them of the events transpiring in Konoha. Konan's expression shifts upon hearing the news. Nagato, an entity from another world, has indeed destroyed Konoha, a reality that feels almost surreal. No one understands the strength of Konoha better than they do. And it is precisely this understanding that renders Konan so astonished. Nagato, too, is taken aback, yet he quickly regains his composure, reassured by his own prowess. "Fear not, for I am here," he asserts, wielding one of the three great ocular jutsu of the ninja world, the Rinnegan. Such formidable power is enough to instill pride in anyone. It is said that this very eye was possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, thus Nagato has long considered himself a deity since Yahiko's passing. However, the concern upon Konan's face remains unabated. While the Rinnegan is indeed powerful, it exacts a heavy toll on the body. In the past, due to Danzo's collusion with Hanzo of the Salamander, Nagato was compelled to utilize the Rinnegan's power to summon the Six Paths of Pain, leaving his body in a state of depletion. Even the robust Uzumaki lineage has yet to recover fully over the years. Observing Nagato's self-assured demeanor, Konan can only sigh in resignation. Soon, all members of the Akatsuki utilize the power of their rings to manifest within a shadowy realm where the body of Yahiko, now known as Pain, lies. Nagato, controlling him from behind, instructs the others to recount the events. Deidara, with his golden hair and a mechanical eye, glances towards Sasori. "Sasori-senpai, I recall you hailing from Sunagakure. Who would have predicted that the current Kazekage would surrender?" Sasori remains silent, having long severed ties with Sunagakure, indifferent to its fate. "Ah, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I wonder how much a bounty for her head would fetch." With green pupils and a headband from Takigakure, this individual is Kaku, A bounty hunter who values wealth above all else. Black tendrils extend from his sleeves, writhing with an eerie excitement. Indeed, as expected from a senior. You seem unperturbed by such terrifying foes. But then again, Kakuzu-senpai has faced the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and emerged unscathed. So a mere Otsutsuki Kinshiki must pose no challenge. His whimsical tone and eccentric antics belong to Zetsu, a trainee of the Akatsuki. With an orange whirlpool mask covering his face, revealing only one eye, he tilts his head and speaks in an exaggerated manner. The bounty for Otsutsuki Kinshiki hasn't been announced yet, but I trust Kakuzu-senpai will effortlessly secure the prize. Silence. Kakuzu's gaze turns icy. He is well aware that facing the entire Konoha alone is beyond his capacity, especially not against someone as formidable as Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At that moment, Pain, seated in the center, speaks with immense confidence. Should Otsutsuki Kinshiki dare to provoke us, I shall demonstrate the true might of a god. His words instill a sense of calm among the members, for their leader possesses the legendary Rinnegan, rendering a mere Byakugan user incapable of standing against him. Itachi Uchiha remains silent, his thoughts consumed by matters concerning Konoha. Despite being an S-rank rogue ninja, his loyalty to Konoha runs deep. He would go to any lengths for the benefit of Konoha, including the annihilation of his entire clan. Are you concerned for your brother? Hoshigaki Kisame, with a shark-like visage, reveals a toothy grin. Indeed, Itachi harbors grave concern for the safety of Sasuke Uchiha, though he cannot admit it, thus he coldly responds. I fear only for the eyes entrusted to him. Very well, Itachi, you and Kisame shall venture to Konoha to assess the situation, Pain states calmly. Then turns his gaze to Sasori. Sasori, you will investigate the situation in Sunagakure regarding Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Understood. Not only the Akatsuki, but also various great and small nations have dispatched individuals to the Land of Wind to investigate the situation, all targeting Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As for her sister, Otsutsuki Kinyu, regrettably, few pay attention to someone who has yet to reveal her capabilities. Were it not for her relation to Otsutsuki Kinshiki and her identity as an outsider, she would likely remain unnoticed. I know. How could you speak to Tenyu every night behind my back? How utterly despicable. The discontented voice of Otsutsuki Yushi reverberated through the air, with her hands placed firmly on her hips and her body leaning forward. She glared at the somewhat apologetic woman before her. Otsutsuki Yui felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing her sister's words. Indeed, she had been in contact with Tianyu every night. However, it was not her intention to conceal this, as Yushi had simply not paid attention. Thus she could not be blamed. A hint of malice flickered in her heart, yet her face remained adorned with a gentle expression. Under her sister's warmth, Yushi quickly cast aside the matter. They gazed at the silhouette of Sunagakure emerging in the distance, their lips curling into smiles. At last, they had arrived. The next step was to transform this place into their first base. Rosa furrowed his brow slightly. He was not reconsidering his decision to ally with them. In truth, after witnessing Yushi's formidable strength, the remnants of his reluctance had dissipated. His concerns lay with the other villagers, particularly the higher-ups. In the face of such significant matters, those individuals would not show him any leniency as the Kazekage. He hoped not to be placed in a difficult position, for the glint in his eyes gradually turned cold. Otherwise, he would not be a mere puppet of circumstance. Among the crowd, there was one individual whose expression was marked by profound anxiety and fear, Yahagi Rin, who had been summoned not long ago. When she perished, the Third Great Ninja War was underway, and in her understanding, the Sand Shinobi were still adversaries. Chapter 43, The Collapse of Yahagi Rin. Stealing a glance at the Otsutsuki Yushi who had summoned her back into this world, Rin initially assumed that Yushi and Yui were members of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. However, the following day, upon seeing the shinobi adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure outside her dwelling, she was taken aback, particularly when she realized that the two were leading her to Sunagakure. Amidst her rising panic, a sense of astonishment washed over her. Could it be that the village had already negotiated peace with Sunagakure, thus allowing members of the Hyuga clan to venture here? This thought lingered until everyone entered the village of sand. The old walls lining the street were adorned with several newspapers. Out of the corner of her eye, Noera Rin caught a glimpse of something, and the date on the newspaper pierced her soul like a bullet. This is it. She hurriedly broke away from the group and rushed to the wall. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she wished to press her face against the newspaper to read it. Not only this particular newspaper, but she also quickly scanned the others affixed to the wall. Noera Rin's petite cherry-red lips gradually parted, large enough to accommodate an egg. As she stared in astonishment at the revelations before her, it turns out, have been dead for such a long time. Such an occurrence is utterly absurd. She found it difficult to believe. What are you looking at? A calm voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. It was Kurinai, who had noticed the situation. She observed the bewildered expression on the face of this friend she had only recently met. Yahiko-Lin, she stammered, her voice trembling, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. How long has it been since the Third Great Ninja War? It seemed she still could not comprehend what she was witnessing. Upon hearing this question, Kurinai immediately understood that this friend, summoned from the realm of the deceased, was unaware of the current era. It is now a certain year in Konoha, with several years having passed since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. With a sudden thud, Lin collapsed onto the ground, her mind filled with Kurinai's words. After a long pause, she managed to speak. Has it really been that long? Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly inquired, Kurinai, do you know Kakashi and Obito? What are they doing now? And what about Teacher Minato? Has he become Hokage? Have we reconciled with the Sand Ninja village? Her anticipation was palpable as she looked at Kurinai, while the presence of Otsutsuki Yui seemed to indicate some issue during Lin's summoning. In Lin's memories, she was the first to perish. She recalled seeing Obito, his face half destroyed, watching her from a distance after her death. A torrent of questions escaped her lips, prompting Kurinai to quickly gesture for her to pause. Kurinai first glanced back at Otsutsuki Yui, who had also taken note of the situation. Yui, can these questions be answered? It doesn't matter, Yui replied nonchalantly. They're not significant concerns. Seeing that Yui had no objections, Kurinai began to address the questions. Let us take our time. I know you're anxious, but please be patient, for soon you will be even more eager. She refrained from voicing the last part. To begin with, the first question, Kakashi is currently a jonin in Konoha, famously known as the Copy Ninja. As for how he is faring, well, I'm not quite sure. Upon returning, Kurinai spent but a fleeting few days, merely uncovering scan information. However, I am aware of Obito. It has been said that he perished in the Third Great Ninja War. In a mere instant, Noera Rin was rejoicing for Kakashi, only to be struck by the harrowing news moments later. Her entire visage turned a ghastly pale. Obito was gone. Rin, how delightful. We are comrades. Rin, I shall surely surpass that Kakashi fellow. Rin, do not fear. I shall protect you. Rin, I am injured. It hurts so much. Please save me. The echoes of bygone days reverberated in his mind, as the vibrant presence of youth slowly faded into oblivion. Thus, he would never again behold this dear friend. Observing her distress, Kurinai hesitated to divulge further. If I am not mistaken, the three individuals mentioned in this matter must hold great significance for her. Should I proceed with the subsequent inquiries? Tentatively, she prodded, only to see the pallid-faced Rin nod in response. Minato Namikaze. Though I have not met him, I have heard of him upon my return. Due to his remarkable performance in the Third War, he has been chosen as the fourth Hokage. How splendid. At last, the teacher has realized his dream. Hearing such uplifting news restored a hint of color to Rin's ashen face. It was well known among the trio that Minato aspired to become Hokage, and now Rin was elated for her teacher. Yet, a sudden chill coursed through her at the word but. Surely not. Their teacher, the Yellow Flash, could not possibly meet with misfortune. She muttered incessantly, casting hopeful glances at the person before her, wishing to avoid any further ill tidings. However, in his quest to protect the village, Hokage Minato met his end in a fateful encounter with the malevolent fox that had appeared in Konoha, taking his beloved wife with him. A thunderclap erupted in her mind, shattering her thoughts into disarray. Following Obito's demise, her mentor Minato had also perished. A monstrous fox? What kind of beast could even best Minato-sensei? Gazing at the seemingly withdrawn young woman, Kurinai prepared to reveal the final piece of information. As for your last question, I shall provide clarity. Following the conclusion of the Third War, the two villages have reached a tenuous peace, but it seems conflict looms once more. If you are interested, I can elaborate later. Another war? Despite her sorrow, Rin steeled herself, her gaze shifting to Otsutsuki Kaguya, whose expression had drastically changed. Lowering her voice, she anxiously inquired, is it because the Sand Ninja kidnapped members of the Hyuga clan that war is brewing again? If the two villages were indeed on the brink of war, it was clear that Kaguya, who had summoned Rin, must have been coerced into returning. To her surprise, Kurinai shook her head. We have yet to inform you that Kaguya and her sister are here under dire circumstances. Allow me to explain. It transpired that Otsutsuki Kaguya and her sister having suffered the agonies of a world unseen, traversed dimensions to liberate the shinobi world. Yet Konoha, in its obstinacy, fell victim to Kaguya's wrath, alongside the third Hokage and others. After recounting this, Kurenai placed her hands on Rin's shoulders, her expression earnest. Rin, only the arrival of Lord Tengu can salvage this decaying shinobi world. Let me share with you the wonders of another realm. Kurenai animatedly detailed the happenings in this alternate dimension, yet Rin found herself unable to absorb the words. Chapter 44. Loza, I declare allegiance to Lord Tengu. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? These esteemed guests from the Sand Village were to be treated with the utmost respect. After issuing instructions, Loza respectfully addressed Kaguya. Miss Kaguya, before making an announcement, I must gather the higher-ups. We shall provide you with a response by tomorrow. Temari approached, bowing respectfully. Lord Kaguya, Lady Kaguya, please follow me. As they traversed the streets, the villagers and Sand Ninja, having never encountered such exquisite women, gazed in awe until the group vanished from sight. Reluctant to turn their eyes away, are they not magnificent? A man instinctively nodded at the question, his expression one of infatuation. The descent of a goddess must be akin to this. In the next moment, a hefty woman, weighing over 300 pounds, seized him by the waist. Her smile a mask for her menace. Will you return willingly, or shall I drag you back? Please, no? I was mistaken. I shall return immediately. Such incidents unfolded repeatedly on the streets, leading to several couples parting ways. Temari guided them to a lavishly adorned courtyard designated for esteemed guests. My lords, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Loza had instructed her to do everything within her power to satisfy their needs. Upon entering the courtyard, it was undeniable that the place was indeed splendid, and Kaguya appeared quite pleased. At that moment, a gentle tug on her right hand drew her attention, and upon turning, she found the anxious face of Nagahara Rin. Sister Yushi, is what Sunset Red said true? Are you truly visitors from a parallel world, intending to conquer this realm? Daitamu Yushi nodded, replying, Indeed, this world will ultimately become a part of the Empire's dominion. Rin, are you prepared to resist? As she spoke the last words, her voice gradually faded. She was entirely indifferent to whether Rin would rebel, for Rin was far too weak, so feeble that a mere finger could extinguish her life. Rin's face paled slightly, and upon witnessing this, Sunset Red hurriedly pulled her aside. Sister Yushi, Rin just needs a moment to process this. I will persuade her. Very well. As Yui engaged in another conversation with Tianyu, the fates and choices of certain individuals within Sunagakure began to unfold. In this boundless world, Sunagakure had long been one of the 5 great ninja villages, holding a significant position within the vast and tumultuous ninja realm. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, took control of Sunagakure after the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. Through his resolute methods and exceptional leadership, he emerged as the new shadow. Today, Raza, a tall figure with piercing eyes, radiated brilliance akin to the scorching sun in the desert, clad in the iconic Kazekage robe. The intricate patterns upon it seemed to narrate the history and glory of Sunagakure. From this day forth, Sunagakure shall become a relic of the past. Ancestors, I hope you will not hold me in disdain. Maki seized the moment to speak. Kazekage, your intentions are for the sake of Sunagakure. And is not the essence of being a Kazekage to protect the villagers? Though the methods may differ now, I believe the people will continue to cherish you and endorse your choices. We, Sunagakure, shall defy fate and emerge as the strongest. Maki spoke with fervor, having witnessed Yushi's prowess in Konoha, instilling in him a profound belief in her. Raza wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Since assuming his position, he had navigated diplomatic waters with skill and meticulously strategized militarily. He even personally searched for gold in the desert to support the village, all for the purpose of enabling Sunagakure to stand out amidst the competition of the great ninja villages, ensuring the safety and prosperity of its people. However, as time progressed, Raza gradually realized that, in this tumultuous world, such strategies were not a sustainable solution. He had witnessed the endless destruction and suffering wrought by war. As the village's economy faltered due to incessant conflict, leaving the villagers in dire straits. Each nation's shadow may possess their own set of problems. Yet one truth remains universal, the guardianship of their villages. Every shadow is willing to sacrifice their life for the sake of their home. After an encounter with Daitamu Yushi, the strength and conviction she displayed began to shake Raza's resolve. Unassailable, and an enemy to none. These 8 words are etched deeply in my heart. After careful contemplation, Rasha resolved to make an astonishing decision to submit to another realm. as the wind shadow. He was acutely aware that this choice would undoubtedly stir up a tempest within the Sand Ninja village. Yet he firmly believed that only through this path could true peace and development be ushered in for his village. Thus, under Rasha's command, Maki began to contact all the high-ranking officials of the village, summoning them for a meeting. Soon enough, Rasha found himself alone in the Wind Shadow's office. Gazing out at the sunlit desert, his heart a tumult of emotions. He reflected on his once lofty aspirations and the myriad efforts he had exerted for the village. Now, for the sake of the village's future, he was about to embark on a journey fraught with uncertainty. Before long, the village's elite began to arrive. As Chiyo took her seat, everyone was present. Wind Shadow, may I inquire why we have been summoned? Another official asked. Indeed, what of the Konoha collapse plan? We have yet to hear news from Sand Ninja Village regarding the situation there, another added, as they had hurried over, unacquainted with the events unfolding in Konoha. Rasha, seated in the primary position, gazed at the assembly and solemnly recounted his experiences. After much deliberation, I have decided to align the Sand Ninja Village with that realm. Rasha looked calmly at the assembly. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? An eerie silence enveloped the room before it erupted into chaos. They glared at Rasha, vehemently accusing him of betrayal. Wind Shadow, what have you done to our village's dignity? How can we bow to a woman? One elder exclaimed, his fist striking the table in indignation. What if it is another realm? I have faith that we can triumph over them. Let us not forget that we are one of the 5 great nations, the Sand Ninja Village. Another elder echoed passionately. Rasha observed the agitated elders in silence. Though a sense of helplessness lingered within him, his gaze radiated determination. Esteemed elders, I comprehend your trepidations, yet the current circumstances are markedly different. Aligning with that realm does not signify submission. Rather, it represents a pathway I have discovered for our village. The ruler of that realm, His Majesty Tianyu, has assured me that our villagers will soon lead lives of stability. However, the elders dismissed Rasha's explanation, their hearts consumed solely by their devotion to tradition and dignity. To them, Rasha's decision was a desecration of the Sand Ninja Village, an unforgivable transgression. Chapter 45. Assassination of the Wind Shadow. Chiyo observed the scene with a detached gaze. Given her understanding of Rasha, she knew he was not a coward driven by fear of death. This matter is far from simple. Yet others are correct. Regardless of the reasons, it is inconceivable to pledge allegiance to this so-called alternate world. Otsutsuki remained silent. Typically, Chiyo's opinions mirrored his own. Hearing the vitriol directed at Lord Kazekage, Maki could not refrain from interjecting, You misunderstand Lord Kazekage. Silence. A stern elder reprimanded him. When we speak, you have no place to interject. Arsasa regarded this elder, recalling that he was dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Indeed, from his position, he could never allow such a thing to transpire. Arsasa crossed his arms, calmly observing the assembly. I shall reiterate, this is the most prudent choice. This is not a matter for discussion, but a notification. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose, bellowed the elder seated beside him, abruptly rising and slamming his hand on the table. Smack. Arsasa's expression darkened instantly, and with a swift motion, he struck the elder, sending him spinning to the ground with a thud. Clutching half his face, the elder suddenly felt his teeth loosen and spat out several. Once sparse, his remaining few teeth now left him seething with rage. I see the Kazekage has lost his mind. I absolutely disagree with this decision. Not only do we oppose it, but the daimyo will as well. Arsasa replied coldly, I am the Kazekage. You shall come to regret this, the elder retorted. The meeting concluded amidst heated disputes, and Arsasa understood that the elders would not easily acquiesce to his decision. But as he had stated, this was not a negotiation, but an announcement. Only Chiyo and Otsutsuki remained. Kazekage, is that person named Otsutsuki Yui truly so formidable? Chiyo inquired, her first question concerning Yui's strength. Arsasa nodded gravely, indeed. She is extraordinarily powerful, beyond imagination. I even believe that she alone could easily dominate our world, which is why I think aligning with her is preferable. The ruler over there, His Majesty Tenju, has assured me that he will establish Sunagakure. Chiyo and Otsutsuki exchanged glances, their expression shifting as Arsasa's view of Otsutsuki Yui conjured thoughts of the legendary ninja, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. That individual, too, was capable of reshaping the shinobi world. Did this imply that Sunagakure stood no chance of victory? After all, not everyone possesses Hashirama's amiable nature, devoid of the imposing presence typically associated with the strong. His Majesty Tenju? Zuki asked suddenly. Is that the title of the daimyo from that world? No. Reflecting on their prior conversation, Ursasa's face displayed shock and longing. According to what Lady Yui has mentioned, nearly all the daimyos in that world have been slain. And His Majesty Tianyu is the sole ruler, directing the course of the world. No daimyos. Both Chiyo and Zuki struggled to fathom a world devoid of daimyos. You two should contemplate this thoroughly. Tomorrow, I will reconvene all the shinobi to announce this matter. Chiyo cast a deep gaze at him. I understand. If what you say is true, and their strength is indeed that terrifying, perhaps this truly is the wisest choice. However, unbeknownst to the three present, the elders had secretly conspired to orchestrate a plot against Ursasa in order to safeguard their so-called dignity. In a shadowy corner, several elders deliberated on how to eliminate Ursasa. We cannot allow the Kazekage's erroneous decision to ruin Sunagakure. We must take action, one elder whispered. Indeed, once Ursasa is dead, we can regain control of the situation and firmly resist any notion of submission. Another elder's eyes glinted with ferocity. As the saying goes, with the fall of the daimyo, the retainers fall as well. Should Sunagakure cease to exist, these elders may no longer wield their current influence. Even if that world is indeed powerful, we cannot acquiesce. Thus, after bidding farewell to Chiyo and Zuki, Ursasa walked the familiar path back to his residence. Suddenly, several shadows emerged from the darkness, swiftly encircling him. Ursasa's heart raced as he realized this was an assassination attempt against him. What are you doing? He shouted in anger, never having imagined the elders would be so audacious. Kazekage, forgive us, but for the future of Sunagakure, you must die. One of the shadows coldly declared. With that, the ninjas clad in black launched their assault. Unlike Ursasa, who sought to evade, these assassins were resolute in their intent to kill, even employing poison when he was caught off guard. While Ursasa was immensely powerful, he was now poisoned and besieged by numerous skilled adversaries, gradually finding himself in dire straits. No longer holding back, he unleashed various jutsu in an attempt to break free from the encirclement, but the onslaught of enemies was relentless. Ordinarily, one would expect bystanders to rush to his aid. Yet, eerily, the surroundings remained silent. Clearly, the elders had meticulously prepared for this moment. Amidst the fierce battle, Ursasa sustained multiple injuries, blood staining his robe. His eyes reflected fury and unwillingness, but more so, a deep concern for the future of Sunagakure. Ultimately, Ursasa collapsed into a pool of blood. His gaze fixed on the sky, the very expanse that had once borne countless dreams and hopes, now rendered dark and distant. Ah, is this what Tianyu referred to as the contraction of the world line? Having avoided death at the hands of Orochimaru, I now perish among the ninjas of Sunagakure. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. To observe the soon-to-be forefront base of Sunagakure, Otsutsuki Yui had decided to take a look. Only to stumble upon such a dramatic scene. Who are you? Someone barked. Soon, another recognized the iconic white eyes and exclaimed, White eyes. You are a Konoha ninja. Damn it. I knew that Ursasa was deceitful. He must have already pledged allegiance to Konoha. Initially, I felt guilty about this incident. But now it seems justified to eliminate him. Such a person is unworthy of being Kazekage. Humph. Once we return, we shall also kill his 2 children. And as for that monster Gaara, we shall find a way to brainwash him into becoming a weapon. Yui's expression remained unchanged in the face of such words. Gazing at the weakening Ursasa, she spoke softly. At the very least, he was the first to ally with us, so I shall spare him this time. As she spoke, a sphere of green chakra formed in her hand and was cast toward him. Ursasa's wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and his once faint breaths gradually returned to normal. Chapter 46. The so-called shinobi of sand upon witnessing Ursasa, who was on the brink of death, resurrected. The crowd erupted in a mix of shock and fury. Damn Konoha! What are you doing? Do you wish to wage war against US of Sunagakure? All gazes turned furiously toward Otsutsuki Yui. Then, if you find me displeasing, why not attempt to kill me? However, I cannot guarantee how many of you will survive. She replied, her radiant smile masking a hint of menace. Typically, she refrained from taking lives unless provoked. Lady Yui, please spare them. As he recuperated from his injuries, Luo Sha spoke without hesitation. Just when Yushi assumed that this man was overwhelmed by compassion to the extent of not seeking revenge even after being slain, she heard him utter in a grim tone, There are many like them in the entire Sand Ninja village. I have decided to execute them before all the villagers tomorrow, as a means to intimidate those treacherous souls. A mere moment ago, The elders and ninjas had believed that Luo Sha had defected to the Hidden Leaf Village. But upon hearing his reference to this suddenly appearing woman, they realized the truth was otherwise. Yushi? Could she be the visitor from the parallel world that Feng Luo Sha mentioned? Only a fool like Luo Sha would be convinced of such nonsense. I shall inform you that your sinister schemes will not succeed. All the elders were convinced that there was a grand conspiracy lurking behind this. With a subtly nuanced expression, Yushi could discern the implications of their words. They believed Luo Sha had been deceived by her. Under her gaze, an unsettling aura of eagerness and determination emanated from these ninjas. This is a group of ninjas who have been tempered by the fires of war. The elder gazes coldly at Otsutsuki Yushi, deceiving the wind shadow. This matter is nearly one of irreconcilable enmity, and she must be captured at all costs. At the forefront, a ninja wields a decapitating blade, only to see a bracelet appear before the Hyuga ninja, suddenly brandishing a weapon. Yushi casually performs a flourish with her knife. In the sweep of her blade, the light glimmers a pale pink, blooming like a lotus flower. Each move unfolds like the petals of a freshly blossomed lotus, layers unfurling in a dance of butterflies. Not only is it beautiful, but within the ethereal dance of her blade lies a hidden lethality. In the eyes of these ninjas, such ostentation is beneath them. They train solely in lethal techniques. In an instant, the expressions of all transform into a ghastly grimace. The palpable intent to battle and the aura of death pierce the air, pricking the skin of everyone present as they fixate on the woman wielding the greatsword. Rushing forward, do you intend to kill me with such insect-like power? Yushi shakes her head slightly, then swings her knife. The cold light of her blade, akin to the icy lotus on a mountain, slices through the night, the jarring clang of steel reverberating through the scene. Though she suppresses her own strength, years of combat experience allow Yushi to effortlessly overpower these foes. The frigid surface of her blade reflects a chilling glow, carving a fierce trajectory. As her knife cleaves flesh and skin, blood splatters, a glimmer of cold light dazzling and blinding. Beauty entwined with the essence of death. Having chosen to strike her, they must bear the consequences. Regardless of swordsmanship, body techniques, or ninjutsu, Yushi remains unfazed, effortlessly parrying all attacks. Her formidable combat prowess renders her remarkably adept. After a brief skirmish, Yushi grows bored. Those from the Hyuga clan of Sunagakure, if you possess the ability, then do not hide. She raises her gaze, locking eyes with those that seem to blaze with fury. Very well. Yushi nods slightly, takes a wide stance, her body sinking slightly, tightening her grip on the hilt of her sword. In the next moment, she traverses the crowd at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, surpassing all limits. Her movements, as graceful as a sprite, conceal a chilling intent to kill beneath the exuberance of youth. The beauty of her swordplay causes the pupils of all to constrict. The light of her blade blossoms like an ice mountain lotus. Yushi refrains from employing any energy enhancement, maintaining her power at a level comparable to these ninjas. When she reappears, she has already positioned herself behind all the ninjas. The individuals stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting an abyss of disdain upon realizing they had survived. Indeed, they were feeble beings. Yet, why did their bodies begin to feel so weak? Thud! Their legs buckled, collapsing beneath them, as if severed by an invisible blade. Their tendons frayed, barely holding on. This was not an isolated incident. All the ninjas were similarly afflicted. Their limbs had been cleaved, rendering them powerless as they lay prostrate on the ground. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Witnessing this scene, all the elders gasped in shock. Yushi cast a glance at those who had previously shouted the loudest, kicking several weapons that lay scattered on the ground towards them. Splat! A frigid, icy brilliance erupted, splattering blood in a cascade of crimson. The elders appeared completely taken aback. Their garments had been slashed, their flesh pierced, elongated wounds marred their bodies, with bright red blood oozing from the openings. The third elder, who had earlier been the most vociferous in his denunciations, gritted his teeth against the pain as he withdrew the spear that had pierced his abdomen, clutching it tightly. Secret technique, muscle amplification technique. The once coarse and flaccid skin transformed instantaneously into taut, sinewy muscle at the utterance of these words, as their oversized garments strained against the burgeoning bulk. Veins, resembling writhing worms, coursed across their bodies, emanating a terrifying aura of oppressive power akin to that of a monstrous being. It had manifested the secret arts of the Beilu Chuan clan. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gaze fixed upon Otsutsuki Yushi. The palpable hatred emanating from Beiluquan seemed almost tangible, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound aura of murderous intent. His eyes, akin to those of a demon risen from the depths of hell, locked onto the woman before him. You have humiliated this old man. Your demise is assured. The scoundrels of Konoha shall pay dearly. His aged visage contorted in unimaginable fury. A mysterious and terrifying force enveloping the surroundings. The ninjas, who had previously been wailing in despair, were now gripped by terror as they felt their bodies undergoing a horrific transformation. Their skin gradually dulled and sagged, as if their very essence, their flesh and vitality, was being siphoned away, drawn towards the elder like moths to a flame. With each drop of vitality absorbed, the elder's form grew more colossal, his presence intensifying to an overwhelming degree. His hair danced wildly, seemingly celebrating the impending triumph of vengeance. Ha ha! The elder bellowed with laughter. This is the power I wield. Today, no one can save you. With that proclamation, his figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear, wielding his spear with astonishing speed, striking dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The fierce sparks of steel clashing erupted against the night sky. Yushi swung her blade, but the elder transformed into a mere wooden effigy. A substitution technique? She mused, raising an eyebrow before fiercely lunging to her left. Without warning, the elder materialized in that very spot, charging forth to impale her heart with his weapon. It appears as though the elder has taken his own life. Chapter 47. Execution. Time seems to have frozen at this moment. The sharp pain in Beiluquan's chest rendered him momentarily disoriented, his aged face contorted in anguish. How could this be? Why are you so powerful? I have dedicated my entire life to this pursuit, yet I remain at this juncture, even resorting to secret arts. Because I am younger than you, I am merely 18, old man. You have fallen behind. As she spoke, Otsutsuki Yushi slowly withdrew the sword from her grasp, embodying the essence of an 18-year-old girl. And I am a genius. How could an ordinary person like you comprehend the realm of a prodigy? You learned of my strength through Luosha, yet dared to strike. One must admit, it is quite brave. Her words twisted Beiluquan's expression. Luosha had indeed mentioned Otsutsuki Yushi's formidable prowess, yet few had believed it at the time. No, I shall not perish here. Luosha, traitor of the village. Come forth and save me. Kill her, eliminate this woman. With those words, Beiluquan coughed up a mouthful of blood, even as he pressed his hand against his chest. It was futile, crimson liquid seeping through his fingers. Under the influence of the secret arts, he felt the unmistakable approach of death. In that fleeting moment, fear flooded his eyes, mingled with a sense of unwillingness. Hurry, save me. I am willing to submit. Lady Yushi, save me. Lord Fengying. As Beiluquan's vision dimmed, regret enveloped his countenance. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have come here. His body felt increasingly weightless, a force drawing him deeper into the abyss, until at last, he could no longer feel the warmth of this world. Not far from him, the sand ninjas gasped. Their breath shallow, all dared not exhale, clearly frightened by the spectacle before them. Just a moment ago, they were astonished by Beiluquan's use of such malevolent arts, and the next, they witnessed him being pierced through the chest. A moment too late, the remaining elders, poised to intervene, found themselves paralyzed. The grim fate of Elder Beiluquan struck a chord of dread within their hearts. What a terrifying power this is. After utilizing this secret technique, Beiluquan has already reached the level of shadow, yet he was effortlessly slain. Even if Luosha were to take this seriously, he could not possibly possess such strength. Casually tossing the sword from his hand, it disintegrated mid-air. Otsutsuki Yushi glanced at the assembly. Are you all contemplating action as well? The elders, upon hearing this, trembled. No. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed visitor from the parallel world. We had long since conspired to ally with you. But we did not anticipate that Beiluquan would be so despicable as to secretly gather his subordinates to confront Lord Kazekage. The other sand shinobi hurriedly nodded in agreement. For the situation had become crystal clear. Any who dared to act would meet the same fate as Beiluquan. Very well, since you have chosen to submit, do so obediently. Should such a situation arise again, you may find yourselves eternally closed-eyed. Do not say, I did not warn you. With that, the assembly witnessed Otsutsuki Yushi's figure gradually vanish. The scene fell silent once more, yet none dared to move, profoundly shaken by the earlier carnage. In less than a few seconds, Beiluquan, having ascended to the level of shadow, met a gruesome end. The sight was utterly horrifying. The ninjas on the ground, having been drained, groaned in agony, their faces visibly paling. Yet Luo Sha remained impassive. These individuals had plotted against him, the shadow. Were it not for Otsutsuki Yushi, he would have already perished. Sensing his cold gaze, the ninjas felt their legs weaken, trembling as they spoke. Lord Kazekage, it was all Beiluchuan's scheme. We were coerced. Indeed, indeed. One elder, who had previously reprimanded him harshly for betraying the village, now wore a somewhat obsequious smile. Lord Kazekage, your wisdom is unparalleled. How could we possibly oppose your decisions? I wholeheartedly support our alliance with the otherworld. Luo Sha sneered. This afternoon, these individuals did not display such countenance. Why had they not shown fear earlier? Regardless, many present had often clashed with him, and now was the perfect opportunity to purge them. Luo Sha was acutely aware that once the empire from that world descended here, he would no longer be the exalted Kazekage, meaning his power would become limited. Should any among them rise to a higher status and seek vengeance, it would be disastrous. Half an hour later, all present were taken away for confinement. During this time, no one resisted, for they lacked the confidence to confront Otsutsuki Yushi, clinging to the belief that Luo Sha and the other world still required their presence. They all harbored a sense of misplaced hope, unaware that only death awaited them. Time swiftly passed, and with the dawn of a new day, the village was anything but tranquil. Numerous elders and ninjas had been captured, and this occurrence could not possibly be concealed. Everyone pondered what had transpired. Soon, a significant piece of news began to circulate throughout the village. Led by Elder Beiluchuan, many elders and ninjas had attempted to assassinate Lord Kazekage the previous night. Initially, the Sand Shinobi and villagers debated how to address these audacious criminals. Given their overwhelming numbers and high status, many believed their crimes did not warrant death. However, according to the announced information, most of them were to face public execution today. It was known that several elders were among them, leaving everyone astonished. Did Lord Kazekage not fear inciting panic with such actions? The news swiftly stirred a considerable commotion within the village. As the hour of execution approached, the clearing was encircled by the villagers of Sand Ninja Village and their ninjas, all gazing in shock at those kneeling on the ground. At that moment, high-ranking officials, including Rasha, arrived, observing the disheveled ninjas being forcefully positioned on the execution platform, their heads held beneath the guillotine. The expressions of Chio and the others were far from pleasant, yet not a single voice was raised in protest. The events of the previous night were known to these officials. To quell the wrath of the esteemed figure, these individuals must face death. Rasha was fully aware that Otsutsuki Yushi would be indifferent to such matters, and the notion of anger was utterly unfounded. However, this was unknown to others. As long as he waved this banner, no one dared to impede him. As if summoned by the very mention of her name, Otsutsuki Yushi slowly approached from a distance, taking her seat at the principal position on the high platform. Today marked the day of allegiance for Sand Ninja Village, and her presence, summoned by her sister, signified the importance of this event. Otsutsuki Yui stood at a distance, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 48, Rasha, let us welcome the dawn of a new era. The sudden appearance of Otsutsuki Yushi left many bewildered, as they were unaware of the circumstances. What was happening? Shouldn't that seat be occupied by the esteemed Kazekage? Why was that beautiful woman seated there? I saw her yesterday. She returned with the Kazekage and his entourage. Look at her eyes. Such a posture. It's the Byakugan. The Byakugan of Konoha? Why is a member of the Hyuga clan here with us? Does anyone know? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. At this moment, the individual in charge of the execution emerged, brandishing a megaphone in his right hand. Silence. With his commanding shout, the previously cacophonous crowd fell into an immediate hush. The executioner surveyed the surroundings, which were predominantly filled with onlookers. Last night, under the leadership of Beiluchuan, the high-ranking officials, dissatisfied with Lord Fengying's decision, had instigated an assassination under the cover of darkness. The principal perpetrator, Beiluchuan, had already met his demise on the spot, and the remaining criminals had been apprehended. Now, it was time for them to atone for their transgressions. I hereby declare the execution to commence. As his words resonated, the guillotine descended, severing heads. The crimson flow of blood rapidly staining the entire platform. The spectators below, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were left in shock, unable to fathom that Lord Fengying was indeed resolute in his actions. Following this, the second matter was addressed, as the crowd remained paralyzed by the scene before them. The authoritative figure spoke once more. With the final syllable of his proclamation, an oppressive silence enveloped the venue. In that moment, all the villagers felt an overwhelming absurdity. Unable to accept the situation, They had never anticipated that the usually sagacious Lord Kazekage would contemplate aligning Sunagakure with others. What was this parallel world? Most were utterly bewildered and had no grasp of the concept. Regardless of the circumstances, the villagers could not condone such a preposterous notion. Soon, their fury coalesced as they gathered forward, countless eyes fixated upon Otsutsuki Yushi above, harboring thoughts of ending her life. However, as they approached the platform, the ninja guards stationed there adopted expressions of cold indifference. This apathetic demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation among the Sunagakure villagers, who, despite their fear, encircled the area, demanding that the Kazekage immediately eliminate Otsutsuki Yushi, seeking to alter the situation through public sentiment. Raz's expression turned pale, although he had anticipated resistance. He had not foreseen such a multitude. He offered Yushi an apologetic smile, before casting a frigid gaze downward. At her signal, the guard ninjas assumed an equally detached stance. They warned, "Disperse immediately, lest you face dire consequences." The villagers met their cold stares, and any who dared approach further would find no mercy. An oppressive atmosphere swiftly enveloped the scene, transforming the once clamorous environment into an eerie silence. In this world, the status of ordinary citizens is lamentably low. When compared to the exalted ninjas, they remain mere mortals. Sitting in a position of authority, Otsutsuki Yushi gazes indifferently upon the scene before her, a rather tedious spectacle. "Can you handle this?" she suddenly inquires. Luo Sha realizes she is addressing him and promptly nods. Sometimes, the villagers simply cannot accept the situation temporarily. But that is of little consequence. The higher-ups of Sunagakure have unanimously endorsed this matter. Of course, who would dare to refuse? The fate of Beilu village looms ominously ahead. The remaining elders silently contemplate this. However, is this young individual truly a visitor from a parallel world? The aged Chiyo casts a glance at Yushi. After hearing the news last night, she has already resolved to side with Luo Sha, though she fears that after her passing, she will have no face to meet the ancestors of Sunagakure. While she harbors a desire to inquire about the condition of that driver and the future of Sunagakure, she senses that this gathering is not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon her, Yushi maintains her serene demeanor. The journey through this parallel world has unfolded without any unforeseen events. The Sand Ninja Village, one of the 5 great nations, has thus been secured. Below, after a brief moment of silence, the villagers resumed their attempts to charge forward, hurling curses from their lips. Observing that Yushi remained unperturbed, Luo Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These foolish individuals are utterly overestimating themselves. Do they truly believe that he, as the shadow of the wind, is unaware of the truths they comprehend? This is indeed the best choice. How can these individuals not comprehend this? Do not be misled by his current amiability. Should the following individuals dare to continue their disturbances, Luo Sha would not hesitate to cleanse the scene, ensuring they understand that this matter is beyond their control. Under the indifferent gaze of the ninja guards, some villagers began to feel a sense of retreat, quietly departing. "You cannot do this. Does this truly honor our ancestors?" they protested. Indeed, since the establishment of the village, such incidents have never occurred. Even if you are the wind shadow, you cannot act in this manner. The remaining individuals, emboldened, began to voice their dissent. It seems you are reluctant to leave. Do you dare to question Lord Windshadow's decision? Are you overestimating your own significance? The callous words of the ninja sent shivers through the remaining crowd, their instincts warning them that continued obstinacy would lead to dire consequences. Swallowing hard, they quickly dispersed. The high-ranking officials on stage showed no surprise at this development. Perhaps they had anticipated it all along. A group of lowly commoners dared to defy their orders. Whether sincere or feigned, since they had resolved to align themselves, these individuals would not openly resist. In the distance, Noera Rin observed this scene with sorrow in her eyes. Even though these people were not from the Hidden Leaf Village, her kind heart instinctively urged her to intervene. However, she was halted by the ever-watchful Yakumo Yuhi, who quickly pulled her away. "Are you mad?" Yakumo frowned at her, aware that while Yuhi was generally accommodating, there was a limit to her tolerance. "Do you not fear for your life if you attempt to stop this?" Hearing Yakumo's stern words, Rin broke into a cold sweat. She glanced at Yakumo's increasingly somber expression, retracting her neck slightly before speaking. "I apologize, but such words will likely incite even greater resistance." "Rin, you do not understand the hearts of men," Yakumo replied, shaking her head. "These individuals merely bully the weak and fear the strong, and their opinions hold no significance. I know you care about Yuhi and her intentions to seize this world, But in time, you will realize this is a tremendous fortune. Have you not witnessed the beauty of that world? Compared to this chaotic existence, transforming our world into a haven akin to Yuhi's is far more desirable. Having lived there for several years, Yakumo was thoroughly satisfied with everything about that world. Chapter 49. Rin, you are my last friend. Do not betray us. After watching the recordings of Yakumo in that world last night, Noera Rin was profoundly struck by the conditions of this parallel universe. Towering skyscrapers, bustling crowds, an atmosphere of vibrant life. Not only in the imperial capital, but even those in remote areas lived better than the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. This passage reflects the contemplations of Noera Rin as she contrasts her current experiences with those from her time at the Ninja Academy. She gazes upon the portrait and statue of the ruler of that world, Otsutsuki Tianyu, and is taken aback by his unexpected youthfulness. Having previously heard of his dominion over the world, she had assumed that his majesty was either elderly or at least middle-aged, yet she finds him remarkably youthful. It is astounding to realize that such a person has the power to transform the entire world. How wonderful it would be if someone like him existed in her own world. As her thoughts return to the present, she feels the weight of Wai Kurenai's hand resting on her shoulder, stirring a bitter reflection within her. She cannot deny the overwhelming superiority of Konoha's circumstances. It is truly remarkable. She wishes to live in that world. No, Noera Rin, you must maintain your composure. You are a ninja of Konoha. How can you harbor such thoughts? She suppresses the tumultuous emotions within her. Rin, regardless of your thoughts, it is best not to entertain any notions of betrayal. Kurenai tilts her head slightly, her wine-red eyes clearly reflecting Rin's visage. For this revived version of Noera Rin, who shares a similar age and stature with her, Kurenai genuinely wishes to forge a friendship. This is precisely why she hopes that Rin does not face punishment. As a competent ninja, Kurenai is aware that during the time of Tianyu and his companions, certain matters were recorded without restrictions. Despite the seemingly amiable demeanor of Yuhi and Yuki, it must be remembered that they were once labeled as witches during the chaotic times of the past, each having caused the demise of countless individuals. Furthermore, Tianyu, referred to as Your Majesty, single-handedly obliterated the forces of the old era. It is through such formidable power that the new world was established and safeguarded. Thus, do you understand, Rin? Do not entertain reckless thoughts, for the consequences could be dire. Kurenai gently brushes her hand through Rin's hair, her gaze sincere as she offers a reassuring smile to the seemingly frightened girl. There is no need for such fear, as long as you do not betray us. Yuki and Yuhi are quite gentle, especially Yuhi, who is as tender as water. If I were a man, I would surely drown in her kindness. With her hands clasped in prayer, she envisions Yuhi as the embodiment of her dreams, powerful yet gentle. Moments later, as she turns back to Noera Rin, she notices her opening her mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking. What is it? Rin's face has lost its fear and other emotions. Yet the light in her eyes appears somewhat peculiar. Upon closer inspection, her eyes are clear, reflecting the image of another person. Wait, why is there yet another one in the depths of my eyes? It hurts, it hurts. A delicate hand clenched into a fist swirled above her head. The strikingly beautiful Otsutsuki Yushi slowly drew closer, her lips curling into a faint, sardonic smile. Hong, do you imply that I lack gentleness? How disheartening. Who has taken you out to play all these years? After treating you so well, you dare to claim I am not gentle enough? What a little ingrate, humph. Two hands seized the cheeks of Shiri Hong, tugging them to either side. Hong, caught in the grip, revealed a row of pearly white teeth and quickly donned a pleasing smile. Sister Yushi, I was wrong. I hadn't finished speaking. You are indeed gentle. And not only gentle, but also quite formidable. Humph. I am certainly not a homebody like my sister. I am far more formidable than her. This remark pleased Yushi, prompting her to release her hold. Afterward, her gaze shifted to Nagahara Rin. As this is my inaugural summoning in this world, I hold considerable expectations for you. Should you find it uncomfortable to remain by my side, I can always return you to the Pure Land to slumber. The so-called summoning competition was merely a whim of hers. Whether it succeeded or not was of little consequence. Understanding the underlying meaning of her words, Nagahara Rin's expression subtly shifted. This grants her the freedom of choice. Hinata Yuhi furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident. Moments later, Rin bowed deeply towards Yushi. Yushi, I understand. The person I once was has perished, and I have been reborn. Though it may merely be your whim, I am truly grateful. I shall no longer dwell on aiding Konoha. Her small face bore an expression of regret. In those fleeting seconds, Rin comprehended that this world would ultimately fall under the dominion of another realm. Moreover, if that dominion could enhance the lives of its inhabitants, she ought not to overthink her circumstances. It is reassuring to hear you say that. Yushi felt a sense of satisfaction with Rin's words. Had she chosen differently, Yushi's mood would have been somewhat dismal. That is wonderful, Rin. Yuhi exclaimed joyfully as she embraced her. She is indeed her only friend of a similar age. Others, like Asuma and the rest, have long been estranged due to the significant age gap, especially now that he has defected. The possibility of rekindling their friendship has become utterly impossible. Thus, upon encountering Rin earlier, Hong took the initiative to approach her, seeking ways to keep her close. As time gradually passed, news from Konoha finally reached the hidden sand village. At this moment, the previously existing dissenting voices vanished utterly. What a jest it is! A formidable individual capable of single-handedly vanquishing Konoha has chosen to submit. With such a person among them, the Sand Ninja Village is destined to ascend as the mightiest of all. Even when venturing beyond their borders, a sense of pride envelopes them. The mere thought of this fills the villagers with elation. If one were to say that 99% of the populace rejoices in this development, then there remains a mere one who harbors resentment. These individuals are the prominent figures within the Sand Ninja Village. According to the imperial legal document presented by Otsutsuki Yui, along with the subsequent arrangements, the rights they once held will inevitably be diminished. How could they find satisfaction in this? Thus, within the confines of a modest tavern, a group of individuals sat in silence, nursing their drinks. Before long, the entrance swung open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol. In walked a corpulent merchant, his demeanor cold and indifferent. "What did you learn, Dole?" someone eagerly inquired, rising from their seat. Upon witnessing the fervent gazes of his like-minded companions, the merchant, referred to as Dole, regretfully shook his head, instantly casting a shadow of disappointment over the assembly. How infuriating! Is that elusive wind shadow, Rasha, along with those accursed elders, truly so willing to concede? A voice erupted in anger. The crowd empathized with his fury. Chapter 50. When Kaguya became a homebody. Everyone understood this man, for soon, the power he wielded would diminish from that of a basketball to a mere egg. Though he still surpassed many, those who had tasted the intoxicating elixir of power were loath to relinquish it. Enough! Anger serves no purpose, someone calmly interjected. What we must contemplate now is how to preserve our current standing. A heavy silence enveloped the room, for the speaker had not offered a way to expel Otsutsuki Kaguya and Yushi, as both had captured the hearts of the people. The Sand Village was too weak. Having lost in all 3 shinobi world wars, there was a time when the mere sight of a sand ninja would invite ridicule. Yet now, with Yushi present, the Sand Village would ascend to become the mightiest among the 5 great nations. Such is the nature of a world where power is vested in individuals. The strength of one can elevate the entire faction. Perhaps we could convey this news to the daimyo, someone suddenly suggested with a sinister undertone. It is crucial to recognize that this was no ordinary event, but rather a complete subjugation to another world, meaning the Sand Village would cease to be the Sand Village, and the daimyo's influence would no longer extend here. Both Dole and the other elders were fully aware of this, yet those fools seemed oblivious. Had they genuinely resigned themselves to this fate? Another individual's eyes sparkled with realization. What a splendid idea. Many nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of the proposal. Dole smirked. In fact, I had already sent word to the daimyo before my arrival. Furthermore, we shall intentionally manipulate certain matters in our endeavors. Those 2 young girls will soon realize that without our presence, they are incapable of accomplishing much. Once again, the assembly voiced their agreement, their eyes glinting with a hint of pride. What is the use of mere combat? To navigate this world, one must possess a background, a force, united in purpose. They could undoubtedly compel the return of their power and status. Just then, the tavern door swung open again, and a man clad in simple attire stepped inside. The inebriated revelers momentarily paused in their merriment, bewildered by the presence of an unfamiliar figure among them. The collective haze of intoxication began to dissipate as they questioned, "Who are you?" Yet, before his words could fully resonate, a surge of individuals burst into the room. The first man to enter cast a piercing glare upon the assembly, declaring, "To attempt to thwart the rise of the Sand-Hidden Village is a grave offense. By the command of Lord Fengying, apprehend them all. Any resistance shall be met with immediate execution." Upon the utterance of these words, everyone abruptly awakened, their hearts gripped by terror as they recalled those previously executed, fear evident in their eyes. United in their resolve, they sought to eliminate those traitorous individuals who had fled. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the man across from him unsheathed a shuriken and hurled it forth. The shuriken pierced through the air, embedding itself into the wall, having traversed the neck of its intended target. The individual gazed in astonishment at the other, his mouth agape as he expelled a torrent of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This served as a signal, plunging the tavern into chaos, with the cacophony of violence echoing throughout, only to swiftly descend into an eerie calm. 5 individuals were forcibly ushered out, while the fate of the remainder remained uncertain. A gust of wind forcefully swung the tavern doors open, revealing a scene strewn with lifeless bodies, blood saturating the ground, and the air thick with the stench of carnage. In another realm, Kaguya Otsutsuki reclined upon her bed, engrossed in a storybook, utterly captivated by the narrative. One delicate foot was elegantly elevated, its flawless form admired even by women. Thus, when Tianyu entered, she was met with this striking tableau. With a gaze of appreciation, she cast a few lingering looks before her peripheral vision was drawn to the food laid out nearby. It seems that this was placed here just a few days ago. You haven't been lying here reading for days, have you? With a gaze filled with bewilderment, Tianyu observed the scattered books and various rabbit plushies strewn across the floor, struggling to believe the sight before him. The once mighty goddess of the moon, who had once harbored ambitions of world domination and resisted her kin, had now transformed into a mere recluse. Yet, the individual on the bed remained engrossed in her reading. Seemingly captivated, her legs slightly raised, causing her skirt to delicately fold upwards. Reluctantly, Tianyu approached her. What sort of absurd book is my overbearing apprentice fell in love with me? As he glanced at the cover of the novel set aside, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. A shadow loomed, and Otsutsuki Kaguya finally registered his presence, her pale eyes locking onto the man before her, blinking in surprise. After a few moments, she removed the earbuds from her ears, calmly gathering all the books into her exclusive space. She then descended from the bed and moved to the nearby screen, emerging moments later clad in a flowing robe instead of her previous attire. Tianyu, what brings you here? Her voice was frigid, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. This sudden shift made Tianyu question whether she was experiencing a form of mental disarray. As he noticed her scrutinizing him, he let out a cold huff. Regaining his composure, Tianyu proceeded to convey the purpose of his visit. Yui and the others have taken over Sunagakure, and tomorrow I will open the portal to allow the construction team and others to enter that world. Would Master Kaguya care to join? Tianyu intended to remain in this world a while longer to attend to certain matters, but he had previously promised to inform Kaguya as soon as the portal was ready, hence his visit. So soon? Just a few days ago. Those 2 renegades were still in Konoha, and now they've returned to Sunagakure, Kaguya remarked, surprised. She was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly inquired, Aren't you going? I still need to wait a bit longer, Tianyu replied with a smile. Then let us go together when the time comes, Kaguya said coldly. Notify me when the time arrives. With that, she turned away. Seeing her demeanor, Tianyu had no choice but to depart. He needed to hasten arrangements for the others. Soon, department heads were summoned. What should we do once we arrive in that world? You should be well aware, he stated. Yes, Your Majesty, they responded in unison. Satisfied with their reply, Tianyu nodded. Regardless of his initial intentions, this course of action would ultimately bring harm to that world. All he could do was ensure its betterment after conquering it. Thus, it would be a mutually beneficial outcome. Very well, disperse and prepare your departments. Once I open the portal, I shall send you through, he commanded. As you wish. Sunagakure. Today was a momentous occasion. The entire village had gathered at the edge of their territory, for this was the day when people from another world would arrive. A myriad of emotions, excitement, apprehension, fear, and hostility manifested among the villagers. They hoped fervently that the visitors from the other world would indeed live up to the praises sung by Lord Kazakage. Otsutsuki Yui gazed ahead and suddenly declared, We have arrived. In the next instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, a formidable energy seeping through. One by one, individuals began to emerge from the rift. Chapter 51. The arrival of the parallel world. The residents of Sunagakure bore witness as dozens of people stepped forth from the fissured air. All these individuals were clad in identical uniforms, exuding an air of remarkable order and solemnity. The thousand-hand mediator cast a glance at this new world, followed by a sweeping look at Rasha and the others. Rasha exchanged a significant glance with Chiyo and the elders, a grave expression flashing through their eyes simultaneously. They sensed an intangible pressure emanating from the thousand-hand mediator. It was not only him. Many others gazing in this direction bore an intensity that was almost palpable. Even Rasha, a formidable shadow-level warrior, found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the aura exuded by these beings from a parallel world. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and a sense of dread surged within him. Although he had long been informed of the strength of another world by Otsutsuki Yui and Yushi, witnessing it firsthand was inevitably shocking. He was the leader of a village and one of the 5 great nations. Yet here stood a vanguard force with several individuals who were not only his equals, but perhaps even his superiors. Is this truly another parallel world? Such power is simply astounding. Chiyo scrutinized these individuals, and after a lengthy silence, she could no longer suppress a sigh. Rasha, it seems you were right. With such power, the ninja world is destined for subjugation. The thousand-hand mediator gazed at these individuals, feeling a tinge of disappointment within. He had anticipated encountering the inhabitants of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, as relayed by His Majesty Tenju. However, this initial meeting left him disheartened. Regaining his composure, as he beheld Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yushi at the forefront, everyone began to pay their respects. In that world, Otsutsuki Tenju, Otsutsuki Yui, and Otsutsuki Yushi were all revered as deities. Countless individuals held them in deep respect and admiration. Yui nodded gently. The matters that follow will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, the thousand-hand mediator immediately saluted, declaring, all for His Majesty, loyalty. The dozens behind him echoed this gesture, shouting in unison, all for His Majesty, loyalty. The sound reverberated throughout the venue, and the sudden surge of terrifying momentum caused all the sand shinobi to shudder in unison. Their eyes filled with profound astonishment. What a fearsome individual. Soon, several teams, each comprising dozens of members, emerged from the passage. In total, there were 7 teams. They were to commence the construction of the Sand Shinobi Village, transforming it into a forward operating base. Mr. Rasha, the intermediary of the Senju clan, approached with a faint smile. From this moment on, we shall be colleagues. As the first village to pledge allegiance, Rasha held a significant position. Even if he were no longer a Kage from this point onward, his status would remain exalted. Unless he sought his own demise, he would undoubtedly enjoy a comfortable life henceforth. Rasha had already comprehended this reality. Thus, although he felt a tinge of reluctance, he nodded with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. Please do not hesitate to voice any needs. We shall cooperate fully. He recalled Hyuga's promise to transform this place into a new world, ensuring prosperity for all villagers. Consequently, he felt a deep sense of anticipation. If such a vision could indeed materialize, what would it matter if he ceased to be a Kage? The Senju intermediary nodded in acknowledgement, unreservedly beginning to speak. Meanwhile, as the Sand Shinobi village fervently embarked upon its grand transformation plan, news of events in Konoha had already spread. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, one of the 5 most powerful hidden villages, was encircled by towering mountains, boasting formidable defenses that made it challenging for enemies to penetrate its core. However, this isolation also rendered external communication relatively arduous. A seemingly diminutive elder floated in the air. Do not be deceived by his stature. He was, in fact, Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. At this moment, the Tsuchikage's expression was grave as he addressed the high-ranking officials he had summoned, his voice heavy with concern. What do you believe we should do regarding the happenings in Konoha? Of course, we should seize this opportunity to attack the Land of Fire, exclaimed an elder on the left, rising in excitement and slamming his hand on the table. While the 3rd Hokage and his comrades are injured, we can undoubtedly secure victory in this war. The elder's words sparked a wave of discussion among many, who considered this an opportune moment to initiate war. However, a sense of calm prevailed in certain quarters. No, this is not the time for warfare. A senior ninja shook his head. Do you not see? The visitors from the parallel world have come with the intent to conquer the shinobi realm. Lord Tsuchikage, this Otsutsuki Yushi possesses the terrifying ability to single-handedly defeat the entirety of Konoha. I believe we must swiftly unite with the major ninja villages to eliminate this threat. Furthermore, we should propose the gathering of all ninjas to devise a strategy to resist or eradicate the army from this alternate world. His words cast a heavy silence over the conference room. Noki sighed deeply. Although he felt reluctant, the senior ninja was indeed correct. Now is not the time to invade the land of fire. As a wise leader, Noki may not have been familiar with the phrase when the lips are gone. The teeth are cold, yet he understood its essence. Thus, rather than launching an invasion, they needed to rapidly establish contact with Sunagakure and assemble a ninja army to address this crisis in the shinobi world. However, while he grasped this reality, the other high-ranking officials and elders saw things differently. They were unwilling to miss the opportunity to strike at Sunagakure amidst its vulnerability. The room erupted into heated arguments, resembling a chaotic marketplace. Noki, who had initially kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, capturing the attention of all present. His expression was tranquil, yet his voice resonated with authority. This meeting has been convened to discuss how we should confront this situation, not to engage in mutual reproach. His calm, yet forceful words spread throughout the room, swiftly restoring composure among the high-ranking officials. Immediately dispatch a team to Sunagakure to gather accurate information. And remember to act quickly. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, in contrast to a Wagakure, Humogakure in the Land of Lightning was in disarray. In the conference room, the fourth Raikage, A, was enveloped in a tempestuous fury. Mabui, with great concern, implored, Raikage, this is absolutely not the time to wage war. We should send someone to Sunagakure to assess the situation and then find a way to address the issues arising from this parallel world. Her face was etched with anxiety, and she felt utterly helpless. The Cloud Ninja Village was predominantly composed of individuals who relied more on brawn than on intellect. Upon hearing of the significant damage to Sunagakure, their immediate instinct was to invade and seize the opportunity for gain. This notion is utterly unacceptable. Regrettably, she is merely a secretary. Her words hold little weight. The primary focus must remain on the Raikage. Mabui, are you suggesting that we forfeit this splendid opportunity? Allow Konoha to regain its breath. The Raikage bellowed furiously at Mabui. Rationality urged him to concede that Mabui was correct, yet his inner self insisted on seizing the moment to capitalize on the situation. Chapter 52. Cloud Ninja, profiting from chaos is our duty. A also recognized that this was not the opportune moment to instigate war. Yet he found himself unable to contain his impulses. Such a splendid opportunity, once lost, may never return. Reflecting on the grievances endured at the hidden Cloud Village during the Third Great War, Lang felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. Longing to launch an immediate assault on Konoha. Calm down, Lord Raikage. Mabui urgently shouted, observing the Raikage consumed by fury. This is truly not the time to wage war. Enraged, flames of ire ignited within him, and the Raikage could only strike the table with his fist in frustration. In an instant, the powerful blow shattered the table into countless pieces. AI was slightly out of breath, caught in a fierce struggle between madness and reason. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials clamored to seize the moment for their own advantage. These words utterly suppressed reason, compelling him to sit in silence. A surge of fury simmering within his voice. Enough of this. Immediately summon a grand assembly. We shall venture to the land of fire for a lucrative opportunity. As for the matter of collaboration, we can address it after this undertaking. In but a few brief exchanges, AI had already reached his resolution. The Sand Shinobi intended to seize the moment, discussing cooperation only afterwards. Lord Raikage, might this not be unwise? Mabui felt an unsettling apprehension in her heart. She sensed that significant trouble loomed. No more words are needed. This may be our only chance in years. And I trust that even if we proceed with this plan, Sarutobi will opt for negotiation. AI revealed a cruel smile. Mabui wished to dissuade him further, but, noticing the discontented gazes of those present, chose to remain silent. She could only hope that everything would unfold as he claimed. In the land of rain, a man adorned with a bizarre vortex mask stood in place. Suddenly, a pitcher plant, as large as a head, emerged from the ground. Obito, we cannot gather intelligence. Any attempt to approach will result in detection. Utterly useless. Obito cast a disdainful glance at this comrade, finding him woefully inadequate for even this task. Who would have thought that Rin Noera, whom he believed to be long dead, was thriving? Not only was she alive, but she had also managed to manipulate Nagato under the guise of Uchiha Madara, instigating the Moon Eye plan. Rin, I am determined to create a world of peace that embodies your essence. He silently vowed, then turned to Kaguya's manifestation. Speak, what is truly happening? Kaguya remained silent for a few moments before responding. Obito, our Moon Eye plan may need to be expedited. What is the reason? Is it due to the arrival of those two from parallel worlds? Indeed, it is them. The voice of a supporting character suddenly grew animated. As a sentient being created by Kaguya before her sealing, Kaguya had long sought to rescue his imprisoned mother. Throughout the eons, he had finally discovered an opportunity in this era. Yet, who could have anticipated the invasion from parallel worlds? Those two women, Otsutsuki Kaguya, if all goes as expected, should be the equivalent of the Sage of Six Paths from another realm. The one named Yuki must be her counterpart from the Yuki village. With their presence, the Moon Eye plan stands no chance of success. I must devise a strategy. I am resolute in my quest to save my mother. Contemplating this, he spoke under Obito's unyielding gaze. This time, I am unable to gather intelligence. Approaching White Zetsu will result in detection. Kaguya felt a sense of helplessness. He genuinely wished to assist Obito, as he was a staunch supporter of the Moon Eye plan. Unfortunately, any approach would lead to his exposure, and he could not take that risk. Are these beings from parallel worlds truly so formidable? Obito questioned, for he was acutely aware of White Zetsu's remarkable stealth capabilities. Yet, now that he had been informed of the potential for detection, could these individuals from parallel worlds really be that powerful? Never mind them for now. As long as they do not interfere with the Moon Eye plan, it suffices. Should they dare to obstruct it, I shall be the one to deliver their demise. The tone of this statement is exceedingly flat, as if the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who decimated Konoha, were merely a being easily vanquished. Black Zetsu, upon hearing this, could not help but grimace. This individual had succumbed to delusion once more, perhaps having played the role of Uchiha Obito for too long. Obito seemed genuinely convinced of his immense power. In his perception, he was the strongest, believing that even after obliterating Konoha, he could annihilate his adversary at will. Fortunately, Obito had not yet descended into madness. He contemplated this, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask. The current plan had shifted, perhaps marking the inception of our Moon Eye project. Regardless of the cost, he was resolutely determined to see the Moon Eye project through to completion. An extreme madness flickered in his eyes. Any who dared obstruct his path would meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Konan gazed anxiously outside. Nagato sat behind her, gaunt and emaciated, resembling little more than skin and bones. Do not worry, Konan. Even if beings from parallel worlds were to invade, under my gaze, they would only face annihilation, Nagato stated with an air of calm. He regarded himself as a god, and his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Among the techniques of the Rinnegan, two possessed the capability to inflict extensive damage. With just a few applications, even the most numerous of interdimensional ninjas would find themselves doomed. Konan hesitated, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Yet the confidence radiating from Nagato compelled her to remain silent. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Deidara began to depart in succession. Itachi, you must be eagerly anticipating your return to Konoha, Kisame remarked in his distinctive voice. It is merely to fulfill the leader's mission, Itachi replied, his tone tranquil, adding that he would also check on his inept younger brother, curious about how well his future eyes might be developing under Sasuke's care. Mr. Itachi is so powerful. Your brother must surely possess great potential as well. Perhaps he has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Kisame praised the yet unveiled Sasuke Uchiha, genuinely believing that as Itachi's sibling, Sasuke would be remarkable. Their journey to Konoha served not only to gather intelligence, but also to monitor Uchiha Itachi. Itachi remained silent in response to Kisame's remarks as they gradually faded into the rainy night. In the land of water, at the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei and others were preoccupied with the state of their village, wholly unconcerned with the events unfolding in Konoha. Meanwhile, discussions were rampant in other regions. Extra. The Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire is holding the Chunin exams, only to be ambushed, resulting in the defeat of numerous leaf ninjas, including the third Hokage. The assailant is the Otsutsuki Kinshiki from a parallel world. Reports flew like snowflakes to various countries. Chapter 53. The daimyo. Quickly summon these two beauties to serve me. News of the turmoil in Konoha spread like wildfire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was enraged, especially upon seeing the images of Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, which fueled his fury even further. Such a beauty ought to belong to oneself. And as for Konoha, those incompetent fools failed to apprehend the individuals. In no time, wanted posters of the two spread far and wide. The content of the bounty: capture Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yu, and return them unharmed. The ambition of Sima Zhao is evident to all. The daimyo of the Land of Fire clearly intends to capture individuals for his own enjoyment. Shortly thereafter, Within a mere week, several significant events transpired in the shinobi world. 1. The forces of the Cloud Ninja Army unexpectedly advanced, prompting the daimyo of the Land of Fire to demand that Konoha expel them swiftly. 2. A delegation from the Rock Ninja came to Konoha, while Inoki dispatched ninja troops to intercept the Cloud Ninja in an effort to avert the outbreak of war. 3. The 4th Kazekage announced the expulsion of the Sand Ninja village. This singular event made it evident to all in the shinobi world that a tumultuous era was likely about to commence. In the former Sand Ninja village, nearly all structures had been razed and replaced with new wooden houses. When inquiring about the origins of these wooden abodes, the Senju clan proudly asserted their esteemed reputation as a prominent real estate family. They adeptly employed various techniques of wood release to construct homes, such as the 3 rooms and 1 hall technique and the 4 rooms and 1 hall technique. Now, the entire populace of the Sand District resided in these newly erected dwellings. At that moment, Otsutsuki Yui was convening a meeting with others, as Tianyu and her mother were scheduled to arrive in 2 days. She needed to ensure the area was adequately prepared. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Thud, thud. Chiyo entered, her expression grave. What has transpired? Yui inquired calmly. It concerns the daimyo, Chiyo replied, her face etched with worry. Since Rasha announced the news, the daimyo has cut off all our financial subsidies, stating that if we wish to continue receiving support, both you and your sister must go to him. Her words reverberated throughout the meeting hall, plunging it into an eerie silence. Apart from Otsutsuki Yui, everyone else's countenance shifted dramatically. The intentions of the daimyo of the Land of Wind were all too clear, much like the Lord of the Land of Fire. He was enticed by the presence of 2 extraordinary beauties in his domain. Rasha, who had always maintained a demeanor of congeniality, suddenly rose from his seat, his expression chillingly resolute. Without further ado, he uttered a single word: kill. Instantly, a menacing aura surged through the hall. They could not tolerate the humiliation of the 2 divine maidens. The overwhelming pressure made the senior members of the former Sand Ninja village shudder in unison. Rasha, eyeing the enraged assembly, cautiously inquired, "Mediator, he is a daimyo. Should anything happen, we would face the wrath of all nations." In the world of Hokage, although most daimyos were mere mortals, their status transcended that of all others. The entire shinobi world had long been accustomed to being governed by daimyos. Since time immemorial, instances of daimyos being slain were exceedingly rare. Whenever such an occurrence arose, regardless of the strength of the opposing force, the outcome was invariably destruction. Hence, the panic that ensued upon hearing the mediator's words was entirely understandable. As the assembly turned their disapproving gazes upon them, I shook his head and interjected, "Rasha, since we chose to submit, our relationship with the daimyo has already become adversarial. Even without the 2 esteemed Otsutsuki, the daimyo would not spare us." His words resonated with Rasha. "Let us sit," Otsutsuki Yui said suddenly. "Yushi has been rather idle these days. She shall handle this matter." Mediator, Tianyu and her mother will arrive here in 2 days. Can we manage the surrounding environment in time? Upon hearing that Otsutsuki Yushi would personally oversee the task, the mediator regained his composure and nodded confidently. "Rest assured, we are adept at transforming environments." In just a few days, the geological features of the Sand Ninja village had been altered, resulting in the emergence of numerous oases. It must be said, wood release proved to be remarkably effective. The once barren desert was now adorned with flourishing trees. Had Senju Hashirama taken such measures earlier, the 2 villages would have likely forged a close alliance by now. In the desert sky, for figures soared. "Sister Yushi, what are we to do?" Why High Kurenai, who had been training with Ninja Turtle Grandpa, was abruptly summoned. Yushi smiled faintly, her lips curling slightly as she uttered 2 words. "Kill." "Oh, so it's about killing." Kurenai nodded in understanding. Noera Rin gazed down at the desert, her legs trembling as she beheld the passing clouds. She never imagined she would someday fly. Her summoned sister Yushi was astonishingly powerful. Raphael brandished his dual sai, the red ribbons attached glimmering with a hint of battle fervor. "Do not worry, master. I shall slay our foes with utmost diligence." Once an ordinary ninja turtle, he had been unexpectedly drawn into a parallel world, where he was nurtured and evolved into a bipedal being. Later, he stumbled upon a series of comics titled Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, becoming enamored with a character named Raphael, and thus adopted the name and weaponry of his namesake. "That won't be necessary," Yushi replied calmly. "You need only ensure Noera Rin's safety." Unlike Kurenai, Rin lacked combat prowess. and engaging in battle could pose a significant risk to her life. Ah, Raphael exclaimed in disappointment. He longed for the thrill of battle. I'm sorry, Rin said bashfully. Perhaps you could drop me off somewhere, and I can wait for your return. I can protect myself just fine. Kurenai interjected suddenly, given Raphael's enthusiasm for combat. It would be a shame for him to miss such an opportunity. With her current capabilities, she could easily contend with ordinary jonin. By the time she reached the age depicted in the original timeline, her strength would undoubtedly rival that of a Kage. Yushi was indifferent, stating, regardless. I merely seek a change of pace and a bit of diversion. Even if I were alone, I could safeguard 3 individuals simultaneously. Raphael laughed heartily. Oh, red-haired girl. Do you not recall how much I have cared for you over the years? With a resounding thud, he playfully struck the turtle's head. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Raphael? Can you please stop pretending to be old? You're only 100 years old. You haven't even lived a tenth of your lifespan. Turtle ninjas typically enjoyed long lives. Beings like Raphael could easily live for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Coughing twice, Raphael retorted, how can I be pretending? At 100 years, I am indeed quite ancient. Chapter 54. Can the worthless daimyo just die already? Kurenai chuckled. With your love for battle, it's impossible to see you as old. Yushi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, and accompanied by the 2 girls and the ninja turtle, they swiftly arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire. They reached a grand and opulent palace, where the daimyo of the Land of Wind resided. The wanted posters of Otsutsuki Yushi and Yui had already circulated far and wide. And given that the daimyo harbored interest in the 2, he had instructed his guards to grant them immediate access upon their arrival. As the stunning Otsutsuki Yushi appeared before them, the guards exchanged glances filled with awe, which soon shifted to regret moments later. Such a beautiful individual is soon to become quite renowned. I sincerely hope to be fortunate enough to be born into a good lineage in my next life. With these thoughts in mind, I respectfully addressed, Miss Yushi, may I enter to report? Having said this, I hastily dashed into the depths of the estate. Only to return moments later, urgency etched upon my face. Miss Yushi, please proceed. Under the guidance of the guards, we traversed corridors and halls, arriving at a splendid garden. Before us sat a corpulent man clad in a white royal robe, comfortably seated atop a chair formed by human bodies. Before him was a small pond, its waters teeming with unfortunate slaves who had been cast into it. At that moment, the Lord held a whip. And whenever someone surfaced for air, they would be met with merciless lashes. Each strike elicited raucous laughter from the onlookers, reminiscent of penguins. Yushi glanced around and noticed that the pond housed a multitude of piranhas. Many of the discarded slaves bore wounds from their vicious bites. The blood that flowed only served to heighten the piranha's ferocity. As Yushi entered, the Lord of the Wind Nation rose, supported by others. His gaze fixated on the imposing figure of Otsutsuki Yushi, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Ah, my beauty, my enchanting beauty. The Lord, unable to contain his excitement, waddled toward her, his considerable bulk jiggling with each step. Truly exquisite, truly exquisite. His greedy eyes roamed Yushi's visage before he inquired, where is your sister? Dismissing the thought, he beckoned, come, my beauty, let us indulge ourselves. Yushi calmly observed the waddling lord, reflecting on his girth, which resembled that of a pig, if not even more rotund. The Lord of the Wind Nation paused, his expression darkening. How dare you? I am a lord. I had intended to have some fun with you. But now, see how I shall punish you. He signaled to the nearby guards with a glance. In the next instant, Yushi waved her hand lightly. With a sudden sound, the Lord's ample abdomen was sliced open, revealing the grotesque flesh within. Ah, it hurts. Wretched woman. You vile creature. Seize her. The Lord clutched his wound, fury and pain evident, his flesh quaking uncontrollably. Raphael, I'll leave this to you, Yushi stated casually. With that, Raphael, who had been by her side, vanished from sight, only to reappear before the approaching guards. His twin tridents moved with remarkable agility, each strike capable of inflicting severe injury or even death. The Lord, filled with terror, watched the unfolding scene, his eyes widening as Yushi approached. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, wretched woman, you dare to hurt me? You will pay dearly for this. I'll have my revenge, and I shall sever your limbs, and your sister. Ah. His shrill screams echoed into the heavens, akin to a pig being slaughtered. A dagger was firmly lodged in his belly, causing him to howl in agony. His eyes bulged as he fixated on the approaching figure. You scoundrel! Truly, you are a scoundrel. How dare this wretched creature harm him? He is a lord. The Lord of the Land of Wind. You dare to injure me? You shall face your doom. The Lord, filled with both astonishment and fury, pointed a trembling finger at Yushi. From now on, I regret to inform you, there will be no future for you. Look at your corpulent form, TSK. Even with a dagger plunged into your abdomen, you act as if nothing has happened. It appears that your excess weight has granted you some resilience. Yushi advanced step by step toward the Lord, causing him to frantically scramble backward on all fours, only to trip and fall, driving the dagger deeper into his belly. Don't come any closer. Guards, come quickly. Where are the guards? Where have they gone? Hurry to my aid. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, the guards, who would normally respond at the slightest sound, remained unresponsive. Damn it. Once I free myself, I will have you all dismissed, cast into the pond to feed the fish, and your remains used as fertilizer for flowers. The other guards, trembling in fear, watched as the Lord, overwhelmed, looked around desperately. He saw the pond ahead and crawled toward it, shouting at the injured slaves within. You fools! Come out and stop this woman! As he crawled, he screamed at the approaching Yushi, You cannot do this. I am a lord. You cannot treat me this way. Are you seeking death by daring to harm me? His shrill, grating voice was akin to nails on a chalkboard, provoking involuntary grimaces. Yushi, with a contemptuous sneer, stepped forward and planted her foot firmly on the Lord's face, mocking him. What a worthless creature you are. You still expect my sister and me to serve you? That is a death wish. The Lord's face pressed painfully into the ground, tears and mucus streaming down as he cried out. It hurts. I relent. It was my fault. I truly relent. Please, spare me. I will expedite the funding for the Sand Ninja Village, double it. No, 5 times the amount. Please, spare my life. In agony, he spat out a tooth, the dagger still lodged in his abdomen, causing him unbearable pain. The slaves, having already crawled ashore, fled in terror at the sight of Yushi. In a swift motion, she kicked the Lord into the lake. Help! I cannot swim. Come save me. Guards, save me. His rotund body flailed helplessly, water filling his nostrils, turning his complexion pale with fear. The piranhas in the lake, drawn by the scent of blood, quickly swarmed to feast upon him. The Lord cried out in torment, Beasts! I am your master. How dare you bite me? Release me. Gurgle cough, help! Help! His voice grew weaker, the blood on the lake's surface increasing. Ultimately, as the cries of the Lord of the Land of Wind ceased, time seemed to freeze. The scene suspended in silence. After a long moment, a minister, trembling with rage, pointed a shaking finger at Yushi. You vile creature, you dare to slay a lord? I tell you, there is no place for you to hide in this world. How tiresome, Yushi replied flatly. And the minister felt a sharp pain in his wrist as his hand was cleanly severed. Covering his severed hand, he knelt in agony. His eyes filled with fury. Kill her. Someone kill her. However, no encouragement was needed. With the Lord's demise, all guards had already descended into madness. The Lord had been slain under their very noses. They could not escape the consequences. Only by capturing the murderer could they hope to save their families. As for themselves, they were doomed. You filthy turtle. I shall sever your head and boil it for soup. The captain of the guards, face twisted in rage, wielded his cleaver. His recent promotion due to bribery now meaningless with the Lord's death. Not only had his future been obliterated, but he too was destined for the grave. How could he not despise these people? Though Raphael was merely a large turtle, he moved with surprising agility, dodging every strike. Young man, do not bully the elderly, it said, brandishing its trident. Under Tianyu's training, this once lethargic ninja turtle had become formidable, capable of easily handling these attackers. Meanwhile, at the side of Yuhi Kurenai, even without the use of illusions, the rushing guards were no match for her. Through prolonged training from Yushi and her companions, every ounce of power was wielded with precision. Die, you little brat. Taking advantage of an opening, a mid-level guard grinned maliciously and unleashed an earth-style jutsu, aiming to pierce Yuhi and Noera Rin. In the next moment, their figures began to fade, and the guard was met with a chorus of screams. Before him, where Yuhi and Noera once stood, now loomed other guards. As seconds ticked by, every guard present was systematically eliminated. Those arriving for reinforcements, upon witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with fear and dared not approach. At this moment, the minister, clutching his severed hand, felt his heart gripped by an overwhelming force, his face pale with terror. How could you possibly be so powerful? Suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, the minister trembled violently, his gaze filled with sheer dread. Yushi calmly extended her hand, poised to end his life. Witnessing her movement, the minister was struck dumb, As a dignitary, he did not wish to meet his demise in such a manner. Fear consumed him, chilling him to the bone, and he was engulfed in panic. Please, do not kill me. Miss Yushi, I assure you. I have long harbored a desire to see that fat pig dead. It was all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. With a thud, the minister fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in a desperate plea for forgiveness. At that moment, he dared not think of anything else but the instinct to survive. Truly, my lord, I have wished to slay that glutton for quite some time. Alas, your heart is filled with deceit. Yushi shook her head gently, her finger delicately tracing the air, and the minister's body convulsed before he slumped softly to the ground. The face still bore an exquisite expression of terror. In the final moments of consciousness, the minister was overwhelmed by profound regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have incited the daimyo against the Sand Ninja village. After eliminating the minister, Jiangyu raised his gaze, calmly observing the approaching figures in the distance. Without making the slightest movement, he frightened them into retreating hastily. What a farce! The so-called elite of the daimyo's estate had been utterly annihilated. How could these weaker individuals possibly stand a chance? Summon those eligible to become the daimyo, came Yushi's serene voice, resonating in the ears of all present. They dared not disobey, and swiftly brought forth a few trembling individuals. Each of them was a child qualified to inherit the position of daimyo of the Wind Country. After glancing at them, Yushi casually pointed to the one on the left. You shall be the one. From this moment forth, you are the daimyo. You should understand what is expected of you moving forward. Understood, understood. We will immediately issue an announcement recognizing the independence of the Sand Ninja village. The individual trembled in fear, hastily responding. Yushi nodded slightly. This world ultimately does not belong to them. In the short term, the powerful name cannot simply vanish. First, a puppet must be supported. After a period of time, once the surroundings are under control, this name can then abdicate. In the eyes of Noira Rin, there was not only shock, but also a hint of admiration. So formidable, truly astonishing. The events of today have profoundly impacted her. This is a renowned figure of a nation, unexpectedly discarded into a lake to be fed to the fish. Is this the true essence of strength? At this moment, Noira Rin felt a flicker of longing for power. If only I possessed such formidable strength. After issuing a few commands, Yushi did not linger any longer, but departed with her companions. The day of Tianyu and her mother's arrival was imminent, and she needed to return to prepare diligently. Following their return, the news of the assassination of the Deming of the Land of Wind swiftly reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. In an instant, everyone was left in shock by this revelation. The Deming of the Land of Fire was so alarmed that he hastily amended the wanted notice, demanding that Konoha promptly eliminate Otsutsuki Yushi. Meanwhile, in a gambling den, Shizun listened in astonishment to the unfolding news. Stealing a glance at Lady Tsunade, who was still engrossed in her game, she resolved to inform her later. At this moment in Konoha, the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans were all summoned to the meeting room. Bang! Shimura Danzo struck the ground heavily with his cane, his voice chillingly cold. Otsutsuki Yushi is indeed a malevolent being. For the first time, everyone expressed their agreement with Danzo's assertion. The murder of a Deming, especially one from one of the 5 great nations, was an occurrence that had not transpired in many years. The parallel world's Otsutsuki Yuji is truly merciless. A.J. Nin, his face ashen, exclaimed, now that Sunagakure has declared its complete allegiance to them, what shall we do? He recalled the moment he was hurled away by the shockwave, a wave of dread washing over him. So powerful, they were utterly outmatched. Victory was impossible, truly impossible. As these words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Konoha, self-proclaimed as the foremost village, had emerged victorious in all 3 shinobi world wars. Yet never had they felt so powerless, not even in the darkest of times. The recent display of Otsutsuki Yuji's might had instilled a palpable fear within them. Jiraiya sat in quiet contemplation, the prophecy of the great sage frog slowly unfolding, with Sunagakure now occupied. It was only a matter of time before the entire land of wind succumbed to their dominion. Soon, the entire shinobi world would mirror the prophecy, overrun by beings from the parallel realm. How infuriating! Clenching his fists tightly, even he, known as one of the legendary 3, found himself at a loss. What shall we do? Chapter 56. Konoha employs forbidden techniques, the transcendent from the dragon vein. In the face of the gathered silence, Shimura Danzo spoke up. The situation is not yet beyond redemption. Although Otsutsuki Yuji is formidable, We are not without avenues for resistance. His words startled all the clan representatives and high-ranking officials in the room. Did Konoha truly possess the means to resist? Even the strongest Hokage and one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, had been defeated. Unless the first Hokage were to be resurrected, they could conceive of no strategy to confront such a terrifying foe. Naruto observed the contemplative expressions around him, pondering what hidden strengths Konoha might still possess. Mito Gate, N.'s gaze fell silently upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet since the beginning. After employing the forbidden technique, the Shiki F gene, he was destined for death. Yet, the summoned Shinigami had been frightened away, leaving Sarutobi's soul untouched. Feeling the weight of the stare, he finally raised his head. This action has captured everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hidden Leaf Village has reached a critical juncture of survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave, as he prepared to confront Otsutsuki Yuki and avert the foretold destruction of the ninja world. In addition to uniting with the other ninja villages, I have resolved to employ the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei from the Book of Seals. Edo Tensei? Mike Guy's face was filled with confusion. What is that? Many others shared his bewilderment, as they were unfamiliar with this particular jutsu. However, this was not surprising, given that the forbidden techniques inscribed in the Book of Seals were not meant for the eyes of the common populace. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to signal for silence before he began to elucidate. Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, allows the resurrection of those who have perished. It was through this very technique that Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokages. My teacher once stated that the techniques within the Book of Seals should only be employed in dire circumstances, and I believe we have reached such a crisis. Upon hearing this explanation, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Most of those present had grown up hearing tales of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, a legendary figure who brought peace to tumultuous times, often revered as the god of shinobi. If he were to return, even the detestable Otsutsuki Yuki would be no match for him. Moreover, the so-called parallel world could undoubtedly be vanquished with such power. Hashirama's prestige and might were so formidable that no one doubted his capability. Yet, among them were those of keen intellect. Naruto suddenly spoke up, pointing out a flaw in the Edo Tensei technique. The strength exhibited by the first and second Hokages during Orochimaru's summoning was far from their true potential. At this revelation, the previously uplifted spirits of the assembly dimmed. They recollected that although the summoned duo was undeniably powerful, they had not reached their full prowess. No need for concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured, his smile radiating confidence. Have you forgotten who developed this forbidden technique? I am certain that with my teacher, Senju Tobarama, resurrected, we can refine Edo Tensei to its fullest, allowing Lord Hashirama to unleash his entire strength. Ah, how did I not consider this solution? Someone exclaimed in realization. Thus, the assembly swiftly agreed to utilize this method to summon both Hokages. They even resolved to call forth other formidable figures from history, for they faced a common enemy threatening the world. While they held confidence in the first Hokage, they dared not presume that he alone could obliterate an entire parallel world. Then came the next agenda. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on the documents he had received and frowned. What should be done regarding the gathering of Cloud Shinobi at the border? Preparing for invasion? Hinata Hizashi interjected. In such a time of crisis, would the Cloud Shinobi not consider the greater situation? You are mistaken, another countered. They are the Cloud Shinobi, a band of mindless brutes, likely eager to invade upon hearing of our weakened state. There is no need for alarm regarding this matter. Naruto calmly interjected. Although the fourth Raikage is known for his aggressive tendencies, the leader of IWA, Inoki, is not foolish. He has already dispatched individuals to intervene. Once we arrive, this war should come to an end. Moreover, we can seize this opportunity to solidify an alliance against Sunagakure. With the inhabitants of the parallel world not yet fully arrived, we must eradicate them while we can, especially if they possess some mechanism that enabled their arrival. As discussions ensued, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly decided to send Kakashi and Jiraiya to negotiate. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Once we are prepared, we shall proceed with the Edo Tensei of the first and second Hokages. As the assembly began to rise from their seats, a grievously injured Umbu member rushed in from afar. Hokage-sama, we have a grave situation. Yukimura Shikifune, who had been sent out earlier, was unaware of the recent events in the ninja world due to the lack of time to recall him. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized him as one of the Umbu sent to monitor the route. Seeing his battered state ignited an unsettling premonition within him. What has transpired? Coughing violently, Yukimura expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, his face as pale as parchment. We followed your orders, Hokage-sama, to monitor the ancient nation of Lulan for potential enemies emerging through the dragon vein. We waited for an extended period, and then, moments ago, the dragon vein emitted a brilliant light. After the light dissipated, a figure appeared. Both Root and Umbu were annihilated. He referred to us as inferior beings and proclaimed himself as, once more, he coughed up blood, struggling to speak. His name is Otsutsuki. Yet he could not finish, his eyes widening in death's embrace. With his passing, the woman he had just confirmed a romantic connection with would undoubtedly be left heartbroken. Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki what? The tension in the room thickened as he was on the verge of revealing something crucial when he succumbed. Everyone felt a gnawing anxiety, as if a cat were scratching at their insides. Could it be that this Otsutsuki is connected to the inhabitants of the parallel world? And Hokage-sama, why did you send Umbu to the ancient nation of Lulan? Someone inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged grave looks with Jiraiya and other high-ranking officials. The reason was the prophecy brought forth by Jiraiya. As Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted the events, clarity dawned upon the assembly. Initially, they had intended to recall those sent for surveillance. Yet they had not anticipated the emergence of individuals traversing through the dragon vein's power. Hinata Hizashi remarked, it appears they are indeed Otsutsuki from that world. But why have they chosen to cross into this time? I have discerned the truth. Shimura Danzo's single eye gleamed with insight. It must be that Tobarama-sensei from the future successfully enables the first Hokage to unleash his full potential, thereby defeating the inherently malevolent parallel world. To rectify this situation, they have traveled to this moment in time to alter the outcome. Setting aside disbelief, perhaps this was indeed the answer. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, a consensus emerged among the assembly, nodding in agreement. They all held unwavering faith in Senja Hashirama's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by these developments, instinctively reached for his pipe, only to realize the inappropriateness of the moment. He licked his lips and spoke. Danzo's reasoning is sound. I shall dispatch more Umbu to the ancient nation of Lulan. Since the malevolent beings from the parallel world have arrived in this era, we, who have already triumphed in the future, will undoubtedly make our presence known. I will ensure that those from another world understand that the ninja realm shall never face annihilation. One of the ninjas from the Yamanaka clan pointed at the deceased Yukimura Shikifune. Then who exactly is that Otsutsuki he referred to? With just this single sentence, everyone comprehended its meaning. There is a saying that only the dead can keep secrets. However, this adage does not hold true in the world of Naruto, where there exists a means to extract memories from the deceased. Consequently, during the ninja wars, comrades who have fallen are often retrieved to prevent the exposure of sensitive information. While this method may be deemed unethical towards fellow villagers, the urgency of the situation leaves little room for consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze to a middle-aged man, his face marred by scars. His name was Marino Ibiki, a special J-nin and the leader of the interrogation unit. Lord Hokage, I will do my utmost to extract the intelligence, Marino Ibiki declared earnestly. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands. If there are no further issues, we shall adjourn. At this time tomorrow, we will summon the first and second Hokage through the impure world reincarnation technique. A sense of relief washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, the sealing team had successfully contained the two Hokages and allowed their souls to return to the pure realm. This time, I must trouble these two Hokage. The flowers bloom in pairs, each representing its own branch. In the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Queen Sarah, accompanied by a retinue of guards, gazed upon the lifeless bodies near the dragon vein, her expression darkening. Upon seeing a particular emblem, her eyes widened in shock. It was the symbol of Konoha. She had heard whispers of the events transpiring in the Hidden Leaf Village. How could the ninjas from that place possibly be here? At this moment, an elderly man suddenly exclaimed, Your Majesty, it seems that the energy of the dragon vein has been absorbed. What? Sarah gasped in shock, swiftly rushing to the old man's side. Upon closer inspection, her charming face turned ashen. It was true. The power of the dragon vein had indeed been siphoned away. This was disastrous. The dragon vein was meant to safeguard the land, and now that so much of its power had been depleted, the suppressed demons from around the world would likely awaken once more. The world was doomed, and it was too late. Sarah collapsed to the ground. Recalling the terrifying scenes depicted in the scriptures, fear flashing in her eyes. As she uttered these words, far away in another realm, The priestess Cheyenne of the Ghost Kingdom abruptly opened her eyes in her slumber. I have glimpsed a new future. Oh no. The focus shifted back to the ancient kingdom of Lulan. While everyone was consumed with worry over the impending consequences of the dragon vein's absorption, it trembled once more. A brilliant light burst forth. As the radiance faded, the crowd discovered a golden-haired woman lying there, with a delicate visage and a diamond mark upon her forehead. Her voluptuous figure remained prominent even in repose. Who was she? How had she appeared within the dragon vein? Under the protection of her guards, Sarah approached cautiously. Just a few steps in, she noticed the golden-haired beauty's fingers twitch, followed by her abruptly opening her eyes. A terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from her being, causing all present to nearly falter in fear. Sarah struggled to maintain her composure as queen, eventually managing to ask, I am the queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. May I inquire who you are and how you came to be here? Her hands were tightly clenched, vigilance etched upon her face. The golden-haired beauty pressed her hand against her forehead, fragments of memories flooding her mind as her bewildered gaze met Sarah's. I believe my name is Tsunade, but, ow, it hurts. She cried in agony, clutching her head, her ample bosom heaving violently, soon drenched in a sheen of perspiration. The desolate earth, marred by corpses and limbs strewn about, painted a horrifying tableau of hell, punctuated by the distant cawing of crows and the blood-soaked ground. Lowly creatures, a disdainful gaze, akin to that of one surveying ants, loomed from above. Thump, thump, thump. Tsunade's heart began to pound ferociously, the sensation as if it might leap from her chest, contorting her exquisite features into a grimace. In the throes of agony, she bellowed, Otsutsuki Mamashiki. With that, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. Sarah stared blankly at those around her, wondering if this Tsunade had indeed called out the name Otsutsuki. After a moment, someone replied with difficulty, Yes, Your Majesty. Swallowing hard, memories of recent rumors circulating in the ninja world flooded back to her. Otsutsuki, a visitor from a parallel world, bearer of countless titles, such as the destroyer of the ninja realm and akin to a demon king. Now, they had heard that name once more from the lips of this golden-haired beauty. It was neither Otsutsuki Kaguya nor Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but an unfamiliar name, Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Another visitor from a parallel world had arrived in the ninja realm. Wait, could it be that these individuals traversed to our world through the dragon vein? Sarah, unfamiliar with the name Tsunade, had no immediate reaction upon hearing it, but a sudden thought struck her. This woman must also be a resident of a parallel world. Judging by the circumstances in Konoha, the Otsutsuki clan is likely composed of ruthless individuals. Furthermore, the anguished and indignant voice she uttered just before losing consciousness suggests that she is probably a villain even in a parallel realm. As a member of the ninja world, Sarah feels compelled to contribute her strength. First and foremost, she must bring the individual back for proper recuperation and then inquire about the situation in that world. Chapter 58, Edo Tensei, the devious Otsutsuki Kaguya. What impact will the arrival of Otsutsuki Mamashiki and Tsunade, who traversed through the dragon vein, have on this world? The matter remains unclear to all. Time has advanced to the following day, where the esteemed leaders of Konoha have gathered. It is the moment to summon the two former Hokages. The reanimation jutsu requires sacrifices, and the vitality of the sacrifices directly influences the strength of those summoned. Therefore, in order to bring back the first and second Hokages, Shimura Danzo has ordered the retrieval of two long-imprisoned Chunin death row inmates. These cells belong to Lord Hashirama and Master Tobarama. Danzo places the two vials down, and the ritual commences. Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks slowly, then swiftly forms hand seals. Ninjutsu, reanimation jutsu. As his words echo, numerous black sigils appear upon the ground. The cells within the vials disintegrate into ashes, which then drift towards the two unconscious death row inmates. The gray substance rapidly envelopes their bodies. All present can sense two formidable forces emanating from the ash-like remnants. Moments later, these particles gradually coalesce, revealing two figures. One clad in red armor, the legendary ninja myth, Senju Hashirama. The other, adorned in blue armor, with silver hair billowing in the wind and three deep crimson markings on his face, is Senju Tobarama, the younger brother of the first Hokage. The two brothers stand side by side, their consciousnesses slowly returning. What is happening? Hashirama feels the frail power within himself and turns his gaze to Hiruzen. Monkey, why have you summoned me again? Clearly, he recalls the prior incident where he was summoned by Orochimaru to attack Hiruzen. Tobarama, upon awakening, scrutinizes his surroundings, and notices the expressions of surprise on the faces of those nearby. Monkey, has something occurred in Konoha? Could it be that Orochimaru has resurrected others with the reanimation jutsu? Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Hiruzen replies, Lord Hashirama, Master Tobirama, allow me to recount the events that have transpired. After hearing the account, the atmosphere falls into a profound silence. A chakra, palpable and potent, begins to manifest around Hashirama, exuding an overwhelming presence that blankets the room. Calm yourself, brother, Tobirama interjects, clenching his fists yet maintaining composure. He processes the information rapidly before speaking. I understand. If what you say is true, then only my elder brother at his peak can defeat the being known as Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I will find a way to enhance the reanimation jutsu promptly. Furthermore, you must unite with the other nations. This crisis is beyond Konoha's capacity to withstand. Tobirama is acutely aware of his brother's strength. Reason dictates that no one could rival Hashirama. However, in this world, Hashirama could easily obliterate Konoha, making it difficult to ascertain Kinshiki's true power, considering the existence of parallel worlds and other formidable entities. He believes it is imperative to unite all ninjas to confront this calamity. Hiruzen nods. I have dispatched Jiraiya and Kakashi. Results should come swiftly. His expression turns remorseful. I apologize. Our weakness has compelled us to trouble you. Tobirama crosses his arms, acknowledging that seeking assistance from predecessors in times of crisis is not shameful. We must utilize all our strength. Bring back Uchiha Madara and summon all other powerful beings. His red eyes glimmer with a cold light. The malevolent forces from parallel worlds shall undoubtedly be vanquished. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Hashirama finally reacts. He chuckles heartily. Madara. Who would have thought we would fight together again? How nostalgic. He gestures to himself. Since you are handling the research, is there anything I should do? Hiruzen respectfully replies. No, we summoned you merely to prevent you from being called by Orochimaru once more. In the meantime, you may observe the current state of Konoha. Is that so? I never imagined I would witness Konoha decades later. I am truly eager. Hashirama laughs heartily, then expresses his anticipation. The village we built together with Madara. I wonder how it has fared? Surely, the Uchiha clan has integrated into Konoha by now. As he ponders, Hashirama resolves to visit the Uchiha clan first. He eagerly anticipates his reaction upon discovering that only Uchiha Sasuke remains. In another realm, the moment to enter the world of the Hokage has arrived. Tianyu has finally organized everything. He stretches lazily and places the final black piece on the board. You have lost. In the room, the slender figure of Kaguya Otsutsuki gazes silently at the chessboard, her white eyes flashing. Outside, fallen leaves drift slowly, pausing mid-descent. Not only the leaves, but also the flow of water and wind. Everything comes to a halt. Kaguya gazes at Tianyu, who still wears a light smile. She has lost several rounds. Should she lose again, she would have to remove this last layer of thin clothing. Thus, she resolves to cheat. A unique power emanates from her, a strength gleaned from years of confinement in this space. Time itself reverses. Leaves ascend back to their branches, insects expelled from birds' beaks. The already deadlocked game rewinds, swiftly returning to the opening moves. Tianyu appears to be flailing, yet his calm gaze betrays no hint of distress. Having already comprehended the powers of time and space, how could mere time affect him? A bead of sweat forms on Kaguya's smooth forehead to influence Tianyu. She must exert all her strength. Thankfully, she succeeds. Otherwise, she would be stripped of her final garment. If I lose this round, you shall see me without this last piece of clothing, Tianyu reiterates. However, Kaguya wears a naturally confident expression. You believe you have won me? Previously, I merely allowed you to do so. Now, I shall demonstrate my true power. She has noted Tenju's previous moves, and she is confident she can defeat him. 3 minutes later, gazing at the deadlock that has reemerged, Kaguya's hand trembles slightly as she holds the white pieces. Her chest rises and falls with excitement. Chapter 59, Kaguya Otsutsuki's frustration. Staring at her own predicament, Kaguya finds herself at a loss for words. Lost again? How could this be? Why did Tenju suddenly change his strategy? Suddenly recalling the book she read during her confinement, The Butterfly Effect, she realizes, indeed, my change in strategy must have altered his as well. Curse it. I no longer possess the strength to reverse time. Her white eyes appear calm, yet within, her heart races in turmoil. The power of time seems formidable, but the cost of wielding it against Tenju is exorbitant. The princess-like woman wrestled with her inner turmoil. ultimately biting her silver teeth. Without stipulating the initial wager, she closed her eyes and extended her delicate hand toward the last flimsy garment. The fabric succumbed to gravity, cascading to the floor. The ethereal light of the moon poured through the window, illuminating Kaguya-hime's flawless form, rendering her dazzling under the moonlight. Pure and immaculate, she evoked no thoughts of desecration. Oh, how I longed to bow my head and kiss your bosom. As her chest rose and fell with each breath, Tianyu, who had intended to rise and depart, hesitated. He had anticipated that she might resort to trickery or refuse to discuss the matter altogether. Earlier, Kaguya-hime had abruptly challenged him to a game of chess, establishing a wager. Should Tianyu lose, he would suppress his strength in battle against her. If Kaguya-hime lost, she would shed a garment. A gentle breeze wafted into the room, tousling a silvery strand of hair. Tianyu gazed up at the ceiling, as if something there warranted scrutiny. He had already sent word. They could venture into that world by afternoon. Kaguya, prepare yourself, for we shall depart shortly. Before the words could fully escape his lips, her cold voice interrupted. Do you intend to flee after winning? Kaguya-hime's exquisitely beautiful face bore an unusually frosty expression as she regarded the man before her, who dared not meet her gaze, her heart harboring a disdainful huff. Tianyu could only smile helplessly. Then I suppose that means I have lost. To his surprise, upon hearing this, her already frigid demeanor became even more chilling, her eyes seemingly capable of freezing souls. Kaguya-hime straightened her posture sharply, her tone icily resolute. Do you think I cannot bear to lose? Tianyu, you wretched fool, are you afraid of defeat? The mocking words failed to stir any turmoil within him. But since she was determined to lose, he had no choice. Tianyu regarded the stubborn expression on the silver-haired woman's face and slowly replied, If you continue to lose, you will. I shall not lose. She interjected, cutting him off. As a being of 6 paths caliber, her intellect was naturally sharp in mere moments. She had replayed the entire game from start to finish in her mind. Thus, she was certain of her victory. Yet, she seemed to forget that Tianyu was of equal, if not superior, caliber. The game resumed. Casting aside all distractions, her mind raced as she meticulously focused on each move, but before long, Tianyu found himself ensnared in a perilous situation. The icy facade on Kaguya-hime's face melted away, replaced by a faint smirk of triumph. She had known that this mere apprentice could never best her. Yet, half a minute later, inexplicably, the previously dominant white pieces began to be encircled, their territory dwindling, causing her expression to turn to one of disbelief. This cannot be. Nothing is impossible, Tianyu replied, flipping his palm to reveal a cup of chilled tea, which he sipped leisurely. Rising to leave, he was once again called to a halt. This time, Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice was no longer the icy tone of before, but rather trembled slightly. Why leave? Do you think I cannot bear to lose? Flames flickered in her white eyes as she insisted that Tianyu remain in place. She was adamant that her opponent should not perceive her as someone who could not accept defeat. She, Otsutsuki Kaguya, was a princess, noble beyond measure. Losing was merely losing, and she harbored no concern for punishment. To be honest, Tianyu had not anticipated that she would don such attire, adorned with charming rabbit patterns stitched with needle and thread. It appeared that she genuinely cherished such things. Continue, Otsutsuki Kaguya uttered the words with a voice that trembled. Yet, you have already. Kaguya tilted her face upward, striving to restore her expression to one of calm, as she indicated the skirt draped over her legs, rendering further words unnecessary. Thus, defeat. Defeat. After losing 2 consecutive matches. Her hands pressed against the chessboard, biting her lip until the taste of iron filled her mouth before she finally released it. I have failed. I have failed. I have failed, she muttered incessantly. It was not merely her combat prowess. Even her years of dedicated study of Go paled in comparison to this rebellious disciple. Otsutsuki Kaguya found it hard to believe this reality. Yet, the truth lay before her, undeniable. After a moment's silence, she slowly rose, summoning spatial power into her hands. Gray lines sliced through the air, and the 2 garments were instantly severed. The 2 exchanged glances, and as Kaguya closed her eyes, when she opened them again, her expression had returned to neutrality. A wager must be honored. Grasping her left arm with her right hand, it seemed as though she sought to conceal something. Yet no one informed her that this only heightened her allure. Once more, a fierce wind swept through, rustling the garments hanging outside. With a swift motion, Kaguya seized the clothing that was about to be whisked away. Tianyu turned, stating it was time to prepare as they were about to depart. With that, He stepped through the door. At the moment the door closed, that exquisitely beautiful face flushed a vivid crimson. The rebellious disciple should never have been brought back. 10 minutes later, clad in her classic attire, Otsutsuki Kaguya emerged. Both maintained a tacit understanding not to discuss the events that had just transpired. Tianyu spoke first. Is there anything else that requires preparation? Kaguya directed her consciousness to the exclusive space she had created, ensuring everything from the wooden cabin was meticulously relocated without a single oversight. She shook her head gently and replied, "We can depart at any time." "Very well. Let us prepare to leave." As the words fell, their figures vanished in an instant, and when they reappeared, they were already within the Imperial Research Institute. Here lies a machine, resembling a vessel, that harbors the essence of time and space. Tianyu extends his palm, resonating with this power, and in an instant, a temporal passage opens. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Kaguya, standing nearby, seizes his hand. "Before we visit Yui and the others, I wish to glimpse the version of myself from that world." In their previous conversation, Kaguya learned that in another world, there exists no Tianyu. Her curiosity piqued. She wonders how her counterpart could have faltered in his absence. Was she perhaps vanquished by the joint efforts of Yui and Yushi? Yet, that seems implausible, for her strength surpasses that of the two combined. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Hokage perplexed, Kaguya resolves to inquire personally and, in doing so, meet her alternate self. Tianyu expresses indifference, as his intention in accompanying Kaguya is merely to alleviate her burdens and mend her heart. For the repercussions of the betrayal she endured during their last battle linger even now. Shall we proceed? Nodding in agreement, they step into the temporal portal together. In the land of sand, the landscape has transformed dramatically in just a few days. Elegant edifices now adorn the area, the ground meticulously paved. And verdant foliage adds a touch of life, with water flowing gracefully through the channels. Within this brief span, the architecture of Sunagakure has surpassed that of Konoha. Consequently, many have begun to believe that aligning with the other world was a wise decision. After all, where else could one find such a splendid existence? Good day, esteemed intermediary. A passing villager cheerfully greets a middle-aged man seated at a stall, indulging in food. This man is Senju J-Ri, the head of the Senju Real Estate Company. The houses throughout the region are crafted by his clan. Having finished his meal, J-Ri heads to the square, where a considerable crowd has gathered, comprising all the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure. He understands the reason for their assembly. His Majesty Tianyu is soon to grace this world. With this thought, J-Ri takes out a mirror to tidy his appearance. Moments later, news arrives. His Majesty Tianyu has arrived in this world. Yet at the request of the goddess of the moon, he intends to explore the shinobi realm first. Truly, His Majesty is remarkable. Upon his arrival, he immediately sets to work, and I must not be complacent, remarks Uchiha Feichio, the head of the combat department. Let us all strive together. Once this region is fortified, we shall expand our territory. Indeed. Meanwhile, Yushi approaches Yui, somewhat disheartened. So, Tianyu and Mother will not be coming for the time being? Correct. Yui gazes upward toward the moon, explaining that Tianyu has chosen to remain with his mother for a while before joining them. I see. Very well then, Shikaku. Let us depart. Yes, Lady Yushi. A peculiar voice emanates from below, and a creature resembling a raccoon, Shikaku, scurries after them. It had been released from Gaara's body days prior, and with her presence, the fate of the Jinchuriki remains secure. Upon returning home, Yushi hears the sounds of combat. It is Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, engaged in a sparring match. Yushi pulls them both along, exclaiming, "Come, let us go out and play." As Tianyu arrives in this realm, he closes his eyes and silently attunes himself to the profound essence of the world. Soon, he perceives the primordial forces that dwell within. Far more potent than those in his own world, at least tenfold. Should he claim this world, he could absorb its immense power. Indeed, this is the primary world, Tianyu reflects. The realm he traversed is but a branch, distinctly different from the world of Naruto, lacking dragon veins, and where Kaguya is not a servant, but rather a princess of the Otsutsuki clan. At this moment, Princess Kaguya gazes into this world, swiftly sensing something, and lifts her head. There, she perceives the moon, from which she can feel her own essence. Concurrently, in a liminal space between life and illusion within the Naruto realm, an elder hovers, resembling a statue. Beside him floats an obsidian staff, with 9 black orbs of chakra suspended behind him. He is Otsutsuki Yui. Known to the world as the Sage of 6 Paths, suddenly sensing something, he opens his eyes, peering through the void into the realm of reality. Upon seeing Kaguya, The sage, who has maintained an expression of tranquility for millennia, experiences his first change of countenance. Mother. As his voice resonates, a ripple emerges in the air behind him, and a figure steps forth from within. The man bore a resemblance to him, yet his eyes shimmered with a pale blue hue instead of the Rinnegan. Otsutsuki village. Having just materialized, anxiously inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" Mother is clearly sealed on the moon. How could she appear outside? The sage of six paths shook his head, revealing his shock, for he did not constantly monitor the ninjas. With a swift motion of his six-paths staff, visions began to manifest from the ethereal bubbles, depicting the appearances of you and she, the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, the surrender of the Sand Ninja village, the defeat of Konoha, and the sudden emergence of Otsutsuki Kaguya alongside an unfamiliar man. They originate from another world. Otsutsuki U village exclaimed, only to quickly realize the dire implications. This is bad. They intend to release our mother. Brother, we must not let them succeed, or the ninja world will face an unprecedented crisis. Otsutsuki U village gazed at the two figures that had suddenly appeared on the moon, unleashing a powerful chakra while focusing his sight upon them. He beheld his mother, sealed within the moon, alongside the two from the parallel world, including the man. The other party, sensing something, suddenly turned their gaze towards him. Begone! The unremarkable command reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire Pure Land. Otsutsuki U village clutched his eyes, letting out a pained scream. U village, the sage of six paths, startled by Tianyu's power, rushed to support his younger brother. Meanwhile, on the moon, the situation for the Otsutsuki clan was deteriorating. The main family's strength was waning, while the branch families began to rise, both sides aware that a great conflict was imminent, if circumstances remained unchanged. The father of Otsutsuki Shurin would soon lead the branch family to vanquish the main family and forge a colossal Rinnegan. As Tianyu and Otsutsuki Kaguya appeared on the moon, skirmishes broke out between the branch and main families. Their arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. The great Otsutsuki Kaguya, the current clan leader, stared in horror at Kaguya, who was supposed to be sealed deep within the moon. How could she appear here? Standing firmly on the ground, Tianyu peered down, his gaze penetrating the space to where Otsutsuki Kaguya lay. Suddenly, the sealed Kaguya awoke from her slumber. What is this aura? On the moon, Kaguya rebuffed Tianyu's offer of assistance, extending her hand as a terrifying chakra began to manifest. Those Otsutsuki preparing to attack were instantly obliterated into crimson mist by her overwhelming force. She then gently brought her hand down, stirring the dust, yet seemingly nothing else transpired. Chapter 61. Two Otsutsuki Kaguya among the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, aside from the clan leader who had seen portraits of past generations. The rest of the clan had only heard of Kaguya's name. Upon hearing their leader utter it, they immediately recalled their duty to their lineage and rushed forward without hesitation. However, an eerie silence enveloped them as crimson mist filled the air. In the next moment, they witnessed Kaguya lightly touch the ground. What is she doing? Someone whispered, while others shook their heads in confusion. Soon, expressions of horror spread across the faces of the Otsutsuki clan. A terrifying power swiftly permeated the entirety of the moon. A crackling sound echoed in their ears as someone gasped, "The ground is splitting." To validate this claim, fissures appeared across the moon's surface, radiant light bursting forth from within. The sealed Kaguya, bewildered, lifted her head. Is that truly my aura? How can this be? What is happening? Sealed for so long, her mind became somewhat foggy, and an odd thought crossed her mind. Could I be a mere doppelganger, with the one outside being my true self? Otherwise, how could the aura outside surpass my full power? No, that cannot be. She quickly dismissed the notion, but, regardless, she understood that another version of herself outside was preparing to rescue her, igniting a flicker of hope in her heart. After being sealed for what felt like an eternity, was she finally on the brink of salvation? A tremendous roar erupted from the moon, resonating throughout the ninja world. All who stood upon the ground gazed in terror at the sky, witnessing their once familiar moon shatter into countless fragments, transforming into a meteor plummeting toward the earth. It is a deity. The deity is enraged. Many fell to their knees in fear at the sight, as the fragments of the moon fell into the ninja world. The fate of the surviving Otsutsuki remained unknown. Tianyu, observing the floating lunar shards around him, raised his left hand, channeling a mystical power to gather the fragments, which then expanded into a new moon. Afterward, he turned his gaze forward, where a figure clad in white robes emanated a terrifying aura. For a moment, it felt as though he had plunged into a serene abyss, his senses gradually returning with the faint yet familiar presence. Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the version of herself before her. At that moment, the two Kaguya from different worlds met for the first time. The confusion that had clouded her mind began to dissipate, and her doubts became clearer. "Who are you?" the Kaguya of this world questioned, gazing curiously at her other self. "I am you," the other Kaguya replied, stepping forward and extending her right hand. After a moment's hesitation, the former reached out, clasping hands with her counterpart. At the instant their hands touched, a spark of energy coursed through them, causing both to tremble as a torrent of information flooded their minds. Tianyu stood nearby, intrigued by the unfolding scene. In that moment, a profound light erupted from the void, dazzling in its brilliance. The Kaguya of this world, after merging their memories, displayed an expression of disbelief and astonishment. Their hands parted, and they exchanged a silent gaze, each comprehending the other's existence. "So you are my counterpart from another world," the Kaguya of this realm said, her voice tinged with undeniable shock. "Indeed," the other Kaguya affirmed, then turned her gaze to her ethereal form, closing her eyes. Moments later, a fearsome beast materialized in her grasp, radiating an overwhelming aura. This entity, a Tin-Tails, was a miniature version formed from the fusion of tin-tailed beasts. The ethereal Kaguya absorbed the Tin-Tails, her spirit gradually coalescing into a tangible form. As she neared completion, she caught a glimpse of her counterpart, hesitating for a moment before nodding slowly. Thus, to Tianyu's astonishment, the Kaguya of this world successfully manifested her physical body. However, she was notably diminutive, standing merely a few dozen centimeters tall, her appearance taking on a slightly chibi-like quality. Observing this petite Kaguya, the other Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded in satisfaction, realizing this was indeed her desire. "Why were you sealed here?" she inquired with a hint of curiosity. The previous merging of memories had merely transmitted a semblance of origins, with each just brushing against the surface. Upon hearing the question, little Kaguya's face instantly reflected an unmistakable sense of disappointment and resentment. A few minutes later, after listening to the explanation of her counterpart in this world, the expression on Otsutsuki Kaguya's face became one of bewilderment. "You were sealed away by your own child?" "No. Why is it that the child I created in this world is male?" Her calm demeanor shifted, her tone laced with astonishment. Could this be the divergence of worlds? The beings she had conjured through her powers were Yui and Yuki, whereas in this realm, they were Yui and Yumura. Furthermore, she scrutinized this version of herself, questioning why she had succumbed, and how could they be so ruthless? She could hardly fathom losing to those two children. Her earlier defeat had been a result of Tianyu overcoming her in a direct confrontation. As for the latter inquiry, the current predicament was almost unimaginable. Being sealed within the moon's inner space, unable to move, her situation seemed far more favorable in comparison. Sometimes, it is indeed the case that one fears comparison. Otsutsuki Kaguya had initially believed her plight to be dire, only to realize that her counterpart was even worse off. In that fleeting moment, her burdens lightened considerably. To better understand the children from both worlds, the two once again clasped hands to share their memories. Little Kaguya found herself at a loss for words, feeling envious yet unsure of what to say. Compared to Yui and Yumura, her other self's children were far superior. She felt a deep longing, wondering why she had not created two daughters instead. Moreover, there was another individual. With a pair of adorable eyes, she gazed at Tianyu, who stood several meters away. The vast disparity between the two worlds is epitomized in her absence. This child does not exist here, even within the recesses of memory. The overwhelmingly powerful self was vanquished head-on, reduced to a state of utter exhaustion, rather than being inadvertently sealed away like her. Tianyu, upon hearing the name of the great Otsutsuki Kaguya from this world, was jolted from his reverie. He then beheld her gaze, filled with admiration, as she remarked, "You are truly a wonderful child." Both versions of Otsutsuki Kaguya adopt a hands-off approach towards children, yet within the memories shared. Tianyu began caring for others at the tender age of 2, ensuring that the 3 he tended to lived in considerable comfort over the years. As a playful interjection, a voice chimed in, "If you enjoy this, might you consider watching an advertisement for a chance at some free gifts?" Little Mingyu expressed gratitude to all. Chapter 62. The Truth Behind the Annihilation of a Race, Sasuke's Resolution. Upon comprehending the implications of the dialogue, Tianyu's expression remained unchanged as he replied slowly, "It is only proper." The other party likely perceived him as a well-behaved child with a strong sense of filial piety. Yet, only he understood that he was executing a plan for nurturing a young girl, with the care of the seemingly idle Princess Otsutsuki Kaguya being merely incidental. The subsequent outcomes attested to the remarkable success of this endeavor. What are your plans moving forward? I do not know, the young Otsutsuki Kaguya responded, her gaze flickering as she shook her head. Under normal circumstances, breaking the seal would entail gathering the 9-tailed beasts to summon the 10 tails, followed by unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami to turn the entire world into white Zetsu. However, given the present situation, even if she retained such intentions, the Tianyu before her would undoubtedly prevent any reckless actions. Since he intended to conquer this world, he would not allow her to act with impunity. Then you shall remain by our side for now, Tianyu stated in a tone that brooked no refusal. If allowed to roam freely, she would undoubtedly create numerous complications. Until he completely occupied this world and assimilated its essence, it was prudent to keep her close. Very well. She nodded, a hint of frustration gracing her youthful face. It seemed she would have to devise another plan later. As the two Otsutsuki Kaguya continued their conversation, in a distant corner of the ninja world, the moon exploded. Gazing at the falling meteors in the night sky, Black Zetsu's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. As a contingency left by Otsutsuki Kaguya before her sealing, Black Zetsu, the epitome of filial devotion, had been preparing for his mother's rescue since his inception. He could be likened to a parallel version of Otsutsuki Chiharu, and indeed, the original narrative even allowed him to succeed. The power unleashed before the moon's explosion seemed to emanate from his mother. Could it be that she had escaped her confinement? Indeed, it must be so. Truly, she is remarkable. A joyful smile spread across Black Zetsu's face, genuinely pleased for Otsutsuki Kaguya. Black Zetsu, Obito is looking for you. Just as he had dashed a short distance away, White Zetsu's voice called out from behind. Leave me be. He was eager to seek out his companion, abandoning any thoughts of plans. Wait. Abruptly halting, Black Zetsu reconsidered. It would be inappropriate to meet his mother without a gift. What could surpass the significance of a 10 tails? Capturing the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails would restore his mother's power, and surely she would praise him for it. With this thought in mind, Black Zetsu hastily returned, intent on persuading Obito to expedite the collection of the tailed beasts. Once his mother regained her full strength, they would have no cause for concern. Even in the face of threats from parallel worlds, in the night sky, 3 figures descended. The young Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a tinge of melancholy upon learning through their earlier conversation that her other self was, in fact, a princess of the Otsutsuki clan. The disparity in identity is indeed staggering. Tianyu gazed at the wisps of smoke rising from the distant mountain peak and inquired of Otsutsuki Kaguya beside her, whether they should proceed or seek out the others. After a moment's contemplation, Kaguya resolved to delay their approach. Nodding in agreement, the trio advanced towards the village nestled atop the mountain. In the heart of Konoha, the residence of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha knelt upon the ground, absorbing the revelations shared by Izumi Uchiha regarding the tragic demise of their clan. Indeed, seizing upon the grievous blow dealt to Konoha by Otsutsuki Yuki, she had seized the opportunity to delve into the depths of the roots and beyond. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. Through considerable effort, she unearthed the long-buried truth, a heavy and absurd reality. As the narrative unfolded, Sasuke trembled with the weight of the revelation. So, it was the higher-ups of Konoha who had coerced him. Unlike Sasuke's fervor, Izumi maintained an expression of icy indifference. After perusing the full account of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, even she felt a chill run down her spine, utterly baffled by Itachi's rationale. What did he consider himself? To serve as Konoha's hound. He had callously extinguished the lives of his entire family. Foolish wretch. And that sure sway. Recalling the documents she had unearthed from the roots, her gaze hardened with an icy resolve. The celestial being, who possessed eyes capable of alleviating or even resolving calamities, had remained utterly inactive. Drawing a slow, steady breath, she fixed her calm gaze upon Sasuke, urging him to share his current perspective. Izumi had resolved that should Sasuke Uchiha renounce his quest for vengeance, she would depart without hesitation. Of course, she would incapacitate him before her exit. A prolonged silence enveloped the air. Sasuke closed his eyes, memories flooding his mind, visions of peaceful days and lost loved ones. Had Itachi acted for his own sake? After all, that man had deliberately spared him. Yet, after hearing the entire account, he fell silent. Given Itachi's actions, should he pursue revenge against Konoha, it was likely that the opposing forces would strike at him without mercy. Sasuke recognized that they valued him, yet he believed Konoha held greater significance in their hearts. The faces of deceased clan members haunted his thoughts. They would never grace his presence again. Itachi Uchiha, he murmured softly. Time slipped away, and a chilling aura enveloped him. Sensing this, Izumi's frosty demeanor began to soften. In the next moment, Sasuke opened his closed eyes, revealing the crimson three-tomo Sharingan swirling within. He touched the contours of his eye socket. Feeling the stirring of his gaze, the power unique to the Uchiha clan, their pride. Yet now, only 3 remained within the entire shinobi world. However, beyond the elevation of his Sharingan, he was more preoccupied with other matters. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and his voice emerged with an uncharacteristic calm. Sister Izumi, rest assured, I am not foolish enough to forgive Itachi Uchiha for such reasons. In recent days, Sasuke has been diligently studying under the tutelage of Izumi Uchiha. Thus, the mere recollection of the gruesome fates that befell his kin renders him incapable of forgiving Itachi Uchiha. It is commendable that you are able to think this way. Izumi nodded in satisfaction. What does it mean when one contemplates the grave consequences of a war between the Uchiha and Konoha, which could potentially invite the invasion of other ninja villages? Absurdly, in a bid to avert such a fate, the child of the clan leader took the drastic step of annihilating his entire family. Should the Uchiha alone bear the burden of considering the ramifications of conflict, while Konoha remains unscathed? At that time, the Uchiha possessed 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. In the anime, it appears that Fujikage Uchiha also possessed a Manjiki. As one who currently wields the Manjiki, Izumi is acutely aware of the formidable power that lies within those eyes. It is no exaggeration to claim that awakening this ocular prowess would instantly elevate one to the ranks of elite combatants within the ninja world. Chapter 63, The Fury of Hashirama Senju. Yet, in the midst of such a family endowed with 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, there exists a coward, a rebellious spirit, and the most outrageous of all, Fujikage Uchiha, who, in pursuit of his child's path as a ninja, brought ruin upon his entire clan. Izumi, overwhelmed by a plethora of emotions, found herself drained of the capacity for further anger. These 3 individuals are simply unhinged. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he gazed at Sasuke's pair of 3-tomo Sharingan and said contentedly, if there's anything you wish to accomplish, do it swiftly. In a few days, we shall depart to seek Lord Yuji. Indeed, following their previous conversation, the chakra within Uchiha Sasuke had grown increasingly frigid. As for what needed to be done, there was indeed something, though it was not strictly necessary. Naruto, farewell. When we meet again, we may very well be adversaries. Just as he was about to rise, the newly evolved 3-tomo Sharingan reverted to its original state, and he suddenly sensed something, swiftly turning his head toward the entrance. Uchiha Izumi also furrowed his brow. A formidable presence was approaching, prompting him to excuse himself momentarily. Outside the Uchiha compound, a figure clad in crimson armor gradually approached from the distance. From afar, the familiar visage of Senju Hashirama came into view, his gentle and focused gaze fixed upon the village. Hashirama reminisced about the time he and Madara stood atop the Hokage rock, pointing towards this land. Madara, let us name our village Konoha, where the leaves dance. The fire shall thrive eternally. Humph, how tiresome. And Hashirama, did I not instruct you to refrain from standing behind me? Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, watching the figure at his back with suspicion. Hashirama chuckled heartily, clutching his forehead. My apologies. It brings back fond memories, doesn't it, Madara? As he recalled the founding of the village, Hashirama's spirits lifted. The destination should be the Uchiha compound, yet upon arriving at the site etched in his memory, he was met with unfamiliar structures. What is happening? Where are the houses? Scratching his head, he caught sight of a drunken passerby and decided to inquire. Sir, where has the Uchiha clan relocated? The elderly man, clearly inebriated, squinted at Hashirama, then, taking out his gourd, tapped it against Hashirama's head. You look just like the first Hokage. Uchiha. Hiccup, didn't they move to XXX? With that, he stumbled away. Hashirama found the address peculiar. Why had they moved to such a remote location? He quickened his pace, soon arriving at the place indicated by the old man. Upon reaching, the once expectant expression on his face froze, his brows knitting together in concern. The entire area was desolate, resembling a forsaken wasteland long devoid of inhabitants. Why is there no light? How strange, he mused, glancing around. It was already night, yet not a single house in the Uchiha compound emitted a glow, enveloping the place in an eerie silence. Creaking softly, a half-open door was nudged ajar, producing a haunting sound. Aside from the echo of his own footsteps, there was an unsettling stillness. Moments later, Hashirama halted, his gaze drawn to a nearby shop where dark stains marred the ground. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay and something distinctly odd. Blood. After a long pause, Hashirama finally managed to utter the word. His previously calm eyes shifted, and he began to move swiftly, entering a state of silence as he observed the pervasive dark stains. Hey, what are you doing here in our Uchiha territory? A voice approached, and Hashirama turned to see a figure exuding an air of indifference. Upon recognizing the child's face, he gasped, Izuna. Izuna, Uchiha Madara's brother, had been slain by Senju Tobirama during the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans. The child standing before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Izuna. Sasuke approached slowly, coldly regarding the man. Who permitted your presence here? Feeling a sense of familiarity with the figure clad in crimson armor, Hashirama felt compelled to explain, Apologies, I have a friend who is also an Uchiha. It has been long since he returned, and I wish to visit. The friend scrutinized the amiable man before him. A friend of the clan? There's no need to search any further, Sasuke replied, his eyes lowering slightly. Your Uchiha friend has already perished. The entire clan is left with just 3 Uchiha. It was indeed true that the friend referred to as Uchiha Madara. Hashirama felt a tinge of embarrassment at the realization. He gestured around, his expression growing grave. Child, what has transpired here? Sasuke met his gaze, and out of respect for the deceased Uchiha's friend, began to recount the events. Senju Tobirama was poring over intelligence regarding Otsutsuki Yuji when he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. Brother, what is happening? Why did you suddenly unleash your chakra? Setting aside the intel, his figure vanished instantly. Minutes later, following the chakra's trail, he arrived at the scene, his gaze landing on the child confronting his brother. The moment he saw the 3-tomo Sharingan, his red eyes narrowed. A Uchiha child. Sensing the man's explosive aura, Sasuke instinctively activated his Sharingan. His hands ready to form seals at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a silver-haired man clad in blue appeared. Brother, what is happening? Senju Tobirama approached, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Sasuke. Did this malevolent Uchiha child provoke you? Noticing Hashirama's silence, Tobirama sensed something amiss. Brother, I see your expression is complex. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Upon hearing the events, even Tobirama, who had always held disdain for the Uchiha, found himself momentarily stunned. One Uchiha had slain the entire clan. Absurd. Unlike his brother, Tobirama's first instinct was suspicion. Unless that Uchiha possessed strength equivalent to Uchiha Madara, it would be impossible for this to transpire. What of the Umbu and other shinobi? Where were they? His pupils dilated. Being a shrewd politician, he immediately discerned the underlying implications of the incident. However, he refrained from addressing Uchiha Sasuke, choosing silence instead. I apologize. My brother is a very close friend of an Uchiha, hence his anger upon hearing this news. His tone was stiff, and he forcibly pulled Hashirama away. As he watched the 2 departing figures, Sasuke felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Finally, he recalled their identities. Chapter 64. Little Kaguya, am I interrupting something? Long after Hashirama and Tobirama had left, Uchiha Sasuke hesitated before murmuring, they are the first and second Hokages. Izuna's figure emerged from the shadows, watching the direction with a wary gaze. But they are supposed to be dead, aren't they? They are indeed deceased, yet summoned back to this realm through forbidden techniques. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed, he pondered, the reanimation jutsu? It appears to lack formidable power. Upon comparison with the previously perceived aura, Quan felt confident in her ability to defeat the 2. Of course, this was contingent upon their actual capabilities being limited to that extent. Meanwhile, the Konoha F4, comprising Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gate, were summoned. It was thus that Itachi, in a bid to prevent the village from descending into chaos, chose this course of action. Within the dimly lit Hokage office, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the calm before a storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen buried his head deeply, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Seated behind the desk, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, wore an expression as frigid as ice, his gaze piercing through everything, fixated on Hiruzen. Imbued with disappointment, anger, and profound skepticism, akin to a blade of ice that left Hiruzen feeling as though he were trapped in a frigid abyss. Hiruzen. Yes, sensei. I am deeply disappointed in you. Sensei, Hiruzen attempted to speak, but Tobirama silenced him with a wave of his hand. Were the circumstances different, he would have undoubtedly chastised his disciple severely. If anyone in the world possessed an understanding of the Uchiha clan, it was undoubtedly him. Tobirama was certain that the Uchiha's decision to rebel was influenced by the actions of his 2 students. Has my influence contributed to this? He pondered, gazing out at the overcast sky, recalling how he had once treated the Uchiha with silence. After a prolonged moment, he coldly inquired, "What progress has been made regarding the selection of individuals for the Edo Tensei?" Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stating that they had nearly gathered everyone. Tobirama turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Nearly? Indeed, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, cannot be summoned due to the Shiki Fujin, and as for Uchiha Madara, his body is absent from the grave. As his words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Tobirama abruptly turned, locking his gaze onto Hiruzen. "Are you saying he has vanished?" "Yes, sensei. The grave you mentioned holds no remains." Since earlier, Senju Hashirama had been in a state of bewilderment, not comprehending why his brother suddenly displayed such anger towards Hiruzen and the others. However, upon hearing that the body of his dearest friend had disappeared, he instantly became tense. "Tobirama, what is happening?" He instinctively questioned his brother. Tobirama remained silent, memories flooding back to him. He had personally buried Uchiha Madara, and the location was known only to himself. Why has it vanished? "Madara is not dead," Tobirama stated somberly. "Impossible." The first to refute him was Hashirama, asserting that Madara had indeed perished. "Is that so? But how do we explain the current situation?" "Brother, what I wish to convey is this. When you eliminate all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Uchiha Madara was merely in a state of faked death. Thunder rumbled outside the dwelling, illuminating the faces of everyone within. Each person wore a distinct expression, contemplating what Madara had been doing all these years if he were indeed alive. What is he doing? What could he possibly be doing? The petite Kaguya Otsutsuki, upon her arrival, was greeted by the sight of another version of herself alongside her so-called disciple, Tianyu. Particularly startling was the situation regarding her other self. "You too." Little Kaguya's gaze was somewhat dazed, despite lacking much common knowledge. She understood that the relationship between these two was inherently flawed. Upon seeing her other self appear at the door, Kaguya's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, the two had just engaged in another wager, still playing chess. "This time, I shall definitely win," Kaguya declared triumphantly. In preparation for this contest, she had meticulously studied numerous chess strategies and even analyzed Tianyu's play style, convinced she had surpassed him. Yet, moments later, she fell silent, placing her pieces down. "I have lost." However, this was merely temporary. Next time, she vowed, she would surely emerge victorious. The more she lost, the more she yearned to win, and the more she desired victory, the more she found herself in defeat. Kaguya had become ensnared in this cycle. Meanwhile, Tianyu remained unfazed, as if the beauty before him was but an illusion, a mere mirage of pink skulls. Rising silently, he turned to depart. Little Kaguya clutched the tin-tails tightly, hastily stepping aside. Yet, a pair of hands swiftly lifted her, causing the tin-tails to drop to the ground, closing its eyes in faint death. The chibi version of Kaguya appeared adorably like a doll in his embrace, her cheeks being playfully squeezed by one hand, leaving her with an expression of helplessness. After all, she was Kaguya Otsutsuki, a figure of authority in her own right. How could she be treated in such a manner? Though she wished to resist, the overwhelming aura of his terrifying power made her reconsider the consequences of defiance. Tianyu gazed at the night sky, murmuring softly, "10? The progression of this ninja world has reached 10. Once the remaining major nations have been subdued, we shall be nearly done. Put me down, Kaguya. Should you disturb me again, the consequences may not be so simple." Tianyu smiled with an air of kindness. Little Kaguya's body stiffened, sensing the weight of his words. A nervous smile crept onto her face. "Rest assured, it shall not happen again." Beneath her robes, her small hands slowly clenched. Little Kaguya felt she must prepare herself. Perhaps she could deepen her bond with Tianyu, for it seemed he harbored some fondness for her. After Tianyu departed, she returned to the previous room. Kaguya sat there, a pot of hot tea already awaiting her, as if it had been anticipated, cradling the teacup with both hands. She hesitantly inquired, "What is your relationship with him?" "There is nothing between us," Kaguya replied calmly. "I merely accept the consequences of my wagers." Indeed, she simply abhorred being dishonest. She was merely willing to accept her losses. Little Kaguya nodded, as if grasping the essence of the other self's understanding, feeling as though her intellect surpassed her own. Was it due to not being sealed? If she too delved into those texts, might she draw closer to her other self? With this thought in mind, she expressed her desire to enter Kaguya's exclusive domain to explore the tomes she had collected. "Very well. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded, regarding the collection of books as merely a trivial matter, having already perused them all. She could never fathom that today's decision would lead to future regret. Chapter 65. The servitude of little Kaguya. The monotonous ringing of the alarm clock echoed in her ears, summoning the dreamer back to reality. Her white eyes slowly fluttered open, immediately catching sight of the clock embedded in the wooden wall, its digits reading 7 o'clock. A slight sensation of pressure emanated from her arm. For an ordinary person, such weight after an entire night would be uncomfortable. However, for Tianyu, this minor burden was inconsequential. Even if a mountain were to rest upon him, he would still slumber peacefully. A cascade of silvery hair appeared before her, followed by a delicate and endearing visage. Last night, while asleep, he had used the diminutive Kaguya, who had shrunk the world, as a pillow. Sensing the soft bed shift, little Kaguya stirred and opened her eyes, her gaze sharpening the moment it met Tianyu's. Tianyu. He nodded gently, sitting on the edge of the bed, allowing little Kaguya to assist him in dressing. He couldn't quite comprehend why she engaged in such unnecessary acts. Yet he felt too apathetic to inquire further, especially since he had nothing to lose. As little Kaguya continued to massage his legs, a sense of relief slowly washed over her. This method was discovered yesterday in a cherished book of mine, which claimed it could enhance one's emotional connection. If I could foster a better relationship with Tianyu, I would no longer have to live in fear. Seizing the moment while Tianyu was occupied with drinking water, I extended my small hand, preparing to execute the next step as instructed by the book. Tianyu was lost in thought when suddenly my action startled him, causing him to instinctively open his mouth to speak. However, he seemed to forget that he was still sipping water, leading to an unfortunate mishap. The water caught in his throat and was forcefully expelled. In an unexpected turn, it splashed all over the innocent face of Kaguya, the petite figure before me. Cough, sputter. My apologies, Tianyu exclaimed, clutching his throat, hastily disregarding his choked nose as he lowered his head. To his dismay, he discovered an exceedingly embarrassing situation. He swiftly dressed, moving with remarkable speed, casting a peculiar glance at the individual in front of him. Kaguya, with wide, innocent eyes, blinked in confusion, her heart filled with a sense of bewilderment. These events diverged significantly from what is depicted in the book. The narrative clearly does not unfold in such a manner. Yet why does Tianyu appear so startled? After a moment of contemplation, he gazes up at the towering figure before him, and a light bulb flickers to life in his mind. His body swiftly regains its adult stature, and he kneels before her, lifting his beautiful face. Lady Kaguya, allow me the honor of serving you. No, that is incorrect. She should be referred to as Otsutsuki Kaguya at this moment. The contents of the book resurface in his mind, revealing her intention to synchronize with the narrative. Halt immediately. A stern voice suddenly emanates from above, and Tianyu finally comprehends the actions of the other. Frowning, he gazes at Otsutsuki Kaguya with a somewhat displeased expression, questioning her motives. Compared to the well-read Kaguya from his world, this version appears somewhat ignorant, lacking understanding of many matters. How could such a drastic transformation occur in just one night? The subtle shift in her expression sends a wave of anxiety through Kaguya, causing her body to stiffen slightly. This is not good. Have I angered him? Yet. The book states that such behavior should bring joy to the male counterpart. What should I do? Surely Tianyu would not resort to violence against me. I have only recently escaped my predicament and do not wish to perish so soon. A fine sheen of cold sweat emerges on her forehead, coalescing into droplets that cascade down her delicate collarbone. With the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Kaguya realizes that her immediate priority must be to apologize, and later devise other means to mend their relationship. What should I do? As this thought crosses her mind, the content of another book surfaces. It states that one should embrace the apology when expressing remorse. Kaguya prostrates herself, kneeling on the ground, her mind filled with regret. I am truly sorry, my lord. Meanwhile, having spent the night engrossed in the game of Go, Kaguya has summoned her shadow clones, and they have engaged in a night-long match, enhancing her skills further. Upon opening the door, sunlight bathes her, bestowing an aura of sanctity upon the beautiful woman. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting a few fallen leaves that dance gracefully down to her. She reaches up to brush the leaves away and proceeds toward the room where Tianyu resides. The door stands closed but unlocked, and she pushes it open, only to find Tianyu conversing with his counterpart from this world. Do not act in such a manner again, she hears him say. After this, the two exit the room. Kaguya organizes her belongings, exuding a calm demeanor as she prepares to depart. Just as she raises her foot to cross the threshold, a whisper of wind brushes past her. In an instant, a flicker of confusion crosses her deep-set eyes, and her brow furrows slightly, causing her to pause. What is that scent? Just as she is about to investigate, Tianyu's voice calls from afar, prompting her to leave. Meanwhile, he dismantles the wooden structure, reducing it to ruins. As a being of 6 paths caliber, the trio swiftly traverses the undulating mountains, arriving at a town. In this town, Kaguya notices vendors selling her favorite delicacies, prompting her to approach and purchase 2 servings. Her decision to buy 2 stems from the thought of her counterpart residing in this world. Surely, if they share the same origin, their culinary preferences must align as well. With this notion, she cradles the 2 servings, yet when she offers one to her other self, the latter gently shakes her head. I have not eaten in a long time, and I am already full. Indeed, at this level of strength, food serves merely to satisfy one's palate, rendering the act of eating a matter of indifference. However, when did she last eat? Perhaps it was in the morning? Tianyu observes her with calm eyes, noting the discussions surrounding the ninja alliance spearheaded by Konoha. The 4th Raikage had intended to launch an invasion while Konoha was weakened, yet was thwarted by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, along with the emergence of Jiraiya and the copy ninja, Kakashi. The intense discussions in that tense conference room seemed to linger in the air. Numerous ninjas waiting outside exchange bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the confidential and serious matters being discussed. Only the Raikage's furrowed brow and the tense expressions of his subordinates signal the gravity of the situation as he abruptly rises, striding out with his disgruntled entourage. Soon after, word circulates that the 4th Raikage, believing the strength of the Cloud Village sufficient to vanquish Kaguya, has declined to form an alliance. Chapter 66. The Rogue Ninja. Is that little girl cradling a tailed beast? Why does she possess 10 tails? Upon hearing this, Tianyu is genuinely taken aback. Well, even if this Raikage believes the Cloud Village's strength can defeat Kaguya, has he forgotten that the true enemy represents an entirely different parallel world? Can one single-handedly conquer the world? I doubt it. Tianyu finds himself bewildered by the Raikage's thought process, but he assumes that upon returning, the latter will be dissuaded from his course. He does not intend to intervene. This impending conflict between 2 worlds is more of a one-sided invasion than a true war. Even without his involvement, the powers of Kaguya and Kaguya Otsutsuki alone could easily seize this world. Sir, that will be 200 ryo. The shopkeeper's voice pulls him back to reality. The shopkeeper, beaming with a smile, neatly packages the items, his gaze lingering on Tianyu's eyes for a few moments before shifting away. Holding a map of the ninja world, he steps outside and asks, where to next? Kaguya glances at the map, casually pointing to a location. The 3 soon exit the town. The weather is splendid today, with the sun scorching the earth, and a sense of heat permeates the air. As they walk along the forest path, the terrain is less than favorable, riddled with potholes. A muddy puddle lies a few meters away. No one wishes to step into the waterlogged pit, and Tianyu instinctively sidesteps it. However, as he passes by, the ground suddenly erupts. Earth-style, earth flow spears. The earth rises around him, transforming into sharp spikes that pierce through his chest, leaving him impaled like a porcupine. Ha! I did not expect it to go so smoothly. Accompanied by joyful laughter, several figures emerge from the shadows, surrounding him, while the water in the pit shifts ominously as a ninja appears in a hurry. To Tianyu's surprise, it is the same shopkeeper who sold him gifts, now wearing a sinister grin as he gazes at him. Who would have thought we would be so fortunate to encounter a lone member of the Hyuga clan from Konoha, and even from the main family? Sneering, he continues, that guy Ao struts around, boasting of his Byakugan, but now we have the upper hand. The group chuckles darkly. Comprised of rogue ninjas who fled from the Mist Village, unable to endure the current state of affairs. In their daily lives, aside from engaging in commerce, their primary source of income comes from robbing passing traders, living quite comfortably. Moreover, one of them gazes at Kaguya with a wicked smile, remarking, and here we have a stunning beauty. We are in luck. The shopkeeper licks his lips, declaring, then this little one is mine. Do not be afraid, do not resist. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that you will not be missing something vital. The calm demeanor of Kaguya Otsutsuki observed the onlookers. The boss, being the most seasoned among them, immediately sensed something amiss. These 2 women were not merely frightened. Could it be? Just as he was consumed by anxiety, another companion had approached the gruesomely lifeless figure of Tianyu, one hand holding a vial of nutrient liquid for the eyes, the other poised to extract the precious Byakugan. Yet, his hand passed right through the head, as if it encountered nothing at all. What was happening? Almost instantaneously, the thought crossed his mind, and the deceased Tianyu began to dissipate. Suddenly, this member of the Mist Village felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a wave of agony coursing through him. Earth spikes pierced his torso, transforming him into a human pincushion. He had supplanted Tianyu, becoming the target of the jutsu. Cough, hurry, flee, were his last words as the light in his eyes gradually faded. Tianyu's figure materialized beside Kaguya Otsutsuki, who gently patted the young Kaguya. The latter nodded. Reaching to caress the tin tails nestled in her embrace, which opened its mouth to reveal a dark red chakra sphere pulsating rhythmically. Was that the tailed beast ball? The boss felt his blood run cold as he observed the tin tails of the creature in the girl's grasp, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. He recalled witnessing the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, transform into a tailed beast and utilized this technique, having investigated it out of envy. But wasn't there only 9 tailed beasts in the world? Why did this girl possess one with 10 tails? The 10 tails? But why had he never heard of it before? In the next moment, the tailed beast ball was unleashed with a thunderous roar. The crimson beam shattered the air, scattering sand and shaking the void. Ultimately barreling towards the rogue ninjas. They had kicked a hornet's nest. The boss managed a bitter smile, never anticipating that his greed for the Byakugan would lead to the demise of himself and his comrades. In their haste for the Byakugan, they had overlooked the inherent dangers. Was there truly a 10 tails in this world? This final thought flickered in the boss's mind as he and the others were instantly reduced to ashes. The residual force of the tailed beast ball soared skyward, tracing a long arc through the air. Mom, what is that? In the earlier town, a child gazed at the towering beam of light, questioning those nearby. Not just this child, but everyone witnessing the spectacle began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, the ninjas were left astonished, pondering the nature of such a formidable existence capable of wielding such terrifying techniques. These rogue ninjas' assassination attempts were merely trifles. Tianyu and his companions lingered not a moment longer and departed from the scene. The group gradually savored the surrounding scenery, ultimately arriving at their next destination. This is a gambling city, where countless gamblers converge, reveling day and night. Each day witnesses individuals ascending to wealth, while others spiral into bankruptcy. To the left of the city gate lies a deep pit, where every suicide victim is discarded by the guards, subsequently incinerated before the end of their shift. Upon entering this place, Tianyu suddenly sensed something. Then, under the peculiar gaze of Otsutsuki Kaguya and her companion, he produced a turtle shell and tossed a few copper coins onto it to rattle. What is he doing? Little Kaguya observed Tianyu's seemingly enigmatic actions. Otsutsuki Kaguya shook her head, unfamiliar with this practice. Moments later, Tianyu stowed away the turtle shell and coins. What are you doing? The two women inquired with curiosity. I felt a shift in my fortune, so I decided to calculate it, Tianyu replied. According to his calculations, it seemed he would amass a fortune in this city. Yet he harbored no fondness for gambling. Meanwhile, within a grand casino, Tsunade sat calmly while the seasoned gambler across from her broke into a cold sweat. It was unclear when the once plump cash cow had transformed into a mere mythical beast that only devoured wealth. In a matter of days, Tsunade amassed an astonishing 2.3 billion ryo from various casinos, over 65 times the bounty on Asuma Sarutobi. Despite her monumental winnings, Tsunade's expression remained grim, according to her belief that great fortune heralds calamity. This substantial sum would inevitably attract dire consequences. Moments later, the entire cash flow of the casino was swept away by Tsunade. Beep beep. If you enjoy this, perhaps take a moment to view an advertisement or receive some complimentary gifts. Zyamengia extends heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Chapter 67. Tsunade's Crisis. Shizune, dragging a box taller than herself, cheerfully approached Tsunade, exclaiming, Lady Tsunade, you are incredible. You've won 132 million ryo. Reflecting on the luxurious lifestyle of recent days compared to her years of hardship, Shizune felt a surge of joy. Regarding Tsunade's earlier warning that winning at gambling would surely invite misfortune, Shizune noted that, thus far, no evidence had surfaced to substantiate this prophecy, leading her to believe Tsunade's concerns might have been unfounded. Since Tsunade had expressed this notion, Shizune had indeed felt anxious. While winning money is exhilarating for many, the prospect of a cascade of misfortunes following such victories was unsettling. However, after some time observing, she found that this so-called curse of winning had not manifested as anticipated. With thoughts racing, she hurriedly dragged her box to catch up and found Tsunade standing still ahead. Lady Tsunade, what? She gasped. Has someone from the village come to find you? Noticing the two adults and a child ahead, Shizune's curiosity piqued. The elder Hyuga sister was exceptionally beautiful, her appearance rivaling even that of Tsunade. Quietly murmuring to herself, she noted that Otsutsuki Kaguya resembled a princess from a fairy tale, enchanting simply by her presence. The little girl beside her appeared to be a miniature version of Kaguya, presumably her child. Truly, a match made in heaven. Tianyu had not anticipated encountering Tsunade in this city. Although individuals from his world did not exist here, the other's features were unmistakably familiar. Golden hair, ample curves. The mark upon her brow, the striking green coat, and of course, the small pig perched on her shoulder. These factors combined suggest that, aside from Tsunade, there are no other individuals present. However, judging by appearances, it is likely that they are mistaken for members of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. At this moment, Tsunade, initially taken aback by the presence of several individuals, finally reacted with a furrowed brow. The Hyuga clan, that rigid family, actually allowed the main house to emerge. Does this not signify that the village's situation is dire? Never mind. Hey, you lad from the Hyuga clan. I presume it was the third Hokage who sent you to summon me back, but do not harbor such thoughts. I have no intention of returning. Her gaze fixated intently on Tenju, her delicate visage betraying a hint of indifference. With a proud posture, Tsunade declared, no need for further discussion. Let us engage in a wager. As she gestured toward the chest behind her, it was clear she had no intention of going back and aimed to intimidate her opponent. I recall that Tsunade is known as the perennial loser in gambling. How is it that she suddenly amassed such wealth? Tenju pondered, recalling the fortune he had just calculated. A few minutes later, they arrived at the residence Tsunade rented, while the two Otsutsuki Kaguya had no interest in gambling and opted to explore the streets instead. Ino was also called away. Come on, lad. Place your dice upon the table, she commanded, slapping the surface with force. Her brown eyes fixed intensely on the individual before her. Let us gamble on the outcome. As Tenju observed the dice, a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. It was the first time in many years that he had engaged in gambling, but today was destined to be a day of prosperity for him, and he agreed. He placed the dice down, pushing them toward her, indicating she should go first. Luck? Young man, this game is one of skill. Tsunade could not help but interject upon seeing Tenju's demeanor. Yet, he merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh, young man," with narrowed eyes. Tsunade resolved to win every last coin from him, leaving him with naught but his undergarments. 5 minutes passed, and the confidence that once adorned Tsunade's face had vanished. She anxiously watched as Tenju slowly unveiled the results. 4, 5, 5. Apologies, it appears I have you slightly beat. Tenju's demeanor radiated warmth and contentment. Indeed, today was a day of extraordinary fortune for him. With no skill involved, merely luck, he had not only reclaimed the 3 billion Tsunade had earned over the past days, but also the money she had recently won from the casino. Tsunade, who had been fixated on the dice, momentarily paused at his words. Her brown pupil shimmered with a chilling glint. Once again, it seemed he had surpassed her by a mere fraction. With a resounding crash, the table shattered under her strike, and a flicker of murderous intent graced Tsunade's features as she accused, "You are cheating. This individual is clearly a novice. As his movements are far from proficient, yet he somehow manages to triumph over himself repeatedly. It is worth noting that my luck at gambling has improved significantly in recent days. If one is inexperienced, they should practice more. If they cannot afford to lose, they ought to refrain from playing." Tianyu, feeling quite satisfied, gathered all the money and remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, Tsunade, her eyes ablaze with frustration, grasped Tianyu's shoulders tightly, panting, "We are gambling." Her gaze lingered on the fluctuating stakes, shaking her head. "Have you lost everything? I can write an IOU. I do not accept IOUs here. If you mention returning to your village once more, know that I am not from Konoha. Kid, let me tell you, whether you want to or not, you must gamble." In her anger, Tsunade selectively ignored certain remarks from Tianyu. Ultimately, she even pointed at her chest, exclaiming, "Do you enjoy watching? If you win against me again, I shall let you see as much as you desire." "Very well, I am a kind-hearted person. I cannot bear to see such a woeful expression. Since you wish to gamble, let us proceed." Tianyu, feigning benevolence, had not engaged in such activities for quite some time since the arrival of the Otsutsuki sisters in this world, and now he found himself intrigued by Tsunade's sudden interest. Her brown eyes fixated on him, and upon regaining her composure, she regretted her previous words. However, having spoken them, she would not retract them. "This time, I will undoubtedly win," Tsunade declared with unwavering confidence. As the sun graced the treetops, The streets bustled with life. Tsunade slowly brought her knees together, gently kneeling upon the ground as if performing a sacred ritual. She crossed her hands and placed them quietly on her thighs, gradually sinking to the floor. Tianyu sat atop a chair, observing Tsunade from a superior vantage point, clicking his tongue. Your gambling etiquette is appalling. Accepting a bet without conceding defeat is one thing, but attempting to resort to violence is quite another. Tsunade's forehead touched the ground, and though she wished to retort, she found herself at a loss for words. She had just lost again, and although Tianyu had generously granted her several additional chances, the outcome remained unchanged. Perhaps having lost excessively clouded her judgment. Tsunade, now blinded by her losses, had borrowed 30 more chances. When the final round concluded and she discovered that her opponent still held a slight advantage, it suddenly dawned on her that she had effectively surrendered herself to him. Chapter 68. No Mercy. Tsunade's hellish 48 hours. At that moment, Tianyu smiled at her. You have lost. From this day forth, you no longer belong to yourself. Huh. Tsunade was taken aback, and as her mind processed his words, she clenched her fists and struck out at Tianyu. You cheating scoundrel, prepare to face my wrath. With the intent to deliver a crushing blow, she vanished in an instant, ready to knock him down. Yet she found it peculiar that despite her punch seemingly on target, it remained just out of reach, as if an insurmountable distance separated them from reality. Realizing that this individual was no ordinary adversary, she prepared to retreat, only to find her body unresponsive. Subsequently, upon hearing Tianyu's command, her body moved of its own accord. Thus, she found herself in this predicament, her slender waist and smooth skin betraying an odd familiarity. Tianyu approached Tsunade with leisurely strides and crouched before her. As she regained the ability to move her head, she lifted it defiantly, locking eyes with this rogue. Yes, that expression indeed ignites within me a thrill for mischief. What have you done to me? Why can I not move? Curious, are we? I'm afraid that is a secret I cannot share. His hand glided lightly over her shoulder, sending a shiver through her body, akin to the prickling sensation of goosebumps. Now, it is time to fulfill our wager. Tsunade stared blankly at the figure crouched before her, a profound sense of regret swelling within her. The night was quiet, shrouded in a gentle haze. Tsunade felt as though she had endured a terrifying nightmare, in which she was subjected to relentless bullying. Every detail of the dream was etched vividly in her memory. She could even recall each moment her opponent had fired a weapon. Peculiarly, why had she dreamt such a thing? Had she perhaps fallen for him? Nevertheless, the man named Tianyu in her dream was undeniably handsome. Her mind, muddled and hazy, began to feel an odd sensation creeping from her abdomen to her head. Awake? There are still 36 hours left. Just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through her foggy consciousness. Oh, what has happened? My body feels so heavy. Tsunade struggled to awaken fully. As her vision regained focus, her awareness gradually sharpened, and Tianyu's face came into view. So close. Closer than proximity allows, to the point of intimate contact in certain places. Tianyu, you scoundrel. The events of the previous encounter echoed in her mind. It was no dream. She had indeed engaged in a definitive relationship with him. Damn it, Tianyu, you rogue. How dare you do this to me? I will make you pay. Recalling the earlier occurrences and feeling the unusual sensations coursing through her body, she instinctively raised her fist, preparing to strike. Save your strength. Is that feeble attempt meant to massage my back? Tianyu remarked with a hint of derision. The sand in the hourglass continued to trickle down, signifying that 24 hours had elapsed, marking a full day. Though it was late at night, the lights in the room remained illuminated. Tsunade, her feet adorned with bells that jingled with each step, lay languidly on the ground, unwilling to move even a finger. Her unfocused eyes gazed blankly at the hourglass on the table, recalling how pristine it had been at the start, only to realize how much time had slipped away. With a thud, her body was carelessly discarded, feeling akin to a childhood toy long forgotten. I am so exhausted, so very exhausted. Let me rest for a moment. The early birds sang their morning songs. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the golden-haired beauty sprawled on the floor. Ugh, she murmured softly, her vacant eyes gradually opening to gaze vacantly at the wall. Her body felt achingly sore, reminiscent of the days spent in the Ninja World War, where she had tirelessly fought for days without rest. Furthermore, she felt drenched in sweat, utterly uncomfortable. As her eyes fluttered, she turned her head and noticed two legs perched upon a chair, following them upward to rest upon that infuriating face. You're awake. Would you like to sleep a bit longer? Tianyu, munching on pastries, appeared impeccably groomed, feigning a caring demeanor. Shaking her head, Tsunade braced herself against the table to stand. Huff, huff, her voluptuous thighs trembled slightly, causing her to plop back onto the floor. I am so tired. Hinata Tianyu, you are in deep trouble. Even now? She still believed Tianyu was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon her back. The sound of footsteps drew her attention as she turned her head. She saw that insufferable person approaching with breakfast, still uttering words of concern. Here, let me treat you to breakfast. A delectable breakfast, perhaps not exquisite in flavor, yet brimming with nutrition. This is how Tianyu perceives it. Suddenly, a cough escapes as Tsunade finds herself momentarily choked, gently patting her chest. Tears welling at the corners of her eyes. After resting here for half an hour, she gradually makes her way to the bathroom, preparing for a thorough wash. During her bath, Tsunade discovers that she seems to have regained her youth. Her skin radiates a newfound luster, and she feels an invigorating vitality coursing through her. She senses that even without the Ein seal, she could maintain this youthful appearance. It is evident that this transformation is attributed to Tianyu. Perhaps the only delightful surprise in this scenario. After her bath, she towels her hair dry while moving about, eventually standing before a half-length mirror, casting a glance upward. Upon a glance, the individual was instantly rendered speechless. The ominous seal upon the forehead had vanished, replaced instead by a mark adorning the lower abdomen. A vine, resembling an embrace, formed around the skeletal structure, with several leaflets extending in a wavy manner to either side, and at its center lay an enchanting pink heart. What could this possibly signify? Instinctively, the hand reached towards the design, and in that moment, a surge of information flooded the mind. 93. What could this number imply? Tsunade, perplexed, hastily donned her attire and stormed out in a fit of anger. What is this entity upon my abdomen? Clarify this for me. Tianyu, having just savored the last pastry and sipped some water, spoke leisurely. It is a sticker, which you may refer to as a ninja Eastern pattern, intended to document certain things. Document? Tsunade's heart stirred. It must pertain to the number 93. Thus, what does that number signify? She furrowed her brow in inquiry. Have you not grasped it yet? Tianyu chuckled mysteriously. You shall discover its meaning in due course. Tsunade wished to pose further questions, yet Tianyu waved his hand slightly. And the surroundings blurred momentarily, only to crystallize once more in the room where the two had previously wagered. Everything remained unchanged. It was only then that Tsunade noticed the droplets of water on the table, remnants from a fallen teacup. How could these droplets persist for hours without evaporating? Chapter 69. Tsunade adorns the collar. The water on the table, under the influence of gravity, dripped slowly to the floor. Tsunade, one hand resting on the chair, gazed at Tianyu with an expression brimming with murderous intent. Had looks possessed lethal power, he would have been utterly obliterated. Her body felt as though it were falling apart. Not only fatigued and sore, but also plagued by other peculiar sensations, an experience unprecedented in her life. Why does Tsunade regard me in such a manner? Does she wish to continue this? If so, I am more than willing to accompany her to the end. Tianyu smiled gently, embodying the essence of a good-natured gentleman. Clenching her delicate fist tightly, she yearned to land a blow upon his face. What a detestable fellow. Ultimately, Tsunade refrained from striking. The earlier scene had made it abundantly clear that Tianyu possessed a troubling ability, likely a blood sacrifice limit unique to the ninja realm. With a cold huff, she retrieved her previously discarded equipment, preparing to rearm herself. Her slender waist bent, resembling a graceful arch. Tianyu suddenly felt the need to engage in some activity to aid digestion after the meal. With a thud, Tsunade staggered forward, instinctively using both hands to brace herself against the wall to prevent her head from colliding. You scoundrel! Go to hell! Chakra enveloped her fist, ready to unleash a powerful strike to obliterate his head. Tianyu effortlessly grasped her flailing wrist. Her full-force punch failed to elicit even a hint of pain in him. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment, and then a fury capable of annihilating worlds ignited within her gaze. This fellow, how dare he subject himself to such actions? Is he truly unafraid of death? One should not tempt fate, lest a fist come crashing down. The cicada's chorus swells and ebbs at noon, exchanging their songs among the trees. Ah, Lady Tsunade must have finished her gambling. That handsome gentleman from the Hyuga clan is truly unfortunate, for these days have indeed been lucky for her. Shizen, laden with a multitude of recently acquired items, slowly approaches the house ahead. Surely, she must have exhausted her funds by now. Lady Tsunade, a renowned Sannin, stooping to deceive those beneath her. Finally arriving at the purchased abode, She gently pushes the door open and ascends the stairs. Lady Tsunade, are you unharmed? The door swings wide, revealing Tsunade slumped on the floor, her complexion pale and her skin flushed. This sight alarms Shizen, who rushes over to assist her. Do not touch me. Tsunade croaks, her voice hoarse, unable to withstand any further stimulus. She has reached her limit. Should she be unexpectedly lifted, she might very well perish. And the ensuing embarrassment would be unbearable. Startled, Shizen glares at the figure of Tatsuya. What have you done to Lady Tsunade? It is only then that she comprehends the situation. Tatsuya sits calmly at the table, regarding her with curiosity. What are you inquiring about? As for Tsunade's current state, it is likely a result of her losing all her money to me. All her money utterly lost. The words echoed incessantly in his mind as Shizen finally noticed the towering pile of boxes behind her companion. Disbelief washed over her as she swallowed hard. Glancing back at Tsunade, hadn't it been Tsunade's lucky day these past few days? Moreover, this amounted to over 2 billion. How could everything be lost in less than an hour since her departure? Thunder crashed, jolting her back to reality. And she realized that this indicated she would soon be leading a life of wandering again. Tsunade. In a fit of emotion, Shizen clung tightly to Tsunade, who barely had time to react. Originally, Shizen had heightened her senses fivefold, managing to suppress her feelings with unwavering will. However, with Shizen's sudden embrace, all her resolve crumbled instantly. Her rosy lips parted in a silent scream. Mistaking Tsunade's reaction for sorrow, Shizen continued to weep in her arms. After 10 long minutes, Tsunade's dilated pupils gradually regained focus. She glanced at Shizen, still sobbing, and forced a smile. We could sell this house for cash, she suggested weakly, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Tianyu had stored away the mountain of cash-filled boxes behind him and turned to see Shizen helping Tsunade to her feet. Tsunade's gaze was filled with a complex mix of anger and despair, a lasting impression from the events that had transpired. Mr. Tianyu, I apologize. But Tsunade doesn't wish to return to the village just yet, Shizen said apologetically, guiding Tsunade out of the room. Her eyes were fixed ahead, seemingly anxious about the uncertain days to come. If Shizen had looked down or behind her, she would have seen the trail of water running from the room. A loud pop echoed as a balloon burst on the wall, prompting the store owner to shout in a frustrated tone, "Grand prize." Hearing this, the two Otsutsuki Kaguya sisters gazed at the 1-meter-tall rabbit plushie among the prizes, a faint smile gracing their lips. Clutching the oversized toy, they proceeded forward. Little Kaguya envied her counterpart, having just awakened with no money to partake in such games. Ah, the disparity is immense, she thought, unable to suppress her envy once more. As they strolled further, they encountered a 3-meter-tall rabbit plushie, and both fell silent. I have no money, Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly remarked, recalling that in her previous world, she had never needed to pay for anything. There were always others to cover the costs. The earlier prizes had been provided by the rogue ninjas. Little Kaguya parted her lips, contemplating suggesting they steal it, but the thought evaporated as quickly as it appeared. Thus, when Tianyu approached, he found the two Kaguya sisters seated forlornly. After hearing their plight, Tianyu promptly produced 6 boxes filled with cash, urging them to take more if needed. The sisters gazed at the boxes, silently moving towards them. For the remainder of the day, Tianyu followed closely behind, watching them enjoy themselves. The next afternoon, as they prepared to leave the city, Tianyu spotted Tsunade and Shizen once more. Shizen was negotiating with a man, who nodded and then produced cash. Upon seeing the money, Shizen felt her anxiety ease. They could avoid destitution. Tsunade, to prevent us from ending up on the streets, could you refrain from entering the gambling dens for the next few days? She pleaded. Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is easy, but from luxury back to simplicity is arduous. After experiencing a few days of opulence, Shizen was reluctant to return to her previous hardships. Tsunade awkwardly withdrew her outstretched hand, flustered. But after recalling that she had just lost over 2 billion, she could only nod in agreement. Very well, perhaps we shall try gambling again in the future. Chapter 70. The eve of war, Sakura's confusion, Hinata's despair in the ninja world. Time flowed swiftly. After spending some time accompanying Otsutsuki Kaguya on her journey, Tianyu finally arrived in the land of wind. He sat calmly, surveying the crowd below, his voice devoid of emotion. Let us commence. With those words, war was declared. The following day, a shocking announcement spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. The feudal lord of the land of wind had abdicated, leaving the position vacant. Sir, as per your instruction, I have stepped down, the former feudal lord said cautiously, remembering vividly the scene of slaughter that had unfolded at the lord's estate. Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded lightly, not wishing to make it difficult for him. In recognition of his obedience, she granted him a sum of money to live as a regular wealthy man. As for the other nobles still causing trouble, they were to be executed. Her calm voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Those nobles, still oblivious to the unfolding events, were systematically eliminated, while those who had already pledged their allegiance were assigned positions based on their capabilities and past actions. Gradually, the ninja world converged with a singular aim to invade the land of Earth. How audacious! The feudal lord of the land of Earth kicked over the table in front of him, his expression twisted with fury. These lowly wretches dared to commit such atrocities. Call upon the Rock Ninja Village for battle. I will see to it that they are utterly annihilated. The officials of the land of Earth knelt, trembling as they replied. Yes, my lord. Then, Hokage, we shall dispatch ninjas to launch an assault on the Sand Ninja Village. The Hokage's council convened, with Inoki addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. However, upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression faltered. The second Hokage had only just begun researching the impure world reincarnation technique. With their current strength, they would likely be unable to defeat Otsutsuki Kaguya, who possessed the prowess of a god among ninjas. Earth Shadow, it may not be feasible at this time. Otsutsuki Kaguya is formidable. We are still preparing and will require at least 6 months, Inoki stated. 6 months? This is unacceptable. Just then, an urgent rock ninja burst through the door, exclaiming, It's bad. The Sand Ninja army is advancing towards the land of Earth. We implore you to return and take charge. A pin-drop silence followed this proclamation. After a prolonged pause, Inoki exclaimed in shock. What did you say? He had not anticipated being invaded. He had assumed any conflict would occur on Fire Country territory, not the land of Earth. His face darkened with rage. I must return at once. Wait, Earth Shadow. Hiruzen called out, I will send Jiraiya with you. It was essential to ascertain the strength of the opposing forces from another parallel world. Jiraiya, being one of the strongest in Konoha, would be capable of protecting himself in battle. Aside from him, all others dispatched would be elite ninjas of Chunin rank or higher. After they departed, the guard who had stood behind Hiruzen approached, and as the transformation technique was undone, the true identity of the figure was revealed. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Monkey, ensure their safety above all else. With his arms crossed over his chest, Senju Tobarama spoke coldly. Previously, he had relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to venture into the Sand Village for reconnaissance, only to encounter formidable foes upon arrival. The adversary appeared to be a simple, honest man, yet the others addressed him as mediator, which left Tobarama astonished. This man wielded would release. After a brief skirmish, Tobarama realized that his opponent's strength was on par with his own at full capacity. Had it not been for the Flying Thunder God technique, he might not have returned at all. A Senju from another world? Tobarama pondered silently. In the training grounds, he looked apologetically at Naruto. Naruto, I have some matters to attend to, so this training must be temporarily suspended. What? Is it something to do with the pervy sage? Naruto, hands behind his head, inquired. Just some trivial matters. During my absence, do not neglect your training. I wouldn't dream of it. I aspire to be the Hokage, Naruto replied, turning away in displeasure. Once Jiraiya departed, he found himself alone. What should he do now? He knew. He would seek out Sakura. Naruto's eyes lit up. Ever since the Chunin exams, their trio had seldom gathered. Sasuke, that arrogant fellow, always acted mysteriously, keeping others at bay. And then there was Sakura. At that moment, she wandered the streets, lost in thought. After witnessing the battles during the Chunin exams, she felt despondent, grappling with the decision of whether to continue as a ninja. If even the strongest could fall, wouldn't he pursuing this path lead her to the same fate? As she gazed at her trembling hands, memories of that day flooded back. Under the assault of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, while most suffered grievous injuries, some unfortunate souls lost their lives. One elite Chunin had met a tragic end, his body torn asunder, his head rolling to a stop before Sakura. The sight of that lifeless head instilled within her a profound fear of the ninja life. With her head down, she caught a glimpse of Sasuke darting past. Sasuke-kun, I no longer have the right to stand by your side. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she turned to walk in another direction, only to collide with another person at the corner. The other party seemed dazed and fell to the ground. Sakura quickly came to her senses, apologizing. I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Hinata? Sakura gasped, realizing she had bumped into Hinata. They hadn't crossed paths since the Chunin exams. Hinata still carried that timid demeanor, yet she appeared even more timid. As if life had lost its meaning, her eyes devoid of light. Sakura noticed that Hinata had begun to wear her forehead protector on her forehead instead of around her neck, and due to their collision, it slipped down slightly, revealing something etched beneath it. Hinata, are you alright? Why have you started wearing your forehead protector on your forehead? And what is that on your forehead? Sakura asked, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face filled with terror as she fumbled to readjust her forehead protector. Only after she secured it did she tremble and speak. It's nothing. I have to go now. Without another glance at Sakura, she hurriedly retreated in the direction from which she had come. The wind rushed past her, and she didn't stop to apologize for the collision. She ran until she tripped at the forest's edge, tumbling into a small creek. Supporting herself with her right hand, her crystalline white eyes gazed silently at the water's surface. The forehead protector slipped again, revealing green markings etched onto her formerly unblemished skin. A caged bird, this insignia signified her status as a branch family member. Chapter 71. The Ruthless Battlefield. To this day, Hinata recalled that nightmarish day. Whether or not Kinshiki truly bore the Otsutsuki name was irrelevant. Her Byakugan was unmistakably powerful. Following that devastating defeat, the Hyuga clan, once haughty in their demeanor, began to experience the same treatment that Naruto had endured. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly declaring the circumstances, things might have spiraled further into chaos. Thus began Hinata's descent into nightmares. At the Elder Council, her father, the clan leader, held her sister Hanabi's hand while Hinata knelt in the center. Hinata, you have failed to meet my expectations. It seems you lack the potential. Henceforth, you shall be relegated to the branch family. Do not harbor resentment. This is for the sake of our clan's prosperity. You must understand that Hanabi is far more suited to inherit this position. His words, devoid of warmth, echoed in the air. Though a flicker of sorrow appeared in his eyes, it was eclipsed by his indifference. Under the cold stares of onlookers, the mark of the caged bird was etched upon her forehead, forever binding her wings. I am worthless. She retrieved her forehead protector from the water, standing in the creek. Gazing at her reflection, her lips pressed together, she ultimately succumbed to suppressed tears. Scalding droplets cascaded down her cheeks, mingling with the water below. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Sister, are you all right? Hanabi asked, concern etched on her face, hesitant to step closer. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. They had merely intended to engage in their customary sparring before witnesses, and in an instant, her sister had been cast aside. The older girl froze at her sister's words, finally turning to reveal a painful smile. Hanabi, shouldn't you be training? Hanabi placed her right hand over her heart, her demeanor downcast. Sister, seeing you like this makes me very sad. She cautiously stepped forward and tentatively embraced Hinata. As she felt her sister's gentle warmth, Hinata's sobs began to resound through the forest. Above the land of earth, a great white bird soared through the clouds. Deara gazed down at the gathering of ninjas, unable to suppress his surprise. Hey, are they planning to attack the rock village? He had come at Pain's behest to scout the situation, never expecting to encounter such a scenario. How long had it been since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War? Were they truly on the brink of the Fourth? Oh dear. I recall that my predecessor hailed from the rock village. Should we not lend a hand? The figure adorned with a swirling mask made whimsical gestures, one hand shielding his eyes as he peered down at the ninjas, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Otsutsuki Tenju, the ruler of a parallel world. This news was promptly conveyed by White Zetsu. However, he did not anticipate that the adversary would launch an invasion against the land of Earth immediately upon their arrival in this world. Such confidence is understandable, considering the terrifying power of Otsutsuki Yuki, which would make the conquest of Iwa, Shinobi Village, a trivial task. A dark cloud crossed Obito's, Toby face. Based on the current intelligence, he was only aware of the strengths of Otsutsuki Yuki and a few powerful figures like Shinja Hashirama. The capabilities of others, such as Otsutsuki Yui and the newly arrived Otsutsuki Tenyu, remained unknown. Initially, he intended to send White Zetsu to covertly monitor them. But White Zetsu informed him that merely approaching would lead to detection, resulting in the demise of over a dozen White Zetsus. Obito was deeply concerned. If Iwa Shinobi Village were to be defeated, the enemy would seize the tailed beasts, jeopardizing his Moon-Eye plan. While he possessed great confidence in his Kimui power, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf in strength between himself and Otsutsuki Yuki. His hand slowly reached for his mask, and a flash of crimson Sharingan flickered. Perhaps I should retrieve the Sharingan stored in Kakashi's eyes. Both of Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan wielded the power of Kamui, one for self-preservation and the other for offense. The one he had entrusted to Kakashi was primarily for attacking. He believed that as long as he harnessed the dual powers of Kamui, no one in the world could thwart him. With this thought in mind, Obito resolved to take the time to reclaim his eyes from Konoha. As Deidara soared high above, the individuals below remained oblivious to the figures overhead. The two flew onward, discovering that IWA shinobi forces had already assembled 10 kilometers ahead. Where's the old man? Deidara glanced at the IWA shinobi army, but failed to spot the familiar figure. Obito was aware that Inoki was currently in Konoha, uncertain if he could return in time upon receiving the news. Doton was an exceedingly perilous technique, potentially delivering a heavy blow to these beings from a parallel world. 20 minutes later, the two armies stood a kilometer apart, locked in a tense standoff. The IWA shinobi sent a representative to engage in verbal sparring, claiming that Sunagakure did not merit their name alongside IWA shinobi, having allied with others. If you had any dignity left, you would quickly join us in attacking these intruders. The Sunagakure ninjas looked perplexed, their initial bravado dissipating upon witnessing the overwhelming force from the parallel world. They had never expected their lives to improve so dramatically. Looking back at their past, they could scarcely believe the hardships endured. Gratitude surged for Lord Raza, had he not wisely chosen not to resist. They would likely have never known such a glorious existence. Raza stood at the forefront, basking in the adoration of his people, his expression tinged with pride. He knew his decision was correct, especially after witnessing the strength of those from the parallel world. Brother Wind, it is time to commence, Raza declared to the black-haired youth beside him. The latter cracked his neck, excitement bubbling within as he gazed at the opposing ninja forces. Not only him, but many others with similar dark hair shared his fervor. They hailed from the Uchiha clan of another world, and each had come here as fierce warriors. Uchiha Kaze was especially relentless, valuing battle above all else. His black pupils transformed instantly into Sharingan. For our lord, kill, kill. The massive ninja surged forward like a dark wave, their battle cries reverberating through the air, instilling fear in the hearts of the IWA shinobi before the fight even commenced. Meanwhile, Inoki was still en route. As the IWA shinobi quickly formed hand seals for Doton techniques, their adversaries were faster. A wind blade swiftly severed the throat of one. Fool! Uchiha Ken trembled with excitement at the sight of the IWA shinobi's lifeless, grim visage. All around, the cacophony of battle raged, the two factions clashing like wild beasts, consumed by their primal instincts. In the midst of this tumultuous melee, few would resort to ninjutsu unless absolutely essential, fearing harm to their comrades and the rapid depletion of chakra that could herald their demise. Thus, the majority engaged in combat through taijutsu combined with ninjutsu. The crowd was tightly packed, familiar and unfamiliar faces alike, each fighting fiercely, their expressions twisted into ghastly masks resembling demons risen from the depths of hell. Kaguya Otsutsuki gazed vacantly at the fallen comrades, the pungent scent of blood flooding her senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Yet, the battlefield was no place for hesitation. In an instant, a kunai was hurled toward her heart. The sense of danger snapped Kaguya Otsutsuki back to reality, her eyes fixated on the incoming projectile, and just in time. She turned her body aside. The kunai grazed her arm, leaving a gash from which blood flowed profusely. The pain jolted her into clarity, transforming her previously dazed expression into one of resolve. She vowed to protect the village for the sake of the old man, enveloping her arm in a layer of earth. She surged forward, shattering the kunai hurled at her and driving her fist through the assailant's chest. Blood splattered across her face, adding a fierce countenance to her once beautiful features. Doton! The earth trembled under the might of their final gambit. With a thunderous roar, two monstrous-tailed beasts emerged from the ground, a red-haired ape with 4 dinosaur-like tails and a white steed composed of a dolphin's head, deer antlers, and horse body, boasting 5 pristine tails. The instant these beasts appeared, they unleashed chaos upon the battlefield. As Uchiha Kaze beheld the approaching palm of the ape, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun into the form of a wind blade. With a commanding shout, a colossal giant, towering several meters high, erupted from the earth, hurling the 4 tails aside as if they were mere playthings, standing amidst the battlefield like a deity, surveying all below. Kaze's actions seemed to trigger a response. One by one, Susanoo and massive wooden golems rose from the ground, standing proudly. These were the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha and the wooden beings of the god of ninjas. As a native ninja, Raza stared in astonishment at these titanic figures. His comrades were elated, their spirits soaring, while the shinobi were left in despair, their eyes filled with terror. We still have the 4 tails and 5 tails. We cannot possibly lose, Otsutsuki gritted her teeth, glaring at the giants. However, her optimism waned as she watched the giants encircle the four tails and five tails, their enormous hands raining blows upon them, eliciting anguished cries from the tailed beasts. In the forest, a diminutive figure flew with utmost urgency. I must catch up, Inoki thought anxiously. An IWA shinobi beside him reassured, do not worry, Lord Sasuke, our comrades will surely hold off the enemy. Besides, we still have the four tails and five tails. Perhaps by the time we arrive, we will find the enemy in disarray. Several IWA shinobi remained optimistic, for they were warriors of one of the 5 great ninja villages. Defeat was not an option, even if they faced beings from another world. They possess unwavering confidence in their village. Noki, upon hearing this, remained silent. He too held faith in his village, provided that the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not intervene. Kakashi followed the group in silence, when suddenly, the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask began to stir as if infused with life. Concurrently, Obito, lurking in the shadows and observing the concluded battlefield, sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the rear. Despite the reassurances from those around him, Noki felt an increasing sense of unease. Ahead, a disheveled group of Awagakure shinobi fled in terror toward their direction. The two factions soon converged, with the IWA shinobi initially mistaking them for foes, plunging into despair. However, someone suddenly spotted Noki at the forefront of the group. Not an enemy, but Lord Sasuke. The Sasuke. What has transpired? What is the current state of battle? Noki's expression hardened as he surveyed the disarrayed individuals, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The IWA shinobi gazed at Noki, opened their mouths, but ultimately gritted their teeth and spoke. Lord Sasuke, we have been defeated. Those few words seemed to drain him of all his strength. What did you say? Defeated? Noki rushed over. Anxiety etched across his face. How could it have happened so swiftly? Could it be that Otsutsuki Kinshiki had joined the fray? Under his scrutinizing gaze, the IWA shinobi bitterly shook his head. The adversary had not appeared, yet suddenly 8 colossal figures and 6 wooden giants emerged on the battlefield, rendering even the four tails and five tails powerless against them. This time, it was the inhabitants of Konoha who were taken aback. Jiraiya wore a grim expression. Upon hearing the descriptions from Uchiha and Senju, he quickly deduced the nature of those giants. They were undoubtedly manifestations of the legendary powers of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, and the wood release technique, a domain only accessible to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Initially, he had presumed that the Uchiha and Senju clans in this parallel world would mirror their counterparts in this realm and vanish. To his astonishment, they still thrived in that world, with a plethora of Uchiha having awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke, Inoki, seethed with rage, but Jiraiya restrained him. Speaking in a calm tone, venturing there now would be akin to walking into a trap. Let us return first. Inoki's veins bulged with indignation, yearning to charge into the battlefield and eliminate those ninja, yet he ultimately restrained his fury. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, I understand. We shall return to Konoha. A palpable sigh of relief swept through Konoha's contingent, who had feared that their counterpart might act impulsively in his wrath. Thus, this band of reinforcements hastily made their way back towards Konoha. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki found herself bound and forced to march through the village alongside the captives. Her once vibrant eyes now dulled, reflecting her inner despair. Awagakure, from this moment forth, would be relegated to history, in the parallel world of early summer. The ninja forces of the Heavenly Feather Empire breached Awagakure, resulting in a significant loss of life among the rock ninjas. Concurrently, the Empire's supreme commander, Otsutsuki Tianyu, declared war on the Land of Earth. Within a mere 2 months, the Land of Earth succumbed entirely. Its feudal lord took his own life in despair, sending shockwaves through the entire ninja world. The following month, Kumogakure proactively approached Konoha to announce an alliance, with both factions deploying their forces to secure the wastelands. Simultaneously, envoys were dispatched to Kirigakure, uniting with Terumi Mei to eliminate the controlled Mizukage. In the aftermath, Terumi Mei ascended to become the new Mizukage and joined this alliance. The feudal lords of the fire, lightning, and water nations, determined to avoid the fate of the Land of Earth, fully supported this coalition. The entire ninja world was engulfed in turmoil, with slaughter rampant everywhere, as smaller ninja villages began to band together. Chapter 73. I am indeed a gentleman, your majesty Tianyu. You have returned. The ninja at the Awagakure camp bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration for this figure, Tianyu of the Otsutsuki clan. For the denizens of that world, Tianyu's status was unparalleled. Nearly everyone held a genuine reverence for this deity who had transformed their lives. Therefore, upon learning of the impending journey to another realm, all soldiers eagerly volunteered to partake. Tianyu nodded slightly and departed from the now-conquered Awagakure, where the fortunate survivors trembled in their homes, crying out in anguish. They witnessed the patrolling forces in the streets, their faces etched with fear and resentment. No one dared to resist, for those who did were swiftly imprisoned. These scenes did not sway Tianyu, for war is a brutal affair. Irrespective of right or wrong, once unleashed, it is the common folk who endure the suffering. Thus, the instruments of war must not be taken lightly. His only course of action is to seize this world and cultivate its prosperity. Kaguya Otsutsuki had just exited her daughter's chamber when she encountered Tianyu. She offered a slight nod and departed silently. The knots in Kaguya's heart had largely unraveled, allowing her to maintain a serene demeanor even in the presence of Tianyu, who had once treated her so harshly. Inside the room, Yui Otsutsuki stood tidying her belongings. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned around. Today, she donned a gown of shimmering platinum fabric, exuding an air of gentleness. Her mother had just left. Once she arranged her items, Yui strolled over, her hand smoothing the skirt to prevent creases. She sat beside Tianyu, her ruby lips pursed as she softly inquired, "Shall we directly assault the land of fire or the land of lightning?" "Whichever you choose," Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "this world is already within my grasp." He entrusted the entire campaign to the two women, his visit serving not only to untangle Kaguya's heart but also to establish his presence. As the two engaged in lively conversation, their eyes met, and Tianyu wore a refreshing smile, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. "Yui, would you like to play a game of chess?" "Perhaps not," she replied, recalling that ever since she bested him in their chess matches 3 years prior, Tianyu had not won against her. "Times have changed," Tianyu chuckled, retrieving a go board. "Oh, how intriguing," Yui remarked, a hint of confidence gracing her features. Then she heard his voice beside her, "But should you lose, there will be a price to pay." Yui delicately placed a stone on the board, unfazed, and asked, "What price?" "I shall consume you," he replied. Her hand, poised to place another stone, paused mid-air as she glanced at the black stone in her grasp, then looked up at Tianyu in astonishment. "Consume me? What does this mean?" "Indeed, of course, I will comply with your request if I lose. However, Yui harbored some reservations. She was not fond of gambling. Yet, after Tianyu uttered those words, she felt an invisible pressure. It was futile, after all. He could not possibly defeat her. She forced a gentle smile, "Then I shall not hold back." If there existed a pinnacle in the realm of chess, Yui held great confidence in her abilities. Yet, in the end, she lost. Tianyu, holding a chess piece, maintained that same smile, which unsettled her. "This is impossible. You could never defeat me before." Her beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly. She still could not believe she had been bested. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Why do you always compare the present to the past? Why not compare it to when I first taught you? As he placed the white piece down, Tianyu licked his lips, exuding an aggressive aura in Yui's eyes. Her heart clenched. Wait. Yui hastily interjected. "This should not be decided in a single game. It should be best out of 3. It must be said, she was indeed the daughter of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Even her words were remarkably similar. Yes, that is permissible, but the consequences will be even more severe." Tianyu let out a sinister laugh. After several rounds of chess, Yui's charming face displayed a hint of reluctance, ultimately transforming into admiration. Tianyu truly astonished her. She had thought he had specially practiced for today. As for the consequences of losing, Yui was unconcerned, for their relationship allowed for such indulgences. She loved him dearly. "I knew Yui would not resort to trickery. Come, let us engage in a little game." Tianyu lifted her and placed her on the chessboard, while he gathered a handful of pieces with his left hand. "Wait, I have something to say." Yui coughed twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Could we change the method of punishment?" "Of course, as long as it is your request. I am willing to oblige." As he spoke, Tianyu chuckled softly, returning the pieces to the board. For him, Yui, Yushi, and Kaguya were the most special beings. He would do his utmost to fulfill any request they made. They deserved such treatment. Even Kaguya, the past grievances had faded, rendering them no longer enemies. Listening to the words of the one she cherished, Yui sighed softly. Given that he had said so, how could she possibly act deceitfully? Tianyu utilized chakra to perform a sealing technique, causing Yui to feel a slight chill. After completing this, Tianyu continued, "Where is Yushi? Why is she not here?" "She is interrogating a prisoner." "Oh, Then I will go find her and return at this time tomorrow evening. He gently grasped Yuyi's chin, smiling at the longing reflected in her white eyes. With your strength, you could certainly break the seal, but this is a punishment. Yui completed his sentence, indeed. So I shall see you tomorrow. Watching his figure gradually recede, Yui felt a deep sense of helplessness. His character was indeed troublesome, always toying with her. Yet, she could never bring herself to be angry with him. Letting out a sigh, she stood up. Well, who told me to love him? Reflecting on their shared moments. Just then, the petite figure of Kaguya entered the room. Noticing Yui's unusual expression, she could not help but inquire, Yui, are you all right? She had never imagined, in this world so vastly different from her own, that she would encounter such a different existence. These two beloved daughters had completely captivated this formidable being, who willingly reveled in the warmth and preciousness of familial bonds, unable to extricate herself. She deeply regretted not creating the other, but fortunately, the Otsutsuki sisters were quite kind to her. With her delicate hands awkwardly extended, a forced smile graced her beautiful face. I'm fine. Did you need something from me? In an instant, Yui transformed back into that gentle and virtuous woman. She gazed at the little one before her and asked, Chapter 74, Will I win? After leaving Yuyi's room, Tianyu proceeded to the location indicated by her. Before he could approach, he faintly heard Yushi's voice. Tianyu would likely appreciate her. She was quite beautiful. Oh well, I'll add her to the backup list. Yushi, with her little notebook, added another name. Kuratsuchi lay on the wooden board, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of light, staring in fear at the witch before her. In the next moment, she saw the witch produce a bunch of bananas freshly plucked from the banana tree, then break one off and approach with a smile. You must be hungry after these few days. Have something to eat. Starving for days, Kuratsuchi looked at the bananas, but she longed for a warm meal and delicious snacks. Just as she opened her mouth, she noticed the witch's expression subtly shift, muttering, This is a surprise. You must not know. She then discarded the banana and hurried out. Bang! The door was tightly shut, leaving Kuratsuchi alone in the dim room. With a dazed expression, she stared at the pile of bananas on the table. Could she not have fed her before leaving? If this continued, she might truly perish. Outside, Yushi hurriedly closed the door and dashed out, throwing herself into Tianyu's embrace, seeking comfort. What's wrong? Tianyu gently stroked her head, smiling. Compared to the always demure Yui, he preferred to play with Yushi. Of course, at times, he enjoyed the refined demeanor of Yui even more. Observing the blushing yet resigned expression on her face was truly heartwarming. Thinking of Yui, he could not help but recall Otsutsuki Kaguya as well. This individual exudes an air of nobility, reminiscent of a princess, yet there is an undeniable aristocratic essence in her demeanor. It remains uncertain what changes might manifest on the countenance of my esteemed Minner. The following day, Yui did not make another appearance, merely issuing a few commands. When Tianyu arrived at the other party's chamber that night, he beheld Yuyi's face, which was shrouded in deep melancholy. The implications of this are self-evident. Those who understand, understand. Tianyu, you have arrived. I have come. You should not have come. Oh, is that so? Tianyu gazed down from his elevated position upon Yui, who indeed had come to plead for mercy. It appeared that victory in this confrontation belonged to him. How could a mere Yui possibly be a match for him? Yui remained silent, her eyes filled with an expression of deep sorrow as she regarded this individual before her. How could he have the audacity to speak in such a manner? Why was she in this predicament, and who was to blame? Fortunately, the moment she had long awaited had finally arrived. Amidst the expectant gaze, Tianyu extended his hand to unravel the seal. His right index finger gently pressed against the pattern. After a prolonged pause, he clapped his hands together, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It is exquisite. The night is still young. In the village hidden in the leaves, Inoki moved with a heavy and deliberate gait toward the window. Beside him, Kei stood tall and steadfast, both silently observing. Their gazes penetrated the glass, fixed upon the iconic Hokage rock, distinctly visible in the sunlight. Within Inoki's weathered eyes lingered an ineffable complexity, an amalgamation of nostalgia for days gone by and profound contemplation of the current circumstances. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting their garments. Yet it could not dissipate the weighty atmosphere enveloping their hearts. Father, do we truly have hope of reclaiming our village? Kei inquired, observing the levitating figure of Inoki. His voice laced with uncertainty. I wish I could assure you that we can, but I do not wish to deceive you, Kei. Perhaps the entire shinobi world will indeed face annihilation as foretold by the prophecy from Konoha. It had been some time since they had last met. and Inoki's face bore additional wrinkles, rendering him noticeably older. Kei stood there, disheartened. He had witnessed the battlefield, the formidable might of Susanoo and the Senju wooden figures. Such adversaries, no matter how much he wished to deny, were undeniable. I have heard that many have been captured and are currently being forced into labor. I wonder how Otsutsuki is faring. Is he safe? As long as I draw a breath, Otsutsuki should remain unharmed, Inoki replied, gazing at his son. Focus on your training. There will come a time for vengeance. Will we be able to take revenge? Inoki turned his gaze toward the once thriving pastoral streets, then back to Kei. Even though that empire displays astonishing strength, Konoha remains notably unperturbed. You may not perceive it, but I see it clearly. Konoha undoubtedly possesses confidence in confronting Otsutsuki Yushi. But they also have a sovereign named Tianyu, Kei interjected. Inoki's voice softened, his expression growing serious. The opponent's strength should not be formidable. Akin to the daimyos of our world. If Konoha truly has a means to contend with Otsutsuki Yushi, then the advantage lies with us. By uniting the entire shinobi world's strength, we can certainly subdue them, perhaps even drive those beings back to their original realm. Indeed, that is a valid point. Kei hesitated before continuing. Then, Father, you must take care to rest well. Should your health falter, you will be unable to join the fight. Humph. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I do not require your counsel, Inoki retorted, patting his chest, and a hint of pride graced his aged visage. In this scene, the earthy figure beside them could only express disbelief at the antics of his father, who always behaved this way. A sharp crack echoed in the air. And suddenly, a pained yelp escaped the lips of Inoki, who clutched his waist, having twisted it. Quick, help me, he exclaimed. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the sunset cast a golden glow upon the somewhat dilapidated house, outlining its lonely silhouette. Sasuke stood quietly before the abode, his gaze seemingly etching every inch of this home. Steeped in memories, into his heart. After a brief moment, he slowly raised his hand and gently removed the forehead protector that symbolized his identity as a leaf ninja. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he forcefully hurled the protector into the air. Clang! The kunai pierced through the forehead protector, pinning it firmly against a nearby tree. Sasuke Uchiha, he declared, the moment I learned the truth, my relationship with Konoha became that of enemies. I shall kill Itachi Uchiha and annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village. His entire life would be dedicated to this pursuit. Hello? Is anyone there? A voice intruded, attempting to solicit a glance at advertisements for free gifts. Chapter 75. The Betrayal in the Training Ground. Naruto's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, resembling a wild beast as he attacked Jiraiya. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya produced a pre-prepared sealing scroll from his pocket and swiftly applied it to Naruto's forehead. Gradually, the Kyuubi chakra surging from Naruto began to dissipate, and his blood-red eyes reverted to their original azure hue. That golden-haired brat is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Inoki mused, supporting his aching back, unable to suppress a shake of his head. He is far too weak to control the beast's power. Yet, the boy's face seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. With his hands clasped behind him, he shifted his gaze upward, finally resting on Hokage Rock. His aged eyes narrowing. Minato Namikaze, so he is the child of that man. Who would have thought the Uzumaki clan's offspring would have golden hair? Just then, he noticed an Umbu member hastily passing by. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama was selecting candidates for the next round of Edo Tensei when he was abruptly informed by an Umbu operative of a shocking revelation. The last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, had injured someone before defecting from the village, accompanied by a woman. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, and finally, Shimura Danzo's voice broke the silence, cold and accusatory. Indeed, the Uchiha are malevolent. They should have been exterminated entirely from the start. Silence. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded, his eyelids twitching. Danzo scoffed, but in the next moment, a powerful hand seized his head, forcefully pressing it to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked under the pressure, and Danzo's eyes bulged dangerously. Danzo, first Hokage. Brother. The crowd gasped in shock. There stood Senju Hashirama, his hand pressing down on Danzo's nape, his expression dark. What do you mean? Wasn't the Uchiha clan annihilated by Itachi Uchiha? Hashirama, though not foolish, was not given to deep contemplation at this moment. He grasped the implications of the words being exchanged, realizing that the downfall of his friend's clan was far more complex than he had assumed. Who permitted you to act against the villagers? Ah! Danzo screamed as a severe pain throbbed through his head, feeling as if it might burst from the pressure. Yet, His long-held convictions prevented him from yielding, even in the presence of the first Hokage. First Hokage, the Uchiha clan is inherently wicked and harbors treasonous thoughts against the village. My actions stem from a desire to protect the village. Hashirama's gaze remained icy as Sarutobi attempted to plead for his friend. Danzo, however, could only smirk disdainfully. With a sudden surge of murderous intent in his eyes, Hashirama's hand gripped Danzo's shoulder. You are a high-ranking official of Konoha. You cannot act in such a manner. This matter must be addressed after we conquer the parallel world. If this information leaks, it will severely damage Konoha's reputation, and we currently require the strength of the monkeys. Tobirama shared Hashirama's disappointment in his students, yet he understood that they could not be eliminated just yet. You have greatly disappointed me, Hashirama exclaimed, having devoted his life to the peace of the village, only to witness such turmoil after his demise. Tobirama suddenly grasped his brother's wrist and whirled around, striking him with a punch. Bang! The blue figure shattered through a wall, crashing outside. You were implicated in this as well, he said sternly, leaving in silence. As he departed, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated. Tobirama! The crowd called out, hastily following. Tobirama's chest bore remnants of paper-like debris, yet the fist-sized wound healed swiftly. His crimson eyes remained devoid of emotion. Send someone to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. If possible, I would prefer to issue a kill order for the traitor. As this clan is too formidable. The more extreme they are, the more power they can wield. If Sasuke learns the truth, no, given the current situation, he may already be aware. Should he grow stronger, he could become an unparalleled force. However, Tobirama knew that should he order Sasuke's death, his brother would be furious. Thus he opted for a more moderate approach. Additionally, Danzo. Make a trip to the Land of Wind to investigate the situation regarding the Otsutsuki Momoshiki who has traveled from the future. Tobirama swiftly analyzed the situation. Following the death of the Umbu operative, Hiruzen had ordered the collection of any remnants of information from his mind. Thus they had learned that a being named Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been present that day. Danzo, rendered speechless, merely nodded in compliance. Before departing, he touched the bandage-covered eye, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Otsutsuki, perhaps it is time for this eye to be put to use. Time flew by, and soon half a day had passed. The Umbu and various shinobi left the village, preparing to capture the defector, Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura, who had just finished shopping at the market, stood frozen in disbelief. Sasuke? No way. The sound of her falling vegetable basket caught the attention of those training nearby. Turning, they discovered a girl with pink hair. If memory served, she was Naruto's teammate. Sakura. Naruto rushed over, attempting to console the tearful girl. Gradually, she regained her composure, and Naruto gave her a thumbs up, offering a comforting smile. I will bring Sasuke back. Even if it means breaking his legs or arms, I will bring him home. Sakura declared eagerly. I'll go too. She insisted. However, Jiraiya had already grasped Naruto's shoulder. Little girl, leave this matter to us, and rest assured while waiting for news. Just as my finger was about to touch the person, two figures vanished before my eyes. I stared blankly at the direction in which they had disappeared, my fists unconsciously clenching. If only I possessed such formidable strength, I could search for Sasuke. Yet, I am merely a civilian ninja, lacking the privilege of having a legendary teacher like Jiraiya. Thud, my body collapsed to the ground. Lifelessly gazing at the earth, murmuring, I am powerless. Is that why Sasuke became a rogue ninja? The Inoshikacho trio gasped in astonishment. Choji stuffed chips into his mouth. Recalling his father's words, it seemed many had already ventured forth to apprehend Sasuke. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, hands resting behind his head, his gaze fixed upon the sky. Why did Sasuke choose this moment to leave? A clever thought crossed his mind, recalling that fateful night when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and his father forbade him from seeking out Choji. Could it be that the tragedy of that night held deeper secrets? Chapter 76. The darkness of Konoha's higher UPS in the desolate wilderness between the land of fire and the land of wind, the skies wept with dim rain. A dark crimson mist enveloping the land. Occasionally, arcs of electricity flickered through the air, illuminating the boundless expanse. Countless weapons, swords, kunai, and shurikens, were embedded in the earth, while dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground, mingling with the blood-soaked terrain, painting a chilling portrait of hell. Sasuke, wielding a short blade, bore the cold, piercing gaze of his Sharingan, his attire stained crimson with blood. Not far away, Izumi Uchiha held a dying Umbu in her grasp. With a slight squeeze of her palm, the struggle within him gradually ceased. When Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the scene, they were met with this horrifying tableau. Sasuke, why would you turn against your own? Naruto gazed at Sasuke in anguish, realizing there was no turning back now. His attention shifted to Izumi, anger flaring within him. It's you. You've manipulated Sasuke. Haven to you? Sasuke had been content in the village, yet he had suddenly defected. This woman's sudden appearance must be the cause. A faint crackle of electricity danced along the blade, and the three-tomo Sharingan fixed a chilling stare upon him. Naruto felt an overwhelming wave of frigid air and murderous intent. This murderous intent rendered him dazed, shaking his head in disbelief. How could it be? Sasuke actually wishes to kill me. Sasuke, come back with me at once. Though his expression was somewhat grim, Naruto still hoped to persuade him to follow. Jiraiya and several other ninjas stood silently, already prepared for action. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi, who had been silently observing, spoke softly. You must be Naruto. It seems you are utterly unaware of the situation. Was it Jiraiya who failed to enlighten you? Or is it possible that even he is oblivious to the truth? Izumi calmly scrutinized the individuals before her. They are formidable, yet I can safely escort Sasuke away. With a sardonic smile, she continued, these individuals have come to eliminate Sasuke, have they not? The people from Konoha only knew that Sasuke had departed with her and were unaware of whether he grasped the reality of the situation. However, these individuals had pursued them and, without uttering a word, had attempted to take lethal action. What? This statement caused a sudden shift in Naruto's expression. Jiraiya, on the other hand, remained largely unchanged, as he had already witnessed the deceased were from the Root organization. Danzo, that scoundrel, had clearly misinterpreted Lord Hiruzen's intention to bring people back, yet he ordered their execution. How could this be possible? We are all part of the same village. Naruto, in disbelief, lifted his gaze towards Jiraiya and Kakashi, exclaiming, Pervy Sage, Kakashi-sensei, are you also here to kill Sasuke? Jiraiya did not disappoint Naruto. He admitted he was not well informed about the Uchiha clan's demise. Of course, to claim complete ignorance would be a falsehood. He glanced at the Root ninjas who had accompanied him. They would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Sasuke, but he did not wish to impede their actions. Frankly speaking, Sasuke had become a threat to Konoha. Jiraiya did not intend to intervene. Thus, he urged, Naruto, relinquish your pursuit. After Sasuke has slain the villagers, he can never return to Konoha. Observing the anguish on his disciple's face, Jiraiya spoke with gravity. No, I refuse to believe it. I must bring Sasuke back. Even if I have to sever his limbs, I will bring him back to Konoha. Naruto roared, then turned to Kakashi, pleading, Kakashi-sensei, help me. Kakashi remained silent. He too wished for Sasuke's return, but the circumstances were precarious. Kakashi felt his own resolve falter, his gaze growing increasingly furious. Even the sealed chakra of the Nine Tails began to stir ominously. Within the vast black mental space, a crimson iron bar divided it in two. Through the seal, a potent malevolence seeped forth. A colossal shadow loomed, revealing a massive fox lying in repose. The Nine Tails, the most formidable of the nine-tailed beasts. At that moment, sensing Naruto's fury, it opened its eyes, a sneer curling its lips. Little brat, let your anger surge. Do you seek power? If so, I can grant it to you. The moment you lose yourself completely will be my chance to emerge. It was the Nine Tails. How could it endure such captivity? Once freed, it would exact vengeance upon all. A terrifying chakra surged, yet it could not breach the seal. With a disdainful chuckle, it retreated into the abyss. Meanwhile, Sasuke assessed Naruto, his tone flat. Return, train diligently. Is it not your dream to become Hokage? With such weakness, you will never sit upon that throne. Since awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, his strength had surged, and Naruto was no longer his match unless, of course, Naruto resorted to the power of the Nine Tails. Yet, if he could not protect his friends, what significance would becoming Hokage hold? Naruto spoke earnestly, extending his hand. Come back with me. A bolt of lightning crackled through the air. Naruto, watch out. Just as Naruto faced imminent demise, a blinding flash of lightning surged past him, intercepting the attack. Get back. Kakashi shouted, positioning himself protectively behind Naruto. Exasperation evident in his voice. Sasuke, did you truly intend to kill Naruto? Kakashi's heart raced. It had been a close call, nearly losing his subordinate forever. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Yet, in response to Kakashi's reproach, Sasuke remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Naruto, do you wish to know why I left? Allow me to be forthright. Do you recall the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? After that day, I did not attend the Ninja Academy for several days. What does this have to do with your defection? Naruto questioned, suppressing his anger. The massacre of the Uchiha clan was a distant memory, but he vaguely recalled that it was perpetrated by a fearsome individual. However, as Sasuke recounted the events, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Naruto, cease your inquiries. Jiraiya interjected, noticing the root ninjas rushing forward. Oh, are you planning to silence me? Sasuke's dark eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Meijiki Sharingan in an instant. A tremendous pressure surged forth, and his figure vanished. The approaching root ninjas clutched their slashed throats, collapsing in despair. Upon witnessing Sasuke's eyes, Jiraiya's heart sank. The legendary final ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, the Meijiki Sharingan. Chapter 77. A dilemma. Those scarlet eyes were enough to instill fear in all. This meant that Sasuke had genuinely ascended to the level of a Kage, and due to the Meijiki Sharingan, he was among the stronger entities at this tier. Unless he entered Sage mode, capturing him would prove exceedingly difficult. Although Naruto sensed Sasuke's formidable power, the sight of the fallen root ninjas ignited his fury. You scoundrel! Not only have you manipulated Sasuke, but you have also slain everyone. Sasuke, I have heard whispers that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by another Uchiha. What did you mean by that remark? Naruto gritted his teeth, stifling his rage. The events of that day had long faded into memory. He only recalled someone mentioning that the Uchiha were destroyed by one named Itachi Uchiha. Facing his former comrade, a flicker of benevolence lingered in Sasuke's heart. Naruto, I can reveal to you that it was the high-ranking officials of Konoha who conspired with Itachi Uchiha to obliterate the Uchiha clan. As he recounted the clan's destruction, an increasingly chilling aura emanated from Sasuke. What? That is impossible. Hearing this response, Naruto's expression transformed, instinctively rebutting. Grandfather Sarutobi has always said we are comrades. Such a thing could never be allowed. The expressions of Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the other ninjas shifted as well, excluding the civilian ninjas. Those from families like Inuzuka and Nara had indeed speculated about the events of that time. Yet, such matters must never be spoken by Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, be silent. Jiraiya sternly admonished, hoping to prevent any unrest in Konoha stemming from this revelation. Silence. Huh. Sasuke scoffed. If they dared to commit such acts, why should they be shielded from scrutiny? Although the third Hokage never spoke of it openly, all of this transpired under his watchful eye. Do you truly believe the third Hokage was unaware of these events? Without his consent, how could Danzo dare to send Itachi to execute the clan? Without his approval, why was the school inexplicably extended that day? And what of the other Uchiha children? It is crucial to note that he was not the only one attending the Ninja Academy. Yet, when I awakened from my stupor and returned to the academy, all the other Uchiha had vanished. I had not considered this at the time, but upon learning the truth from you, I realized that those attending the academy were likely dealt with that very day. So many perished at the school, yet no one spoke of it. Naruto, why do you think that is? Naruto's complexion was pale, his back drenched in cold sweat. He yearned to explain himself, yet words eluded him. Intimidated by the presence of Izumi Uchiha, Jiraiya and the others hesitated to take action. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued his relentless output. After slaughtering everyone, Itachi Uchiha had approached the third Hokage, seemingly assigned a covert mission. How loyal, indeed, a dog to the Uchiha, consuming and wearing their legacy. By the way, Naruto, did you know? Itachi Uchiha is actually my brother, the blood-related kind. The corners of Sasuke's mouth gradually curled into a smile, evolving into a maniacal laughter that finally brought tears to his eyes. So, Naruto, tell me, now that I know the truth, would I ever return to Konoha as a mere dog? Absolutely not. After hearing the entire narrative, Naruto was at a loss for words. Even his typically optimistic self found no grounds to counsel Sasuke at this moment. Should he suggest that despite the massacre of his entire family, forgiveness should be extended to the third Hokage and the others? What a ludicrous notion. It dawned on him that Sasuke had been burdened with such a reality all along. His pupils trembled violently, gradually transforming into slits, as red chakra began to envelop him. Two robust hands clasped Naruto's shoulders. Kakashi and Jiraiya shook their heads, cautioning him not to let anger cloud his judgment. The nine tails sealed within him bared its teeth, its visage grotesque. You little brat, don't listen to their nonsense. Don't you desire vengeance for your Uchiha companion's tragic fate? Reflect on your childhood, Naruto. Heh, you still don't grasp your identity, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. The nine tails, brimming with malice, prepared to exploit Naruto's identity, but as it opened its mouth, several golden chains appeared from thin air, binding it immovably. Damn it, Kushina, you wretched creature. Freed from the Nine-Tails' interference, Naruto began to regain his composure, casting a pleading gaze towards his two mentors. Pervy Sage, Kakashi-sensei. Is what Sasuke said true? Did the third Hokage and the others truly? Jiraiya sighed deeply, his gaze lowering, a demeanor that unmistakably confirmed Sasuke's claims. Naruto, Konoha had its reasons. You may not know, but at that time, the Uchiha clan attempted to rebel against Konoha, which led to their annihilation. Furthermore, during the Nine-Tails rampage, that demon fox bore the mark of the Sharingan. Even the third Hokage's wife perished amidst that chaos. What I wish to convey is that the Uchiha were not blameless. Many nefarious individuals resided among them. Now that the truth had surfaced, to prevent Naruto from harboring resentment, Jiraiya laid bare the entirety of the events that transpired. Suddenly, a root ninja behind them struck Naruto unconscious with a swift blow. Faced with the cold gazes of Jiraiya and Kakashi, he remained expressionless and spoke, at this juncture. Uchiha Sasuke cannot be allowed to survive. Even if the Hokage learns of this later, he will not hold it against me. As for why he incapacitated Naruto, he feared that the boy might spiral into a rage mid-fight. The chakra that had just erupted was indeed terrifying. You are correct, Jiraiya muttered, finally gritting his teeth and making a decision that contradicted his conscience. He resolved to leave Uchiha Sasuke here forever. No matter how dark Konoha may be, he would protect it. Anyone opposing Konoha, even Tsunade, would not be spared. Uchiha Sasuke, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, and the unnamed Uchiha beside him wielding the Manjiki, absolutely could not be allowed to leave this place. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground as he shouted, summoning jutsu. A multitude of tadpole patterns spread across the ground, erupting into a cloud of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Fukasaku and Shima, the sages from Mount Maiboku, materialized. The two toads leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Shima, wielding a spatula, tossed it aside carelessly. Hurry up. I have to rush back to prepare meals for the children. Chapter 78. The terrifying power of Izumi Uchiha Jiraiya's sage mode was precarious. Without the stabilizing presence of this couple, he could not maintain it for long. Another battle loomed, and those eyes, how they glistened, the Manjiki Sharingan. What on earth happened, Jiraiya? Fukasaku inquired, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder as he began to absorb natural energy. I'll explain everything later, Jiraiya said gravely, aware that these two could inflict significant damage. If they could not be subdued completely, future troubles would undoubtedly arise. All root ninjas, Umbu, and other dispatched shinobi took on combat stances. Kakashi supported Naruto, his pupils quivering as he struggled to remove his mask, revealing his Sharingan. Obito, I will use the Sharingan you gifted me to confront your kin. If you knew, you would never forgive me and would regret giving me this eye. Sasuke's situation was uniquely precarious, entangled with the darker aspects of Konoha. He understood well that Konoha would never allow someone like him to live. So, do not blame me, Sasuke. I can only end your life here. With eyes filled with anguish, he slowly released Naruto. The other ninjas murmured lowly, their collective aura rising steadily. No one doubted the outcome of the battle. Uchiha Sasuke was doomed. As for the one wielding the Manjiki, they could only hope he would not escape. Stimulated by the chilling intent of these individuals, Sasuke's body stiffened slightly as he glared back at them, furious. Weak, too weak I am. His palm tightened around his short blade, the sting of the self-inflicted wound reigniting his control over his body. He fixed his gaze firmly on these adversaries, as if imprinting their faces into his memory. Finally, Sasuke took a deep breath and turned to walk forward, fully aware that only Izumi could handle the situation at hand. But could she truly manage it? As his worried gaze met Izumi Uchiha's indifferent eyes, his anxiety dissipated immediately. You cannot keep us here. Izumi's voice was calm, yet her tone resonated with unwavering certainty. What did you say? A root ninja faltered momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Do you truly believe that possessing these eyes will grant you victory over us? Here. We have several elite Jonin and the formidable Jiraiya of Konoha. Let me tell you, enough? Izumi interrupted, observing the natural energy absorption. Her chakra grew increasingly ominous. You cannot keep us here. That is my decree. The voice rose from a low murmur to a fevered pitch, the face twisted with a frenzied intent to kill, utterly devoid of the gentleness it once bore in life. A blood-red windmill erupted wildly with chakra. In the next moment, a thunderous boom echoed. as dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, and a heavy rumble of thunder reverberated through the heavens. Before the incredulous gazes of all present, a colossal figure loomed, blocking out the sun. It was an immensely tall white giant, its towering form reaching nearly 100 meters, as massive as a mountain, with chakra coursing through its sinews, flesh resembling that of a living being. The confidence that once filled the hearts of onlookers evaporated at the sight of this behemoth. Jiraiya's face bore the markings of a sage, yet he remained motionless, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the giant. This is Susanoo. But why is it so enormous? This is the complete form of Susanoo. How is this possible? Ever since the battlefield of the Rock Ninja Village revealed the existence of the parallel world and the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama has been explaining matters pertaining to this lineage, including Susanoo. However, did not Lord Tobirama state that to attain the complete form of Susanoo, one must possess the eternal Meijiki Sharingan? Yet, the current situation. I have said it before, you cannot keep us here. The voice of Uchiha Izumi resonated softly from within Susanoo, reaching the ears of all present. The ability of her awakened Meijiki Sharingan is identical and quite simple. It is merely an amplification. Any power possessed by Uchiha Izumi can be enhanced using this ability, from ordinary C-rank ninjutsu to Susanoo itself. Thus, she is able to manifest the complete form of Susanoo through her Meijiki Sharingan. I have said it before. You cannot keep me. Reiterating this, Susanoo began to stir, a long sword materializing from its arm, chakras swirling like a vortex around the blade. Stop this at once. As he beheld the slowly rising colossal sword, Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with rage, turning crimson in an instant. I wish you luck. Accompanied by these indifferent words, the towering sword descended towards the ground. Caw, caw. A few crows flew overhead, leaving a gift for Kamizuki and Tetsu. Ah, those wretched birds. Feeling something land atop their heads, the two immediately went into a frenzy, throwing kunai into the sky. Those vile birds. Kamizuki cursed as he prepared to wash his hair. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed several figures approaching from a distance. Kakashi-sensei, perverted sage, you must hold on. Uzumaki Naruto and his shadow clone, each carrying someone on their backs, raced towards Konoha at their utmost speed. With tears streaming down his face, he cried out to the gatekeepers ahead, "Help! Quickly save Jiraiya-sensei and the perverted sage." Half an hour later, at Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya and the perverted sage lay on beds, their bodies wrapped in bandages, unconscious. A medical ninja who had previously treated Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the room, shaking his head at the first, second, and third Hokage outside. I have done my utmost. Hokage-sama. At present, only Lady Tsunade can save them. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to age several years in that moment, slowly nodding. I will send someone to fetch Tsunade immediately. Meanwhile, as Konoha dispatched personnel to find Tsunade, Uchiha Izumi had already arrived in the rejuvenated Sand Ninja Village, accompanied by Sasuke. Like a child from the countryside entering the city, Sasuke gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. Izumi displayed admiration, realizing that only under the reign of His Majesty Tianyu could things be deemed right. Subsequently, the two arrived before a tall building, upon which the words Senju Realty were inscribed. Upon hearing Izumi's words, the honest-looking Senju Realty agent, who had just received a renovation order, put down his belongings and smiled broadly. So you are Uchiha Izumi? Lady Yushi has mentioned you. She said if you came, you should seek her out. I understand. Nodding, Uchiha Izumi rented a separate villa after paying, instructing Sasuke to remain there while she set off to find Yushi. Chapter 79. The gentle heart of Yui. She is the one who utilized forbidden techniques to resurrect you and Yushi upon your arrival in Konoha. That is somewhat unexpected. Tall and curvaceous, Yui donned a pristine white gown, her legs adorned with white knee-high stockings, creating an absolute realm between the skirt and her long thighs. Indeed, it was somewhat surprising, although Yushi frequently played such card-drawing reality games. It was unexpected that she would draw such a character on her first attempt, a Meijiki that directly enhances power, a rarity even in our world. A gentle smile graced her lips as her cheeks brushed softly against Tenyu's shoulder, her originally white eyes emitting an unusual glow, with pink hearts appearing in her pupils. Yui shyly twisted her body, gazing expectantly at someone, leaning closer to whisper, I think something is a bit off with my body. I remember you are a doctor. Would you consider helping me with a treatment? Standing on the balcony, Tenyu gazed at Uchiha Izumi and Yushi sparring not far away, suddenly snapping his fingers. Snap! Accompanied by this sound, Yui's body trembled slightly, and the pink hearts in her pupils gradually faded. Blinking lightly, she recalled her actions over the past few days, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Although Tianyu's odd behavior stemmed from her defeat, she couldn't help but scold him lightly. Odd, is it? With a slight arch of his brow, Tianyu thought of saying that she hadn't seen the true oddities yet. However, recalling her gentle nature, he realized that his actions over the past few days had indeed been quite stimulating for her. After a brief chat, they once again turned their attention to the two on the platform. Even though Otsutsuki Yushi suppressed her strength, Uchiha Izumi was still no match, being sent flying by a single punch and crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Holding her chest, Izumi felt a wave of discomfort there. Yushi approached, helping her up, and offered rare praise. You performed quite well. Keep it up. There is still much room for improvement. I will, Uchiha Izumi nodded, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What is it? It's about Sasuke. I have realized that my fighting style does not suit him. At that time, Yushi mentioned that within Uchiha Sasuke lay immense power, and if developed, defeating Uchiha Itachi would be effortless. After observing for some time, Izumi concluded that Sasuke indeed possessed this potential. His talent was remarkable. Yet he had not received proper guidance, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to elevate his strength so significantly in such a short time. Yushi gestured, and her attire instantly transformed. Go find that Shinja Realty agent and have him take Sasuke to the Uchiha clan for training. The thought of the real estate mogul Shinja Realty made her shake her head. That fellow, despite his exceptional combat talent, was so engrossed in business that he had developed the 3 rooms and 1 hall technique using wood release. However, thanks to him, the entire Sand Ninja village had been revitalized. Also, have him prepare the layout for this area and submit it to me. Let's give him 7 days for this task. 7 days? The honest-looking Shinja Realty agent exclaimed, his face contorting slightly. What do you take me for? No, what does Lady Yushi take me for? 7 days? Do I not need to rest? I must protest. This violates the Empire's labor laws. As an honest man, he lived a harmless and low-key life, merely wanting to enjoy a peaceful existence. Yet everyone insisted on assigning him such high-intensity work. When will such days of suffering come to an end? Facing this sorrowful visage, Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke. Lord Yushi mentioned that if I agree, the region of Iwa Shinobi Village would also be under my transformation. Well, serving the Empire is my honor. Please convey to Lord Yushi that I shall ensure the completion of the task. Upon hearing these words, the originally forlorn Senju intermediary suddenly transformed his expression, his face now brimming with smiles. His life's ambition has been to personally construct 10 million houses, and he has already achieved 37% of that goal. In this realm of ninjas, where progress seems stunted, the intermediary harbored aspirations of fulfilling his life's ambitions. Standing beside him, Sasuke Uchiha could not suppress his skepticism. Could this seemingly unreliable man truly succeed? Izumi Uchiha nodded affirmatively before taking his leave. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, leaving only the Senju intermediary and Sasuke Uchiha locked in a silent exchange of glances. With Izumi gone, the Senju intermediary reverted to his languid demeanor, casting a glance at Sasuke. This emblem, this world is indeed Uchiha. Follow me, and I shall introduce you to a mentor who can guide you. He proposed with a grin that revealed his prominent teeth. That fellow is a dear friend of mine, and will undoubtedly shape you into a formidable warrior. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder, his smile wide and inviting. The glimmer in the eyes of the parallel world's Uchiha flickered with anticipation as Sasuke eagerly awaited what was to come. As time flowed gently onward, the Empire swiftly absorbed the 2 great nations of wind and earth. Tianyu lounged languorously in a rocking chair, devoid of any regal bearing befitting an emperor. In his palm rested a sphere of light, while the crimson-eyed Tsunade glanced over, her gaze suddenly void of emotion. At that moment, she seemed to perceive the entirety of the ninja world, witnessing all life upon the earth. With a sudden clap, Wai-Hai Kurenai pressed her hands against her forehead, gazing around in a daze, reflecting on how she had nearly lost herself. A transparent barrier enveloped the radiance as Tianyu spoke softly. This is a fragment of the world's essence. You just integrated with it. Had I not retrieved you, you would have surely been lost forever. Startled by his words, Kurenai patted her chest in relief and bowed gratefully, thanking His Majesty Tianyu. He playfully pinched Kurenai's smooth cheek, unable to deny her adorable appearance. Feeling the warmth on her face, Kurenai's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing like a fawn. Majesty Tianyu, she murmured, recalling the words of her sister Wai-Hai, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. What is the matter? Tianyu inquired, bemused by her bashful demeanor. "It's nothing," she replied, shaking her head slightly as she resumed her massage. Sensing the gaze of someone transitioning from childhood to adolescence, Tianyu couldn't help but wonder if Kurenai had developed feelings for him. One of life's great illusions. When someone looks at you, do they harbor affection? Yet, he felt this might not merely be an illusion. As he pondered, he seemed to sense something, letting out a soft hum. Due to his partial fusion with the world's essence, he had established a subtle connection with it. Through this connection, Tianyu felt a disturbance beneath the earth, as if something chaotic had awakened. Upon further sensation, he was taken aback. The dragon vein? Although vague, he discerned a depletion of energy in a specific location, leading to a rupture in the land and the awakening of various ancient monsters once sealed away. Just as he contemplated the dragon vein, a messenger arrived, reporting that the queen of the ancient city of Lulan claimed the dragon vein was in turmoil, requesting assistance. Given that the land of wind had been conquered, Lulan was compelled to surrender. However, to Sarah's surprise, these visitors from parallel worlds did not appear as fierce as rumored. Rather, they were quite amicable. Thus, upon discovering the disturbance of the dragon vein, Sarah sent for help. "And what of Wai-Hai? Lady Wai-Hai is currently training others," the messenger replied respectfully. "Then let Uchiha go. A bit of activity would do him good. I shall personally attend to this matter." Tianyu's calm voice resonated, and the subordinate acknowledged. Casting a glance at Tianyu, thinking to himself, "Truly, even deities do not possess the imperial authority of His Majesty." After receiving the response, he departed to restore communication with the emissaries from Lulan. As the messenger left, Tianyu's imposing aura dissipated, returning him to a more relaxed state. The dragon vein. Time and space, how I wonder if I could absorb it. With the dragon vein compromised, the sealed monsters had already broken free. It would be prudent to absorb them entirely rather than waste the opportunity. He glanced at Kurenai and inquired, "Are you interested in joining me?" Kurenai felt a strong urge, but ultimately shook her head with difficulty. "I must go to Sister Wai-Hai to study." During her years in the parallel world, it was Wai-Hai who had guided her. Under her tutelage, Kurenai transformed from a mere schoolgirl into a formidable jonin in just a few years. In essence, Wai-Hai was Kurenai's mentor, deserving her utmost respect. As Kurenai sought to enhance her strength, Tianyu thought of the other summoned individual, Noera Rin, wishing to take her along. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," Noera Rin stammered. Ever since realizing the importance of strength, she had been diligently training, unwilling to leave. Wai-Hai, clad in training attire, smirked. "See, no one wishes to leave with you." "Not necessarily," Tianyu retorted, leading her to a room. "What is the matter?" Wai-Hai stretched lazily, turning to find her pupils dilated in surprise. An hour later, Kurenai and Noera Rin arrived to find Wai-Hai collapsed on the ground. Noera Rin gasped. Rushing to her side, "Lady Wai-Hai, are you all right?" I'm fine. You two continue your training. I need to recover," Wai-Hai replied. Meanwhile, after reprimanding Wai-Hai, Tianyu searched for someone and found only Kaguya Otsutsuki available, while the larger one remained hidden in her space, preoccupied with her own matters. With no other option, he took the dazed little one with him as they departed. Shortly after Tianyu left, a rift appeared in the air, and Kaguya Otsutsuki emerged. Glancing around in confusion, "Where is everyone?" She had just merged a fragment of her consciousness with this world, hoping to enhance her power, but upon attempting to withdraw, she found everyone gone. Should I search for Tianyu? No, I'll wait until he returns. Ultimately, Kaguya chose not to pursue but instead returned to her space to attend to her own affairs. As Tianyu soared through the skies, little Kaguya perched on his shoulder with a vacant gaze. Night was approaching. Tianyu kindled a fire, watching as the small Kaguya remained absorbed in her thoughts. And he conjured chakra threats. When Kaguya emerged from her reverie, she found herself manipulated like a puppet, performing at his behest. "Tianyu, what are we doing?" Kaguya inquired. "Just a little bonding time," he replied. Tianyu leaned against a stone, roasting meat over the fire while gazing at the starlit sky. Suddenly, he spoke. "I feel a bit fiery tonight." Kaguya replied, feeling conflicted. This was their subtle code. Yet, within her consciousness lingered another self. What if that version awakened unexpectedly? Surely, that would be too unfortunate. With these thoughts in mind, she gradually stepped forward, her white robe transforming into a charming outfit under the radiant light, and she began to grow. After finishing the grilled meat with its accompanying sauce, she reverted to her younger self, Kaguya. She closed her eyes, contemplating another consciousness deep within her mind, filled with uncertainty. Could it be that I have misjudged? Perhaps the other me has yet to awaken. As she uttered these words, another Otsutsuki Kaguya gently touched her neck, her crimson lips parting, revealing her inner turmoil. The following day, Tianyu arrived at the ancient kingdom of Lulan, now known as Lulan City. The walls were stained with dark red blood, the metallic scent of carnage wafting from afar. Corpses littered the ground, not only of humans, but also of monstrous creatures resembling wolves. Within a towering building, Queen Sarah of the ancient kingdom of Lulan was in discussions regarding how to withstand the impending wave of attacks. As the meeting concluded, she cast a grateful glance at the blonde woman beside her, offering a warm smile. "Tsunade, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, the previous night could have been perilous." Tsunade shook her head, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "We are friends. How could I allow you to face danger alone?" Then, turning serious, she inquired, "By the way, Sarah, do you have any news regarding Otsutsuki Kaguya?" The mention of that name caused Tsunade's expression to grow increasingly icy. Having traversed through the dragon vein to this era, she had lost the majority of her memories, yet she vividly recalled the being that had obliterated all demons. The mere thought of that world-destroying entity quickened her breath, causing her delicate form to tremble. Alongside her disdain and anger, an undeniable fear lurked within her. This sight caused a wave of sympathy to wash over Sarah. Although they had yet to find what they sought, a solution was at hand. "In due course, I shall take you to meet His Majesty Tianyu. He should possess the knowledge we require." Sharing the surname Otsutsuki, Sarah surmised that Tianyu must be acquainted with one known as Peach Style. Upon hearing this name, Tsunade furrowed her brow, puzzled. Despite having scant memories, she could ascertain that there was no individual named Tianyu in her era, nor any notion of parallel world invasions. This did not strike Sarah as odd. According to the lore circulating within the ninja world, a so-called parallel world was likely the result of a significant event altering the course of history, perhaps explaining the divergence of your realm from ours. Chapter 81. Tsunade recounts the demise of her world. Luran, an ancient city nestled within the vast desert of the Land of Wind, has limited contact with the outside world due to its environmental conditions. Towering structures rise, their architectural style markedly different from that of other nations. Little Kaguya perched upon Tianyu's shoulder, her gaze penetrating through layers of space to perceive the dragon vein energy buried deep underground. "Is this the purpose of your journey?" "Indeed. It remains dormant here. Why not allow me to absorb it?" As she spoke, she observed the Luran officials leading the way and added thoughtfully, "I trust you would not mind." The official displayed a conflicted expression. This ancient city had been established only after the queen communicated with the power of the dragon vein. The thought of it being taken away was unsettling. Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to him that over the years, many ninjas had been aware of the dragon vein and had attempted to probe into its power, but all had ultimately met with failure. Perhaps this individual would meet a similar fate. With uncertainty lingering in his heart, he respectfully stated, "We possess what your majesty requires." And I believe the queen would share the same sentiment upon learning of this. Moments later, Tianyu encountered the ruler of this city, Queen Sarah of Lulan. The young queen, adorned with flowing red hair and elegant accessories, wore meticulously prepared garments. "Your Majesty Tianyu," she said, bowing with utmost deference. She had anticipated that only a subordinate would be dispatched, so the arrival of Tianyu, the imperial ruler, left her momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, the situation is as follows." Sarah began to explain slowly. "Someone has arrived here through the power of the dragon vein and has inexplicably absorbed its energy through unknown means. As a result of his actions, the dragon vein has been damaged, rendering it incapable of communicating with the earth to suppress the demons. A few days ago, the ground suddenly, releasing dark, ominous mists, from which monstrous creatures resembling wolves emerged to attack this place. These monsters are exceptionally ferocious, lurking by day and emerging at night. Lulan has suffered grievously while attempting to fend them off and, finding no other recourse, has no choice but to seek assistance from the Empire." Upon finishing her plea, she bent deeply at the waist, imploring His Majesty for salvation. Tianyu sat casually, resting his hand on the armrest, a smile gracing his lips. "This issue is quite easily resolved." At the mention of ease, Sarah's excitement surged, but her joy was swiftly tempered as his tone shifted. "However, I require the dragon vein." Dragon vein," Sarah stammered, her voice faltering as she struggled to find her words. "The dragon vein is an immense source of earthly power. It is precisely this force that enabled her to establish this city. Without the dragon vein, the city would not endure for long. Your Majesty, The dragon vein is vital to Lulan. Might we exchange it for something else? We will not hesitate to provide anything we possess. Sarah ventured cautiously, yet she was met with a slow shake of the head, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The atmosphere thickened. The ministers exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Beads of sweat emerged on Sarah's fair skin, and she felt a shiver of fear under his unwavering gaze. In that moment, overwhelmed by the pressure of his calm demeanor, her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Tianyu, taken aback by her reaction, wondered how merely observing her could elicit such fear. Unbeknownst to him, the vast disparity in their statuses and powers weighed heavily upon her, even in silence. He exuded an immense pressure. At last, Sarah did not fall, not due to Tianyu's intervention, but because a well-dressed figure, disguised as a maid, rushed to her side. It was Tsunade, who caught the trembling girl in her arms and removed the veil from her face, glaring at Tianyu. Are you not a man? Why do you bully her so? Her fists clenched tightly, yet she refrained from striking, mindful of Tianyu's position as a ruler of an empire. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences for Sarah and her companions. Tsunade, Tianyu murmured, puzzled by the presence of this formidable woman. He quickly sensed something amiss. She bore no mark of his influence and had a seal on her forehead. Remembering Sarah's earlier words, intrigue sparked within him. Another Tsunade from a different world. How did you arrive here? Initially, Tsunade was still seething with anger, but his inquiry startled her. How could he possibly know of her origins? Had he encountered her counterpart in this realm? During her time in this new world, she had not been idle. Despite her memory loss, she retained the most crucial details. She had tasked Sarah with gathering information about this world, concluding that prior to Tianyu's emergence, its development mirrored that of her own. I do not comprehend what you mean. I am simply Tsunade of Konoha. Oh, I see. Shouldn't you come serve your master? Tianyu replied, not disputing her claim. A thunderclap echoed in Tsunade's mind. Master? Her body trembled involuntarily. The thought of having a master in this world was disconcerting. Under his calm yet aggressive gaze, a chill coursed through her. In truth, I was deceiving you. I am indeed from another world. As those words left her lips, she noticed the predatory glint in Tianyu's eyes fade, and she exhaled in relief. Supporting Sarah until she regained her composure, Tsunade gently patted her back before releasing her. Tianyu observed her closely, pondering her arrival in this realm. Given that this Tsunade was still a maiden, she could not be from the future of this world, indicating her origins lay outside of it. Regrettably, the essence of other worlds held little value to him. He sought only the core of this one. As his tranquil voice reached her ears, Tsunade's expression darkened as she recounted her origins. Upon finishing her tale, Tianyu found the account astonishing. In a parallel universe, Uchiha Obito had absorbed the Ten Tails and, upon becoming a sage, the world began to transform. The Otsutsuki clan members, such as Kaguya and Kinshiki, emerged, igniting a fierce conflict. Uchiha Obito, newly ascended as sage, soon found himself gravely injured by the onslaught of the Otsutsuki. Then, the unlikely duo of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha appeared, uniting against their former foe. But we lost. Tsunade lamented, her sorrow palpable. Due to her memory impairment, she only recalled that Obito, Naruto, and Sasuke perished in battle. In the end, even the legendary Sage of Six Paths manifested to prevent the impending catastrophe. Chapter 82. Demons? How can they even be called demons? The Otsutsuki were systematically defeated, and he too was left in disarray. Ultimately, the grievously wounded Kaguya emerged victorious, planting a second divine tree within the shinobi world and annihilating 99% of its population. Tsunade herself, injured and disoriented, stumbled into the ancient kingdom of Lulan, guided by a mysterious force to this world. Kaguya had also arrived, threatening yet another world with destruction. Tsunade's tone was heavy with sadness. She could not fathom anyone capable of confronting Kaguya. Nevertheless, clinging to hope, she intended to inform Konoha of the impending peril, but her injuries and memory loss had delayed her action. The small Kaguya, seated on Tsunade's lap, displayed a flicker of alarm. They've come to this world, Tianyu. We must be vigilant. Given her betrayal, she harbored a deep-seated fear of her kin. With her powers waning, she was left with no choice but to entrust her hopes to Tianyu. So, in the end, Kaguya was the sole survivor? How intriguing, Tianyu chuckled lightly, displaying no hint of fear. The one who should be afraid was he. Do not fear, little Kaguya. He gently stroked her silken silver hair, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Tianyu had ascended to the pinnacle of one world, and aside from the unknown Otsutsuki deity, he feared no one. Tsunade perceived his bravado as mere bluster, yet recalling his name, she pondered whether he might indeed possess the means to confront Kaguya. Very well, he declared, tapping the armrest. I shall take the dragon vein. Who is in favor? Who is against? Sarah, initially poised to voice her opposition, suddenly felt a wave of trepidation wash over her and swiftly altered her stance. I am in favor. Upon uttering these words, the tension that had gripped her began to dissipate. Perhaps it was for the best. If the sovereign possessed the capability to seize the dragon vein, then everything would unfold according to his desires. Sarah adopted a state of indifference. With the news of Tianyu's arrival in Lulan spreading, the entire city erupted into a vibrant celebration. The inhabitants were acutely aware that the calamity in Lulan was nearing its end. People emerged from their homes, engaging in joyous festivities. Yet, amidst the throng, a few cloaked figures appeared conspicuously out of place. With arms wrapped in bandages, it was he, Zhang Tsong of the Volunteer Corps. Lord Zhang Tsong, what shall we do? Whispered a nearby root ninja. Fear not, it is merely Otsutsuki Tianyu, he replied, his exposed left eye glinting with a cold light. After Zhang Tsong and his companions arrived, they had concealed themselves, and upon learning that someone had absorbed the dragon vein's power, an insatiable greed stirred within him. He had assumed that no one could harness this positive energy, not realizing they simply lacked the means to do so. Thus, under the cover of night, they stealthily infiltrated the dragon vein's location, inadvertently shattering the remaining seals, which resulted in the earth fracturing and the demonic wolves imprisoned beneath the surface surging forth. An invisible barrier enveloped the area, allowing entry but forbidding exit. Were it not for the nocturnal nature of these demonic wolves, Zhang Tsong felt he might have met his demise there. Nonetheless, he understood that this place could not endure for much longer. He had already begun to devise an escape plan when unexpectedly, the ruler of the Tianyu Empire arrived. His hand slowly moved toward the eye concealed beneath the bandages as Zhang Tsong ominously declared, Otsutsuki Tianyu, fortune favors me. Years ago, Uchiha Shursui awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, acquiring an extraordinary ocular technique known as Kodoama Tsukumi. This ocular technique possesses the ability to alter another's thoughts without their slightest awareness. Subsequently, driven by insatiable greed, he seized this eye for himself. Danzo could not help but feel a sense of relief, grateful that he had not relinquished this opportunity to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, hope would have been lost. Indeed, Danzo was poised to exploit the power of the Kodoama Tsukumi to manipulate Ten. This is a ruler of another world, who has even occupied the territories of two great nations in this realm. If one could control him, there would be no limit to one's ambitions. The title of Hokage would be within easy reach. Hokage, indeed. Danzo has already begun to fantasize about uttering those words. Nijan, I am the Hokage. As night fell, Tianyu stood atop the city walls, gazing at the distant tide of demonic wolves. Sarah stood beside him, a hint of trepidation evident as she swallowed hard. Your Majesty, are you certain one person can handle this? The other high-ranking officials wiped the cold sweat from their brows, silently praying that Tianyu was not merely boasting, but truly possessed such power. Should the former be true, their fate would be dire. Tsunade observed the demonic wolves with a grave expression. She could dispatch them with a single punch, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even ants could bring down an elephant. How much more perilous was it to face these demonic beasts? Should she find herself surrounded, it would not take long before she became nothing but a skeleton. Little Hui, her form diminished, nestled comfortably on Tianyu's shoulder, discovering a peculiar fondness for her perch there. Observing the concerns of those around her, a look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Indeed, they were a collection of foolish humans. These wretched magical creatures posed no challenge to Tianyu, and even she could easily handle them in her current state. Amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of countless onlookers, Tianyu slowly extended his hand, applying a gentle pressure downward. Accompanying this motion, a resonant thud echoed throughout the realm. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the demonic wolves were crushed as if by an immense weight, reduced to mere puddles of flesh. In an instant, the once clamorous world fell into an eerie silence, a gust of wind sweeping through, carrying with it an overwhelming scent of blood. Gravity, Tsunade mused, observing the distinctly concave ground, speculating that perhaps this individual's power was gravitational in nature. Sarah stood frozen in disbelief, her cherry lips agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that the demonic wolves, which had plagued and ravaged their ranks for days, had all been vanquished so effortlessly? She glanced down at her own hands, then back at Tianyu. Is this the essence of true strength? Accomplishing feats effortlessly that we could never achieve in our lifetimes. Tianyu retracted his palm, and the earth in the distance cracked further. The ceiling ground rendered entirely ineffective by this formidable force, leading to the demise of all the magical wolves. After a prolonged moment, the crowd, realizing that this was no mere illusion, erupted into cheers. Long live His Majesty Tianyu! Long live His Majesty Tianyu! Tianyu gazed at the first person who uttered these words. How could he possibly have lived for merely 10,000 years? Sensing something, Tianyu turned his gaze towards a certain direction. There, amidst the throngs of people, a cloaked figure was departing against the tide. Otsutsuki Tianyu, having witnessed such terrifying power, noted that Danzo was not afraid. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. For soon, this power would be harnessed for himself. Ha ha ha! Otsutsuki Tianyu, prepare to welcome your master. Chapter 83. The second test of Tsunade. The bright yellow full moon gazed down upon the earth. Though it was summer, a chill permeated the air. Tsunade swiftly traversed, her form ethereal and graceful, arriving in an isolated corridor in the blink of an eye. Following the events of the night, she resolved to seek the aid of Otsutsuki Tianyu. Even if his strength fell short, there was still the rumored Otsutsuki Yushi, said to be the strongest in the world. One person could easily overpower Konoha, even with the presence of her teacher and Jiraiya, an endeavor that even the 6 paths of pain from her own world could not accomplish. That individual, intent on conquering this realm, would surely not wish for Otsutsuki Peach to annihilate it. Lost in thought, her ears suddenly detected an unusual sound. What is that noise? A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as Tsunade discerned that the sound emanated from a room ahead, seemingly the residence of Otsutsuki Tianyu. In an instant, she approached a wooden door, gently pushing it open to enter. The creaking of the door's hinges echoed sharply in the silence of the attic. She stepped lightly into the dimly lit room, devoid of any illumination, relying solely on the cool moonlight streaming through the window to survey her surroundings. Tsunade followed the sound's origin with her gaze and discovered a figure with long, flowing hair, currently turned away from her. Tianyu? She ventured tentatively, reasoning that only Otsutsuki Tianyu could inhabit such a place. But who was this other figure? As the entity heard her voice, it began to walk towards her, producing a peculiar sound as it moved. Wait. As the oddly shaped shadow reached the window, the moonlight illuminated its form, revealing that it was not one person, but 2. Although she had never seen a pig run, Tsunade was certainly no naive girl. The situation grew increasingly awkward as he inadvertently stumbled upon such a revelation. He had heard that this emperor was no ordinary man, but rather someone who, like himself, hailed from a parallel world. However, unlike her, this individual was a sovereign ruler of the entire realm, extending his influence into this world with intentions of dominion. Just as he contemplated an escape, a voice, remarkably familiar, one he heard daily, pierced the air. Wait, is that my voice? Upon closer inspection, he realized that not only was the voice recognizable, but the silhouette of the golden-haired woman was also strikingly familiar, sending a shiver of foreboding through him. Could it be someone he knew? An impulse urged him to approach, yet his instincts warned him that lingering any longer might lead to an unforgettable encounter. Half an hour prior, Lady Tsunade, you've squandered the last of our lodging funds, stated Shizune, clutching her stuffed pig, teetering on the brink of tears. Just as she had begun to relish a brief taste of affluence, fate turned cruel, and their fortunes plummeted overnight. First, Lady Tsunade had lost 20 billion to a stranger from the Hyuga clan. Subsequently, she sold the house they had acquired. And not long after, Tsunade dragged Shizune to a casino, where she had hoped for a repeat of their prior good fortune, envisioning a return to their lavish lifestyle. Regrettably, fortune did not favor them, and they found themselves wandering the streets. Shizune felt a twinge of embarrassment as she began to speak, but in the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted. When the scene became clear again, the detestable man stood before them. Although Tsunade had discovered her youth restored and her life force replenished after that incident, her anger remained palpable. She vowed that when they next crossed paths, she would exact revenge on that man, delivering a thorough beating. Yet, Tsunade could hardly fathom that their reunion would occur so swiftly. One moment, she had been on the bustling street, and the next, she found herself here. Was it a space-time ninjutsu? That scoundrel actually possesses space ninjutsu. In an instant, a thought of the flying thunder god technique crossed my mind. Could it be that he too has mastered it, leaving a mark of the flying thunder god on himself earlier? Ah, it has been quite a while. Observing Tsunade, who stood there in a daze, Tianyu approached, unable to suppress a light chuckle. The cold wind blew through the window, causing one to involuntarily shiver. Tianyu's soft laughter fell into Tsunade's ears like mockery. She swiftly retreated, her eyes wide with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She was acutely aware that he was ridiculing her. Recalling those memories, Tsunade, incensed, stepped forward, gripping Tianyu's clothes tightly with both hands. Her eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of reducing him to ashes. Tianyu, you bastard. Remove those things you gave me earlier, or I swear I will kill you. Those items served as constant reminders of her predicament. Tianyu spread his arms wide, allowing her to shake him vigorously. Isn't this rather delightful? Like a flower in bloom, so pleasing to the eye. How could this possibly be delightful? Tsunade, exasperated, forcefully pinned him against the wall, her right hand striking out without warning, only to halt abruptly just before contact. The familiar sensation of manipulation transported her back to that fateful afternoon. Tianyu smirked. This is merely a trivial ability. Where shall we begin? You dare to provoke me? I will not let you off easily. Realizing she could not escape his control, Tsunade resorted to threats. You little brat from the Hyuga clan, do you not fear the trouble you might incur from my teacher, the third Hokage? Hyuga? Upon hearing that surname, Tianyu suddenly recalled that he had only mentioned his first name, not his surname. First, I do not bear the name Hyuga. Second, if your teacher were 100 times stronger, perhaps he could challenge me. It's rather late. You must be hungry. I happen to know how to make noodles. Let's have a meal first. After a few seconds, Tianyu regarded Tsunade with a somewhat unkind expression, reminiscent of how one would look at a mischievous child. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering the earth invisible. Bastard, if you have the ability, cease this at once. Oh, is this how you plead with me? Tsunade was not jesting. She heard footsteps approaching. The moment the door to the room was pushed open, her mind went blank. Who could it be, arriving at this hour? Overwhelmed with anxiety and trepidation, Tsunade's heart raced, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles turning white. Her head slowly tilted back, her movements stiff and trembling, her hair swaying gently with the motion. Suddenly, a remarkably familiar face came into view, stirring a tempest within her heart. Is that me? Why am I here? Gazing at that familiar visage, Tsunade realized that the person before her must be her counterpart in this world. She was utterly astonished to discover that in this realm, she was in a romantic relationship with Otsutsuki Tianyu. Did the others know? Chapter 84. The Grim Tidings from Konoha. Oh, so that explains why the master has yet to arrive. This was something Tianyu had mentioned that morning. To be frank, Tsunade had little faith in it. For the temperament of her counterpart in this world was likely nearly identical to her own. She found it hard to believe that she would ever acknowledge another as her master. Yet, astonishingly, it was true. In this world, she was his maid. Unbelievable. This scene before her felt as though it shattered something within her. Tsunade, do you require my assistance? The man's soft voice sounded as if nothing had happened at all. Is this how one bullies oneself? The sensation is indeed quite terrifying. Hey, don't come any closer. Tsunade cried out frantically in her mind, desperately wanting to leave. Yet her legs seemed unresponsive, as if they were firmly bound by concrete. At that moment, Tianyu was nearly bursting into laughter. This evening was merely a diversion from boredom. So he had invited Tsunade to partake in some games, with the parallel universe version of her originally intended to be introduced later. However, he did not anticipate that this woman would present herself so willingly. Tianyu had never been one to waste food, a lesson learned from a certain television drama. The Tsunade of this world stared at her parallel counterpart, frozen in disbelief. Why was there another version of herself, and where had Tianyu discovered her? Could it possibly be a parallel universe? A faint realization of her alternate identity dawned upon her, and she quickly noticed the differences between them. The other Tsunade seemed stronger, her demeanor more mature. What is your relationship? At that moment, Tsunade finally sensed something amiss. If this version of herself came from a parallel universe, why did they know each other? It was important to remember that the world of Naruto was currently facing an invasion from another realm. Coupled with Tianyu's earlier statement that he was not Hinata Tianyu, an ominous premonition settled within her. Could it be that he was not from Konoha, but from another world? Tsunade felt as if she had unraveled a truth. Silently, she observed the two engaged in conversation, beginning to bury her head in the sand. Yet some matters cannot be ignored. The clock on the wall ticked away, and soon the moon in the sky had shifted its position. Tianyu conjured a healing light in his hand, splitting it in two and casting it aside. The radiance infused their bodies, swiftly restoring the stamina of both Tsunade's. Minutes later, the two shared a glance, as if reaching a mutual understanding, and then summoned their utmost strength to charge forward. 2 hours later, they sat obediently in chairs. Though their hearts still simmered with anger, they dared not make another move. The mere recollection of recent events sent shivers down their spines. While Tianyu cleaned the battlefield, the Tsunade of the main world learned of the events occurring in the other realm. The ninja world had been destroyed. She could scarcely believe her ears. Although the emergence of Otsutsuki Yuki had prompted Konoha to unveil the prophecy of the great sage of the six paths to unite others against her, very few had actually believed it. After all, the empire had only subdued 2 major nations without annihilating them. On the contrary, some had observed that life had improved since the empire's arrival. Tsunade had her own doubts regarding the prophecy, yet she had not anticipated that while her world remained intact, the ninja world of the other realm had perished. Moreover, it was the same Otsutsuki. This was not merely a ninja world, it was the world itself. The parallel Tsunade's expression betrayed her profound sorrow. All life in her world had been extinguished. After the god tree was planted by Momoshiki, the environment of the entire world deteriorated rapidly. Had she not arrived in this world, she too might have perished in that dreadful landscape. If even she, a master of medical ninjutsu, felt this way, one could only imagine the fate of others. Tsunade listened with sympathy, but also concern for Momoshiki, for according to her words, he too had come to this world. Expressing her worries, she looked at the impeccably dressed Tianyu. She had never expected that this fellow's full name was Otsutsuki Tianyu, the ruler of the empire. Initially believing the name to be mere coincidence, she realized it was indeed that individual. Oh well, what are we worrying about? If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. This rascal intends to dominate the entire world. It is only a matter of time before he confronts Otsutsuki Momoshiki. With a cold chuckle, she prepared to step forward, only to see Tianyu wave his hand, and the familiar sensation of space shifting enveloped her. Lady Tsunade? Lady Tsunade. Ino's joyous voice echoed from afar, drawing near before she embraced her tightly. Thank goodness, Lady Tsunade. You vanished so suddenly. I was worried something had happened. Ino wiped the tears from her face and forced a smile. Do not worry, Ino. After a brief silence, Tsunade gently patted the girl's back. Having built a deep bond with Ino over the years, she felt a surge of affection. By the way, Ino suddenly recalled something and concentrated. Lady Tsunade. The village has sent someone to fetch you. They said Jiraiya and Kakashi are gravely injured and currently in the hospital, urgently in need of your help. What? The unexpected news struck Tsunade like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. She was not a conceited person, yet her prowess alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru was well recognized in the ninja world. Thus, when she heard that someone had managed to severely injure Jiraiya, a legendary figure who once dominated the ninja realm, and even Kakashi, the copy ninja, had not escaped unscathed, Tsunade was utterly shocked. It was simply inconceivable. She could not fathom who possessed such formidable strength to inflict such grave harm on these 2 top-tier ninjas in such a short time. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel these unsettling thoughts. What kind of enemy could this be? Could it be a member of the Akatsuki organization that the other version of her spoke of? Hadn't she mentioned that Jiraiya was killed while investigating that organization? Or perhaps it was that Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Ino. Tsunade waved her hand to gather her belongings, preparing to return to the village. Understood. Ino nodded and turned to run, but after a few seconds, she came back. Lady Tsunade, all our belongings have been sold. Did you forget? Tsunade, I almost forgot. To enter the casino, I had to sell or pawn everything except for a few changes of clothes. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she added, well, since that's the case, let us set off. Gazing into the distance, her brows furrowed, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, her mind swirling with thoughts. This was a perfect opportunity. She also had some crucial matters to inform the third Hokage about. However, she wondered what kind of uproar the revelation of these truths would provoke in the village and what kind of dilemmas it would present to the old man. Yet, having come this far, there was no turning back. Chapter 85, Absorbing the Dragon Vein Luan. On the following morning, after Uchiha Tianyu had resolved the siege crisis the previous night, it was now time to collect his reward. On the way to the Dragon Vein, Tsunade could not endure the glaring gaze beside her any longer and could only helplessly look at Sarah, who had been staring at her since earlier. Sarah smiled bashfully, admitting, "It's just that Sister Tsunade is too beautiful, and today you seem especially radiant. almost as if she finally found the words she wanted. You were even more charming. Having finally recalled what she wanted to express, Sarah felt a pang of envy. After all, she was dressed just as she always was. How could she suddenly seem more alluring? The unintentional display of charm was something even she, as a woman, could not help but admire. Tsunade thought to herself. Could she confess that after the Tsunade of this world was sent away, she alone had endured Tianyu's advances all night? The various intricate dance poses were utterly exhausting. Even she, at the moment the first rays of sunlight broke through, found herself unable to move. Her voluptuous form was splattered with dye from a renovation bucket. Hearing Sarah's envious remarks about her, Tsunade instinctively touched her belly. Noticing this, Sarah couldn't help but inquire, "Are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast?" "No," Tsunade replied. "Then you should refrain from going. Return and have something to eat." To her kind suggestion, Tsunade could only express her appreciation silently, stating, "I am not hungry." Her belly was filled with goods. How could she possibly feel hunger? With a fierce glare directed at the distant figure of Otsutsuki Tianyu, she muttered to herself, "It's all his fault. He has nothing but a devil. I shouldn't have gone last night." Before long, the group arrived at the location sealing the dragon vein, where a vast expanse of blue-purple energy enveloped the area. Sarah halted her steps and addressed Tianyu, saying, "Your Majesty, the sealing array for the dragon vein is damaged. We are too weak to proceed." "Do not worry." Tianyu extended his palm, conjuring a blue protective shield around Sarah. Seeing this, Sarah had no choice but to continue forward while Tsunade and the others stayed behind to prevent any potential sabotage. Tianyu and Sarah approached a sealing platform. The sealing array was completely destroyed, with an open pot lid resembling an eye, from which torrents of blue-purple dragon vein energy surged forth. "I will extract the dragon vein energy next. This power is exceedingly volatile, so please exercise caution." Upon finishing her words, Sarah pressed her hands to the ground, resonating her bloodline with the underground dragon vein. In an instant, an endless stream of blue-purple energy shot skyward, instantly dispersing the clouds in the sky, leaving behind a colossal pillar of light. All the citizens of Lulan gazed in awe at this spectacle, hearing the roars of dragons echoing in the air. Among the crowd, only Shimura Danzo stood out, filled with excitement and madness. "Otsutsuki Tianyu, grow stronger, and then become my servant. Ha ha ha." Watching the energy, Sarah felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The dragon vein was the convergence of the Earth's energy, and its extraction would inevitably lead to the Earth's collapse. Almost as soon as this thought crossed her mind, the ground trembled violently, and countless massive fissures appeared. Even the miraculous city of Lulan, built upon the desert, would succumb to nature's might. Sarah anxiously looked at Tianyu, recalling his promise that he would not allow Lulan to be affected. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall uphold my promise," Tianyu replied calmly, extending his hand toward the energy, drawing in the endless blue-purple power into his being. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others, stationed outside, watched in horror as the fissures rapidly spread. At that moment, a petite figure flew in from the sky. It was the girl brought by His Majesty Tianyu. "No, don't go over there. It's dangerous," someone shouted upon seeing the little Kaguya approach. Only Tsunade looked on with curiosity at the small figure. Otsutsuki Kaguya. She had heard many tales of her from the Otsutsuki in her own destroyed world. Unfortunately, with the demise of that world, the soul of that Kaguya had also fallen into silence, returning to the void. They all bore the name Otsutsuki Kaguya. Could she be the goddess of the moon? Though she was sealed on the moon, the ruler of another world, Otsutsuki Tianyu, had arrived, and it was not impossible for her to be released. Ignoring the shouts, little Kaguya descended to the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, the fissures that had spread before her came to an abrupt halt. If three-dimensional modeling were to be employed at that moment, one would see little Kaguya using her powers to forcibly suppress the chaotic earth veins caused by the absorption of the dragon vein, meticulously untangling them. After consuming the fruit of the god tree, she not only acquired an immortal body, but also gained certain mysterious powers. Little Kaguya melded her consciousness with the earth, as if pulling strings, aligning the entangled earth veins one by one. Naturally, she could not achieve this alone, but prior to her actions, Uchiha Tianyu had already bestowed her with magic. Feeling the abundant chakra within her, her cherry lips curled slightly, and she extended her pink tongue to swallow the residual energy liquid. The endless streams of dragon vein energy continued to be absorbed by Tianyu. The overwhelming suction even formed a whirlpool, with him at its center. After a considerable time, What was once deemed endless dragon vein energy dwindled to nothingness. At that moment, Otsutsuki Tianyu was filled with a radiant blue-purple light, even glowing faintly. "The taste is rather mediocre," he commented. He extended his right hand, gathering a small orb of dragon vein energy, within which a tiny dragon could be seen swimming through the light. It did not possess independent consciousness. Yet, even so, the unintentional pressure it emitted was enough to discomfort Sarah. "It shall become the new dragon vein, roaming the earth without alighting anywhere," Tianyu casually remarked. "However, I have retained your clan's ability to communicate with it. If utilized wisely, you may become considerably stronger." He carelessly discarded the orb, and the small dragon vein vanished into the depths of the earth as if it were a dragon plunging into the sea. Through the resonance of their bloodlines, Sarah discovered that it had instantaneously appeared 1,000 miles away, and subsequently, she lost the ability to sense it due to the vast distance. Sarah bent down once more, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Although the dragon vein was lost and the surrounding environment would deteriorate, he had promised her that he would send someone to improve it. From the moment Tianyu descended until now, his exhibited capabilities were enough to gain the Queen's trust. Fortunately, when the Wind Country was occupied, there had been no resistance. Otherwise, the small Lulan would likely have vanished long ago. Reflecting on the time when several ministers had urged her to utilize the dragon vein to resist, Sarah now felt immensely grateful that she had not heeded their advice. Almost there. We will hasten the process. According to the votes in the group, the current candidates include the Pirate World, Death God, and Bone King, among others. Chapter 86. Danzo, Become My Puppet, the Malevolent Otsutsuki Tianyu. Little Kaguya slowly opened her eyes, feeling the residual power within her, unable to suppress a smile. 30%, quite commendable. Though this power was a one-time consumable, once depleted it would be gone. Yet there was an abundance at Tatsuya's disposal. She could simply go over and absorb more. However, it seemed little Kaguya had forgotten that another consciousness of hers lingered deep within her mind. Everything she had done was observed by Otsutsuki Kaguya. It remained uncertain how the two Otsutsuki Kaguya would coexist upon her return. The yellow sand danced in the air under the influence of the strong wind. Tatsuya and Sarah emerged from within. Little Kaguya sensed that the energy within her had become even more formidable. Moreover, the imperial aura radiating from her was somewhat intimidating to behold. Tatsuya gazed at his arm, where the blue-violet energy coursed through his veins, the luminescence shining through his skin. Closing his eyes, the energy of the dragon vein was swiftly assimilated, restoring his body to normal in the blink of an eye. Sarah, who had been by his side, sighed in relief. The majestic figure of her sovereign had returned to his previous state. The dragon vein had been extracted, and it was likely he would depart soon. Stealing a glance at Tatsuya's profile, Sarah felt a twinge of disappointment. Although she was the queen of Lulan, she was still an ordinary girl. The presence of someone of high status, handsome appearance, and formidable strength, particularly with a decent character, led her to feel the stirrings of affection. Nevertheless, she was not one to be swayed by such feelings to the detriment of her people. Upon returning to the city, Sarah convened the populace, announcing that His Majesty Tatsuya, having deemed the local environment unsatisfactory, would send personnel to improve it. Furthermore, Lulan would be allowed to send individuals to the imperial capital for study. The citizens of Lulan erupted in cheers, their sense of belonging to the Tatsuya Empire deepening. In the crowd, Shimura Danzo and a few others stood, their expressions gradually darkening as they listened to the jubilant throngs. Looking up at the imposing figure of Otsutsuki Tatsuya on the high platform, a cold smile crept across Danzo's face. "Tonight, you shall belong to me." The entire city commenced a grand feast. After delivering her words of blessing, Sarah departed the scene. Upon returning to her palace, she intended to seek out Tsunade, but was interrupted by certain sounds. Cautiously approaching, she peered into the room, her eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before her. The moon hung high in the sky, the time approaching 9 in the evening. The residents of the city had returned to their homes. Tatsuya had also passed by Tsunade, ready for a leisurely stroll. Opening the door, his gaze fell upon a small puddle of tea on the ground, before he turned to leave. After his departure, Sarah emerged from the shadows, glancing at her tea-stained hand and skirt, silently retreating. Within the closed room, Tsunade lay quietly, her eyes wide open, the whites of her eyes dominating her gaze. The number 27, etched in her heart, mirrored the love she felt for this world. In the city, Tatsuya strolled leisurely, lazily observing his surroundings. "If you do not come out soon, I shall take my leave," he mused. The air fell silent for a few seconds, only to be pierced by a chilling voice. Otsutsuki Tatsuya. What an arrogant fellow. At the sound of the icy tone, Tatsuya turned to see three figures emerging from a dim alleyway. One was wrapped in bandages, obscuring half of his face. The second was clad entirely in black with an eye patch, and the last was a man with orange hair. Danzo. Tatsuya addressed him with a faint smile. You are the first person from Konoha I've encountered besides Tsunade. What brings you here instead of staying in Konoha? Danzo narrowed his eyes, eschewing the usual villainous banter for a more direct approach. He formed hand seals, tilting his head back as he forcefully expelled a barrage of air bullets. Wind release, vacuum bullets. The sound of bullets being fired echoed as the vacuum orbs swiftly flew forward. Bang, bang, bang. Three crisp explosions erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. Danzo was taken aback that Otsutsuki Tatsuya, in his arrogance, did not even flinch. There were few who could withstand ninjutsu with mere physical prowess. He found it hard to believe that today he would encounter one of them. As the wind swept through, dispersing the mist, Tatsuya rested one hand behind his head, smiling brightly. Not bad at all. If you were a master, you would have quite the talent. Otsutsuki Tatsuya. You. Danzo's face flushed with anger at the humiliation. Yet Tatsuya merely chuckled, leisurely advancing forward. Since we have crossed paths, you may as well remain here forever. Fifth Hokage. Danzo was baffled by the term Fifth Hokage, but he did not dwell on it. His anger surged like a dark flame. Confronted with this audacious individual, he stroked his bandaged eye, his voice cold. Kaze. Go test his mettle. I wish to see the strength of my puppet. Understood. Yamashiro and Yamanaka Kaze complied, swiftly flanking Tatsuya. Danzo unwrapped the bandages from his hands, hastily releasing the seal. His instincts warned him that Tatsuya was a formidable opponent. Yet, the more challenging the foe, the greater the potential for his puppetry. Two black arcs zipped through the air as Tatsuya maintained his serene smile, observing the approaching kunai. It seems you intend to employ the Kodo Amatsuki. The kunai in midair shattered spontaneously. Danzo was taken aback, wondering how Tatsuya knew about Kodo Amatsuki, a secret known only to himself, Hiruzen, and Itachi. The seal on his arm fell away, revealing a Sharingan that evoked a sense of dread. Since you are aware, then you understand that your fate is sealed. Uchiha Tatsuya, you are destined to become my puppet, assisting me in becoming the Hokage of Konoha. His voice rang out in fervor. Hokage? You wish to control me merely to become Hokage? Tatsuya scoffed. Danzo, is that all you aspire to? With a disdainful smile, he extended his hand. 5 visible threads extending forth, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of Yamashiro and Yamanaka Kaze. As expected, the ground was littered with severed limbs. Observing Danzo slowly removing his bandages with an impassive expression, Tatsuya shrugged. Danzo, you truly are cold-hearted. You don't even spare a glance at their demise. For my grand cause, their deaths hold value, Danzo replied coldly, revealing the eyes of Uchiha Shursui beneath the bandages. Chapter 87. Little Kaguya. A mere kaleidoscope dares to control me. Shimura Danzo unwrapped the bandages, revealing the Manjiki Sharingan he had hidden since acquiring it. Shaped like a hollow 4-blade shuriken. Otsutsuki Tatsuya. Hehehe. I shall make good use of you. Danzo gazed at Tatsuya with fervent intensity, his eyes gleaming brighter. What you just said is correct. I should not limit myself to becoming Hokage. Perhaps I can become the ruler of the world. In that moment, I shall become the greatest deity. Danzo whispered softly, his hand caressing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Young one, in the name of saving the world, become my strength. I shall usurp you to become the new sovereign, transforming you into the finest instrument. In the next instant, the eye trembled, unleashing a strange psychic force that surged forth silently, yet possessed an uncanny power capable of altering minds. Tianyu, my chakra is dwindling. Could you replenish it for me? As you mentioned regarding that magical restoration? A fissure suddenly appeared in the air, from which a petite figure emerged. Upon seeing Kaguya, Danzo's maniacal grin froze, his eyes bulging with fury as he bellowed, Brat, get away from me. Kaguya floated in the air, her bare feet barely touching the ground, her previously expectant gaze shifting slightly. Sensing the encroaching psychic force, a hint of mockery danced upon her lips as she beheld the powers that sought to manipulate minds. She chuckled softly. What is this? You dare to control me? Danzo's face contorted into a terrifying grimace as he realized that his use of the Kodo Amatsuki had inadvertently struck the suddenly appearing young girl. The use of the divine tree requires years for recovery, a realization that causes his heart to bleed. However, as a seasoned schemer, he forces himself to maintain composure despite his inner turmoil. Observing the earlier scene in which Otsutsuki Tianyu eliminated Wind, he acknowledges that he may not be her equal. Otsutsuki Tianyu, surely you do not wish for harm to befall this girl. Danzo's voice drips with malice, as he initially intended to leverage the girl as a threat. Suddenly, the white-haired girl in robes vanishes, reappearing right before him. In the next moment, a burst of crimson light erupts as a scarlet mandala flower blossoms in midair, splattering onto the ground. To Danzo's horror and rage, Kaguya forcibly extracts his right eye. Aya, clutching his right eye, he screams in agony, the sound piercing through the air. He was utterly unprepared for such an attack. His divine tree technique had clearly struck her. You should have been the one in control. Yet the situation had turned drastically against him. Who gave you the audacity to defy me? The calm and icy words resonate in the alley. A delicate palm floats an eyeball, and Kaguya coldly gazes at Danzo, her grip tightening. With a sharp crack, the Sharingan in her hand is crushed by an invisible force. In swift succession, she delivers a blow that obliterates Danzo's heart. No, he bellows in fury. I am your master. How dare you take my life? Tianyu, who had been observing, cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of Danzo still believing he had any control over Kaguya. His angry cries grow fainter, and as Kaguya turns, expecting Danzo's imminent demise, she is astounded to see him miraculously restored to health, even the gaping wound on his chest having healed. He regards Kaguya with a frigid stare, swiftly forming hand seals before unleashing a vacuum sphere. Yet, before it can make contact, it dissipates into nothingness. Kaguya tilts her head, sensing a peculiar energy that had revived him. She gently ascends, settling on Tianyu's shoulder. He squeezes her delicate foot, then shifts his focus back to Danzo. Izanagi is quite an impressive ability, he muses, extending his right hand to conjure a spear, which he thrusts forward. The spear pierces Danzo's chest, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Any final words? If not, you may meet your end, he inquires calmly, shaking Danzo who is suspended on the spear. Gripping the weapon tightly, Danzo's pupils constrict, but he grits his teeth defiantly. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. Otsutsuki Tianyu. Soon you and your empire will be obliterated by us. Tianyu pauses, then bursts into laughter. Mystery loses its power against greater mystery. And as for Konoha, I shall send those who resist to join you, though perhaps that is not quite accurate. A sincere smile brightens his face, radiating warmth. At your age, still aspiring to be Hokage, certainly a man devoted to his work. Fear not, after your death, I will retrieve you from the Pure Land, allowing you to savor the blessings of 007. Until we meet again. With a playful farewell gesture, he exerts a slight force, and amidst Danzo's furious cries, his body disintegrates. Blood and brain matter drip from the walls, while Danzo's mangled remains thud heavily to the ground. The 10 Sharingan on his arms remain activated, having not triggered Izanagi. Boom. Outside, thunder rumbles ominously, weighing heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. As he inhales from a cigarette, he ponders Danzo's whereabouts. Just then, an excited voice pierces through the air. Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama has returned. Placing the cigarette down, Hiruzen responds evenly, I understand. He strides toward the door, the gust of wind slamming it shut behind him. A photograph hanging on the wall is blown off, drifting beneath the table. It captures a moment with Hiruzen, Danzo, and their mentor, Senju Tobarama. As the cigarette rolls to the ground, the burning ember lands on Danzo's image, slowly consuming it. Tianyu. Regarding the matter of chakra restoration in a blood-soaked alley littered with severed limbs, Kaguya swings her small legs, her tone imbued with innocence and longing. Having experienced her peak power, she now finds the scarcity of chakra disconcerting. Although replenishing her chakra requires effort, even causing her cheeks to ache, the thought of abundant chakra fills her with delight. Such gluttony will not do, Tianyu remarks leisurely, his gaze fixed on the corpses below. Let me ponder what resurrection technique best suits the essence of 007. Chapter 88. Allowing Danzo to experience 007, Tianyu delves into his memories. Recalling the numerous forbidden techniques he had devised to bring individuals back from death, one of which is particularly fitting for the essence of 007. This forbidden technique enables the recipient's body to maintain a state of health and vitality, allowing them to persevere at their workstation, even when their spirit is weary. Were this in a past life, the creator of such a technique would undoubtedly be lampooned in public humiliation. Tianyu chuckled in disbelief as he extended his palm, striking it upon the ground. Instantly, a cluster of black runes emerged from the earth, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the remnants of Danzo's body and the corpse of Kurenai Yuhi. The flesh disintegrated into a crimson glow, coalescing into a humanoid form. Shimura Danzo had perished, Yet now he was resurrected, identical to his former self, devoid of the distinct fissure's characteristic of impure reincarnation. At this moment, Danzo's memories lingered in the past, his gaze lifting to meet the presence of Tianyu, a smug smile creeping across his lips. I knew Izanagi would not fail, he remarked. Tianyu, however, had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with this resurrected being. With a mere flick of his finger, a portal materialized in the air. There is a newly discovered mine in the Land of Wind. You shall go there and report. If you perform adequately, perhaps I shall grant you a respite. Before Danzo could fathom the meaning of these words, he found his body moving uncontrollably toward the portal. In an instant, he stood before the mine, surrounded by the toil of others. Ah, another newcomer, exclaimed a rotund man with a jovial demeanor, donning a safety helmet. Newcomer, work hard. His Majesty is a benevolent ruler. Even someone like me, who has committed many misdeeds, has only labored for a century. How dare you? I am Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Danzo began to retort, only to be silenced by a resounding slap from a massive hand. The chubby man maintained his cheerful expression, giving Danzo a hearty pat on the shoulder. Do your best now. Hey, you there, take this newcomer away for some proper orientation. Understood, Captain. In the alley, remnants of the battle lingered. Yet even the splattered blood had vanished. Tianyu was aware that Danzo would not comply easily, but it mattered little. Every individual in the mine had initially been resistant. Enjoy life. Danzo, he cackled with a hint of malice. Hikari, unable to suppress her rising anxiety, felt an urge to flee, but her ankle was seized by another. Tianyu led his companions to his quarters, where Hikari hung upside down, too intimidated to struggle. Her form reverted to that of a young girl. She heard a voice above her, instructing her to allow her petite body to mature gradually. With a gentle smile, Tianyu said, Come now, Hikari, I shall replenish your chakra. But do strive to exert yourself. The young girl nodded, her legs dangling from his arms, using her upside-down position to stifle her mouth until it reached her throat. She then began to concentrate on extracting chakra from the reservoir before her. Meanwhile, Tianyu amused himself, and before long, Hikari, serving as a tea-house attendant, tripped and spilled tea over him, soaking his garments. Morning arrived swiftly. Hikari's chakra was fully restored. Your Majesty, please be cautious on the road, Sarah said, bowing to Tianyu. Tsunade, standing nearby with her arms crossed, couldn't help but scoff. What is there to be concerned about with such a scoundrel? Unbeknownst to her, she and the Tsunade of this world shared identical sentiments about Tianyu, deeming him a rogue. As he prepared to depart, she felt an overwhelming desire to unleash a barrage of firecrackers in his direction. Yet before that, she quietly approached, her teeth clenched. You must remove that thing quickly. What thing? Tianyu inquired, nodding slightly towards Sarah, who seemed perplexed. Tsunade hesitated but ultimately expressed her frustration. The pattern on your stomach. It must go. Having learned its significance from another version of herself, she was unwilling to let it linger on her form. Ah, so that is it, Tianyu replied with a knowing smile. This is a gift for you. A gift? Who would give such a perverse present? Tsunade retorted, but Tianyu paid her no mind. Departing amidst the farewells from Sarah and the townsfolk. Your Majesty, Sarah murmured, her gaze fixed on his retreating figure. Tsunade, noticing her rapt attention, couldn't suppress a smirk. Sarah, you don't mean to say you've developed feelings for that scoundrel? Sarah offered no reply, her cheeks flushing. What is so admirable about him? Tsunade continued, take my advice. The waters here are deep, and you cannot navigate them. To her surprise, Sarah shot her a resentful glance. Why must you disparage His Majesty? Did you not enjoy yourselves last night? Tsunade gasped. Discovered, this is the end. Fortunately, the conversation did not delve deeper into that topic. But why doesn't Sister Tsunade accompany His Majesty? Sarah inquired with curiosity. Tsunade's expression turned solemn. I must seek out Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The memory she had lost the previous night had returned in full, and with them, her resentment toward Momoshiki swelled. She was determined to find him and exact her vengeance. Sarah frowned. Sister Tsunade, do you truly believe you can defeat him? Even so, I must go, Tsunade declared resolutely. As the last remaining survivor of her world, she bore the weight of its grievances. She would never evade Otsutsuki Momoshiki. In a distant land known as the Land of Demons, within a palace, Cheyenne gazed at the sky. Since the dragon vein had been damaged, the heavens remained perpetually shrouded in gloom. Cheyenne understood this was a portent of the impending unsealing of the Wraith, as a being that absorbed the malevolence of human hearts. The Wraith was immortal and could only be sealed away. She was the priestess entrusted with its guardianship. She had dispatched someone to find that individual, hoping time was on her side. A look of sorrow graced her features. Cheyenne possessed the ability to glimpse the future in her dreams. Recently, she had envisioned the wraith breaking free, unleashing its horrors upon the land. The inhabitants of the land of demons would suffer, while she herself was led away by her guards. Half a year later, a figure named Otsutsuki Tianyu would pass through, pursuing someone named Momoshiki, and vanquish the wraith. Chapter 89. Invasion of Konoha. Cheyenne slowly extended her hand. On a typical day, sunlight would filter through the dense foliage, warming her palm. I shall alter destiny. Her palm gradually clenched, as if it contained the fates of herself and her nation. The arrival of parallel worlds had altered the course of fate, and Cheyenne discerned that some things were different. If fate had indeed shifted, could the demise of the land of demons also be averted? Mother, she whispered, placing her hands over her heart, I shall protect this nation. The moment her words fell, Cheyenne sensed something amiss. Her pupils constricted in disbelief as she raised her gaze. How could it be so soon? Protect? What a jest. The priestess's seal has lost its efficacy. The land of demons shall fall because of me. I shall leave you for last, allowing you to witness the demise of every soul in this land. A massive, dark figure composed of swirling shadows materialized above, roaring down at Cheyenne from the mountain. The guards rushed up the slope. Lady Cheyenne, look above. I understand, she replied, her resolve hardening. Gently interrupting the guard, Ziyuan gazed up at the howling specter in the sky, calmly making a decision. The seal could barely hold for a few more days. She immediately commanded everyone to evacuate the land of ghosts. My lady Ziyuan, this is utterly impossible. How can everyone leave a place they have called home for so many years? The guard's face was etched with difficulty, and he soon became agitated. Things are different now. My lady Ziyuan, we can surely defeat that fiend. Ziyuan shook her head softly. It cannot be done. The specter is immortal. Only the one foretold in prophecy can vanquish it. Relay the order. Those who refuse to leave must accept their fate. As the earth trembled, the long-sealed malevolent beasts across the ninja realm began to stir. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki organization, the immortal duo had just claimed another head. Kakuzu had intended to exchange it for a bounty when he suddenly noticed his companion was frozen in place. Fool, what are you dawdling for? Haydn, unfazed, caressed his wild hair, his gaze fervently fixed on the heavens. God, the great god has appeared. I must see him. Grasping his weapon, Haydn turned to Kakuzu. I'm going to meet God. Tell the leader I won't be returning for a while. Kakuzu, still holding the severed head, frowned deeply. What nonsense are you spouting? Haydn ignored him, kneeling and murmuring incomprehensible words, his expression frenzied and delirious. Even Kakuzu felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight, sensing an unusual aura emanating from his companion that stirred unease within him. Having survived so long as a ninja, Kakuzu was never one to take reckless risks. With his ghastly green eyes fixed on Haydn, now in a state of euphoric madness, he coldly uttered from beneath his mask, "Do as you wish." He chose not to linger in that unsettling atmosphere and swiftly departed to collect his bounty. Upon exiting the bounty venue, he found himself with a stack of wanted posters. The topmost bearing the name Otsutsuki Tianyu, an astounding bounty of 8 billion ryo. A greedy smile crept beneath his mask. 8 billion was indeed a fortune. He recalled that Scorpion had been dispatched to the Land of Wind. Perhaps he should request the leader's permission to join him. In Konoha, two figures clad in high-collared black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood atop a distant mountain, gazing at the village. The shark-like Kisame reached out to touch his skin. Itachi, that woman we just saw in the distance, seemed to be Tsunade, one of the legendary three. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that Konoha now had the third Hokage, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade from the legendary three. This lineup, if approached recklessly, might leave nothing but remnants. Uchiha Itachi maintained his usual stoic expression as he gazed upon the gates of Konoha, contemplating before speaking. Let us enter, using transformation jutsu. This opportunity could serve well to discuss the matters concerning the Akatsuki organization with the third Hokage. Kisame nodded, observing Itachi's silhouette. He was tasked by that esteemed figure to monitor Itachi. Itachi-san, I hope you do not make my task difficult. Given their capabilities, infiltrating Konoha was not particularly challenging. However, shortly after their arrival, they stumbled upon significant news. Uchiha Sasuke had defected, attaining the status of an S-rank rogue ninja, with his life deemed inconsequential. Itachi-san, your brother has betrayed us. Itachi's gaze fixated on the notice. Sasuke had indeed defected. How could this be? He could not allow Sasuke to remain lost. Kisame, let us separate to gather information. We shall reconvene here later. Itachi's voice betrayed no emotion as he turned to depart, intent on seeking the third Hokage for further details. At Konoha Hospital, a figure swathed in bandages resembling a mummy, known as Jiraiya, had finally returned from the brink of death under Tsunade's skilled care. "Tsunade-sama, your medical ninjutsu has improved remarkably," remarked one of the observing doctors, filled with admiration. Sakura nodded in agreement. Whenever they found themselves short on funds, Tsunade would employ her medical ninjutsu to earn money, yet she recalled that her healing had not been this swift not long ago. Has Tsunade-sama made further advancements? Truly impressive. The compliment made Tsunade momentarily flustered. Could she confess that her newfound skills were a result of her harsh experiences and lessons learned from Amaterasu? A mere scratch, she coughed, attempting to change the subject. Upon hearing this, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Why was there no response? In the corner, Naruto lowered his head, thinking of a wicked woman who had lured Sasuke away. A wicked woman? Sasuke? Who could that be? Searching his memory, he realized there were few formidable female ninjas in the ninja world capable of injuring Jiraiya to such an extent. At that moment, the voice of Jiraiya resonated from behind. The woman introduced herself as Uchiha Izumi. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately captivated by her alluring figure, accentuated by Tsunade's sideways stance. Haha, Tsunade. You seem even more beautiful than I remember after some time apart. A foolish grin spread across his aged face. Observing this lecherous expression, Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance. And upon witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor, a vein throbbed on her forehead. Ignoring the fact that he had just recovered from severe injuries, she clenched her fist and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the entire hospital seemed to tremble, and screams echoed from below. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the first floor, eyes bulging, as he spat out a mouthful of warm blood. He felt as though his spine had been shattered. When did Tsunade's strength become so terrifying? Chapter 90. Uchiha Itachi, the Perverse Sage. Naruto leaped down through the breach, anxiously rushing to assist Jiraiya. With that movement, the latter's face turned pale with pain, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, my bones are broken, don't move me." Naruto hurriedly released his grip, and Jiraiya fell to the ground, grimacing in agony. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, he opened the door to witness Tsunade mercilessly beating Jiraiya and quickly admonished, "Why do you hit him the moment you return?" Tsunade responded with a cold smile, arms crossed over her chest. Who told this guy to look at me with such repulsive eyes? After the torment from Tengu, she had become exceptionally sensitive to such gazes. As for Tengu, that demon was someone she could not overcome, and when he charged at her, he was swiftly subdued, rolling his eyes and gasping within minutes. Yet, Jiraiya dared to regard her with such eyes as well. Had it not been for their shared history, she would have made him pay dearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Jiraiya's disposition and instantly recognized that Jiraiya had certainly provoked Tsunade. However, their past interactions had not incited such fury in Tsunade. He could not express his irritation towards her, only urging others to bring Jiraiya up. Observing Jiraiya's state, it seemed he was also not inclined to continue with his treatment. Kakashi lay on the adjacent hospital bed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tsunade turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, questioning, "What is going on? Isn't Uchiha down to just that child named Sasuke? And what of this blonde brat claiming that Uchiha Itachi took Sasuke away?" Sarutobi Hiruzen grimaced. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has been reduced to only Sasuke. But the identity of Uchiha Itachi is confirmed, as he possesses the Manjiki Sharingan and can even wield the complete Susanoo. Kakashi, touching the eye that Obito had gifted him, could not refrain from speaking. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi hails from another dimension. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, for they were inclined to think the same. The Uchiha clan of this world was entirely annihilated on that fateful night, save for those distant descendants who may have survived long ago. It is improbable that any others remain. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha bloodline has not been entirely safeguarded over the years. However, those scattered throughout the shinobi world, due to the dilution of their lineage, are unlikely to awaken the Sharingan. Tsunade contemplated this name, gradually leaning against the wall. After a moment, she lifted her head to survey the scene. "Old man, what plans do you have regarding the arrival of the parallel world? Are you truly contemplating a full-scale confrontation? I have already heard the whispers outside. The Ninja Alliance led by the Fire, Lightning, and Water Nations is gathering, preparing to launch an assault on the Empire." Her voice carried a note of concern. Having witnessed a fraction of the strength possessed by the Celestial Realm, Tsunade harbored little optimism. The power dynamics both at the upper echelons and the grassroots level, were overwhelmingly in favor of the parallel world. Indeed, Hiruzen said calmly, Konoha will never submit. Noticing Tsunade's expression, it appeared she held little faith in their victory. Understandably so, even the reckless Raikage hesitated to confront such a formidable foe alone, opting instead for collaboration. Any discerning individual could see that the shinobi world was destined for defeat. Yet, Konoha remained resolute, for they possessed secret weapons, every strong individual capable of being summoned through the impure world reincarnation since the Warring States period. The room fell into a deeper silence, and the few medical personnel present exchanged anxious glances, fearing they might be silenced for overhearing matters not meant for their ears. So, Tsunade, you understand. Possessing the might of multiple eras' strongest warriors, we cannot possibly lose. As Tsunade's expression transformed, Hiruzen smirked and gazed toward the door, where two figures stood. Senju Hashirama looked at her with a benevolent gaze, bursting into hearty laughter. My dear Tsunade, how you have grown. Great uncle, second uncle, Tsunade exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. You've been resurrected. Senju Tobarama interjected. To be precise, it is the impure world reincarnation, not resurrection. In this state, we possess immortal bodies. Yet we lack the sensory perceptions of the living. Were it not for the impending crisis threatening the shinobi world, I would have never consented to this plan. This time, not only the souls of the enemies, but even those of oneself and family friends are to be manipulated and brought forth. Tsunade, please assist Jiraiya with his treatment. Although other medical ninjas are capable of healing, having Tsunade's expertise will expedite the process. Tsunade finds it difficult to refuse the request of her great-grandfather and thus agrees to treat the incapacitated Jiraiya. This implies that Mito and the others, including my great-grandfather, will also need to be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. After successfully treating Jiraiya, Tsunade couldn't help but inquire. If that is indeed the case, gathering the might of several eras' strongest could potentially enable them to vanquish that scoundrel, Tenpu. How audacious to brand such a mark upon oneself when the time comes. It is not yet the moment. Senju Tobarama shook his head, expressing his intent to refine the impure world reincarnation technique to ensure everyone reaches their peak state from their past lives. Upon finishing his statement, he crossed his arms and cast his gaze towards a medical personnel in the corner, his crimson eyes glinting with a menacing gleam. This aura emanates from the nefarious Uchiha clan. He raised two fingers from his arm, ready to unleash his formidable chakra, but in the next instant, Hashirama grasped his shoulder, shaking his head before turning his attention to the medical personnel. You are from the Uchiha clan of the Empire, are you not? The medical personnel remained silent for a moment before dispelling their transformation technique. Uchiha Itachi surveyed the gathered crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the complex expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other medical personnel, witnessing their companion transform into another individual, fled in fright. It can be said that everyone present recognizes Uchiha Itachi. Even the Senju brothers have encountered his likeness in records. Upon realizing his identity, even the usually stoic Senju Tobarama's expression softened. Uchiha Itachi, so it is you. For this heir of the will of fire, he could not help but raise his thumb in commendation. Hokage-sama, Sasuke. Bam. Tsunade's foot shattered the wall. Her understanding of past events was limited, and upon seeing the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi standing nearby, she launched an immediate attack. Uchiha, as expected of a genius, transformed into a multitude of crows to evade the strike. Kakashi, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sharpened his gaze, preparing to harness the Chidori. Wait. Uchiha Itachi is not an enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily interjected. Kakashi, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. He recalled what Uchiha Sasuke had previously mentioned. Uchiha Itachi was the one responsible for the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan, yet the third Hokage now claims he is not an enemy. It appears that Sasuke's assertions hold true. Chapter 91, A Terrifying Utterance. A tailed beast at hand Uchiha Itachi cast a subtle glance at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama before kneeling partially on the ground. Hokage-sama, I have come to report information regarding the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, even the usually composed Shizun realized that the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi, who was wanted by Konoha and responsible for the massacre of his entire clan, had always been one of their own. Unlike the others, Jiraiya, recently recovered, cast a worried glance at the young Naruto Uzumaki beside him. Sasuke did not deceive me. So why, O third Hokage, must you treat our village's companions in such a manner? The furious crimson chakra of the Nine Tails surged uncontrollably, and a few tears slipped from the corners of Naruto's eyes, only to evaporate swiftly. His vertical slit eyes fixated intensely on Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Sasuke and the words spoken by that Uchiha Izumi woman on that fateful day. Sasuke's kin had perished at the hands of the Konoha higher-ups. How could he possibly face Sasuke again? His body trembled incessantly, and his visage grew increasingly grotesque. Uchiha, who had been kneeling, stiffened upon hearing Sasuke's name. As Naruto teetered on the brink of losing control, a deep voice interjected, "All of this is for Konoha. The Uchiha clan has decided to rebel. If a conflict were to erupt with the village, it would surely invite other forces to take advantage of the chaos. I have no choice but to do this to save the village. You are Sasuke's friend, are you not? I fully comprehend your current feelings. But please do not harbor resentment towards the village's higher-ups." Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed a sentiment of sorrow, admitting that he too regretted the decisions made on that day. Yet Naruto was unwilling to listen. He felt as though everyone was deceiving him. Moreover, he recalled the mocking words of that woman, Uchiha Izumi, asking if he knew his own heritage. Could it be that his own parents had also fallen victim to the machinations of the village's elite? Just as he was about to completely lose control, the ever-watchful Senju Hashirama approached, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, his voice tinged with sadness. "Naruto, you are a good child. This situation is a grave injustice against the Uchiha, and I am deeply sorry. Had I managed Tobirama better, perhaps this tragedy of our era could have been avoided." In the sealing chamber, the Nine Tails watched the dim surroundings with excitement. "Yes, that's right. Go mad, completely mad. Naruto, they are all hypocrites. I will grant you power to annihilate them all. Naruto, you are a good child." A familiar voice reached his ears, causing the Nine Tails to pause momentarily, blinking in surprise as the image of a devilish man appeared in his mind. Senju Hashirama, the one who warned you about the dangers of the Nine Tails, yet managed to capture himself as if he were a mere chick. That scoundrel isn't dead yet? I will, one day, make you all pay. Squinting his eyes, he settled back into his confinement. Without the Nine Tails' influence, Naruto gradually returned to normalcy. He cast a sorrowful glance at the scene before him, swaying unsteadily before collapsing into Hashirama's embrace. Uzumaki Naruto, the current host of the Nine Tails. Senju Tobirama recalled the information he had perused, unable to restrain himself from giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a fierce glare. How did this individual ascend to the position of Hokage? While so many events transpired during his tenure, Sarutobi Hiruzen bore a visage of deep shame. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama, at this moment, had no inclination to dwell on such matters. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Itachi, who was half kneeling before him. Disregarding certain factors, Itachi might be the first Uchiha he found somewhat agreeable. Itachi Uchiha, regarding that fateful night. The monkey has already shared his insights with us. Over these years, what have you uncovered about the Akatsuki? An organization comprised of S-rank rogue ninjas was indeed formidable. Itachi began to recount the details concerning Akatsuki, and when he revealed that the masked man was none other than Uchiha Obito, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Tobirama was initially taken aback, but as he processed the information alongside Itachi's intelligence, he slowly shook his head. Even if Uchiha Obito had not perished, he would now be an elderly and incapacitated individual. The likelihood of the masked man being him was quite low. However, it was certain that he was undoubtedly linked to Obito. As an expert on the Uchiha clan, Tobirama held a 99% certainty that the masked man of Akatsuki was not the vanished Uchiha Obito. Given Obito's character, it was implausible that he would have spent these years engaging in minor affairs. "Itachi, I have yet to uncover the true identity of this masked man," he stated calmly. "Esteemed Hokage, what I am about to divulge pertains to the leader of the organization, Pain. He possesses the legendary Rinnegan." Each word was articulated with precision, shocking all present. The Rinnegan, and I said to be possessed only by the Sage of Six Paths, was rumored to hold the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Once all intelligence regarding the organization had been conveyed, Tobirama began tapping his fingers rhythmically upon his shoulder, his gaze fixated on the floor. The Akatsuki is an enemy. Their intent to capture all tailed beasts to forge a weapon of ultimate destruction categorically disqualifies them as allies. However, perhaps we might leverage them to test the strength of the Empire. A calculating glint flickered in his crimson eyes. Pitting the Akatsuki against the Empire would yield benefits regardless of the outcome. In mere moments, a scheme began to unfurl within his mind. "Itachi, I have a command for you to execute. Ultimately, upon receiving a promise that as long as Sasuke posed no threat to Konoha, the village would spare him, Itachi departed with a sense of assurance. He intended to coax pain out of hiding to confront the Empire. Concurrently, a tragedy was unfolding in a distant town. Otsutsuki Tenju drifted leisurely through the skies when he suddenly became aware of anguished cries resonating from below. He observed a vast crimson emblem sprawled across the town, littered with the grotesque aftermath of carnage. Kaguya, seated upon his shoulder, gazed disdainfully downward. The evil god. As the most potent entity of that era, she was certainly aware of the malevolent beings repressed beneath the earth. Yet at that time, she had been preoccupied with her plans to transform the world's inhabitants into white Zetsu, thus neglecting to intervene. Tenju sensed a dwindling presence of life. Noting that fewer than 100 souls remained, the faces and postures of Kakuzu and Haiden were unmistakable. How had these two adversaries clashed? Below, Kakuzu had unleashed his secret technique, the Yuanyu. However, the 5 hearts he once possessed had dwindled to 2. His dark green eyes fixated on Haiden, who was maniacally plunging daggers into his abdomen, his expression twisted with distaste. Kakuzu had initially intended to venture into the Wind Country to see if he could eliminate Otsutsuki Tenju, hoping to exchange his head for an 8 billion bounty. Yet, as he emerged, he found Haiden standing in the clearing, a strikingly familiar symbol rapidly expanding beneath his feet, enveloping the entire town in an instant. Chapter 92. The death of Kisame Hashigaki. Shrieks of despair echoed as countless individuals suffered grievous wounds that appeared from thin air. Kakuzu was astonished to discover that Haiden no longer required the blood of others to cast his curses. Even more shocking was the realization that this lunatic had turned his malevolence upon himself. After shattering 2 of his hearts, Kakuzu, previously grim, prepared for a strategic retreat, only to find escape utterly impossible. If he did not eliminate Haiden, it would ultimately be their demise. Beside Kakuzu, a burly man grimaced, clutching his left arm. He was a rogue Chunin, caught off guard by such an occurrence. This monster was simply indestructible. A person, dragging a severed leg, managed to utter, "Our only hope now is to employ sealing techniques." Yet, as the survivors exchanged glances, despair washed over them. None possessed the knowledge of sealing arts. The atmosphere turned frigid. Tenju, initially observing the scene from above, suddenly felt a force drawing him downward. He made no attempt to resist, descending rapidly from the skies. For the evil god, Haiden, face alight with mania, brandished his dagger once more, ready to stab himself, but in the next instant, his head was forcefully pinned into the ground. As Tenju anchored himself at this point, he sensed a curse trying to invade his mind. Kaguya, perched comfortably on his shoulder, emitted a soft huff. Without him lifting a finger, the intangible curse dissipated. How was he unharmed? The remaining witnesses stared in disbelief. For any attack directed at Haiden mirrored upon themselves. Why was this not the case now? Suddenly, one individual recalled Tenju's likeness. Kakuzu silently retrieved a bounty notice from his chest. Voicing Otsutsuki Tenju, leader of the Empire, bounty of 8 billion. 8 billion? I have yet to accomplish anything of note since arriving in this world. Tenju mused as he approached the ground. Haiden, propping himself up with both hands, lifted his head and swung his weapon in anger. Damn you, Dai. Tenju extended a finger to block the attack, and with a flick, the weapon shattered into fragments. Not only the weapon, but Haiden's very form began to disintegrate into shards, leaving only his head upon the ground. Though he continued to scream in madness, he soon realized that the divine power he had once enjoyed was swiftly fading away. Evil god? Why? With disbelief etched upon his face, Haiden succumbed to despair as he was forsaken by the very deity he had revered. Is it too late to flee now? Tenju whispered softly, extending his hand forward to grasp a swirling blood-red mist. It thrashed violently, but could not escape his grasp. The evil god you worship? It shall make a fine collection. The power of time and space coalesced within his palm as Tenju halted the temporal flow of the evil god, rendering it immobile like a puppet. I recall a certain villain once mentioned that such an act resembles eternity. Amused by the thought of an enemy of a certain mountain deity, he chuckled lightly. Securing the prize, he turned to Kakuzu, who was now sweating profusely. After witnessing his power, Kakuzu realized he might. No, he was certain, he could not contend with Tenju. This sensation of helplessness in battle resembles the feelings faced when confronting the original Hokage. The formidable Otsutsuki Kaguya does not embody the ineptitude of a mere noble. Rather, he stands as a true powerhouse akin to a leader. Kaguya remains quietly poised, yet to Kakuzu, he exudes the presence of a ferocious tiger. with Kakuzu feeling like the prey beneath its claws, poised to be struck down at any moment. Why the tension? A gentle hand rested on his shoulder, and Kaguya smiled. Kakuzu then realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He yearned to break free and flee, but his body betrayed him, unresponsive to his will. From this day forth, assist me in my endeavors. What say you? Releasing his grip, Kaguya intended to bring Kakuzu, the adept financial strategist, under his wing. Kakuzu, his rigid visage trembling, nodded slowly. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming dread when faced with Kaguya, and he could not help but harbor some resentment towards the deceased Haiden. Had it not been for Haiden's sudden episode, he would not have found himself in this predicament. I shall take my leave now. I hope to see you soon, Kaguya said with a gentle smile, his demeanor exuding warmth. You wouldn't dare to flee, would you? Kakuzu, terrified, nodded vigorously. Rest assured, once I make a promise, I shall uphold it. Kaguya acknowledged him with a nod before his figure dissipated. Cautiously, Kakuzu surveyed his surroundings, then unearthed a chest brimming with riches from the shadows. He proceeded to plunder the entire town. Haiden had decimated nearly the entire population, and thus, the wealth now fell into Kakuzu's hands. As evening approached, gazing at the amassed fortune, his green eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Oh, I beg your pardon, but I, Kakuzu, have never been one to honor my word. With a chuckle, he relocated the gold and buried it in a secure location before hastily making his way to the Rain Village. Shortly after his departure, a rift in space emerged, and a small hand reached out, grasping the recently buried treasure, which was then drawn into the void. High above, Kaguya's son, Kaguya, beckoned with his fingers, surveying the multitude of large chests before him, which contained the wealth that Kakuzu had amassed over the years. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him. Returning to Kaguya's side, he inquired, That fellow has fled. Shall we pursue him? No need, Kaguya replied softly. He will come to us. I have glimpsed the future. In the Rain Village, to present the finest gift to his mother, Kaguya, Black Zetsu used his silver tongue to persuade Obito to initiate the tailed beast hunting plan prematurely. Ha ha, Obito, my naive friend, toil for the sake of the gift I shall present to mother. When the Ten Tails appears, it will herald the day of her resurgence to peak power. Surely, she will commend me. Black Zetsu, you are such a good child, she will say, stroking my head with affection. Snapping back from his delightful reverie, he glanced at the ring in his hand. What business could Nagato have? He hurried to the meeting, only to discover that Uchiha Itachi had returned. Obito had just persuaded Nagato to expedite the plan, and now he envisioned a future where he would deploy the infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve true peace for the ninja world. However, upon seeing Itachi's return, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. Where's Kisame? Why has he not returned? Itachi maintained his calm demeanor. Kisame is dead, slain at the hands of the Uchiha of the Kaguya Empire. He sought to gather intel on Konoha and unfortunately crossed paths with us. Only I managed to escape. His eyes lowered, concealing the truth. The reality was that he, Uchiha Itachi, had been the one to end Kisame's life. What an unexpected turn of events, Mr. Itachi, thought he. In the land of wind, Kisame coughed blood, yet his expression bore no trace of resentment. He gazed skyward, filled with anticipation. For years, he had strived for the sake of Obito's words, the promise of a genuine world devoid of deception. It seemed that fate had not favored him. With a hint of regret in his heart, he collapsed onto the ground. He chose not to use his final strength to destroy his own body, considering it a final act of solidarity for his companion, Itachi. Chapter 93. Reclaiming the Eyes, Double Tsukuyomi Obito. Uchiha calmly attributed the death of the shark-skinned Kisame to another world as Uchiha and revealed a crucial piece of information. They intended to seize the tailed beasts. This is the scheme of Thousand Hand Tobarama. Although the intentions of the Akatsuki in collecting the tailed beasts remain unclear, it does not hinder me from utilizing this situation to gauge the strength of the Tianyu Empire with these S-rank rogue ninjas. Underneath the mask, Obito's face revealed a hint of gloom. His Moon-Eye plan was about to commence. Yet he had been informed that a group of miscreants from a parallel world aimed to seize the tailed beasts. This is absolutely unacceptable. Coincidentally, Kurizetsu also mentioned that now is the opportune moment to gather the tailed beasts. Thus I shall reclaim the beasts from the wind and earth countries. With this thought, a smirk crept onto his lips. Even the renowned Otsutsuki Yuki, who is rumored to be formidable, does not intimidate him. In Obito's perception, possessing Kimui makes him the strongest in the world. His earlier defeat at the hands of his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was merely a moment of carelessness. However, he would not allow such a lapse in judgment to occur again. Yet before that, Kakashi, it is time for my eyes to be returned. A cold glint flickered in his gaze as he looked up at Pain of the Akatsuki. Are you certain this information is accurate? Pain's expression remained inscrutable. His thoughts mirrored Obito's, brimming with confidence. With his Rinnegan, he considered himself the new god of this world. How could a mere ninja from another realm possibly compare? Nagato's eyes gleamed with a madness that made Konan beside him furrow her brow. She wished for her last companion not to take risks. But she also understood that she could not dissuade Nagato. With the legendary Rinnegan in his possession, he should be safe. All she could do was reassure herself in her heart. Nagato commanded Pain to speak, after so long in preparation. It is time for the name of Akatsuki to resonate throughout the shinobi world. I will make the world aware that in the face of a god, even another realm must submit. All right, prepare yourselves. Kuro, inform Deidara and Sasori to hold off on their actions until we arrive. After a brief pause, Pain continued. This is also in pursuit of revenge for Kisame. The others remained non-committal. Although they were somewhat shocked by Kisame's death, they had no interest in avenging him. They were simply taking advantage of the invasion of the Tianyu Empire to settle the score. Itachi Uchiha remained silent, harboring regret for the fallen Kisame, if given the chance. He truly did not wish to have taken his life. I apologize, it was all for the sake of the village. Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed. Freshly changed clothes dampened by cold sweat. He wished to dissuade them from proceeding, for the Otsutsuki Tianyu possessed immense power, far exceeding his own. Yet, hearing the leader's confident words and recalling the legendary Rinnegan, he pondered that perhaps the leader, with such eyes, could indeed defeat that being. I have always said I would keep my promises. Otsutsuki Tianyu, I shall soon pay you a visit. After the Akatsuki meeting concluded, everyone began their preparations. Obito hastily made his way to Konoha, intent on reclaiming his eyes. He arrived swiftly, soon locating Kakashi, who stood at Rin's gravestone clad in a hospital gown. Holding a bouquet and murmuring incantations. Rin, perhaps I will perish in this war, and then I can join you, and Obito. I wonder if you both think of me. As Kakashi expressed his longing, he bent down to place the flowers, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly turned around, discovering a masked figure behind him, who sneered and charged forward. This figure must be the Uchiha Madara that Uchiha spoke of. Reflexively reaching for a kunai, Kakashi found himself empty-handed, having not anticipated an attack in Konoha. After several exchanges, despite having heard of the masked man's abilities from Itachi, he found himself in a perilous situation, nearly losing his life multiple times. Hold on, the Hokage should arrive shortly, Kakashi thought, gathering the lightning in his hand, trying to buy time. But in the next moment, Kurizetsu appeared behind him. A sharp pain surged through his eye as crimson blood splattered into the air. Falling to the ground, Kurizetsu, holding a Sharingan, grinned widely. Madara, the task is complete. He evaded Kakashi's attack and approached Obito, handing him the eye. Obito, holding his eye, looked mockingly at the furious Kakashi. Look, you couldn't even protect the relic left by your friend. What a failure, Kakashi. Kakashi's gaze turned hollow as he fixed his remaining eye on Obito, gathering a surge of lightning in his right hand, charging forward with a furious roar. Return my eyes. The loss of the only relic from his friend drove Kakashi to the brink of madness, compelling him to make an irrational decision. His attack pierced through Obito's chest, revealing a mocking expression beneath the mask, slowly raising his hand to inflict severe injury on Kakashi. Obito had no intention of killing him. He wanted Kakashi to witness the success of his plan. But just then, a kunai flew from a distance, arriving in an instant. In the next moment, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Tobirama Senju appeared, slashing at Obito's head as he attacked. He forced Obito to make a choice. If he chose to injure Kakashi, his head would be severed. The blade grazed Obito's neck, while his hand passed through Kakashi's body. With a swift leap backward, Obito fixated on Tobirama and the approaching Hashirama Senju. This was truly astonishing. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly activated Kamui, entering his own dimension and leaving Konoha. He hastened to the Akatsuki's meeting point, unable to suppress the thought. Did Itachi not come to Konoha to gather intelligence? How could such a significant event go unreported? Was it unnoticed, or the orange vortex mask was removed as he casually plucked out the other eye? Then inserted the Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi into the empty socket. Closing his eyes and blinking, a cold smile emerged on his face. Itachi Uchiha, you had better not betray me. For now, I am invincible. In Konoha, Tsunade assisted Kakashi in installing a new eyeball, stating, "So, it was that masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara who attacked you." "He is not Madara," the Senju brothers interjected in unison. They were among the few who knew Madara best. After witnessing that masked man, they were certain that he was not Madara. Tobirama leaned against the door, his red eyes filled with regret. "Brother, I intend to use Edo Tensei to bring back my sister. I require her assistance." Hashirama was taken aback upon hearing this. But after a long silence, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 94, Lady Kaguya's Embarrassment in the Land of Wind. A petite and adorable figure walked through the corridors. Maintaining her chakra through daily replenishment kept her internal energy in a vibrant state. How delightful. Her eyes narrowed in a playful smile as she stretched her hand to part the space, tiptoeing into a realm of her own creation, a small sanctuary for two. Yet, just as she ascended halfway, a hand tore through the fabric of reality, seizing her by the nape of her neck and yanking her back. In the quiet room, Otsutsuki Kaguya pulled forth her counterpart from this world, casually releasing her while regarding her with a serene gaze. For reasons unknown, under the weight of Kaguya's stare, the smaller Kaguya felt an unexpected wave of guilt wash over her, her head dropping as she dared not meet her predecessor's eyes. "You have fallen," Kaguya stated flatly. The smaller Kaguya blinked in surprise, believing this remark pertained to her recent frivolities. She hastily defended herself. "I have not fallen. Ever since being rescued, I have diligently practiced and studied. If I could return to that moment, I assure you, I would never allow myself to be sealed again." Upon hearing this, Kaguya's expression darkened with melancholy. Her lips curled into a faint smirk, tinged with 3 parts mockery, 2 parts indignation, and 5 parts disdain. Her crimson lips parted slightly. "Have you perhaps forgotten that during our training, a fragment of my soul's power remains embedded deep within your mind?" The smaller Kaguya's complexion turned ashen. She had indeed forgotten. Kaguya extended her delicate hand, brushing it against the smaller one's lips. "Heh." The response elicited a mixture of frustration and amusement from Kaguya. As realization dawned upon the smaller Kaguya, she trembled in fear, refraining from speaking. For she suddenly comprehended that whatever she did was perceived by Kaguya as well. In other words, she was not merely toying with herself, but also with Kaguya. The gaze directed at her grew increasingly frigid. "From now on, you are forbidden to engage in such antics." "Then may I do so in the future?" the smaller Kaguya instinctively inquired. "I see you are regressing," Kaguya remarked, lifting her chin haughtily as she regarded her counterpart with the eyes of a disappointed elder sister. Despite their shared essence, the disparity in maturity was glaring. "Your body may have shrunk, but has your mind also diminished?" With a sudden force, the petite figure was flung away, crashing heavily to the ground. Kaguya's voice betrayed an uncontainable embarrassment. "You are still a part of me. How can you act in such a manner and expect me to face him?" The smaller Kaguya recoiled, her head shrinking into her shoulders, and then,